Chapter 1. Men, terrifying creatures. I'm so hungry, I might die soon. I want to eat. I want to eat. Waking up in the middle of the night, Yi Kun was groggy and fumbled with his hands. Hey, what's this? A meat bun? Suddenly, he touched something warm and immediately became alert. Ah, what are you doing? A startled cry rang in Yi Kun's ears. Yi Kun was taken aback, withdrew his hand, and struggled to sit up. Who is it? The person beside him also sat up, fumbled for a match by the bedside, blew on it, and lit the nearby oil pine. Instantly, the room was filled with light. But Yi Kun was shocked again and almost jumped up. He wasn't wearing any clothes that a pretty and graceful young woman, looking about 16 or 17, was also not dressed, wrapped in a burlap quilt, sitting beside him. Miss, I'm sorry, You know why Yi Kun panicked, thinking he had encountered some kind of trick, pulling over a corner of the quilt to cover his lower half. Delang, you're awake? A glimmer of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes as she reached out to touch Yi Kun's forehead. I'm your just married wife, Jiang Yurong. You've been unconscious for 3 days, I thought you. Thank goodness. Yi Delang, Jiang Yurong, with a buzzing in his head, Yi Kun finally understood. Damn it, he had time traveled, his soul had crossed over, and he had become the same named Yi Kun, nicknamed Yi Delang. The beautiful girl in front of him was the wife the original host had married 3 days ago. Due to a serious illness, the host had been on the brink of death. The host's blind mother had whimsically thought that marrying would bring good luck. Unexpectedly, before they could consummate the marriage, the host fell into a deep sleep due to his severe illness. Until today, he had crossed over and taken over the host's body and identity. Delang, are you okay? Jiang Yurong touched Yi Kun's forehead. Just lie down, I saved some porridge for you, and kept it warm. I'll bring it to you. Thank you. Yi Kun smiled awkwardly, suddenly having a thought. Yurong, why are you not wearing any clothes? Jiang Yurong's face turned red with embarrassment. I just sleep without clothes to avoid damaging them and tearing the sheets. Oh, that makes sense. Yi Kun remembered that in this world it was indeed like that. Poor people couldn't afford to sleep in clothes, as it would wear out both the clothes and the bedding. Jiang Yurong wanted to get out of bed, but without clothes, she pitifully said, Delang, can I blow out the light, get dressed, and prepare something to eat for you? Go ahead, I won't look. Yi Kun covered his face, but shamelessly left a gap between his fingers in his previous life. Yi Kun was a mechanical engineer. He knew that looking through the gaps in his fingers would provide a clearer view. Jiang Yurong, blushing, quickly put on a burlap garment she fetched from the bedside. Yi Kun had already seen through the gaps. Her skin was really fair, and her figure was truly good. Where it should be big, it was big, and where it should be slender, it was slender. Footsteps sounded outside the bedroom, and Yi Kun's blind mother came in, leaning on a cane, crying out, My son, you finally woke up? Yes, mother, I'm awake. Yi Kun nodded. Mother, Delang is in good spirits. He must have pulled through. Don't worry. He just said he was very hungry, and I'm going to get him something to eat. Jiang Yurong smiled and walked out. The blind mother nodded and sat by the bed, holding her son's hand and asking about his condition. Other than feeling a bit hungry, Yi Kun was fine, so he reassured her. Mother, I'm okay now. My health is much better, so don't worry. Thank goodness. Ancestral spirits bless us. The mother nodded in relief. You should rest and recuperate. Once you're fully recovered, you can consummate the marriage with Yurong. After all, she is your wife. There's no need to rush. Just then, Jiang Yurong returned with a bowl of porridge, and upon hearing this, her face turned red as she lowered her head deeply. Yi Kun twitched his face. Mother, I'm not in a hurry. To say he wasn't in a hurry at all would be a lie. The young lady Jiang Yurong, at 16 or 17, was in the prime of her beauty, about 1.6 meters tall, weighing only about 90 pounds, with a well-proportioned figure and delicate features, her eyes sparkling. Moreover, Yi Kun had just seen all of her figure, which was top-notch. The blind mother chuckled and turned to leave the bedroom. Only then did Jiang Yurong sit by the bed with the porridge, softly saying, Delang, let me feed you. I'm just hungry. Yi Kun smiled and nodded. Yurong, thank you. Jiang Yurong was surprised. Men, those terrifying creatures, usually beat or scold their wives. Yet he said thank you. The brown rice porridge was a bit hot, and Jiang Yurong picked up a bamboo spoon, blowing on it bite by bite before feeding it to Yi Kun. Yi Kun took a sip of the porridge. It was coarse and hard to swallow, but his body needed nourishment, so he had to eat. Gritting his teeth, he drank slowly and eventually began to taste the fragrant sweetness of the brown rice porridge. Yurong, I want more. Yi Kun looked at Jiang Yurong, licking his tongue. The porridge was finished, and he still wanted another bowl. Delang, what do you want to do? Jiang Yurong blushed and whispered. Mother said you need to rest your body. What the heck? How could that be misinterpreted? Yi Kun was both amused and helpless, pointing at the empty bowl. Don't misunderstand, I meant brown rice porridge. With a whoosh, Jiang Yurong's face turned even redder as she turned and ran out. Yi Kun smiled again, seizing the opportunity to sort out the host situation. The remnants of memories told Yi Kun that the host was a small carpenter from a very poor family. His father had died years ago, and the host lived with his blind mother. Fortunately, marrying a wife had not cost any money. Because Jiang Yurong was a widow, during the betrothal, she had accidentally caused the death of one fiancé, resulting in a miscarriage. At the age of 3, she caused the death of another betrothed at 15. When a man came to propose, he died that very night. Having caused 3 husbands' deaths, Jiang Yurong became a harbinger of misfortune, and no one dared to marry her. The blind mother, in a desperate bid to bring good luck to her son, took a chance and married Jiang Yurong without spending a dime. So, when Yi Kun crossed over, he ended up with a cheap wife. Moments later, Jiang Yurong returned with a bowl again. This time, there was only half a bowl of porridge. Jiang Yurong came to feed Yi Kun again. Eat, Delang, if you eat, your body will gradually get better. Yi Kun finished eating spoon by spoon, looked outside the window, and it seemed not yet dawn. So he took Jiang Yurong's hand. You've worked hard, Yurong, it's not yet dawn. Let's sleep a little longer. Jiang Yurong put down the bowl, wiped Yi Kun's mouth with a towel, and softly said, Mother said that once you are better, we can consummate the marriage. Yi Kun chuckled. Yurong, you don't dislike me, do you? Delang, no. Jiang Yurong was startled, and tears came out. Delang, I'm your wife, how could I dislike you? As long as you don't dislike me for being a harbinger of misfortune, I would thank the heavens. Don't cry. Don't see or wide out. Yi Kun felt a bit pained and raised his hand to wipe Jiang Yurong's tears. You don't dislike me, of course. I won't dislike you either. Don't worry. I will work hard to earn a living and take good care of you. Jiang Yurong let out a sigh of relief, shyly and timidly said, Then I will stay with you for a while longer, but your body really shouldn't consummate the marriage yet. Chapter 2. Body is strong. Consummate the marriage. Yi Kun felt that his body was fine for consummating the marriage, but he also didn't want to make things difficult for Jiang Yurong, so he smiled and said, I won't sleep anymore. Yurong, you'll get up to exercise. Once my body is strong, we can consummate the marriage. Delang, you should sleep, rest more. No, it's almost dawn, I'm getting up. Yi Kun insisted on getting up. Jiang Yurong, too shy to care, blushed as she helped Yi Kun get dressed. This time, it's even Yi Kun's body has also been fully seen by Jiang Yurong. Daylight has arrived. Yi Kun looked outside the door and then went to the backyard. There was a small shed in the backyard, a carpenter's workshop. Inside the workshop, there were some wooden planks and a set of rudimentary carpenter tools. The axe, chisel, plane, and saw were the most valuable items in the house. This is the Great Ding Kingdom, where the industrial and technological level and living standards are roughly equivalent to the Qin and Han dynasties. Iron and copper items are considered hard currency. Therefore, those carpenter tools are quite precious and can be used to exchange for money, rice, or food. Yi Kun couldn't bear to part with those tools, so he had to find a way to get food. Diving into the carpenter's workshop, Yi Kun got busy as a mechanical engineer in his past life. He could still design some things. Before lunch, he made a simple birdcage. The host used to be a carpenter, and with tools and materials at home, making this was not difficult. At noon, he drank a bowl of porridge. Yi Kun sneaked into the kitchen, grabbed a small handful of coarse salt and a few soybeans, and hid them in his clothes, preparing to go out. Jiang Yurong was in the main room organizing hemp threads when she saw the birdcage in Yi Kun's hands and was momentarily stunned. Could it be that her husband is a playboy, learning from the landlord's son to play with birds and walk dogs? What kind of family is this? They can't even fill their stomachs with wild vegetables and still have this thought? Yi Kun, holding the birdcage with a small axe tucked at his waist, smiled at Jiang Yurong. I'm going out for a bit to find something to eat. Jiang Yurong stood up, hesitatingly said at this time, Where are you going to find food? And Delang, your body just recovered. It's fine. Just moving around will help me recover quickly, and we can consummate our marriage sooner. Yi Kun grinned mischievously and left with the birdcage. This birdcage was a trap designed by Yi Kun. It was meant to catch wild chickens and rabbits, a one-way entry trap, but he didn't know if the mechanism would work, so he didn't say much. Just as he left the village, he ran into the local hoodlum, Yao Hifu. Yao Hifu was bare-chested and grinned. Yi Daolong, that widow of yours didn't kill you? I heard that on your wedding night. As soon as you got on top of the bride, you passed out. Did you get dizzy because you couldn't find the way? Do you want me to teach you? Yao Hifu was orphaned, with only a little sister at home, thought he usually loitered around, living by petty theft. In the past, Yi Kuan was too honest and often got bullied by Yao Hifu. None of your business? Yi Kuan frowned and quickened his pace. Hey, you little brat. Since you got married, you've gotten bold enough to talk back to me. Yao Hifu glared, shaking his fist. If it weren't for the fact that I pity your blind old mother after your illness, I could have knocked you out with one punch. Yi Kuan turned around and pulled out the small axe from his waist, pointing it at Yao Hifu. Come on, let's eat at it was afternoon, and under the sunlight, the edge of the axe gleamed coldly. Although it was a carpenter's tool, it could easily kill. Seeing the killing intent in Yi Kuan's eyes and the cold gleam of the axe, Yao Hifu took a step back, turned, and left, cursing. You little bastard, I won't settle this with you. Today I'll deal with you when you're better, so you can't say I bullied you. Yi Kuan snorted and continued toward the mountains in front of the village. On the way into the mountains, he encountered a thin big sister. It was the widow Daishi from next door, who was just over 20 years old. Although she was pretty and clean, her face was full of sorrow. Daishi's fate was tragic. Her husband was an orphan, with no relatives. After marrying for a year, they had no children, and during the famine and plague, her husband died. Unable to return to her family, Daishi lived alone, guarding 2 thatched houses, mostly foraging wild vegetables to fill her stomach. Although Daishi was considered beautiful, no one came to propose to her. In these times of frequent wars, too many men died, leading to a surplus of women. Even young maidens couldn't get married who would want a widow. Seeing Yi Kuan, Daishi's eyes lit up, and she greeted him actively. Delang, are you feeling better? Although Yi Kuan was a year younger, Daishi always called him Delang. I'm all better now. Yi Kuan nodded with a smile. Sister Daishi, are you going to forage for wild vegetables again? Daishi shyly smiled and adjusted the willow basket on her back. Yes, I dug up some shepherd's purse and kudzu today. I'll give you some. No, sister, I have food at home. Delang, you have food, but I saw your newlywed wife, Jiang Yurong, sneaking some coarse bran in the backyard. Daishi hesitated, glancing around. Kudzu is better than coarse bran. It can fill your stomach. Moreover, eating too much coarse bran can cause hemorrhoids, and it's deadly if you can't relieve yourself. Ah, Yurong is eating coarse bran? Yi Kuan was taken aback and awkwardly smiled. I understand now, Sister Daishi. I'll go home and let Yurong eat something better. As he spoke, Yi Kuan hurriedly left the scene. Survival crisis. This was the biggest problem left by the host and a serious test for Yi Kuan after crossing over. Entering the mountains, he arrived at a small stream in the valley. He set up the birdcage, chopped a small stake to secure it, and then placed a few soybeans inside the birdcage. He diverted some stream water and set up a small puddle next to the birdcage. He dissolved the coarse salt he brought in water and sprinkled it into the small puddle. Wild animals, like humans, need salt in their bodies. Thus, wild goats risk their lives to lick salt deposits on cliffs. Kids who have raised cattle and sheep know that when they urinate by the roadside, cattle and sheep will lick it because urine contains trace amounts of salt. Now, with empty hands, Yi Kuan could only use coarse salt as bait to attract prey. Wild animals are very perceptive. It wouldn't take long for them to be attracted by the salt water in the small puddle. After setting everything up, Yi Kuan distanced himself from the trap and patiently waited. It was a summer afternoon, and the sun was blazing. Yi Kuan waited until dusk before sneaking a look. What luck! There were no wild chickens or rabbits in a birdcage, but there were 2 plump hedgehogs. He lifted the birdcage to test it. Each hedgehog weighed about 2 pounds. That could be exchanged for 20 pounds of white rice. Yi Kuan was overjoyed and hurriedly carried the birdcage back home. Returning to the village, it was getting dark. Mother, you're on, I'm back. Yi Kuan entered the house quickly with the birdcage. There wasn't even an oil lamp at home. They used pine oil for lighting, which made the smoke sting the eyes. My son, why are you back so late? The blind old mother groped her way over, complaining. You just recovered. Why are you running around? Your wife, Yurong, was about to go look for you. Yes, Delang, where did you go? I was worried you'd encounter beasts and was about to go find you. Jiang Yurong also came over and, seeing the birdcage in Yi Kuan's hands, was both surprised and delighted. Delang, what's going on with these hedgehogs? Yikuin smiled slightly. I caught 2 hedgehogs. You're wrong. Clean one to help mother recover. The blind old mother was also surprised. Hedgehogs? What hedgehogs? Mother, Delang caught 2 plump hedgehogs. Jiang Yurong laughed like a pure child, took the birdcage, and shook it. The 2 hedgehogs cooperated, squeaking in the cage to prove their identity. The blind old mother also took the birdcage, weighing it in her hands and listening to the hedgehog's sounds, excitedly said, Delang, let's not eat the hedgehogs we can. Exchange them for rice tomorrow. With this rice, our family of 3 won't starve. What kind of family is this, still wanting to eat hedgehog meat? Every day, having coarse rice porridge is already something to be grateful for. Yikuin nodded. That's fine. You're wrong. Check how much coarse rice we have left. Let's make porridge for dinner. Jiang Yurong didn't dare to move, waiting for the old lady's opinion. In poor rural families, they often skip dinner. Having just married, Jiang Yurong was even less daring to take charge. The blind old mother thought for a moment. Delang just recovered, he needs to eat more. You're wrong. You go make a bowl of porridge I won't eat. Chapter 3. Repaying kindness with kindness. Jiang Yurong responded and walked towards the kitchen. Yikuin followed her. There were only a few handfuls of brown rice left at home. Yikuin tossed them into the clay jar, added several bowls of water, and said to Jiang Yurong, You're wrong. Don't eat the bran anymore. It could kill you. Jiang Yurong, who was kindling the fire, paused at his words and stammered, I'm fine. From then on, no matter how much rice there was, everyone ate together. If it wasn't enough, they added water. Yikuin held Jiang Yurong's hand and said, We are all family. We should eat the same. Even if it's just a grain of rice, add 3 bowls of water, boil it, and we'll each drink a bowl of rice soup. Plop. Tears rolled down Jiang Yurong's cheeks. No one had ever cared for her like this. After losing 3 husbands, Jiang Yurong earned the nickname the Star of Death, and her family treated her with beatings and scolding, wishing she would die sooner. After marrying into the Yi family, she was also on edge, afraid of being returned. Unexpectedly, Yikuin was so considerate and caring towards her. Yikuin turned around and noticed some wild vegetables nearby, which were all kudzu and shepherd's purse. Jiang Yurong wiped her tears and said, These wild vegetables were brought by Sister Daishi from next door. I promised her that we would go dig wild vegetables together tomorrow. Oh, Sister Daishi is a good person, Yikuin nodded, thinking to himself that a widow, who could barely make ends meet, still helped him. If he became successful in the future, he would take Sister Daishi as a concubine to repay her kindness. Soon, the brown rice and wild vegetable porridge was freshly made. Jiang Yurong first served a bowl to her mother-in-law in her bedroom. Then she served a second bowl to Yikuin, but did not eat herself. Yikuin served a bowl of brown rice porridge and handed it to Jiang Yurong. Eat. Yurong, I'm not hungry. Jiang Yurong licked her lips, and her stomach grumbled. Still claiming she wasn't hungry, Yikuin rolled his eyes. Do I need to feed you for you to eat? No, no, no. Jiang Yurong was startled and took the big bowl with both hands, eating small bites. If she didn't eat, she was afraid Yikuin would lose his temper. Men are terrifying creatures. They really might hit their wives. That's more like it. Yikuin drank his porridge while sizing up Jiang Yurong under the light. The biggest benefit of crossing over was that it was so easy to win a wife. Thinking back to his past life as a mechanical engineer earning $30,000 to $50,000 a month, he was even looked down upon by a wealthy beauty during blind dates. Jiang Yurong in front of him was much prettier than that wealthy beauty. It seemed that this great Ding country even encouraged taking concubines. Once he became prosperous, he could. He chuckled at the thought, laughing at himself for not even being full, yet dreaming of a life with multiple blessings. This poor mindset couldn't even be changed by crossing over. He had no great ambitions. Jiang Yurong noticed Yikuin's inexplicable smile and cautiously asked, Eldest brother, what are you laughing at? Oh, nothing. Yikuin retracted his unhealthy thoughts and said seriously, I was thinking of going to the town tomorrow to buy a chicken egg to hatch chicks. Then when the chicks grow up, they'll lay eggs to hatch more chicks. In 2 years, we'll have many chickens, sell them all, and buy a little cow. When the little cow grows up, it will give birth, and there will be more and more. An old cow gives birth to a calf, and in 3 years, we'll be rich. Jiang Yurong smiled. My elder brother at home said the same thing many years ago, but even now, he still can't afford a chicken egg. Even if he could buy an egg, There are no hens at home to hatch the chicks. Yi Kun was very serious. I can hatch chicks. The kerosene lamp hatching method is too simple. There's no kerosene lamp here, but there's plenty of oil pine. Just control the temperature and try it a few more times. Jiang Yurong was taken aback. How unfortunate. Her husband seemed to be a fool. Hatching chicks takes 20 days. Would he really lay in bed with an egg for 20 days? Even if he could lie there for 20 days, he wouldn't be able to hatch a chick. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yurong went to tidy up the bedding and help Yi Kun sleep. Yi Kun wanted to have a romantic chat to enhance their feelings. So he took Jiang Yurong's hand. Yurong, let's talk tonight since we have nothing to do. Oh no. Jiang Yurong felt shy and whispered, You're not fully recovered yet. My mother-in-law will scold me. She also said I should sleep with her tonight. Ah, your mother said that? Yi Kun felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. This mother really was meddlesome. Jiang Yurong thought Yi Kun was angry and hurriedly explained, Eldest brother, let me explain. It's not that I don't want to consummate the marriage. I'm just worried about your health and don't want to tire you out. It's okay. I'll take care of my health. Yi Kun withdrew his hand and rubbed his face. Jiang Yurong's face turned even redder as she lowered her head and retreated to the eastern bedroom to squeeze in with her mother-in-law. The next morning, Yi Kun finished washing up and carried 2 hedgehogs with a hemp rope, heading straight to the market. The market was 15 miles away. Yi Kun hurriedly arrived and started selling along the street. Hedgehogs are medicinal animals. Their skin, flesh, and internal organs can all be used for medicine, and they are in high demand. An old wealthy man bought Yi Kun's 2 hedgehogs for 65 copper coins. With the money, Yi Kun bought 10 pounds of white rice and half a pound of coarse salt. Then he went to the meat stall and bought 3 pounds of pig bones. Pig bones are very cheap, costing 1 copper coin per pound. They're just white bones, with hardly any meat on them. He hurried back home while walking and running, just in time for lunch. There was no rice left at home, so Jiang Yurong was cooking wild vegetables and waiting for Yi Kun. Yi Kun set down the sack on his back and wiped his sweat. Yurong, we're having white rice for lunch. Don't eat wild vegetables anymore. By the way, bring another clay pot. I'll make bone soup for you. Jiang Yurong took the sack and looked inside, surprised. Why did you buy white rice instead of brown rice? And you bought so much. If my mother-in-law finds out, she'll say we don't know how to manage our lives. Brown rice is very cheap. Only half the price of white rice. If these white rice were exchanged for brown rice, they could eat for another 10 days. And the pig bones, for country folks, are absolute luxuries. Buying so much at once is wasteful. Even a landlord's wouldn't dare to eat like this. Chapter 4. Starving and impatient. Yi Kun was already busy, not caring about what Jiang Yurong said. The pig bones had no meat, but they could render lard. The bodies of the 3 family members needed to replenish fat now. Otherwise, they would feel weak and easily fall ill. Only when the body is well can one earn money, right? He simmered the pig bones at noon, and the aroma filled the air. The 3 of them were completely satisfied with their meal. Bone soup and white rice were equivalent to a royal feast in the countryside. Of course, the blind old mother also complained a lot about Yi Kun, saying he was too wasteful and didn't he know how to live frugally. After the meal, Yi Kun instructed Jiang Yurong, You should simmer the bones this afternoon. The longer, the better. I'll go out for a bit. Pig bones can be simmered multiple times, and each time there would be some fat. Jiang Yurong nodded and cautiously said, Dagong, you must be tired from the market today. You should rest this afternoon. No, I'm not tired. Yi Kun smiled and went out with his axe and birdcage. It was still the small stream in the valley from yesterday. Upon close observation, there were some animal tracks by the stream. It seemed the salt water had attracted nearby wild animals. After setting up the traps, Yi Kun went to wash in the stream a bit farther away, then hid to observe the traps. After waiting for over 2 hours, finally, a wild chicken entered the trap. Wild chickens are usually quite cunning, but they lack intelligence when faced with traps. Yi Kun checked the sky and returned home with a wild chicken. The harvest wasn't too much, but it was better than nothing. On the way back, Yi Kun used a small axe to chop 2 medium-sized wild mulberry trees, stripping off the branches and bringing them home. The mulberry trees are strong and suitable for making bows and arrows. Yi Kun wanted to change his hunting methods, taking the initiative to obtain more prey to improve their lives. Jiang Yurong took the wild chicken and smiled like a child. Dagong, How are you so clever to make such a birdcage? It's great. We can catch something every day, and we have food to eat. Yi Kun patted Jiang Yurong's head and smiled. I'm not clever. I'm afraid you'll dislike me and not want to consummate the marriage. Instantly, Jiang Yurong blushed and couldn't say a word, but her heart was already sweetened. The head pat was incredibly effective. How could a simple peasant girl in a feudal society resist? If it weren't for worrying about her husband's health, Jiang Yurong would have wanted to consummate the marriage right then. Yi Kun was also tempted. Let us stew this wild chicken tonight. We and the old lady can all replenish our health. Look at you so thin, it breaks my heart. We shouldn't eat the wild chicken yet. Let's keep it for now. Jiang Yurong felt warmth in her heart and smiled. Tonight, we still have the bone soup. Yi Kun nodded and called for the old lady to have dinner together. After dinner, Jiang Yurong was tidying up in the kitchen. Yi Kun walked in and said, By the way, Yurong, tomorrow take a pound of white rice to Sister Daishi next door. She sent us wild vegetables yesterday, so we should return the favor. A pound? Jiang Yurong was startled. A pound of white rice could be exchanged for a basket of wild vegetables. So generous. Could it be that her husband had taken a liking to the widow next door? Was it because they hadn't consummated the marriage, yet that he was becoming hungry and indiscriminate? It seemed it was time to consummate the marriage. Jiang Yurong couldn't help but have some wild thoughts. At this time, Yi Kun had already lit a pine torch and entered the carpenter's workshop. The bows and arrows from the Great Ding Kingdom weren't rare, but their accuracy was lacking. Yi Kun drew some simple blueprints and began designing a portable crossbow. The accuracy of the crossbow far exceeded that of ordinary bows and arrows and was easy to operate. With simple practice, one could easily hit the target at a distance of 100 steps. Yi Kun didn't require 100 steps. He just needed to hit wild chickens and rabbits at 30 to 50 steps. Before crossing over, Yi Kun was a mechanical engineer, specializing in designing various machines. Making a crossbow wasn't difficult for him. He chopped and carved, experimenting repeatedly. After 3 hours of toil, Yi Kun finally made a barely acceptable crossbow. Jiang Yurong came to the workshop and whispered, Dagong, it's late, we should go to sleep. Oh, should we sleep together? Yi Kun asked casually. No, I still want to sleep with my mother-in-law. Jiang Yurong panicked, fearing Yi Kun would get angry, and smiled sweetly, Dagong, I'll still listen to my mother about the consummation. Yi Kun nodded. Since we're not sleeping together, you should go to bed first. Jiang Yurong lowered her head and turned to leave. Being a daughter-in-law was hard. Her husband wanted to sleep together, but her mother-in-law wouldn't allow it. What was Jiang Yurong supposed to do? The next morning, Yi Kun went to town to sell the wild chicken. Unfortunately, wild chickens weren't worth much because they were all lean meat, lacking fat, and most people were unwilling to buy them. After some effort, he managed to sell it for a little over 10 copper coins. Yi Kun went to the blacksmith shop and bought 4 small arrowheads specifically for hunting. The arrowheads in the blacksmith shop came in several types. Some were for dealing with wild chickens and rabbits, while others were for large, ferocious beasts. Yi Kun only wanted to hunt wild chickens and rabbits. The small arrowheads were sufficient, saving money and shooting farther. When he returned home, Jiang Yurong was waiting at the door. Seeing her husband's backpack empty, Jiang Yurong couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She thought her husband would bring back some food after selling the wild chicken. Yi Kun didn't explain and had lunch before diving back into the workshop to make arrow shafts. With nothing to do, Jiang Yurong came to the workshop to watch. Noticing Yi Kun wasn't too busy, she whispered, Dagong, my mother said if you're anxious, we can consummate the marriage early. Oh no, I'm not in a hurry, Yi Kun casually replied, taking the finished arrow shafts to the backyard to test and check the power of the crossbow. At this moment, Yi Kun wasn't thinking about consummation. He was solely focused on getting rich. Jiang Yurong, however, was worried. Did her husband get angry? Would he send her back? At the big parasol tree in the yard, Yi Kun shot several arrows in succession and then adjusted the accuracy for further testing. An hour later, Yi Kun's archery was already able to hit the target 100 times out of 100 within 50 steps. Yi Kun was very satisfied. With his skill, survival shouldn't be difficult. Seeing that it was still early, Yi Kun decided to go out and test his luck, checking the power and accuracy of the crossbow in real combat. By the pond at the village entrance, several village women and girls were washing hemp threads while chatting. When they saw Yi Kun pass by, the village chief's wife, Huaihua, called out, "Yi Kun, why aren't you at home with your wife? What are you doing out here?" Yi Kun smiled innocently. "Sister, I'm going hunting." "Hunting?" Huaihua laughed heartily. "You're the dumbest. When did you learn to hunt? If you can bring back a rabbit, I'll feed you some milk." Huaihua, in her 30s, was considered an older woman in the village and was the most outspoken. The other village women and girls laughed heartily. Everyone knew that although Yi Kun was handsome, he was dull and foolish, and his carpentry skills weren't great. He could only make some simple tables, chairs, and farming tools. A village woman laughed. "Sister Huaihua, with your ample bosom, just give it 7 or 8 days, and you can turn Yi Kun into a big fat guy." Another woman laughed. "I'm afraid if Yi Kun gets addicted to eating, he wants to gain weight, but will get thinner the more you feed him." Chapter 5. Xiao Nu, the village chief's daughter. Damn, there are experienced guys everywhere. Who said ancient people were pure? Yi Kun has no money now, so he doesn't dare to flirt with women. He chuckled and quickened his pace. Still by the stream in the valley, Yi Kun hid behind a rock, wearing a disguise made of willow branches, closely watching a small waterhole where salt had been sprinkled. However, after waiting for over an hour, his eyes sore from staring, he still didn't see any prey come to drink. Yi Kun felt a bit discouraged. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep waiting, even if he couldn't catch any prey. He had to return home before dark to avoid being laughed at by the villagers. Gradually, dusk fell. Still, no prey appeared. Just as Yi Kun was about to leave, he saw 2 black deer approaching lightly. Thump, thump. Yi Kun's heart raced. Black deer, also known as mountain cows here, can weigh up to 200 pounds when fully grown. The 2 black deer in front of him were clearly not fully grown, weighing about 50 or 60 pounds. The black deer were very alert, looking around before quietly approaching the waterhole to drink. Yi Kun focused on his angle, activated the mechanism, and shot an arrow. Crack! With a crisp sound, the arrow flew out and hit one of the black deer's abdomen. Yow! The 2 black deer were startled and ran away. But after just 7 or 8 steps, the injured black deer crashed to the ground. Then it struggled to get up, darted out 7 or 8 meters, and fell again. Yi Kun rushed out, pinned the injured black deer down, pulled out a small axe from his waist, and struck its head hard. The black deer twitched a couple of times and finally lay still. Pulling out the arrow, Yi Kun found that he had shot through the deer. The power of the crossbow arrow was indeed great against flesh and blood. After trying, he estimated that the black deer weighed about 60 pounds. Yi Kun was overjoyed and shouldered the black deer, heading home. This deer meat is very nourishing, perfect for after some intimate moments. Night had already fallen, but Yi Kun had not yet returned. Jiang Yurong was very worried, fearing that Yi Kun had encountered wild beasts in the mountains. Sister Dai, she next door, was warm-hearted and took Jiang Yurong with her to ask the villagers to come with torches to search for Yi Kun. Just as they left the village, they encountered a panting Yi Kun, who had a black deer slung over his shoulder. "Mountain cow? Yi Kun. How'd you get a mountain cow?" "Oh my god, Yi Kun is so lucky to have hunted a mountain cow." The villagers were astonished and gathered around. Jiang Yurong was even happier, whispering, "Thank goodness, delaying is back. Lucky to have encountered this black deer." Yi Kun put down his catch and gasped, saying, "Carrying this thing for 7 or 8 miles has worn me out. Villagers, please help me. I'll treat you to meat soup when we get back." "Oh, there's meat soup to drink." The villagers cheered. The allure of meat soup was simply too great. 7 or 8 villagers hurriedly lifted the black deer and started walking. Along the way, they chattered happily. The village chief was also alerted and came to Yi Kun's house to see the excitement. The village chief, whose surname was Qin, was born ugly, hence the name Qin Shou. In the Great Ding Kingdom, naming was quite casual and carefree. The black deer had to be skinned and gutted immediately, and the meat hung up to dry, otherwise it would spoil overnight. The village chief also wanted to have some meat soup, so he suggested that everyone get to work right away. Yi Kun knew the village chief was right, so he let the villagers help skin and butcher the deer. 7 or 8 villagers tidied up the small deer in no time. In less than half an hour, everything was processed. Yi Kun hung up 2 large pieces of deer meat, then cut off 2 pounds of deer meat, minced it, added a pound of white rice, and asked Jiang Yurong to boil the meat soup. Daishi also helped in the kitchen, and they ended up making 2 big pots of deer meat porridge. The village chief, and the helping villagers were sweating and praised the taste. Yi Kun, being generous, cut more meat. Each villager who helped received half a pound of deer meat. Everyone held their small piece of deer meat, moved to tears. The village chief Chin Cho volunteered. Yi Lang, tomorrow morning, I'll accompany you to the town to sell the deer meat. I'll keep an eye on things to make sure the accounts are correct. Yi Kun nodded. That is fine, Brother Chin Cho, come call me tomorrow. Actually, after skinning and gutting, a black deer would only yield about 25 pounds of meat along with the ribs. After everyone had eaten some and shared some, there would still be about 20 pounds left. Carrying 20 pounds of deer meat to the market was not a burden for Yi Kun, but the village chief was kind, and Yi Kun felt it was hard to refuse. By the time the villagers returned home after eating their fill, it was already midnight. Yi Kun took a bath and went to sleep soundly. Before dawn, the village chief Chin Cho came and called for Yi Kun outside the window. Yi Kun quickly got up, packed the deer meat and entrails, and went to the market with the village chief. The village chief, being familiar with the place, found an inn where they had the deer head stewed and had a few drinks with Yi Kun. After the meal, Yi Kun bought some white rice and brown rice, a length of fine linen, and returned home with the village chief. The coarse hemp clothes were very uncomfortable to wear, causing his entire body to itch and sting. In addition, Yi Kun bought Jiang Yurong a 3-foot red headband and a piece of thin, sheer red scarf. All of these were luxurious silk items. On the way, village chief Chin Cho kept sighing. Yi Kun, you've struck it rich, but you must not waste it. Look at this fine linen. Can you afford to wear it? When I have money, I plan to wear silk too. Yi Kun rolled his eyes. I didn't tell you spend your family's money. What is it to you? Wear silk? Do you think you're a wealthy lord? The village chief rolled his eyes back. If you can afford silk, I'll give you my daughter Xiao Nu as a concubine. Xiao Nu. Yi Kun's mouth curled into a smile. Xiao Nu is a good girl, fair and clean. Around 15 or 16 years old, at the lively and lovely age. Upon entering the village, Yi Kun and the village chief parted ways, each heading home. Passing by the door of the rascally Yao Hifu, Yi Kun heard sounds of beating and scolding. The beastly Yao Hifu was beating his 15-year-old sister, Yao Kai-dai. You dead girl, all you do is eat, eat, eat. The family's being eaten poor by you, in a pot of wild vegetable porridge. How come I only see wild vegetables? Not a grain of rice, did you steal it all? Yao Kai-dai didn't dare to cry out loud, softly saying, Brother, there hasn't been rice at home for a long time. I dug up these wild vegetables myself. Yi Kun stopped in his tracks, hesitated, shook his head, and left. It's better to avoid trouble. After all, reincarnation is a skill. Who told Yao Kai-dai to be reincarnated as Yao Hifu's sister? But just as Yi Kun got home, Yao Hifu chased after him. Hee, Yi Kun, you little brat, you struck it rich, huh? Yao Hifu didn't even enter the house, sitting down in the open space in front of the door. Your old man hurt me 2 years ago, beat me until I coughed up blood. My body hasn't recovered, and I can't work. You brat, compensate me with 5 pounds of white rice as a medicine fee. Earlier, Yao Hifu had seen Yi Kun come back from the market with a lot of things and immediately came up with an idea to extort him. After all, Yi Kun was honest, and bullying him was a daily routine for Yao Hifu. Yi Kun laughed. My old man died 2 years ago. Did he crawl out of the coffin and beat you last year? That must be from the beating I took 2 years ago. Yao Hifu bit his lip, smeared his hand with blood, and shouted loudly, I'm still bleeding, you all saw it. If you don't compensate me for the medicine, I'll fight you to the death right in front of your door. His shout startled half the villagers, who all came over to watch the drama unfold. Yao Hifu got even more into it, smearing the blood on his face, crying and yelling. However, the villagers all knew that Yao Hifu was a scoundrel and didn't believe his nonsense at all. Moreover, last night, many villagers had eaten Yi Kun's venison porridge, so they naturally sided with Yi Kun, criticizing Yao Hifu. Hifu, you're wrong. Old man Yi Kun is a good person. How could he make you bleed? Aren't you just bullying a decent man? Look, he hunted a black deer yesterday, and you're just jealous. Yao Hifu was cornered by the villagers, feeling humiliated, and suddenly stood up cursing. You all ate Yi Kun's deer meat and are helping him speak. In any case, if Yi Kun doesn't pay up today, I'll fight him to the death. Anyone who dares to help Yi Kun won't be spared. The villagers fell silent, not wanting to get into trouble. Everyone looked at Yi Kun with sympathy, knowing he was honest and couldn't possibly stand up to Yao Hifu. Chapter 6. There's someone under the bed. Jiang Yurong was worried that her husband would get beaten, so she hurriedly stepped forward to protect him and said to Yao Hifu, don't bully people. My husband can't beat you, but my brother from my family is not someone to mess with. However, this statement posed no threat to Yao Hifu. He chuckled and said, You, the harbinger of misfortune, go away and don't curse me. How dare you curse my wife? Yi Kun could no longer tolerate it and rushed forward, landing a left hook on Yao Hifu's chin. Thud! Yao Hifu fell backward to the ground without hesitation. In his previous life, Yi Kun was a regular at the gym and had participated in reserve training, so he knew a bit about fighting. You dare to hit me? Yao Hifu got up and swung his fist at Yi Kun's nose. I'm going to kill you today. Yi Kun raised his hand to block and kicked out with his right foot, hitting Yao Hifu in the abdomen. Ouch! Yao Hifu let out a strange cry, his face turning pale as he crouched down, holding his stomach and sweating profusely. Yi Kun glared at him. Get out of here. If you don't leave, I really will make you spit blood. The village chief, Qin Shou, came over and kicked Yao Hifu again, cursing as he dragged him away. In this Saomiao village, only the village chief Qin Shou could keep Yao Hifu in check since half of the villagers shared the Qin surname, making the clan's influence very strong. After being beaten, Yao Hifu got nothing. The villagers enjoyed the show, laughing and chatting for a while before dispersing contentedly. However, Jiang Yurong was very scared and whispered, Dalong, having offended Yao Hifu, I'm afraid there will be constant trouble in the future. What are you afraid of? If he comes again, I'll fight him again. Yi Kun patted Jiang Yurong on the shoulder. Have you eaten with your mother? There's still some leftover deer meat and bones. Hurry and stew it to eat. Look how thin you are. You need to eat more. Jiang Yurong was so touched she wanted to cry, but didn't dare to show it. I ate in the morning. I'm not hungry. I'll eat the deer meat and bones slowly. Yi Kun shook his head and went to the kitchen to cook. They had eaten in the morning, but now it was already afternoon. Jiang Yurong hurried over to take over cooking. Yi Kun, feeling fine now, went back to studying his bow and crossbow. He had been lucky yesterday and encountered a small deer. If he encountered an adult stag, this small bow and crossbow wouldn't be enough. He needed to make a stronger bow and crossbow. Without hesitation, Yi Kun took an axe and went out to look for materials. After dinner, Jiang Yurong brought a basin of foot-washing water to help Yi Kun wash his feet. Yi Kun looked at Jiang Yurong's delicate feet and smiled. Yurong, let me wash your feet too? My feet aren't good looking. I'll wash them myself. Jiang Yurong's face turned red as she took off her shoes and put her pair of snow-white feet into the basin. Such delicate feet, and she says they're not good looking? Yi Kun squatted down and started washing Jiang Yurong's small feet. With feet like these, he could play with them for a year. Jiang Yurong felt shy and pulled her feet back. Dalong, I can't. I'll wash my feet myself. You go to sleep first. What's wrong? Nothing. My mother-in-law closed the door, and I can't go in. Jiang Yurong bit her lip, her voice barely audible. My mother-in-law said that since you can hunt and can deal with the mountain cattle, you must be well enough to consummate the marriage. If you can handle the mountain cattle, then consummating the marriage should be fine. In the midst of speaking, Jiang Yurong stole a glance at Yi Kun, her face as red as blood. Yi Kun was taken aback, but soon understood. He grabbed his wife's hand. Yurong, my family is poor. You don't mind, do you? Jiang Yurong felt as if she had been electrocuted, her whole body shivering as she whispered, Dalong, as long as you don't mind that I'm a harbinger of misfortune, I'm so happy. Besides, my family is also poor. We're all the same. How can I mind? Yurong, thank you. Yi Kun suddenly remembered the red headband and red headscarf, quickly pulling them out of his pocket and personally placing them on Jiang Yurong's head. Today, we consummate our marriage. This red headband and red headscarf are a gift for you. Dalong, is this really for me? Jiang Yurong trembled. This was probably the first time Jiang Yurong had ever received a gift in her life. Moreover, it was so precious, worth 7 or 8 copper coins. I don't have a second wife, so of course, it's for you. Yi Kun smiled and picked up Jiang Yurong, walking towards the broken bed. Jiang Yurong gently struggled for a moment, then hooked her arms around Yi Kun's neck, whispering, Dalong, first put out the oil pine. Puff! The small oil pine fire on the wall went out immediately. Then, There was a rustling sound of clothes being taken off. Jiang Yurong was nervous and didn't know how to cooperate. Fortunately, Yi Kun was very gentle, slowly building the mood and exploring Jiang Yurong's body little by little. Jiang Yurong gradually became hot, and her breathing quickened. The clouds and rain of Wushan were about to unfold in a grand performance. Ashu. Just then, a loud sneeze suddenly came from under the bed. What the hell? There is someone under the bed. Yi Kun was shocked, jumped off the bed, hastily wrapped himself in a piece of clothing, and fumbled for a fire stick to prepare to light the lamp. Jiang Yurong was even more frightened, wrapping herself tightly in the burlap sheet and curling up in the corner of the bed. The oil pine was lit again. Just as Yi Kun was about to check under the bed, a disheveled little girl crawled out, trembling. Kai-di, what are you doing in my house? Yi Kun was astonished. This girl was Yao Hifu's sister, Yao Kai-dai. What a glitch! This little girl was so bold to hide under the bed and eavesdrop. Yao Kai-dai was only about 14 or 15 years old, usually very honest, but she hadn't expected her to be so mischievous. Brother Dalong. Yao Kai-dai knelt on the ground, knocking her head and crying, Brother Dalong, I sneaked in before dark. I didn't mean to. My brother wants to sell me to Chunyan Lu, and I was scared, so I hid in your house. Chunyan Lu? Yi Kun frowned. Chunyan Lu was the brothel in town, a place where men sought pleasure. Yao Hifu, that beast, actually wanted to sell his own sister to a brothel. Initially, Yi Kun was quite angry with Yao Kai-dai. After hearing this, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Jiang Yurong also got out of bed after putting on her clothes, her face flushed as she pulled Yao Kai-dai up, saying awkwardly, Kai-dai, but hiding in our house, isn't okay either. Sister Yurong, please let me hide for a bit. If my brother finds me, he really will sell me to the brothel. Yao Kai-dai was about to knock her head again, crying, if I hide here and don't say anything, you can pretend I'm not here and do whatever you want. What? Pretend I don't see you and then consummate the marriage with my wife? Even if I agree, my wife wouldn't agree. Yi Kun was left speechless, waving his hand and saying, Kai-dai, how about you go hide in the carpenter's workshop behind my house? I'll get you a plank to sleep on and a sheet. After dawn, go find village chief Qin Shou and let him teach your brother a lesson. By now it was late, and Yi Kun didn't have the heart to drive Yao Kai-dai away, so he could only temporarily take her in. Yao Kai-dai was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, Brother Dalong, Sister Yurong, thank you so much. Jiang Yurong sighed and found a worn-out sheet, and together with Yi Kun, took Yao Kai-dai to the backyard. In the carpenter's workshop, Yi Kun used 2 long wooden boards to put together a bed for Kai-dai. However, Yao Kai-dai was trembling all over, sweating profusely. Yi Kun asked, Kai-dai, why are you sweating so much and still shaking? Brother Dalong, I'm hungry. I only had a bowl of wild vegetables this morning. This. Yi Kun sighed and asked Jiang Yurong, did you finish the deer meat porridge from dinner? Jiang Yurong nodded, there is still a big bowl left. I'll heat it up for Kai-dai. Thud. Yao Kai-dai knelt down, sister, don't heat it up. I can eat it like this. If I don't eat, I might die. Jiang Yurong hurriedly nodded and went to the kitchen next door, bringing back a large bowl of venison porridge. Slurp, slurp. In less than 2 minutes, the entire bowl of porridge was gone into Kai-dai's stomach. Then, Kai-dai began to lick the bowl, looking pitifully at Yi Kun, brother to Wang. This venison porridge is the best thing I've ever eaten. Can I be a maid for your family? I can work. Just give me a bowl of brown rice porridge every day, or wild vegetables. It's really fine. Chapter 7, The Ritual of Duke Zhou, 7 times. Yi Kun shook his head and smiled. Silly girl, look at our poor family. How can we afford a maid? Kai-dai glanced at Jiang Yurong, wanted to say something but hesitating. After a moment, Yi Kun sighed and said, you should sleep, Kai-dai. If you get too hungry in the future, just come over secretly, and we'll share some food with you. Big brother, you are really a good person. Kai-dai's tears rolled down as she sniffled. My brother is a bad person. He fought with you today, and you weren't angry, but still gave me food. Your brother is your brother, and you are you. Go to sleep early. Yi Kun sighed inwardly and took Jiang Yurong out. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Yurong lowered her head deeply, her face still flushed. That was too embarrassing. Many things, many sounds were overheard by that girl Kai-dai. Yi Kun blew out the oil pine. Sleep now, Yurong. Let's do it again, just relax, don't be afraid. Big brother, that was so embarrassing. We are a proper couple. What is there to be embarrassed about? After a gentle exchange, Jiang Yurong finally opened up completely, like a flower slowly blooming, welcoming her butterfly. Yi Kun was also gentle, cherishing her. It was a wonderful experience, and both of them felt the beauty of life as harmony. Venison, truly a good thing, like wings to a tiger. When the dust settled, Jiang Yurong was still shy, burying her head in Yi Kun's arms, and whispered, "Big brother, we consummated our marriage. Does that mean we have to do this every night?" Of course, every night, 7 times. This is the ritual set by Duke Zhou. Ah, doesn't T that mean no sleep for a night? Jiang Yurong was startled and asked again, "Who is this Duke Zhou? Doesn't T he have to farm? How can he not sleep at night and still get up in the morning? With something enjoyable to do, who needs sleep?" Yi Kun chuckled, stroking Jiang Yurong's hair. "But if you really feel tired, just sleep. As for the 6 times left, let us do them tomorrow. Can we keep a tab? Slowly pay it back later?" Jiang Yurong looked pitiful. "All right, let us keep a tab for now." Yi Kun secretly smiled and embraced Jiang Yurong as they fell asleep together. The next morning, Yi Kun asked for an account again before getting up with Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong looked quite spirited, but her walking posture was a bit strange. Seeing Jiang Yurong's pitiable and shy appearance, Yi Kun felt a bit guilty. This venison is troublesome. I need to control myself. In the carpenter's workshop in the backyard, Kai Dai was already gone. She probably went to complain to the village chief. But whether the village chief could save Yao Kai Dai's fate, Yi Kun didn't know. After breakfast, Yi Kun greeted his mother and Jiang Yurong, taking a birdcage trap and a bow and crossbow, and went hunting in the mountains again. Hunting can also be addictive. Jiang Yurong sent him to the door and said softly, "Big brother, I heard there are tigers in the mountains. You must not go too deep. Don't worry. I'll just wander around nearby." Yi Kun nodded and quickly left. Arriving at the small stream in the valley, as before, Yi Kun added some salt to a small puddle and set the trap. Salt is expensive, but it doesn't take much to attract prey. And now Yi Kun had money, so a handful of coarse salt was nothing. After setting everything up, he wandered around with his small bow and crossbow. He originally wanted to make a strong bow and a hard crossbow, but hadn't had the time. A few hours passed, and Yi Kun caught a wild rabbit and a wild chicken, which was a small harvest. By this time, it was afternoon, and Yi Kun was hungry, so he prepared to head home. Bang! Just a few steps later, a stick from the grass hit Yi Kun's ankle. "Damn it, who hit me?" Yi Kun grimaced in pain, hopping on one leg for 2 steps before falling to the ground. "It's me who hit you." Yao Heifu emerged with a stick. Glaring furiously, "Yi Lang, you bastard, you slept with my sister Kai Dai last night. I want to settle the score with you. My sister is still a pure girl. Her clean body was slept with by you. What do you say about that?" "Bullshit. When did I sleep with your sister?" Yi Kun's ankle throbbed painfully, his facial features contorting, cold sweat pouring down. Bang! Yao Heifu swung his stick again, cursing. "You little brat still dare to argue? My sister said herself that you slept with her in the carpenter's workshop last night. You tossed and turned several times all night. Stop hitting me." Yi Kun raised his hand, gritting his teeth. "All right, fine. Even if I slept with your sister, you say what to do, and I'll do it, okay?" His ankle was injured, making it difficult to move. Yi Kun had to admit defeat and find another opportunity for revenge. With a simple-minded guy like Yao Heifu, he wasn't too afraid of not being able to deal with him. Hee, as long as you admit it. Yao Heifu grinned, picking up Yi Kun's birdcage, and laughed. "The girls from Chun, Yin Lu want 10 pounds of white rice for a night. A pure girl like my sister Kai Dai wants 100 pounds of white rice for a night. Hey, it's not that expensive, right?" Yi Kun rubbed his ankle, smiling wryly. "I heard the girls from Chun, Yin Lu only need 2 pounds of white rice for a night." "Bullshit. Prices have gone up recently, didn't you know?" Yao Heifu raised the stick again. All right. If you say 100 pounds of white rice, then it's 100 pounds of white rice." Yi Kun admitted defeat. "Good." Yao Heifu smiled. "Today's wild rabbit and wild chicken are worth 20 pounds of white rice. You still owe me 80 pounds of white rice. Pay it back slowly in the future. That's really fair. If this were the modern world, a pure girl like Kai Dai would be worth thousands of pounds of white rice for a night." Looking at it this way, Yi Kun was still getting a great deal. "You slept with my sister, so we are relatives now. If you pay back the remaining 80 pounds of white rice, in the future, If you want to sleep with Kai Dai, you can come to my house anytime. I guarantee I won't mind. Yao Hei Fu was very satisfied, patted Yi Kun on the shoulder, and turned to leave with the birdcage. Beast, beast. Yi Kun sat on the ground, picked up the bow and crossbow beside him, knocked an arrow with a cold smile. Yao Hei Fu, stop right there. You little. Yao Hei Fu had already walked 10 steps away, suddenly turned back, and was startled to see Yi Kun aiming the bow and crossbow. Yi Kun sneered, "Put down my things, or I'll take your life with an arrow. Bastard, I don't believe you dare kill me." Yao Hei Fu dropped the birdcage and raised the wooden stick again. Bang! The bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot out. It struck Yao Hei Fu's right shoulder dead on. The arrowhead entered from the front, exiting from the back. Yao Hei Fu let out a miserable scream, the stick falling from his hand. Yi Kun quickly knocked a second arrow, aiming at Yao Hei Fu's chest. As they say, within 7 steps the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, both accurate and quick. If killing were not a crime, at this distance, Yi Kun could easily shoot Yao Hei Fu dead. Yao Hei Fu, severely injured by the arrow, felt excruciating pain in his right shoulder and was bleeding profusely. He dared not move anymore. He immediately squatted down, waving his hand, and called out, "Yi Kun, do you really want to kill me? Killing is a crime. Don't kill me, it's my bad luck. I want to take the remaining 80 pounds of white rice, okay? How about I just take one of the wild chickens or rabbits? Or I can give Kai Dai to you as a concubine. Let us be relatives." Yi Kun hadn't spoken yet when Yao Hei Fu proactively lowered the price. He was even willing to offer his sister for free. "Look at you, you bear." Yi Kun shook his head and glared. "Throw the stick aside, crawl over. I want to see the wound." This wound, if not treated, could lead to excessive blood loss and might cost Yao Hei Fu his life. Yi Kun didn't want to be a murderer, exiled to military service, leaving Jiang Yurong a widow. Yao Hei Fu grinned through the pain and really crawled over. Yi Kun looked at Yao Hei Fu's wound, broke the arrow shaft, and pulled the arrow out. The arrow was pulled out, and blood spurted out. Yao Hei Fu cried out in pain, wailing and almost fainting. Fortunately, it was a small arrow, and the wound wasn't too large, so it shouldn't be fatal. Yi Kun used Yao Hei Fu's clothes to bandage the wound, saying, "If you dare to bother me again, I'll take your life sooner or later. Also, if you say that I slept with your sister, then she is mine. If you dare to touch Kai Dai again, I'll also take your life." In fact, this time, Yi Kun was really wronged. He didn't get to eat lamb and ended up in trouble. He did a good deed by helping Kai Dai, but was falsely accused by Yao Hei Fu. Yao Hei Fu, enduring the pain, cried with snot and tears, "Yi Dalong, I won't dare again. Even if you sleep with my sister in front of me, I will. Shut up, get lost." Yi Kun struggled to stand up, using Yao Hei Fu's wooden stick to support himself under his left armpit, while holding the crossbow in his right hand. "You walk in front. Back home." Yao Hei Fu didn't dare to say anything else and led the way with the birdcage. Suddenly, a gust of bloody wind blew in. Both Yi Kun and Yao Hei Fu were startled, and before they could react, a colorful, fierce tiger pounced out from the left side of the woods. "My goodness, there's a tiger." Yao Hei Fu reacted quickly, dropped the birdcage, and ran away. A tiger, descending the mountain at dusk, is the most ferocious. Chapter 8. The concubine delivered to the door. Yi Kun also wanted to run, but as soon as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his ankle, and he fell to the ground. My life is over. The tiger in front of him weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds. Even if there were 3 Yi Kuns here, it would still be death. Moreover, Yi Kun had been injured in the foot and couldn't run at all. Roar! A tiger's roar sounded in his ears, but the colorful tiger abandoned Yi Kun and pounced directly at Yao Hei Fu. It seemed that the fierce tiger was picky and wanted to eat something lively, giving itself a bit of a challenge. Yao Hei Fu had just run a dozen steps when the tiger caught up from behind and knocked him to the ground. "Yi Kun, save me," Yao Hei Fu called out, and then there was silence. Yi Kun opened his eyes and saw that Yao Hei Fu's injured right shoulder and right arm were gone, bitten off by the tiger. The tiger bit down on Yao Hei Fu's shoulder and then tossed it aside. With a second bite, it directly severed Yao Hei Fu's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yao Hei Fu's limbs were still twitching. In the blink of an eye, Yi Kun raised his crossbow again, aiming at the tiger. "Today, there's no escaping death. But I have to struggle a bit." The tiger finished off Yao Hei Fu and turned to look at Yi Kun. "Come on, beast, let's fight to the death." Yi Kun shouted while sitting on the ground with his crossbow ready. This shout would definitely not scare the tiger, but at least it could allow him to die heroically, like a man. The tiger's gaze was disdainful as it leisurely picked up Yao Hifu's right arm and took a few bites. Damn, this tiger is a strategist, knowing how to apply pressure on its prey, winning without a fight. Yi Kun trembled, about to shoot the bolt, but he hesitated, fearing to anger the tiger. If he didn't shoot, perhaps the tiger would eat Yao Hifu, get full, and let him go. As Yi Kun was lost in thought, Yao Hifu's right arm had already entered the tiger's belly. Then, the tiger slowly approached, its eyes fixed on Yi Kun. "This damn thing still won't let me go." Sitting on the ground, Yi Kun desperately scooted back, shouting help. "The tiger is eating people." Roar. The tiger's shoulders sank, its front paws pressed against the ground, and it leaped high, pouncing at Yi Kun. "Damn it, I'm going to fight you." Yi Kun executed a bridge maneuver, lying down on the ground, aiming the crossbow at the tiger's chest, and shot. This small crossbow, with the arrowhead and shaft combined, was only a little over 2 feet long. It was completely useless against the beast. At most, it would just cause a superficial wound, not even needing a band-aid. Bang! The arrow flew out and actually hit. The tiger soared over Yi Kun's head and landed behind him. Immediately, it whipped its tail and swept Yi Kun away. What the hell? Yi Kun rolled several times before stabilizing himself. Just as he turned to sit up, he saw the tiger turning its head, staring at him. "This time, I'm definitely dead. Just give me a quick end." Yi Kun closed his eyes again. The tiger walked over slowly, its footsteps silent. Yi Kun kept his eyes closed but could smell the blood scent emanating from the tiger's mouth. Roar. Thud. Suddenly, the tiger let out a mournful cry, accompanied by a loud noise. Yi Kun was startled and opened his eyes, only to find the tiger collapsed in front of him, blood pouring from its 7 orifices, its 4 paws thrashing wildly. What the hell is going on? Yi Kun was confused and immediately scooted back. The tiger was too frenzied. Even though it was on the ground, its 4 paws were thrashing, kicking up dust and stones. Roar, roar. Whimper, whimper. After 3 minutes of struggling and roaring, the tiger finally stopped moving completely. Thank heaven, Yi Kun had regained a life, only to realize that he was soaked through and his hands and feet were cold. After resting for 3 to 5 minutes, Yi Kun moved closer to the tiger to check what had happened. Upon careful inspection, he understood that his earlier shot had hit the tiger squarely in the sleeping heart area on its chest. The entire 2-foot-long arrow shaft had been embedded. But the power of a small crossbow shouldn't be this great. A small bow and crossbow hitting a large beast could penetrate an inch beneath the skin at most, which would be impressive. After thinking it over repeatedly, Yi Kun suddenly realized. Just now, when the tiger pounced on him in midair, it was hit by the arrow in its chest. After the tiger fell, the arrow shaft pressed against the ground, and coincidentally, the entire shaft was driven in. Moreover, the arrowhead must have gone straight to the tiger's heart, perfectly aligned. Understanding the cause and effect, Yi Kun really wanted to lie on the ground and kowtow to the ancestors of the Yi family. All the good luck in his life must have concentrated on today and been used up at once. Help! Help! Realizing everything, Yi Kun stood up and shouted loudly. The tiger was dead, he had regained a life, and it was time to claim his reward. In the southern mountainous region of the Great Ding Kingdom, tiger infestations were severe. The court rewarded villagers for killing tigers, giving 10 copper coins for killing an adult tiger, equivalent to 10 taels of silver. They also exempted the family from taxes for life. Surviving a great disaster brings great fortune. This time, Yi Kun was truly going to get rich. Yi Kun. Yidalang. Where are you? On the way into the mountains, the calls of the villagers could be heard. Yi Kun shouted, I'm here. Footsteps sounded as Qin Cho rushed over with a dozen villagers. Dalong. Jiang Yurong pulled along the widow Dai, she from next door, as well as Yao Hifu's sister, Kai Dai, who followed behind. It turned out that Yao Hifu had beaten Yao Kai Dai in the morning, forcing her to admit that Yi Kun had slept with her. And then he went into the mountains with a wooden stick to settle accounts with Yi Kun. Yao Kai Dai worried that Yi Kun would suffer, so she informed Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yurong, scared along with Dai Shi, pleaded with the village chief Chin Cho to take the villagers into the mountains to look for Yi Kun. The village chief and the villagers had eaten Yi Kun's venison porridge the day before and felt embarrassed to refuse, so they all came along. Seeing the villagers, Yi Kun finally felt relieved and collapsed to the ground. Chin Cho and the others rushed to the front, seeing the bloodstains on the ground, as well as the bodies of Yao Hifu and the tiger, all shocked and trembling. Yao Kai-dai saw her brother's body, rushed over, cried out loudly, and then fainted. With her brother dead, she became an orphan, naturally heartbroken. Daishi stepped forward, hugging Kai-dai, pinching her acupoint and slapping her face, trying to revive her. But Jiang Yurong rushed over, embracing Yi Kun, crying out, "Dalong, are you hurt? Are you okay? Don't cry, I'm fine." Yi Kun stroked Jiang Yurong's hair, gently comforting her. "Yi Dalong, did you kill the tiger?" After a long pause, Chin Cho stammered. "Of course it was me." Yi Kun had already prepared his response. Wearing a sorrowful expression, "I was hunting in the mountains when I heard Yao Hifu calling for help, so I ran over with my bow and arrow. But I wasn't able to save him, even though I killed the tiger. All right, I was also injured. I hurt my ankle." Yao Hifu's injured right shoulder had already been swallowed by the tiger, leaving no witnesses to the truth. No one knew about the fight between Yi Kun and Yao Hifu. Chin Cho squatted down, patting Yi Kun's shoulder. "Brother, you being able to kill the tiger is already remarkable. Yao Hifu being killed by the tiger was his fate. In any case, you are a hero for killing the tiger. You will prosper in the future. Everyone, our village has produced a tiger-slaying hero, and we all have face now. Quickly carry the tiger's body back and accompany Yi Kun to the county office to claim the reward." The one speaking was Qin Xiao's brother, the second in line, born at noon, named Qin Erwu. Qin Erwu had served in the military in his youth, and during a battle, he fell off his horse and had his leg crushed, leaving him lame. After retiring and returning home, he was also called Qin Xiaozi. Because Qin Xiaozi was once a horse archer, he was considered the best archer in Caomiao village. However, even the best archer, Qin Erwu, was in awe of Yi Kun for killing an adult male tiger with a short arrow. The villagers immediately responded. Everyone packed up Yao Hifu's body, chopped some sticks, carried the dead tiger, and shouldered Yi Kun, marching back home in high spirits. 2 half-grown children ran back to the village, calling for the villagers to come and help. There was not much sadness over Yao Hifu's death. In these times, dying was too normal, especially since Yao Hifu was a troublemaker in the village. Only Yao Kai-dai cried all the way. The village chief, Chin Cho, became annoyed by Katie's wailing and said, "Kai-dai, stop crying. Your brother is dead. But Yi Kun has become wealthy. I'll take charge and send you to Yi Kun as a concubine. Yi Kun is a tiger hero. You won't have to pay taxes for life and can support you." Yi Kun replied with a sidelong glance, "Brother Chin, don't say that. Kai-dai isn't even 16 yet. In dating country, both men and women are considered adults at 16 and can discuss marriage. Take her home, let her gain some weight. And when she turns 16, she can be a concubine." Chin Cho chuckled. "If I were a tiger hero, I would at least marry 3 concubines and have many sons to work hard." Plop. Kai-dai had already knelt down, pulling at Yi Kun's pants leg. "Big brother, please take me as a concubine. I can work, fanning you in summer and warming your feet in winter." The villagers all chuckled mischievously. "Yidala, did you hear that? She can warm your feet." Chapter 9. You really can brag. Jiang Yurong also looked at Yi Kun and nodded slightly. It seemed she supported Yi Kun taking a concubine. "Kai-dai, don't be like this." Yi Kun sighed and waved his hand. "Your brother is dead. If you have no food to eat in the future, you can come to my house for meals and help take care of my old mother. I promise I won't let you go hungry." "Thank you, big brother." Kai-dai bowed her head and happily stood up. She felt that Yi Kun's words meant he accepted her as a concubine. The villagers who came to assist had already arrived, all carrying poles and ropes, ready to lift the tiger and march back in a grand procession. The entire Caomiao village was in an uproar, with hundreds of people coming to watch, filled with envy and jealousy. The village chief, Chin Cho, said, "Yi Kun, we need to set off tonight to send the tiger to the county office so we can arrive early tomorrow morning. I'll help you borrow an ox cart and gather some villagers to accompany you." According to regulations, the tiger that was killed had to be sent to the county office for inspection. The inspection required the presence of the tiger's corpse, the tools used to kill it, and the hunter. All three were essential. Yi Kuan nodded, entrusting village chief Qin Cho to borrow the ox cart, and asked his wife Jiang Yurong to hurry and prepare dinner. She helped to gather the wild chickens and rabbits they hunted today to make soup for everyone. The white rice paired with meat soup filled the stomachs of the 8 men. The village chief borrowed 2 ox carts and ox, calling everyone to load the dead tiger onto the cart, lighting torches, and setting off for the county town overnight. Yi Kuan had hurt his leg and couldn't walk, so he sat in another cart pushed by the villagers. The county town was 50 miles away. Everyone traveled through the night and finally reached the county office after sunrise the next day. The county office had a specialized department responsible for tigers, also in charge of inspecting tigers sent from various places. However, the inspection process was slow. They had to skin the tiger on the spot, eviscerate it, check the wounds, and also interrogate the hunter and inspect the tools used. After passing the inspection, they went to the main hall of the county office to claim their reward, register, and receive tax exemption documents. The court was quite serious about tiger hunting, giving Yi Kuan 10 taels of silver, exempting his entire family from taxes for life, and returning 100 jin of tiger meat. After going through the entire procedure, it was already noon. They found a small tavern, cut off 10 jin of tiger meat, and asked the owner to hurry up and cook. In those days, eating meat meant either steaming or grilling. The tavern owner divided the tiger meat in half, one half for soup and the other half for roasting, and served several pots of wine. At a neighboring table, 5 or 6 guests, like Yi Kuan and the others, had also hunted a tiger and came to the county town to claim their reward. They ate meat in large chunks and drank wine from big bowls, loudly bragging about their tiger hunting experiences. Yi Kuan listened, smiling without speaking. Qin Cho tugged at Yi Kuan. Yi Dailang, your archery is so good. Why don't we in Chao Miao village apply to form a tiger hunting team? You could be the team leader. How about it? Qin Erwo's eyes lit up. Yes, if we form a tiger hunting team and kill 5 tigers a year, we can exempt the whole village from taxes for a year, plus the reward money. However, Wang Dakwai, who was with them, shook his head. A tiger hunting team needs 15 people. After a year, if we're left with 5, that would be great. For years ago, we had a tiger hunting team in our village. They killed 3 tigers but lost 7 lives. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. Relying on tiger hunting to get rich was too risky. At the neighboring table, a burly man laughed heartily, pointing at Wang Dakwai and the others. That's because you're foolish and can't hunt tigers. Our Guan family village's tiger hunting team has already killed 8 fierce tigers this year, and only 3 people died. Qin Erwo became furious, slamming the table and shouting, "You guys are just bragging. I know your Guan family village's tiger hunting team only killed 2 female tigers and caught 6 cubs that had just learned to walk. How can that count as 8 fierce tigers?" Guan family village was 20 miles away from Chao Miao village, not too far. Due to marriages and family ties, the 2 villages communicated with each other. Wang Dakwai also said sideways, "My cousin married in your Guan family village. I heard last year your tiger hunting team lost 6 people, and 2 were accidentally injured by your own men and are now disabled, right?" Qin Cho laughed. "What we brought today is a 600-plus gene mature male tiger, killed by our sharpshooter Yi Kuan with a single arrow. Can you do that? Look at the tiger you sent. It's weak and frail, only about 300 gene, right? Moreover, the tiger is full of holes, just like a cabbage eaten by bugs. I don't know how many shots you fired or how many arrows you shot to kill the tiger." Yin Liuha, who was with them, added, "The tiger from Guan family village died from pain, not from being shot." Qin Erwu and the others laughed heartily. Yi Kuan, however, felt bored, shook his head, and continued drinking and eating meat. The hunters from Guan family village were enraged, shouting, "Since Yu Chao Miao village has sharpshooters, why not dare to form a tiger hunting team and compete with us from Guan family village?" Qin Erwu, who was hot-tempered, pulled Yi Kuan and said, "Big brother, let us go back and set up a tiger hunting team to compete with Guan family village. With your archery skills, we won T lose." Just then, a refined young man in his 20s walked into the tavern, wearing a long gown made of hemp, carrying several gene of tiger meat, and asking the owner to grill the meat and serve wine. The men from Guan Family Village and Chow Miao Village continued their verbal sparring. The newly arrived refined young man sat alone in the corner, watching the quarrel between the two villages with great interest. Yi Kun, worried that a fight might break out, stood up and cupped his fist towards the tiger hunting team members from Guan Family Village. Brothers, since the tiger problem is serious now, instead of arguing, why not share some tiger hunting experiences? Why fight over who has better and ruin the mood? The captain of the Guan Family Village tiger hunting team, surnamed Zhao, with a scar on his face, laughed heartily. What? You want to steal our Guan Family Village's tiger hunting experience? I want to fall for that. The people from Guan Family Village laughed together. Was Guan Family Village's tiger hunting experience really that impressive? Yi Kun was also fired up, scoffing. When it comes to hunting tigers, it's just shooting with bows and arrows, hunting in groups, setting traps, or using poison bait to kill the tigers. Even a child could do that. Why would I need to steal skills from you? Ancient people hunted tigers with just these methods. Given the current industrial level in dating country, they can't even make an animal trap, only relying on traps, poison bait, and bows and arrows for tiger hunting. In a narrow encounter, in urgent situations, tiger hunting teams will also use long spears or iron forks to engage in close combat with tigers. But the outcomes are mostly tragic. Captain Zhao from Guan Family Village glared. Don't brag, boy. Is that really how you hunt tigers? What experience do you have? Yi Kun coldly laughed. If our Chow Miao village forms a tiger hunting team, I can guarantee two things. First, if we see a tiger, we will kill it. As long as the tiger is in my sight, none will escape. Second, I can guarantee that not a single member of the tiger hunting team will die or be injured. The members of the Guan Family Village tiger hunting team all laughed. You really know how to brag. Can you blow the tiger to death? The people from Chow Miao Village, including Qin Erwu, also thought Yi Kun had drunk too much and was talking big. A clay pot won tea leave the mouth of the well. A great general is bound to die on the battlefield. Hunting tigers was like waging war. How could there be no casualties? The refined young man sitting in the corner, however, stood up and cupped his fists in salute to Yi Kun. Brother, can you elaborate on your tiger hunting experience? I would love to hear it. Chapter 10. The covering cannot hide it. Yi Kun was somewhat surprised as he sized up the man in the gray robe. The man in the gray robe continued. In the southern region of the Daxiang Mountains, a large-scale tiger hunt is being organized. The tiger population has been driven into our county. The tiger problem in our county will become even more severe, and the people here are all living in fear. So, I sincerely seek your experiences in hunting tigers. Logically speaking, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and tigers should not appear in large numbers. However, the area around Daxiang Mountain, as the gray robe man mentioned, had experienced a plague a few years ago, leading to vast stretches of the mountain being uninhabited, resulting in a surge in the tiger population. Now, with the court organizing troops to hunt tigers in Daxiang Mountain using fire attacks and military drives, the tigers in the 1,000-mile Daxiang Mountain will naturally move northward. This situation has also occurred in the later generations in the Bashu region, where Zhang Xinzhong massacred Sichuan, leaving it desolate and causing a tiger infestation. Later, when the Manchus took control of the world, officials and attendants sent to Sichuan witnessed groups of tigers roaming around villages, devouring countless people. One county official, accompanied by 5 or 6 attendants, ended up losing all his attendants to the tigers. Seeing the refined man being polite, Yi Kun began to speak freely. I think our current method of hunting tigers, where we kill 1,000 enemies but lose 1,000 ourselves, trading one tiger's life for that of several men, is a foolish approach. To hunt tigers, the first point is to ensure the safety of the tiger hunting team. Captain Zhao from Guanjia village laughed heartily. You kid, hiding in bed every day, cuddling with your wife to ensure safety. Yi Kun was furious and wanted to retort. The refined man intervened, glaring at Captain Zhao. Brother, we're discussing serious matters. Please be respectful. Captain Zhao opened his mouth, but finally held back. People are judged by their attire, seeing the other party's extraordinary demeanor. Captain Zhao dared not act recklessly. The gray-robed man again cupped his fist to Yi Kun. Brother, please continue, I am all ears. Yi Kun nodded and continued. From the current situation, hunting tigers is a long-term task. We need professional tiger hunters, along with specialized bows, crossbows, and other equipment. To do well, one must first sharpen their tools. The gray-robed man nodded and asked, "If you were the captain of the tiger hunting team in Kaomayakan, how would you arrange it?" Yi Kuan smiled and said, "I would set up specialized tiger hunting bunkers where the hunting team could hide inside, using bait to attract the tigers and then shoot them." Bunkers? Yes, specialized watchtowers that can ensure the safety of the hunting team. Yi Kuan nodded and added, "Having bunkers isn't enough. We also need to improve our bows and arrows, making them more powerful and accurate, ensuring a one-shot kill on the tigers." Captain Zhao couldn't help himself again and laughed. "Stop bragging. Even the best military archers using the strongest bows cannot guarantee a one-shot kill on a ferocious tiger. I don't know about others, but I can." Yi Kuan glared at Captain Zhao and signaled the tavern owner to settle the bill, leaving with Qin Shou and the others. The gray-robed man watched Yi Kuan and the others leave, deep in thought. After leaving the tavern, Yi Kuan took out 5 taels of silver and exchanged it for 5 strings of copper coins, handing 1 string of coins to Qin Shou. "Brother Qin Shou, this string of coins is your hard-earned fee, along with the rental fee for the ox cart." Qin Shou was taken aback. You're giving us so much?" "A string of coins is 1,000 small copper coins, enough for an ordinary family's expenses for a year. A carpenter like Yi Kuan, when hired, earns only 5 copper coins a day." Wang Dakuai and Yin Luhai were also surprised, doubting they heard wrong. To give out a string of coins is too extravagant. They thought they would just accompany Yi Kuan to collect a reward and enjoy a couple of meals, never expecting to receive money. "Yes, I'm giving you money. See what you want to buy. Let's all buy something to take home," Yi Kuan said lightly. Qin Er was scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. "Brother, this is too much." Yi Kuan waved his hand. "What are you fussing about? It's just a string of coins." Only then did everyone accept it, each of them excited. The county town's commerce was relatively prosperous, and things were a bit cheaper than in the town. Yi Kuan bought a whole piece of fine linen, some white and brown rice, and a hodgepodge of other items, placing them on the ox cart to take back. He also found a doctor to buy some medicine for bruises and applied it to his ankle. Qin Shou, being meticulous, bought a large vat for Yi Kuan, cutting the remaining tiger meat and placing it in the vat, adding water and salt to soak it. It was already not fresh, and if it was not pickled, it would start to smell. After dark, they returned to Kaomayakan. Jiang Yurong and Kai Dai had already prepared dinner, waiting eagerly. Yao Hifu's body had been hastily buried. Kai Dai didn't dare to stay alone in her old house, directly packing her things and officially moving into Ye's house. Seeing Yi Kuan return, Jiang Yurong came forward to support him. "Brother, is your foot better? Does it still hurt?" "It's almost healed. I bought some medicine," Yi Kuan smiled, leaning on Jiang Yurong as they entered the house, calling Qin Shou and the others to eat. After dinner, Yi Kuan asked Qin Shou to divide the tiger meat, giving each person going to the county town a pound. It was hot weather, and tiger meat would spoil if not eaten, so Yi Kuan was very generous. Qin Shou didn't hold back, wielding the knife to cut the meat. Yi Kuan then said, "By the way, Brother Qin Shou, how many people are there in our village now?" "Currently, there should be about 300 people in the village." "Why?" "Take another 2 strings of copper coins and distribute them to the villagers, regardless of gender or age. Each person gets 5 copper coins." Yi Kuan took out 2 strings of coins and added, "Those over 60, under 7, pregnant, disabled, and widowed, each gets an additional 5 copper coins." Qin Shou was stunned, speechless. Was he crazy, giving away his own money to everyone? Jiang Yurong also didn't understand, her face puzzled, but she didn't dare to say anything. Men speak, and women do not dare to interrupt. Yi Kuan smiled. "Brother Qin Shou, why are you in a daze? Just do as I say." "All right then, I will explain to the villagers that this is your money." Qin Shou snapped out of shock and nodded. Yin Luhai also didn't understand and laughed. "Yi Kuan, why do you want to give money to the villagers? You could keep the money for yourself and go have fun at Chunyin Tower." "Luhai, don't mention Chunyin Tower again." Yi Kuan shook his head and said, "The villagers are having a hard time. It's right to help each other. Besides, I'll need the villagers' help in the future." Yin Luhai chuckled and quickly shut up. Qin Shou and the others took their leave, taking the 2 strings of copper coins to distribute the money overnight. Some families had many members, and some received dozens of copper coins in one go. That night, Many villagers in Kaomayakan were so excited that they couldn't sleep, calculating how to spend this windfall. Yi Kuin's mother, who was upset about the money, had already gone to bed but got up to ask Yi Kuin, "Brother, why did you give away the money you earned with your life?" "Mother, let me explain." Yi Kuin helped his mother sit down and smiled. "You know there are bandits on Shuangya Mountain. We also have some ruffians in our village who collude with the bandits. If the bandits find out we have money, they will definitely come to rob us. So, I'm giving some to everyone. It makes us safer. If the bandits really come to rob, the villagers will help me." His blind mother thought it over and nodded repeatedly. "What you say makes sense. Even if we get robbed, we won't starve later because the villagers have shared our money and owe us a favor. They will help us in the future." Yi Kuin chuckled and let his mother rest. Jiang Yurong didn't dare to express her opinion and went to handle the tiger meat. She set aside half to cook, adding salt for preservation, preparing to make jerky. Kai Dai brought a basin of hot water, squatting in front of Yi Kuin. "Brother, I'll wash your feet. You've been on the road and must be tired. Soaking your feet in hot water will feel more comfortable." Yi Kuin soaked his feet while sizing up Kai Dai. The 14 or 15-year-old girl had already begun to develop, showing obvious female characteristics on her chest. However, Kai Dai's clothes were really too torn, like a fishing net, barely covering the key parts of her body. She had no pants and even less safety shorts, just a piece of burlap wrapped around her waist like a skirt. Yi Kuin sat opposite Kai Dai and could see everything. "Kai Dai, get up, I'll wash my feet myself." Yi Kuin felt very embarrassed. "No, I'm the little concubine of the big brother. I should wash your feet." Kai Dai wouldn't leave and gently rubbed Yi Kuin's feet. This kind of country girl, who could barely fill her stomach and had no education, didn't even realize there was anything wrong with her clothes. "All right, I'm done washing." Yi Kuin didn't dare to look at Kai Dai anymore and hurriedly washed his feet. "You should go to sleep now, Kai Dai also. Don't mention the concubine thing in the future. You are still young." Chapter 11. Promise not to steal food. Yi Kuin washed his feet and called Jiang Yurong over. "Yurong, I bought some fine linen again today. Please invite Sister Dai, she from next door, to come over and make a few sets of clothes for our family. Kai Dai's clothes are too worn out. Make a set for her too. Sister Dai, she is good at sewing and tailors well." Jiang Yurong nodded. "Okay, I'll go find Sister Dai, she first thing tomorrow morning." But Kai Dai shook her head repeatedly. "Big brother, Sister Yurong, I don't want clothes. I just want to make sure I don't starve. Don't be silly, little girl. You live in my house, so we are family. We eat and we're the same." Yi Kuin said, patting Kai Dai's head. "Go to sleep now. I want to talk to Sister Yurong." Kai Dai smiled and turned to leave. Jiang Yurong washed Yi Kuin's feet and applied some ointment for bruises. In fact, Yi Kuin's foot was almost healed. He could walk with a slight limp. After resting for a couple more days, the bruising would fade and he would recover. Looking at Jiang Yurong, Yi Kuin said, "Yurong, Kai Dai is very pitiful. Let us take her in for now and let her help you with some chores. In a couple of years, when she grows up, we can find her husband." Jiang Yurong raised her head in surprise. "Big brother, you're not keeping Kai Dai as a concubine, are you?" Yi Kuin chuckled and pinched Jiang Yurong's shoulder. "Stop joking. Kai Dai is still young. Sleep now. I missed you after not seeing you all day." Jiang Yurong's face turned red, and she softly said, "The meat is still cooking in the kitchen. I'll check on it before coming to serve you for sleep." Yi Kuin smiled and nodded. Kai Dai understood and went to the kitchen to wait for Jiang Yurong's call. As a concubine, she had to listen to the main wife. Jiang Yurong cut a small piece of cooked tiger meat and handed it to Kai Dai, smiling. "Kai Dai, your big brother said you should eat more meat. Once you get fat, we'll keep you as a concubine." Surprisingly, Kai Dai wasn't shy at all and believed it, nodding while eating. "Sister Yurong, as long as there's food, I can gain weight in 3 months." "All right, I'll check back in 3 months to see if you put on some weight." Jiang Yurong pinched Kai Dai's arm and laughed. "I'm going to sleep now. Watch the fire under the stove. If it goes out, you can sleep." Kai Dai nodded repeatedly. "Sister, go sleep with big brother. I'll keep an eye on it. Don't worry, I promise not to steal food." How could this girl say such things? What does sleeping with big brother even mean? Jiang Yurong found it both amusing and exasperating as she left the kitchen. As for Kai Dai stealing food, she was worried. There were still 50 pounds of tiger meat at home, and it would spoil if not eaten. In the bedroom, Yi Kuin was already in bed. When he saw Jiang Yurong come in, a hint of mischief appeared in his eyes. Jiang Yurong's face flushed. and she quietly climbed into bed after turning off the light. In the dark, Yi Kun stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Jiang Yurong's slim waist. Yurong, let me help you undress. Jiang Yurong's whole body went soft, and she whispered, Big brother, your foot is injured. My foot is injured. But everything else is fine, he replied. Jiang Yurong still wanted to pretend to refuse, but her lips were already blocked. Tiger meat and deer meat seem to have similar effects. They can make a person strong like a beast. The old wooden bed creaked for a while before finally settling down. Big brother, once your foot is better, you should fix this bed. Jiang Yurong buried her head in Yi Kun's chest. It's so embarrassing with all the creaking. It's fine, my mother can't hear it. Your mother is blind. Not deaf. Jiang Yurong bit Yi Kun's ear, and Kai Dai is sleeping in the carpenter's workshop outside the back window. She will hear it too. All right, when I have time, I'll fix this broken bed. Yi Kun also felt that this broken bed didn't team match his identity as a carpenter. Jiang Yurong rewarded Yi Kun with a kiss and suddenly said, By the way, big brother, let us keep Kai Dai as a concubine. Yi Kun found it strange. Yurong, why do you want to keep Kai Dai? Because you said the ritual of the Duke of Zhou every night. 7 times? I'm afraid I won't be able to serve you well. Jiang Yurong said carefully, with a pleading look, In the future, if Kai Dai becomes your concubine, she and I can serve you together. Wow, are you serious? Yi Kun was amused, pinching Jiang Yurong's nose. Dear, stop talking nonsense. If I were to take a concubine, I'd rather take Sister Dai, she next door. Ah, you want to take Sister Dai, she is a concubine? Jiang Yurong was very happy. Then I'll tell her tomorrow. We'll all be in the same family, and she can keep me company. Yi Kun couldn't help but laugh. I was joking. You took it seriously? I'm serious. I'll tell her tomorrow. Stop it, or I'll spank you. The couple chatted and got a bit carried away, inevitably sharing some affectionate moments before finally falling asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Yi Kun was still sleeping when he heard someone talking in the room. It turned out Jiang Yurong had woken up early and invited the widow Dai Shi over. Dai Shi looked at the fine linen, enviously praised it, and began measuring and cutting clothes. She started with clothes for the old lady. A bolt of cloth was 10 lengths long and 3 feet wide, enough to make about 10 sets of adult clothes. Yi Kun was generous and said to Dai Shi, Sister Dai Shi, after we finish making our clothes, there will still be some fabric left. You can make a set for yourself as payment. Dai Shi was flustered, waving her hands. How can that be? You've already given me rice, meat, and money these past few days. I can't take your clothes too. Yi Kun smiled. Just make the clothes first. We can discuss it afterward. Just then, the lame Qin Erwu was passing by with a borrowed ox cart, ready to return it to its owner. Yi Kun waved and asked, Brother Erwu, I want to accompany Yurong back to her family. Can you drive the ox cart for me? My foot isn't good yet. Of course. I'll return the cart tonight. Qin Erwu immediately nodded and waited outside. Jiang Yurong, however, was taken aback, staring at Yi Kun in shock. Because Jiang Yurong hadn't said she wanted to go back to her family. Could it be that Big Brother had taken a liking to Dai Shi or Kai Dai and wanted to send her back? Yurong, come with me. Yi Kun pulled Jiang Yurong into the bedroom. Jiang Yurong's eyes were red, and she whispered, Big Brother, if I did something wrong, you can hit me or scold me. I'll change. But please don't send me away. Don't send me back to my family. Silly girl, what are you saying? How could I bear to send you away? Yi Kun embraced Jiang Yurong and smiled. I just want to take some tiger meat to your family. We have so much that it will spoil if we don't eat it. I also mentioned last night that keeping too much money at home isn't safe. If we send some to your family, if we ever become poor, we can still go to your family for a meal, right? Jiang Yurong was both surprised and delighted. Raising her tearful eyes, Big Brother, are you serious? Sending something to my family? Chapter 12. The machine gun fires. If it's true, Jiang Yurong's face will be quite big. Moreover, her maternal family is poor, and they can't even guarantee enough wild vegetable porridge to eat every day. Sending some tiger meat and white rice over could save lives. What a fool! Have I ever lied to you? Yi Kun squeezed Jiang Yurong's shoulder. Quickly go pack up. Take 10 pounds of tiger meat and 10 pounds of white rice to your family. I'll prepare the other things. Jiang Yurong felt it was too much and whispered, If I take so many things, my mother-in-law will scold me. It's fine, I'll tell my mother. Yi Kun smiled. limping off to discuss it with his mother. A husband's duty is to his son, and a grown son does not obey his mother. The old lady had no objections and nodded. Bringing Yorong into the family, we spent not a penny. It's only right to bring some gifts when you visit your in-laws. Jiang Yorong, listening, smiled broadly and hurried to thank her mother-in-law. The household chores were entrusted to Dai, she, and Kai Dai. Dai, she was making clothes and was in charge of meals. Kai Dai could cook and assist Dai, she while learning to make clothes. Yi Kuan and Jiang Yorong packed the tiger meat, white rice, coarse salt, and cloth, taking a string of coins and climbed onto the ox cart. Yesterday in the county town, Yi Kuan also bought many candied fruits and dried snacks to bring along. Jiang Yorong's maternal family lived in Jiangatu village, 10 miles away. Qin Erwu drove the ox cart and turned back with a smile. Delang, with so many things, are you planning to bring back a little concubine from Jiangatu? Erwu, can we talk about something else? Sure. Qin Erwu chuckled. Let's talk about the tiger hunting team. You got me interested yesterday in the tavern. If we set up a tiger hunting team in Saomiao village. I'm just bragging, trying to fool a few guys from Guanjia village, and you believe it? Yi Kuan shook his head. Brother Erwu, let's not get into life-risking money-making ventures. Now that we have money, we could take a break. We can think about making money in a few days. Qin Erwu felt a bit disappointed and said, Then can you make me a bow and arrow? After injuring one leg, Qin Erwu became a professional hunter. He was very interested in Yi Kuan's accurate crossbow. The army also had crossbows, but they weren't accurate and were very heavy. Yi Kuan smiled. That's not difficult. Once my leg is better, I'll find time to make you one. Qin Erwu brightened up. Thank you, Delang. I'll pay you. No need for money. I don't sell my bows and crossbows, only rent them. Yi Kuan waved his hand and smiled. I'll rent you the bow and crossbow for hunting. You can give me 1/3 of the game you catch. If the bow or crossbow breaks, I'll take care of the repairs. In these times, renting land to farm also requires paying 1/3 of the harvest. Qin Erwu readily agreed. That's fine, as long as I hit the game. I'm just afraid the bow and crossbow won't work well. Yi Kuan rolled his eyes. Isn't that nonsense? If you can kill a tiger, you shouldn't worry about hitting other game. They chatted all the way to the village entrance of Jiangatu. Yi Kuan took out 2 pieces of candied fruit and a piece of jerky, tossing them to Qin Erwu. Brother Erwu, you take the ox cart and wait for me in the woods of the village entrance. When the afternoon sun tilts to the west, come back to pick me up. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring Qin Erwu to my father-in-law's house for the first time. Qin Erwu had no objections and grinned. Sure, I'll wait for you. Yi Kuan got off the cart, carrying a burlap bag, and entered the village with Jiang Yorong. Both limping. Jiang Yorong also carried a package containing cloth, candied snacks, and a string of coins. At the village entrance, a few women were gossiping. They were deeply engaged in conversation, seemingly the core members of the Jiangatu village intelligence team. Upon seeing Jiang Yorong and Yi Kuan, the women's eyes lit up, and they began to discuss. Oh no, our village's misfortune, Star's been sent back. Yes, that man is the little carpenter Yi Kuan, Delang. He was doing well, just married Jiang Yorong, and now his leg is crippled. Look, the little carpenter is carrying a bag. It must be Jiang Yorong's dowry. This time, he's here to break off the engagement. Jiang Yorong heard their chatter, but dared not speak, lowering her head as she walked. Yi Kuan also heard and shot a glare at the women. The Jiang family was having a meal. It was close to noon, and in a poor household, they only had 1 meal a day, which counted as breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Jiang Yorong's mother, Jiang Lishur, was dressed in tattered clothes, sitting on the threshold with a bowl of wild vegetable brown rice porridge, eating heartily. Mom! Jiang Yorong felt a pang in her heart and called out. Huh? Jiang Lishur looked up and was shocked to see Yi Kuan and her daughter standing in front of her, carrying packages and bags. Unable to speak for a moment, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Mom! Jiang Yorong's tears rolled down as she bent down to help her mother. But suddenly, Jiang Lishur dropped the bowl and, with a thud, knelt at Yi Kuan's feet, crying, Delang, Yi's son-in-law, please give Yorong a way to live. If you break off the engagement now, Yorong really won't be able to survive. Yi Kuan was startled and at a loss. He had come to visit his in-laws, but how did his mother-in-law end up kneeling to him upon their first meeting? Before Yi Kuan could react, Jiang Yorong's father, Jiang Guozhu, also came out, looking at Yi Kuan pitifully and bowing repeatedly. Delang, if Yurong doesn't do well. You can scold her as you please. If you kill her, it's no big deal, but you can't break off the engagement. No, no, no. Yi Kun was at a loss for words and hurriedly bowed to his father-in-law. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you've misunderstood. I'm not breaking off the engagement. I just came to accompany Yurong to see you. Jiang Yurong also pulled her mother up and brushed off the dirt on her. Jiang Guozhu examined Yi Kun and his daughter, his expression dubious. Really? Not breaking off the engagement? Yi Kun forced a smile. Really not. Oh, then I understand. Jiang Guozhu suddenly realized and nodded. You must have had nothing to eat and couldn't stand it anymore. Wanted to come back to eat something, right? Understand what a big fool you are. Yi Kun felt speechless. The neighbors on both sides were also stirred, peeking out to watch the commotion. Jiang Yurong didn't have time to explain and hurriedly helped her mother into the house. A young woman came from the back courtyard. She was Jiang Yurong's sister-in-law, Xue Sanggu. Xue Sanggu looked at Yi Kun and Jiang Yurong with cold eyes, her mouth firing like a machine gun. A married girl is like spilled water. You are now a member of the Yi family, not our Jiang family. Your life or death has nothing to do with your maternal family. We have no food left either. We're almost starving to death. Sister-in-law, we don't want anything to eat. Jiang Yurong weakly explained as she set down her package. Don't want food, but want money? Xue Sanggu glared. You misfortune star, marrying Yi Kun. Our family didn't take a penny, and we even gave you a whole set of clothes and a wooden box. What? Now you want to come back home for money? Jiang Yurong, already timid and weak, was brought to tears by her sister-in-law's barrage and said, Sister-in-law, it's not like that. Please listen to me. Yurong, don't say anymore. Yi Kun got angry, lifting Jiang Yurong's package. If not, let us go back. Even if we starve to death in the future, we won't set foot in your maternal home again. Chapter 13. For the sake of my sister-in-law. Delang. Jiang Yurong knew her husband was angry, and she looked at Yi Kun with pitiful eyes, tears about to fall. Xue Sanggu sneered, clapping her hands and shouting, It's just as well you didn't come. Who wanted you here anyway? It's best to just let it go like this. If you become a wealthy lord in the future, we'll beg for food and won't even set foot in your house. All right, it's a deal. Yi Kun nodded and pulled Jiang Yurong to leave. Delang, don't go. Jiang Guozhu stepped forward to stop them, sighing. You are still my son-in-law, since you came. How can you leave without eating? We still have some rough rice at home. I'll cook some porridge first. Jiang Lishir also nodded from the side, her eyes earnest. Bang! But Xue Sanggu turned her butt and slammed the door as she left. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yurong chased after her. However, Xue Sanggu didn't look back, heading straight for the riverbank. Jiang Yurong sighed and returned home, looking at Yi Kun with a pitiful expression. Just as Yi Kun was about to speak, two little girls came from the backyard. One about 7 or 8 years old, and the other 13 or 14. They both had pale faces, like underdeveloped bean sprouts. They were Jiang Yurong's two younger sisters, Mei Jiang Yud and San Mei Jiang Yukai. In Jiang Yud's arms was a 1 or 2-year-old child, who was Xue Sanggu's son. The whole family was thin, except for the child, who was quite chubby and fair. Sister, you're back. The two little girls were very happy to see Jiang Yurong. Jiang Yud stepped forward and grabbed her sister's hand. Sister, we still have wild vegetables and rough rice at home. I'll go make you a bowl of porridge. Yukai tugged at her sister's sleeve. Sister, I'll go look outside. Maybe I can find a big frog to make frog meat porridge for you, okay? The nature of humanity is inherently good. The children are still innocent. Jiang Yurong had already cried to the point of being unable to speak, hugging her two younger sisters tightly. Yurong, stop crying. Yi Kun felt a bit pained, and for the sake of his in-laws and two sisters-in-law, he took off his satchel and pulled out white rice, saying to his in-laws, This 10 pounds of white rice is from your daughter Yurong, as a tribute to you too. 10 pounds of white rice? Jiang Guozhu and his wife both trembled, asking in shock, Where did this come from? And 10 pounds of tiger meat. Yi Kun took out another 10 pounds of tiger meat and placed it on the table, saying to Jiang Yurong, Yurong, take out the things in your package to give to your parents and two sisters. Jiang Yurong nodded repeatedly, opened the package, and joyfully said, Dad, Mom, this is a string of cash for you to use. This is cloth, fine linen for you to make clothes. This is candied fruit. This is jerky. This is fruit. Yukai, come eat. Little nephew can have some too. What is this? The expressions of Jiang Guozhu and his wife were very funny. They were at a loss, shocked, surprised, and couldn't believe it. Yud and Yukai didn't care and had already cheered, diving in. One grabbed the cloth, and the other grabbed the candied fruit. Jiang Yurong took everything out and piled it on the table like a small mountain, smiling and saying, "Dad, Mom, these are all gifts from your son-in-law, Yikuan. Where did all this come from?" Jiang Guozhu rubbed his eyes, confirming that this was not a dream, and grabbed Yi Kuan's hand. "Good son-in-law. So your family is so wealthy." Jiang Yurong smiled. Delang caught a fierce tiger the day before yesterday and received a reward. "Ah, Delang can hunt tigers?" Jiang Guozhu was both shocked and delighted. "I vaguely heard someone say that someone in Saomiao village caught a tiger. It turns out it was you, son-in-law. Amazing, really amazing." Jiang Lisher's face also blossomed with a smile, clapping her hands and laughing. "Now it's good. Yu Rong can follow her son-in-law and won't starve." "Just lucky," Yi Kuan smiled, inviting his in-laws to take a seat while he stepped back a couple of paces, adjusted his clothes, and bowed. "Your son-in-law Yi Kuan pays respects to my father-in-law and mother-in-law." This grand gesture made Jiang Guozhu and his wife so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Stepping forward to support him, Jiang Lisher turned around and instructed Yud and Yukai. "You two little girls, hurry up and cook white rice. Cut 2 pounds of tiger meat and chop it up to cook together." Jiang Guozhu glared. "What do kids know about cooking? Don't neglect your son-in-law. Old woman, you go cook. I'll chat with my son-in-law." All right, I'll go cook." Jiang Lisher hurried off, taking Yud and Yukai with her to prepare food. Jiang Yurong also followed, whispering to her mother. Yi Kuan sat down and chatted with his father-in-law. There was no tea, no tobacco, just casual conversation. While they were awkwardly chatting, they suddenly heard footsteps outside. A loud voice shouted, "Yi Kuan and Delang come out? You inquire in Jiangatu village. My Jiang Yubao is not to be trifled with." Jiang Yubao. Yi Kuan remembered that was Jiang Yurong's elder brother. "But when did I ever bully you?" Suddenly, Jiang Yubao appeared, brandishing a spear in front of Yi Kuan. Shui Sangu followed behind, hands on her hips, looking fierce. Jiang Yubao was a fisherman, strong and dark-skinned, with considerable strength. At that moment, he pointed the spear at Yi Kuan's chest and said fiercely, "Yi Delang, you better tell me honestly. Are you here to break off the engagement or to eat? My sister marrying you means she's part of your family. If you dare to break off the engagement, I will." "Put down the spear." Yi Kuan stood up, frowning at Jiang Yubao. "How do you know I'm not here to break off the engagement, but just to eat?" Slap. Jiang Guozhu stood up and slapped his son across the face. "You ungrateful child, dare to be disrespectful to your son-in-law? What nonsense, son-in-law!" Slap. Another slap, heavier than the last. Jiang Lisher rushed over, shouting, "Yubao, stop messing around. Delang, your son-in-law, is here to visit relatives, bringing lots of white rice and meat. And even 1,000 coins. What nonsense! Look at his poor appearance. How could he have 1,000 coins?" Jiang Yubao still didn't believe it, glaring like a bull. Slap. Jiang Guozhu slapped him again, trembling with anger. "Old woman, show this beast the money." Jiang Lisher smiled and brought out the string of coins. Look, isn't this money? This." Seeing the pile of shining copper coins, Jiang Yubao gasped. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life. Jiang Lisher then pulled her son and daughter-in-law to look at the gifts Yi Kuan had brought. "Look, this is tiger meat, a full 10 pounds. This is fine linen. Enough to make 2 or 3 sets of clothes. This is white rice, and these coarse salts can last for half a year, plus cooking spices. Delang is really capable. The tiger from Saomiao village was caught by him." Jiang Yubao and his wife were both stunned. After a while, Jiang Yubao came back to his senses, awkwardly approached Yi Kuan, his face reddening, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Son-in-law, I'm not good at speaking." "Who said that? You were just speaking very well, non-stop. I couldn't even get a word in," Yi Kuan said coldly. Jiang Guozhu slapped his son once more and smiled apologetically at Yi Kuan. "Son-in-law, please forgive this idiot. This kid fell and hurt his head when he was little." Chapter 14. Honoring the mother-in-law. Yi Kuan smiled and cupped his fists, saying, "Big brother-in-law, don't be so polite." Shui Sangu felt even more embarrassed, holding her son, and knelt down in front of Yi Kuan. "Good son-in-law, I'm bowing with my son to you. You're my own dear son-in-law. My son is your son." Is this really a dear son-in-law? Who just said that even beggars wouldn't come my door? Such a small mouth, speaking like farting. Yi Kun, having traveled from the 21st century, naturally wouldn't he hold grudges against someone like Shue Sangu. He helped her up and casually took out a piece of broken silver. About 2 or 3 coins. Sister-in-law, this dear son-in-law is meeting his nephew for the first time. Take this broken silver and buy a bracelet for my dear nephew. Jiang Yorong, listening from behind, burst into laughter and quickly covered her mouth. Shue Sangu trembled with excitement, dropped her son on the ground, and held out her hands to take the broken silver. Son-in-law, this is silver? Country women rarely had the chance to see silver. If you don't believe me, just bite it and see if there are any teeth marks. Yi Kun said seriously. All right, let me try. Shue Sangu really put the silver in her mouth and bit down hard. Oh no, my teeth. Shue Sangu grimaced, not minding the pain, and looked at the silver. Indeed, there was a shallow bite mark on it. The whole family burst into laughter. Yi Kun smiled again and took out another piece of broken silver to honor his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, this silver is for you and my 2 sisters-in-law to buy earrings and rings. Jiang Lishur was overjoyed, took the silver, and said with a smile, how can we bear to make jewelry? We still need to save it for food. Besides, I see Yurong doesn't have any jewelry yet. I will make her a set when I have time in a few days. Yi Kun smiled at Jiang Yurong. I went to the county yesterday, and if I had more time, I would have gotten you some. I don't want jewelry, just food is fine. Jiang Yurong smiled happily. You all chat. I'll go cook with sister-in-law. Yes, I'll cook, you sit and rest, son-in-law. Shue Sangu said with a flattering smile. Jiang Yubao suddenly remembered something, ran out, and shouted, I caught fish today. I'll bring them back to treat you, and then go to the village chief's house to borrow a pot of wine. Yi Kun waved his hand. Big brother-in-law, don't go to the trouble. But Jiang Yubao had already run far away. Jiang Guozhu pressed Yi Kun down on the bench and smiled. Son-in-law is a distinguished guest. It's only right to treat you. Yi Kun smiled bitterly inside. Having money makes one a distinguished guest. Without money, one might as well be a beggar. An hour later, the meal was ready. There were fish, tiger meat, and wine. Jiang Guozhu, along with his son Jiang Yubao, accompanied Yi Kun for drinks. The others did not come to the table. Yi Kun called out to Jiang Yurong. Yurong, you, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and the 2 younger sisters, come to the table and eat a little. Shue Sangu looked longingly at the fish and meat on the table. Son-in-law, you eat. We want tea, come to the table. If you don't come to the table, then I won't eat. Yi Kun put down his chopsticks. Jiang Yurong couldn't refuse. So she pulled her mother and sister-in-law, bringing the 2 younger sisters to the table. Yi Kun picked up some tiger meat and placed it in the bowls of his 2 sisters-in-law. Then he picked up a piece of fish and put it in Jiang Yurong's bowl. Yurong, this fish is fresh. You should eat more. Jiang Yurong felt both shy and touched, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. Shue Sangu laughed. Big brother-in-law knows how to care for people. He is really attentive to Yurong. It's laughable that those blind women in our village say the son-in-law dislikes Yurong and came to break off the engagement today. Yi Kun couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it most laughable that the couple from your family think so? Jiang Lishur also chuckled. Yes, big brother-in-law does indeed dislike her. Yurong is truly lucky. Yi Kun put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Yurong is great, capable, and sensible. Even if you give me 10,000 taels of gold now, I would return Yurong to you. But don't worry, I will treat her well. If anyone bullies Yurong, I won't let them off. Jiang Yubao nodded vigorously. Son-in-law, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully Yurong, I'll fight them. Yi Kun twitched his mouth. Damn it. I'm just worried that you and your wife will bully Yurong. After the meal, Jiang Yurong hid in the backyard, chatting with her mother and 2 younger sisters for a while before returning home. Shue Sangu took out the few dried fish they had at home and stuffed them into Jiang Yurong's bag, saying, Yurong, if you want to eat fish in the future, just come back to your in-laws and let your brother catch some for you. Jiang Yurong couldn't refuse and had to accept. Yi Kun bid farewell to his in-laws and took Jiang Yurong out of the village, smiling. Next time you want to come back, I'll accompany you. Jiang Yurong nodded and said softly, I also want to come back more often to bring some food for my 2 sisters. Sister-in-law is too fierce. The 2 younger sisters are always hungry. Yi Kun smiled. Once we get rich in the future, we'll bring your 2 sisters over too. Jiang Yorong's eyes lit up. Big brother, do you mean let Yud and Yukai become your concubines in the future? Yi Kuan's face twitched. Yorong, I didn't mean that, but my mother does mean that. Jiang Yorong was very serious. My mother said, we don't need to pay taxes now. Bringing Yud and Yukai over 1T increase our burden. In 2 or 3 years, once he grows up, she'll be getting married anyway. No. Let's talk about something else. Yi Kuan rubbed his face and pointed ahead. Look, Qin Erwu is here to pick us up. Jiang Yorong smiled. Where is Qin Erwu? I don't see him. When they returned to Kailmayakan, it was already evening. Kai-Dai rushed out to greet them, shouting, Big brother, sister Yorong, look, we have so many things at home. Yi Kuan was somewhat astonished. Upon entering the house, he found a lot of items piled on the table. There were fresh fruits and vegetables, dried goods, as well as fish, shrimp, loach, and eggs. Where did all this come from? Yi Kuan was puzzled. All from the villagers. Old Madam said with a smile. The villagers said that after taking our money last night, they felt embarrassed. So they sent some things to show their goodwill and return a favor. I didn't want to accept it, but everyone insisted. Yi Kuan felt a bit moved. Dating Kingdom was considered to have simple folk customs. The vast majority of villagers were reasonable and knew how to be grateful. Jiang Yorong also sighed while tidying up the fruits and vegetables. Daishi was diligent and had already made a set of clothes for Yi Kuan's mother. At this time, the clothes were very simple. Country folks wore short garments, and once they were cut, they were sewn together with needle and thread. Those who were meticulous had tighter stitches, but wasted thread and was labor-intensive. Those who were careless just sewed haphazardly, as long as it looked decent enough to cover up. Yi Kuan looked at them. They fit well. Daishi came over with a short rope to measure Yi Kuan, smiling. Big brother, let me measure you, and I'll make you some clothes tomorrow. Yi Kuan thanked her and cooperated with Daishi. Although she was very poor, she paid attention to hygiene and was clean. She also had a faint fragrance about her. While measuring Yi Kuan, Daishi laughed. Big brother, my bed is broken. When you have time, could you fix it for me? Yi Kuan casually said. Sister-in-law, how did you break your bed all by yourself? Daishi's face turned red. It's not broken. It just makes squeaky noises when I turn over. I live next to you, and there's just a wall separating our rooms. I'm worried it'll disturb you. Ah, so that is what you meant? Yi Kuan finally understood and felt a bit embarrassed. Daishi's implication was definitely that she was worried he and Yorong made too much noise at night and disturbed her. Right, that's it. Daishi winked and laughed. By the way, the day before yesterday, I heard you and Yorong chatting about something related to Duke Zhou. Who is Duke Zhou? And does his family need a farm? Sister-in-law, Yi Kuan stammered and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, this Duke Zhou is the husband of Zhou Pa. Sometimes this couple. Just at that moment, there was a great commotion outside. Footsteps were chaotic, and someone was shouting, Village chief, hurry Yi Kuan, grab your bow, an arrow. A tiger has eaten someone. Yi Kuan was startled, supported Daishi's shoulder, and went out together to see. Chapter 15. The tiger enters the village. Qin Cho rushed over, waving a hunting fork and shouting, It's bad. Yin Luhai's mother was dragged away by a tiger at the village entrance. Ah, the tiger has entered the village? Daishi was so frightened that he trembled and hugged Yi Kuan's waist. Sister-in-law, quickly bring me my crossbow. Yi Kuan was also shocked, but quickly calmed down. In fact, this short crossbow was basically useless against the tiger. Holding it was just to bolster his courage. The last tiger was something Yi Kuan had accidentally killed. He knew he wouldn't have such luck again. Daishi hurried back to get Yi Kuan's crossbow. Jiang Yorong and Kai-Dai also rushed over, asking what happened. Yorong, you all stay at home, close the doors, and don't come out. Yi Kuan instructed, taking the crossbow and limping towards the village entrance. Since they were all from the same village, they had to look out for each other in such a situation. At the village entrance, Yin Luhai was kneeling on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. There was a pool of blood on the ground, along with a bamboo basket with some wild vegetables scattered around. The tiger had already vanished. Qin Cho stomped his feet in frustration, scolding Yin Luhai. Luhai, yesterday we accompanied Yi Kuan to receive the reward, and Yi Kuan even gave you over 100 copper coins. After returning home, he also shared some money and tiger meat with your family. You had food to eat, yet you let your mother go dig for wild vegetables? ever since Yi Kuan killed the tiger. The villagers had not dared to enter the mountains for the past 2 days. They only searched for wild vegetables around the village. Fortunately, Yi Kuan had distributed money to everyone, so the villagers could manage for a few days. Yin Lu Hai cried out, "My mother didn't go into the mountains. She was just digging wild vegetables behind the village. Who knew that this beast would come to the village to eat people?" Yi Kuan also felt pity for Yin Lu Hai and said, "Village chief, we can't blame Lu Hai for this. Who would have thought the tiger would be so bold as to enter the village? The population of the Great Ding Kingdom is not large, and the land is vast and sparsely populated, so it is not uncommon for tigers to enter villages." Qin Er was shouted, "Stop talking so much. What should we do now?" Yin Lu Hai cried, "Villagers, please help me. Let us go into the mountains together and search for my mother. She might still be alive." Yi Kuan shook his head and sighed. If she were alive, that would be a miracle. The last time a tiger killed Yao Hifu, Yi Kuan had witnessed it firsthand. Even a strong man couldn't withstand 2 bites from a tiger, let alone an old lady. Qin Cho gritted his teeth. "Villagers, light your torches and follow me into the mountains." As a village chief, Qin Cho was still somewhat responsible. Yi Kuan, limping, nodded, "All right, let's all go together." "Yushun Tigo, your leg is worse than mine." Qin Erwo looked at Yi Kuan's crossbow. "Lend me your bow and arrows. I'll lead everyone into the mountains." Yi Kuan had no choice but to nod and handed the short crossbow to Qin Erwo. The villagers organized more than 20 young men, carrying torches, hunting forks, and bows, shouting as they headed into the mountains. Yi Kuan limped back home. Jiang Yurong, Dai Shi, and Kai Dai were all inside the house, their expressions tense and sorrowful. Yi Kuan comforted them a bit and started to have dinner. At that moment, the villagers who had gone into the mountains returned. Qin Erwu returned the short crossbow, shaking his head, and said, "There's no need to search anymore. We found one of Yin Lu Hai's mother's hands. She is definitely gone and cannot be brought back." Qin Cho also chased after him, saying, "Yi Kuan, we need to find a way to deal with the tiger. This beast is too powerful." Qin Erwu looked at Yi Kuan with hopeful eyes. "Brother, let us form a tiger hunting team. My foot isn't healed yet." Yi Kuan frowned slightly and pondered. "First, let's light some bonfires in the village to prevent the tiger from coming back at night. We can discuss the tiger hunting team tomorrow." Qin Cho nodded and took Erwu to arrange the bonfires. Most wild animals fear fire, and bonfires have some effect. Jiang Yurong was very scared and whispered, "Brother, the tiger hunting team is very dangerous. Your foot isn't healed yet. What if you encounter a tiger?" "I know, let me think." Yi Kuan nodded. After dinner, Yi Kuan hid in the carpenter's workshop, found some wooden boards, and began to sketch and plan for the tiger hunting team. When he was in graduate school, he had a course on history of war machinery, which recorded the 3-bow crossbow of the Song dynasty, known for its great power. Its range could reach 600 meters, and at close range, it could penetrate a foot into a city wall. During the Northern Song dynasty's war against Liao, the Liao army's commander, Xiao Talon, was killed from a distance by an arrow from a 3-bow crossbow, leading to the signing of the Chanyuan Treaty and a century of peace between Liao and Song. Moreover, Yi Kuan had seen a replica of the 3-bow crossbow and was familiar with its design. 2 hours later, Yi Kuan produced a blueprint for a simplified version of the crossbow. It was a combination of a double-bow and double-arrow hard crossbow. According to the design, it could shoot 2 arrows at once, with enough force to penetrate stone while ensuring accuracy. However, having the blueprint was useless without materials. A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. Yi Kuan was currently lacking suitable bow limbs, bowstrings, and arrows. The night was deep. Jiang Yurong came in and said softly, "Brother, you should rest now. Kai Dai needs to sleep too." Yi Kuan nodded, giving the carpenter's workshop to Kai Dai, and returned to the bedroom with Jiang Yurong. As a young couple, they were inevitably passionate. After the ritual, Jiang Yurong suddenly smiled and said, "Brother, you lied to me." Yi Kuan was puzzled and laughed. "What did I lie to you about?" "You said the ritual lasts 7 times in one night. I asked my mom. She said that's not true." You even asked your mother about this?" Yi Kuan's face turned red. "I know you lied to me. I won't ask next time." Jiang Yurong giggled. "Silly girl. The whispers between husband and wife shouldn't be shared with others." Yi Kuan pinched Jiang Yurong's nose. "What your mom said doesn't count. Every family has its own rules." I am the head of the family, and the rules I set for this family count. All right, I'll keep track and pay you back slowly. Jiang Yurong buried her head in Yi Kuen's chest, like a gentle little cat. The next morning, Yi Kuen went back into the carpenter's workshop. Kai Dai was still asleep in the corner, waking up and blinking at Yi Kuen, asking softly, "Brother, did you come to find me? What do I need you for? I'm here to handle my own business. If you have nothing to do in the morning, go back to sleep. Little kids need their rest." Yi Kuen shook his head and continued to study the blueprint, thinking about how to find materials. "I'm not a little kid." Kai Dai stuck out her tongue and hid under the sheets to get dressed. By mid-morning, Village Chief Qin Shou arrived with several elderly villagers and 7 or 8 hunters to discuss with Yi Kuen. They all sat on the ground in front of the door, waiting for Yi Kuen's opinion. After all, he was the sharpshooter. Yi Kuen said, "I also hope to form a tiger hunting team, to protect the villagers and also earn some reward money to help everyone live better. But we can't act recklessly. The risks are high, and I need some materials, which might require going to the county town to buy." Qin Shou said, "What materials do you need? Tell us, and if we can afford it, we'll pool our money to buy it." Yi Kuen had already calculated this and nodded, saying, "I need 10 of the strongest bow limbs, the sturdiest bowstrings, and some long arrowheads." The crowd began to discuss and calculate how much these items would cost. From the village entrance, 7 or 8 people approached, each holding bronze long spears, showing off their power. The leader, a big man with a large knife slung over his shoulder, swaggered as he walked, looking quite full of himself. Qin Shou squinted and looked closely, surprised. "These are the bandits from Shuangya Mountain. Why are they here?" Old man Wang from the village furrowed his brow. "We've already paid our wheat taxes this year. What do the bandits want now?" Chapter 16. My knife has never been slow. There are over 100 bandits in Shuangya Mountain, and every year when the wheat is ripe, they go to nearby villages to demand food. If food isn't given, they kill people. Saomiao village is a large village with some able-bodied men, so the bandits don't dare to push them too hard. Every year, they discuss how to collect the grain. Now that the grain collection season has passed, the bandits suddenly appear, leaving everyone puzzled. Qin Erwu cursed softly, "These dogs, if they dare to demand grain again, will fight back." "Erwu, shut up." Qin Shou turned around and scolded Qin Erwu in a low voice, saying, "The one in front carrying the knife is the 4th leader of Shuangya Mountain, nicknamed Crossing the River Dragon. He kills without blinking." Qin Erwu fell silent, but let out a heavy snort. Crossing the River Dragon swaggered over with a few brothers, grinning. "Hey, everyone is here? I'm looking for Yi Kuen, Yi Dalong." "Who is Yi Dalong, and where is he?" Qin Shou was surprised. "4th Master. What do you want with Yi Kuen?" "Yu Ame Yi Kun, Yi Dalong. Who is looking for me?" Yi Kuen stood up. He wasn't too surprised, as he had already guessed that Crossing the River Dragon must have found out about his tiger hunting and had come to shake him down. "Oh, so this is Yi Dalong." Crossing the River Dragon grinned. "I heard you were a tiger hunting hero. I'm honored." Yi Kuen nodded slightly. "You're too kind." Qin Shou and the others were sweating for Yi Kuen. Speaking to the 4th Master of Shuangya Mountain like this was very dangerous. Crossing the River Dragon nodded, revealing a wooden tablet. "I am a friend of Yao Hifu. A few days ago, Yao Hifu signed and stamped, selling his sister Kai Dai to me. I heard Kai Dai is in your home, and I came to take her today. Not for money, but for Kai Dai." Yi Kuen was somewhat surprised and frowned. "How come I didn't know about this? Kai Dai never mentioned it. Do you think I can lie to you?" Crossing the River Dragon glared, shaking the wooden tablet in his hand. "I gave 5 taels of silver, signed and stamped by Yao Hifu. The evidence is here." 5 taels of silver? Not a big appetite, huh? Yi Kuen smiled and called out, "Kai Dai, come out for a moment." Kai Dai timidly crept out, hiding behind Yi Kuen. Inside, Jiang Yurong and Dai, she were nervously watching the group of Crossing the River Dragon. "Don't be afraid, Kai Dai." Yi Kuen comforted her, asking, "This 4th Master says your brother sold you to him for 5 taels of silver. Is that true?" "No, that's not true at all," Kai Dai shouted. Yi Kuen nodded slightly. It seemed the bandits were still after money, just forging Yao Hifu's IOU as an excuse. "Little girl, your brother sold you, you just didn't know." Crossing the River Dragon chuckled again, looking at Yi Kuen. "I heard you've taken Kai Dai as a concubine. I won't make it hard for you. Just give me 5 taels of silver, and we'll call it even." Yi Kuen loaned it. The 4th Master of Shuangya Mountain personally came to Saomiao village for 5 taels of silver. I feel so honored. Crossing the river dragon's subordinate glared. Yi Dalong, stop talking nonsense. You got 10 taels of silver for hunting the tiger. We only want half. We're already being polite. This was a confession. Yi Kuan smiled and cupped his fists at crossing the river dragon. Fourth master, listen to me. I indeed got 10 taels of silver for hunting the tiger, but I gave out 5 taels to all the villagers. I also gave my in-laws and other relatives 3 taels. The rest I paid off some debts and bought some things. I've spent it all. In fact, Yi Kuan still had 4 taels left, but he didn't want to give any. Why should he give it to bandits? Crossing the river dragon squinted at Yi Kuan. You're so generous. Giving the money to the villagers? Yi Kuan smiled. The villagers are all here. You can ask them. Qin Erwu and others nodded together. Yes. Yi Kuan's money was given to us. We've all eaten it. If it weren't for Yi Kuan, many of us would have starved to death. What? Are you trying to rebel? Crossing the river dragon saw the villagers standing firmly behind Yi Kuan, united, and felt a bit flustered. He pretended to wave his long knife. Do you want to try how fast my knife is? My knife has never been slow. Yin Luhai rushed forward, waving a small kitchen knife, glaring and cursing. Do you have no conscience? Are you trying to starve our entire village? The small kitchen knife was made of bronze, only half a palm-sized, covered in green rust. Villagers rarely used kitchen knives since there was little meat to cut. For vegetables and fruits, they could just pinch them with their hands. Such a small kitchen knife was also a treasure. They usually didn't want to wear it down, so it naturally became rusty. In the village, the villagers all rushed forward with shoulder poles, wooden sticks, and hoes, shouting, "Whoever bullies Yi Dalong, we won't allow it." Crossing the river dragon only had 7 or 8 people with him. The momentum was instantly suppressed. With the broken copper and iron they had, they might not even be a match for the shoulder poles and hoes. Yi Kuan felt somewhat moved. Fortunately, he had been generous the day before and he shared the money with the villagers. Otherwise, the villagers might not have helped him today. Qin Cho winked at the villagers and waved his hand. Villagers, don't be impulsive. Fourth master is reasonable. We could discuss this slowly. What do you want to do? Crossing the river dragon was also scared, wildly pointing his long knife. Don't mess around. My Shuanya Mountain army is right behind. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Yi Kuan waved his hand, stepping forward to speak to crossing the river dragon. Fourth master, do you know why I hunted the tiger? Crossing the river dragon frowned, not understanding Yi Kuan's meaning. Yi Kuan continued, because the tiger wanted my life, I had to fight for it. Fourth master, if you really want our lives, we'll have to fight back. Do you dare? Crossing the river dragon's hand trembled slightly. He wanted to turn hostile, but didn't dare. Enough, enough. Suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard from the village entrance, as if many people had entered the village. Qin Cho was startled and shouted, "Could it be? The main force of Shuanya Mountain has really come?" Crossing the river dragon also looked suspicious. Turning back to look, several fast horses rushed in together. The first 6 fast horses galloped up, splitting left and right. Following them was a man in armor, holding a long spear and wearing a sword at his waist, with a long bow on his back, riding forward. Is it him? Yi Kuan and Qin Cho exchanged glances. They recognized the person as the refined man who had asked Yi Kuan about tiger hunting experience in a small tavern in the county a few days ago. However, he had changed his clothes today, looking imposing, exuding authority without anger. Crossing the river dragon was also taken aback, waving his knife and shouting, "Who goes there? Who are you?" The refined man brought his war horse to a stop, pointing his spear at crossing the river dragon. The spear tip gleaming coldly. I am the newly appointed county lieutenant of this county, Shangguan Jifu, responsible for maintaining public order and hunting down thieves and bandits. I have come to Saomiao village for an inspection today. You are the county lieutenant? Crossing the river dragon was greatly shocked. The county lieutenant controls the military of a county, specifically responsible for training troops and suppressing bandits, as well as conscription. One could say the county lieutenant is the archenemy of bandits. Yi Kuan was also surprised. He didn't expect this guy was actually the county lieutenant. Shangguan Jifu nodded. That's right, I am the county lieutenant. Who are you? And why did you bring knives into the village to confront the villagers? Yin Luhai couldn't help but shout. They're the bandits of Shuanyao Mountain, here to rob Yi Kuan of his tiger hunting reward. Yin Luhai was originally timid, but after losing his mother yesterday, he was filled with grief and anger. so he was willing to speak out. Qin Shou wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. If crossing the river dragon and his men were captured by the county lieutenant in Samyao village, a deadly feud would surely arise between Shuangya Mountain and Samyao village. Chapter 17. Leaving behind an ear. Yi Kuan was indifferent, watching with great interest as Shangguan Jifu dealt with the bandits of Shuangya Mountain. Guo Jianglong was startled, glared at Yin Lu Hai, and then shouted at Shangguan Jifu. That's right, I am Guo Jianglong, the fourth leader of Shuangya Mountain. But I'm not here to rob today. A few days ago, I bought a concubine and came to pick her up. His voice trembled, stuttering, clearly scared out of his wits. Buying a concubine? Picking someone up? Shangguan Jifu sneered. Kaidai couldn't help but shout. He's here to kidnap people and wants to take my elder brother's money. Is that so? Shangguan Jifu suddenly flipped his wrist, pointing the gun's muzzle at Guo Jianglong's throat. Guo Jianglong was horrified, hurriedly retreating and waving the document in his hand. What kidnapping? I have proof. Whoosh. Shangguan Jifu fired again, the cold light flashing, and the document in Guo Jianglong's hand split in two. Needed inwardly. This Shangguan Jifu's marksmanship was impressive. Guo Jianglong was greatly frightened, dropped the document, gripped his knife with both hands, and his legs trembled. The other bandits were also pale with fear, no longer as arrogant as they were when they first entered the village. Listen, Shangguan Jifu, with his gun aimed at Guo Jianglong, shouted, Go back and tell your boss to disband the bandits of Shuangya Mountain immediately and go back to farming. Otherwise, I will eventually wipe out Shuangya Mountain, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Guo Jianglong realized he was being given a way out and couldn't help but feel overjoyed, cupping his fists and saying, All right, I will definitely deliver the county lieutenant's words. Let's go. After saying that, Guo Jianglong waved his hand, signaling his men to leave. Wait, leave behind an ear. As a token of our meeting, Shangguan Jifu suddenly turned back, the gun's tip pressed against Guo Jianglong's cheek, and with a quick flick, off it went. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Whoosh. A fat ear flew into the sky. Ah! Guo Jianglong let out a tragic scream, covering his bloody ear, and fled with his men. Qin Erwu, Yin Lu Hai, and the others all cheered. Shangguan Jifu smiled and nodded at Yi Kuan. Qin Shou, along with several village elders, stepped forward to pay their respects to Shangguan Jifu. Yi Kuan also stepped forward but only cupped his fists in greeting. Then he stared at Shangguan Jifu's warhorse, slightly furrowing his brow. This warhorse seemed to be lacking some equipment. There's no need for the elders to be polite. Shangguan Jifu leaned his spear on the ground, swung his leg over to dismount, and cupped his fists. I came to find Yi Kuan to ask him for experience in hunting tigers. Yi Kuan was still in a daze, studying Shangguan Jifu's warhorse. Qin Shou tugged at Yi Kuan. Elder brother, quickly greet the county lieutenant and invite him inside to sit. Yi Kuan came to his senses, turned around, and brought out a long bench. The space inside is small. Let's sit outside. Shangguan Jifu was quite easygoing and sat down on a long bench. Qin Shou stepped forward to report on work, mentioning the incident of the tiger attacking people yesterday and talking about the formation of a tiger hunting team in Kaomaikan. Shangguan Jifu turned to look at Yi Kuan. Are you really going to form a tiger hunting team? Yi Kuan shrugged. But we have nothing, only people. Although we have some ordinary bows and arrows, they're very dangerous for dealing with tigers. What do you need? I will do my best to help. Thank you, County Lieutenant. Yi Kuan was delighted and took out the list he had prepared. For some items, Yi Kuan even drew simple diagrams. Shangguan Jifu looked it over seriously and thought for a moment before saying, I have all these items. I will send someone to deliver them to you tomorrow. But how many tigers can you hunt? I will set up a sentry at the village entrance. When one comes, we will shoot one. How many there are? We will shoot how many. What if the tigers don't come? Then I will advance step by step, gradually pushing forward. Yi Kuan smiled. It is said that the requirement for the tiger hunting team is 5 tigers per year, regardless of size. I will establish the tiger hunting team and guarantee that from now until the end of the year, I will deliver 10 tigers to you. 10? Qin Shou and the others were all astonished. Shangguan Jifu stood up. Hunting tigers is like waging war. There are no empty words in the military. Yi Kuan also stood up. Life is at stake. How can I make light of it? I'm willing to sign a military order. Shangwan Jifu was very pleased. Good. Tomorrow I will send someone to deliver all the items you need. Wait a minute, I have one more condition. What is it? I request that for the tigers we hunt in Kilmayakan, we only submit the tiger heads and tails, leaving the tiger meat, skins, and entrails for the villagers. That way, reporting for rewards will also save time. Last time, I brought 600 pounds of tiger to the county town. It was exhausting. Shangwan Jifu frowned. Logically, this is against the rules. But in extraordinary times, I can be flexible. How about this? You submit the tiger heads, tails, and a complete set of skins and claws. The rest, you can keep to eat. By the way, if it's a male tiger, bring the tiger whip. This guy knows the value of the tiger whip. Qin Shou asked. County Lieutenant, is the reward for hunting tigers still 10 taels of silver per tiger as before? Yes. But life and death are your own responsibility. There is no compensation for injuries or deaths. Shangwan Jifu jumped back on his horse and added, also, Yi Kuan has promised 10 tigers by the end of the year. If it's not completed, I will hold you accountable. Yi Kuan was confident. As long as there are tigers, I will hunt as many as come. Rest assured, the tigers in the southern part of Daxiang Mountain have all been driven over. As long as you have the ability, you can catch 100 tigers. Shangwan Jifu urged his horse and left, saying, by the way, you all be careful. The tiger hunting team from Guanjia village lost 4 members the night before last. Wang Dakwai was so scared he shivered and fell to the ground. The tiger hunting team from Guanjia village was made up of strong men. If they couldn't do it, how could Kilmayakan? Shangwan Jifu and the others had already gone far. On the ground, there was still an ear left behind by Guo Jianglong. Qin Shou looked at Yi Kuan and sighed. Yi Duwang, do you think we can really deliver 10 tigers by the end of the year? If we can't, we will be punished. The other villagers also lacked confidence. Qin Airwood chuckled. If we can really deliver 10 tigers, we will strike it rich. That's 100 taels of silver. Every family could afford to keep a concubine. Wang Dakwai shouted, stop daydreaming. Who knows how many lives it takes to catch one tiger? Don't worry, I'm the captain. If punishment is to be given, it should be to me first. If the tiger wants to eat, it will eat me first. Yi Kuan didn't want to say much, waving his hand. Let's immediately form the tiger hunting team. The more people, the better. Our tiger hunting team will not only hunt tigers, but also deal with the bandits of Shuangya Mountain. Having offended the bandits of Shuangya Mountain today, even if there are no tigers, Kilmayakan should organize an armed force. Without our own armed force in this world, we're just waiting to be slaughtered. Qin Shou nodded and left with several village elders, going from house to mobilize. Yi Kuan took his axe and saw, instructing Qin Erwu, gather 10 villagers to come with me to chop down trees. Then use the big trees to build a watchtower at the village entrance. Qin Erwu frowned. Elder brother, is your method reliable? Who is the captain? You or me? All right, it's you. Qin Erwu had no choice but to go with Yin Lu Hai to gather the villagers to work, because they were afraid of tigers. Everyone was hesitant to enter the mountains and stayed at home. With one call, more than a dozen strong men came to help Yi Kuan chop trees. There were many trees inside and outside the village. Yi Kuan selected some catalpa, trees the thickness of a thigh, for everyone to fell. Catalpa trees are straight and tall, and the wood is not too hard, making it suitable for processing. By mid-afternoon, the villagers had chopped down more than 20 large catalpa trees and placed them in front of Yi Kuan's house. Qin Shou came again to discuss with Yi Kuan, mainly about the startup funds for the tiger hunting team. According to Yi Kuan's idea, once the watchtower was set up, they would need to use goats as bait to attract tigers. But goats are not cheap, they cost money. Yi Kuan was quite bold, taking out the 2 taels of leftover silver from his home and waving his hand, saying, I'll cover the expenses. If we can't catch the tiger, I'll accept the loss. Chapter 18. Your man is the most capable. Qin Shou said, since you are putting up the capital, no matter how many tigers we catch, you get 30 of the profits, and the rest will be equally divided among everyone. Is that okay? No. Yi Kuan waved his hand. I only need 20, and the rest will be split half for the tiger catching team and half for all the villagers. The tiger meat will be divided the same way, so everyone in the village gets a share. Because catching tigers requires the cooperation of the entire village, Everyone must contribute, and everyone must benefit. This tiger-catching mission requires the whole village to mobilize. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there'll be brave men. If we want everyone to work together, we can't be stingy. Moreover, the villagers are truly pitiful, and Yikuin also wants to help to fight for welfare for the old, weak, sick, and lonely. Chincho didn't mind. As long as we can catch tigers, everything is negotiable. If you can really catch 10 tigers, even if we only get 20, we'll still profit. Yikuin nodded. Everyone gather at my house tomorrow morning. After Chincho left, Yikuin went back into the carpenter's workshop and began to make some small parts for the crossbows in advance using the available materials. By late at night, Kai-Dai had nowhere to sleep, so she went next door to sleep with Daishi. Daishi was also afraid of tigers, so having Kai-Dai as company was a welcome relief. Jiang Yurong came over and urged Yikuin to rest. Delang, it's late. You mustn't wear yourself out. Yikuin nodded and went to sleep with Jiang Yurong. Lying down, Jiang Yurong wrapped her arms around Yikuin's neck and sighed softly. Delang, I'm really worried. Some members of the tiger-catching team from Guanjia village have already died. Don't worry, Yurong, your man, is the most capable. Catching tigers is as easy as drinking water. Yikuin, however, was not too worried and was still in the mood to perform intimate acts with Jiang Yurong. Content. He then fell asleep. The next morning, Chincho brought the tiger-catching team members to gather at Yikuin's house. Yikuin welcomed everyone, carrying a big tongue tree, along with ropes and tools, and they all headed to the main road leading into the mountains. Then, Yikuin drew a square on the ground, 2 meters on each side, and asked everyone to dig holes at the corners to bury the big trees. Once the 4 big trees were in place, they added cross beams and braces to make it a sturdy structure. At the top, they placed branches as thick as an arm to build a platform. There were 2 watchtowers, 50 meters apart. The platforms were over a meter high off the ground and had an area of 4 square meters, suitable for setting up crossbows. Qin Erwu climbed up the platform, tested its stability, and laughed heartily. To catch tigers from up here is indeed foolproof. From now on, I'll keep watch up here and shoot at any tiger I see. No. Yikuin waved his hand and said, the watchtowers stay here for now. No one is allowed to act rashly and scare the tiger away. Let me finish making the strong bows and hard crossbows before we talk about catching tigers. Just then, County Officer Shangguan Jifu sent 4 subordinates on fast horses to deliver everything Yikuin needed. Yikuin checked and found the materials were complete. They also provided a set of carpenter tools from the military workshop, which were much better than those at home. Very good. Please thank the county officer on my behalf. Yikuin said appreciatively, and he instructed everyone to move the materials into his workshop. The soldier delivering the materials said, these materials cost a total of 3 taels of silver. The county officer said that when you catch tigers, the cost will be deducted from your reward. Wow, so stingy? Yikuin shook his head and entered the small workshop, immediately starting to develop the bows and arrows. Qin Erwu and Yin Luhai helped out, waiting for instructions. Other villagers, led by Chincho, continued to chop down trees to prepare for building more watchtowers. Yikuin, along with his 2 assistants, worked hard for 5 hours and successfully made the first simple double-bow, double-arrow crossbow. There was also a simple operating frame to fix the crossbow on a bench. Double bows with double arrows? I've never seen that in the army. Can it really work? Qin Erwu was excited but skeptical. Let us give it a try and see if it works. Yikuin had his assistants light torches and went to the home of Yao Hifu. Facing his family's abandoned earthen wall, they began their experiment. The 3 of them worked together to pull back the arrows and then pulled the trigger. Bang! 2 long arrows shot out, piercing through the earthen wall 100 steps away, which was a foot thick. The wall shook as if it would collapse. My goodness, that's impressive. Qin Erwu was astonished. Is this really that impressive? Yikuin chuckled, moved forward to check the accuracy, and made adjustments. The 3-bow crossbow could shoot up to 800 steps, while the makeshift one Yikuin hurriedly put together had a range of only 300 steps, making it seem like a child's toy in comparison. However, this range already surpassed the strongest bows and arrows in the Dating Kingdom. After repeated adjustments and tests, 2 hours later, the first strong bow and hard crossbow were completed. Yikuin was exhausted and took a bath before going to sleep. The next day, he continued working. Qin Shou led the villagers in felling trees and built 2 more watchtowers at the west end of the village. Yi Kuan, along with Qin Erwu and Yen Lu Hai, produced a second pair of double-bow double-arrow crossbows to facilitate operation. They also set up a site and had Qin Erwu and a few other hunters practice shooting to become proficient in their use. As dusk fell, Yi Kuan held a meeting in front of his door to assign roles. Tonight, we will catch tigers from a watchtowers in the south of the village. Qin Erwu and I will each take 2 brothers to be responsible for 1 watchtower. Qin Erwu and I will be the main shooters, while the other 2 will be assistants. Once we spot a tiger, follow my orders and shoot arrows at the same time. Each watchtower is also equipped with spears and regular bows and arrows. If we hit a tiger, we will beat the drum and light a fire as a signal. Village Chief Qin Shou will lead a few brothers as messengers. When they see the fire from the watchtower, they will immediately lead the main force to converge. The villagers are eager and shout. We will all listen to Yida Lang. Let us go. Yi Kuan waved his hand. The villagers surged forward, bringing along 2 little goats to the south of the village. 50 meters south of the watchtower, they set up wooden stakes. The 2 little goats were tied to the stakes with long ropes, giving them a range of 30 meters to move. These 2 goats were bought from the village landlord, Zhou Taigong, for over 400 copper coins. Yi Kuan and the others wove hats from willow branches, put them on their heads, climbed up the watchtower, and set up the crossbows, disguising themselves. The crossbows were installed on benches, allowing for easy adjustment of angles and directions. Yi Kuan also calculated that due to the height of the watchtower, it provided a great angle of entry, enhancing the power of the crossbows. Qin Shou led the other villagers back and arranged for messengers to lie in wait at the front row of houses in the village, observing the dynamics of the watchtowers. The village was only 100 meters from the watchtower. On the watchtower, Yi Kuan ordered, "From now on, no talking, no coughing, even hold back your breath. Just lie still and keep your eyes wide open, focusing on the 2 goats. Tonight, we strive for a victorious start." Understood. Qin Erwu and the others responded in unison. As night fell, a bright moon rose into the sky, illuminating the ground like silver. Outside the goats' range of movement, they deliberately set up grass and vegetables. The goats, having been hungry all day, were now restricted by the long ropes and were just a little short of reaching the vegetables, bleating anxiously and pulling the ropes taut. As Shangguan Jifu had said, the tigers from the southern part of the Daxiang Mountains were all driven over, numerous in number. The bleating of the goats quickly attracted the prey. Within an hour, a large and a small tiger quietly emerged from the woods to the south. Chapter 19. Although the tiger whip is good, one should not be greedy. The big tiger weighed around 500 to 600 pounds, similar to the one Yi Kuan shot last time. The small tiger weighed 200 to 300 pounds, which is also considered adult. The 2 tigers did not attack recklessly. They cautiously observed their surroundings and slowly approached the goat. The goat sensed danger, bleated loudly, and ran around in a panic. Yi Kuan's heart raced. He slightly moved his body and adjusted the crossbow again. 1 step, 2 steps. The tigers moved closer to the goat. Yi Kuan had already calculated the shooting range, and seeing that the best shooting distance had been reached, he aimed at the big tiger and pulled the trigger, simultaneously shouting, "Release the arrow." At that moment, the tiger was walking slowly, making it easier to aim. If the tiger had started to pounce on the goat, its movements would have been quick and unpredictable, making it harder to aim. Therefore, Yi Kuan made a decisive move. Thwang! The bowstring twanged, and 2 4-foot-long arrows shot out like lightning. Bang! Both arrows struck the big tiger's abdomen, knocking it over and pinning it to the ground. Qin Erwu was a beat slow, then pulled the trigger, releasing 2 arrows. 1 arrow hit the big tiger, and the other struck the small tiger in the head. Roar, roar! The big tiger roared and immediately jumped up, turning to flee. The small tiger, with an arrow in its head, struggled to rise but fell again. It got up again, then fell, struggling and roaring. Swish, 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 swish. The deputy shooter on the watchtower fired a flurry of arrows. Unfortunately, none hit. Stop shooting wildly. Light a fire. Beat the drum. Call for help. Kun Sotef. The deputy hurriedly dropped the bow and arrows. 1 person beat the drum, while another lit a fire, shouting, "Help! We have shot a tiger." Meanwhile, the fleeing big tiger also collapsed 50 meters away, struggling in pain. Qin Shou, with the other members of the tiger hunting team, hid in a villager's house in the first row to the south of the village. Hearing the drum and shouts from the watchtower, they immediately lit torches and rushed over in a swarm. The second group of villagers, about 30 people, also came rushing with carrying poles and wooden sticks. When Yi Kun saw the large group arriving, he climbed down from the watchtower to check the outcome of the battle. He was lucky. The first battle was a success. Having shot 2 tigers, Qin Erwu climbed down from the watchtower and rushed towards Yi Kun. Too excited, he stumbled and fell at Yi Kun's feet, hugging his legs and shouting, "Yi Kun, you're truly amazing, amazing." Yi Kun laughed and said, "Get up. Oh, you can't bow to me, I can't bear it." The villagers, holding torches, rushed over and saw the 2 tigers on the ground, each shouting excitedly, "Yi Daolong, great skill." Yi Kun chuckled and waved. "Everyone, quickly carry the tigers back, skin them, and distribute the tiger meat." The villagers all pitched in, lifting the 2 tigers to prepare to return. However, Qin Erwu held Yi Kun back. "Daolong, let's go back to the watchtower. Maybe we can shoot 1 or 2 more tigers at night." Yi Kun had lost his enthusiasm and laughed. "All right, you take a few brothers to keep watch of the watchtower. I'm going home to sleep. I'm exhausted these past few days. Don't worry, I'll take care of things here." Qin Erwu was delighted, assigning people to continue their watch at the 2 watchtowers. Since there were still 2 goats, they could continue to lure the tigers. Qin Shou left a messenger and arranged a group of villagers to cooperate with Qin Erwu and the others, while he and Yi Kun returned home to deal with the 2 tigers. The whole village was awake, waiting to distribute the tiger meat. They skinned the tigers, removed the organs, and then weighed the tiger meat. A total of 500 pounds of tiger meat. Qin Shou said, "According to our previous agreement, Yi Kun gets 20%, which is 100 pounds of tiger meat." Hey, I don't want that much tiger meat. 30 pounds is enough. The rest can be distributed to the villagers. Yi Kun was still generous, treating money like dirt. The villagers respected Yi Kun even more, all clasping their hands in thanks. Daolong is truly righteous. Qin Shou nodded and continued. Yi Kun takes 30 pounds, the remaining. The 30 members of the tiger hunting team will split half. All the villagers will split the other half. Each household can come forward to collect meat based on their population. Calculating this way, each person would receive about 7 or 8 tails of tiger meat. Yi Kun suggested that households with single individuals should combine to get a pound, like the widow Hua and some other lonely people. Qin Shou agreed and first distributed the meat to the villagers. The remainder would go to the tiger hunting team. By the time the tiger meat was distributed, it was already 3 in the morning. Just as Yi Kun was about to sleep, he suddenly heard a shout from the direction of the front watchtower, resembling a donkey's bray. "Villagers, come quickly. We've shot another tiger." Yi Kun was excited and rushed over with Qin Shou and the others. In the open space in front of the watchtower lay a pregnant female tiger. There was also a goat. Qin Erwu, having not found a good opportunity, accidentally shot and killed a goat while shooting the tiger. "Ha! We're going to make a fortune now." Qin Erwu laughed wildly. The villagers also laughed wildly, carrying the dead tiger, hoisting the dead goat, and pulling another goat that was already scared silly, returning home together. "Erwu, well done." Yi Kun praised Qin Erwu, then added, "But you shot the goat dead. That goat counts as your responsibility." Qin Erwu chuckled. "Daolong, no problem. I'll buy the dead goat and treat you to mutton." "Forget it. Sell the dead goat to me." Yi Kun also wanted to eat mutton. Killing 3 tigers in one night, Cao Miao village was shaken. Everyone was happy and smiling. Yin Liuhan knelt on the ground and shouted, "Mother, I avenged you." Qin Erwu kicked Yin Liuhan. "Liuhan, how do you know that the 3 tigers we shot are the ones that ate your mother? Maybe the tiger that ate your mother is still alive and well." "Erwu, say less." Yi Kun also kicked Qin Erwu. "Erwu, are you 205? After the sun rose high, Qin Shou took a dozen villagers, bringing bows and weapons, driving an ox cart to deliver the 3 tiger skins and the tiger head, tail, and claws to the county office. There was also a tiger whip. The remaining tiger whip was kept by Yi Kun himself. Although the tiger whip is good, one should not be greedy. The county magistrate is busy with affairs. Letting him eat less tiger whip is also for his own good. The group hurried on horseback and arrived at the county office after lunch. Without time to rest, Qin Cho went directly to find the official Ji-Fu. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the 3 tiger skins in front of him, along with the tiger head, paws, and tail, Ji-Fu jumped up in shock. What kind of bow and arrow did Yi Kuan use to shoot 3 tigers in one night? It's true. Yi Kuan made the bow and arrows himself, with double bows and double arrows, shooting through the tigers at once. Qin Cho grinned foolishly, rubbing his fingers together. We need the reward money. Ji-Fu repeatedly checked the tiger skins and heads, frowning. How many people did your tiger hunting team lose in shooting 3 tigers? Why does it have to be a death? Qin Cho said somewhat unhappily. Not a single one. Not a single one? Yes, not even a finger was lost. All right, this Yi Daolong does have some skills. Last time at the tavern, I thought he was just bragging. Ji-Fu paused for a moment, then nodded. I'll give you the acceptance receipt and take you to collect the reward money. In Caomiao village, Yi Kuan slept in late and continued making bows and crossbows. In the afternoon, Qin Erwu and Yen Liuha came to help, and the 3rd set of double bow and double arrow crossbows was completed. That evening, in the southern watchtower, a hard crossbow was set up, while the other watchtower was equipped with ordinary bows and arrows. The remaining 2 hard crossbows were set up in the 2 watchtowers to the west of the village. Then, they set up bait and waited for the tigers. Qin Erwu was responsible for the south of the village, while Yi Kuan took charge of the west. By midnight, there was no sign of tigers. Yi Kun Yonet. This night was not worth it, and it caused Jiang Yorong to guard the empty house alone. Just then, the goat used as bait suddenly began bleating loudly. Chapter 20, Nodding Records. Yi Kuan felt a surge of spirit, no longer sleepy, and opened his eyes wide. Under the moonlight, a thin tiger was approaching. It took a few steps, paused, and looked around. The tiger had a large frame, but seemed to weigh only around 300 pounds, and its steps were light. Yi Kuan breathed a sigh of relief. With his sickly cat, he estimated that 2 strong men could easily subdue and kill it with their bare hands. Bang! The shooter in the left watchtower was impatient and pulled the trigger before Yi Kuan, firing the shot. Hearing the sound, Yi Kuan immediately released a crossbow bolt to finish the job. Whoosh, 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 4 arrows shot out in quick succession. The thin tiger fell to the ground with a mournful cry. However, Yi Kuan noticed that the 2 arrows fired from the left watchtower had missed completely. Fortunately, he followed up in time and successfully delivered the killing blow. Someone called out, "We hit the tiger again." The assistant shooter immediately beat the drum and shouted. Yi Kuan stood up and yelled at the left watchtower, "Zhou Tihu, who told you to shoot early? You almost ruined my big plan." This Zhou Tihu was the son of Zhou Taigong. In his 20s, he relied on his family's money and usually acted superior. Originally, Zhou Tihu did not want to join the tiger hunting team because he was afraid of death. However, after seeing Yi Kuan kill 3 tigers the previous night without danger, he became envious and insisted on joining the team alongside Qin Cho and Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan assigned him the role of assistant shooter, but he was unwilling and insisted on being the main shooter. Zhou Tihu had already climbed down from the watchtower, grinning, "Yi Daolong, as long as we hit the tiger, it's fine." Yi Kuan also climbed down and glared. "Your 2 arrows missed entirely. You can see for yourself." To calibrate the accuracy of the crossbow in time, Yi Kuan marked each long arrow. Zhou Tihu's 4 long arrows all had black dots on the fletching. Zhou Tihu had no way to deny it and shrugged. "I was inexperienced the first time. Next time, I'll definitely hit the mark." The villagers who were on standby were already rushing over with torches. Because Qin Cho had taken about 10 villagers to the county town and hadn't returned, there weren't enough people in the village. So some old men and strong women were mobilized to join the second team. The thin tiger was already dead. Yi Kuan pulled out the long arrow, retrieved the long arrow Zhou Tihu had missed, and called everyone to carry the thin tiger back. Unexpectedly, Qin Erwu in the south of the village also signaled that he had shot a tiger. Yi Kuan instructed the village women to carry the thin tiger back, while he led a team to support Qin Erwu. Over on Qin Erwu's side, he had shot a ferocious tiger weighing over 500 pounds. Both arrows had struck its skull, penetrating over a foot deep, and the arrowheads shattered its skull. "Erwu, great shooting." Yi Kun praised. Dallin, your weapon is great. Qin Erwa laughed heartily. Wang Dakue, with a loose tongue, chuckled. Dallin has tasted Tiger Whip. His weapon is effective everywhere. Once we get the reward money, let Dallin go to Chunyan Tower to test his weapon. The other rural men burst into laughter. Country folks, not knowing how to read, find joy in such trivialities. Enough chit-chat, quickly carry the tiger home. Yi Kun rolled his eyes with a wry smile. These guys, with a little money, just wanted to indulge in eating, drinking, and gambling, lacking ambition. He himself wouldn't go to Chunyan Tower, at most. He would take Dai Shi as a concubine. In the past 2 days, Dai Shi had still been making clothes at Yi Kun's house, skillful and considerate. Yi Kun found that she was quite suitable to be a concubine. She had the charm of a concubine all over her, like a gentle little cat. When you see her, you just want to pet her. With the tiger hunting team providing support, everyone carried the tiger back to the village. They skinned it and divided the meat overnight. The villagers hadn't finished the tiger meat they divided yesterday, and now they had more coming in. Yi Kun didn't take any meat from the sick tiger, but cut 30 pounds from the one Qin Er was shot, just as a gesture. 5 tigers killed in 2 days. Saomiao village had reached the conditions for a tax exemption for the entire village next year. The villagers were all overjoyed, celebrating 100 times more than during the new year. Some villagers were counting on their fingers how much reward money they could receive. After cutting the tiger meat, Yi Kun went home to sleep. Jiang Yurong was also awake, waiting for Yi Kun at home, reaching out to take the tiger meat. You can't carry it. Let me do it. Yi Kun set down the tiger meat and cut it into 3 large pieces. Let's leave it for now. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Fresh tiger meat won't spoil. With so much tiger meat, we really can't finish it. Jiang Yurong smiled brightly and couldn't help but sigh before. I couldn't get enough from brown rice porridge, and now we have so much meat we can't finish. Tomorrow, I'll ask a few villagers to send some to your family. Yi Kun patted Jiang Yurong's head. Once the tiger hunting is done and the reward money comes, I'll accompany you back to your family. Dallin, you're so nice. Jiang Yurong leaned into Yi Kun's embrace. For some reason, whenever Yi Kun patted her head or squeezed her shoulders, Jiang Yurong felt weak all over. If he touched other places, she would be even more soft. Yi Kun smiled, scooped Jiang Yurong up in a princess carry. Time to sleep, Yurong. Jiang Yurong melted into a puddle of mush. However, Yi Kun had been too busy these past 2 days and forgot to fix the bed. The rickety bed creaked for a long time, making Jiang Yurong blush. After the formalities, Jiang Yurong wrapped herself in a new fine linen gown and pulled out a thin hemp rope from under her pillow. Then, borrowing the moonlight outside the window, she seriously tied a knot in the thin hemp rope. Yi Kun was puzzled. Yurong, why are you tying a knot in the rope? Jiang Yurong leaned close to Yi Kun's ear. I'm keeping track of how much I owe you. Otherwise, I might forget later. His wife was too cute. Yi Kun hugged Jiang Yurong. Wife, I really like you a lot. Don't worry, the debt will be repaid slowly. We have a lifetime to be together. There's plenty of time. I like you too. When I can't see you for a while, my heart feels empty. Then why do you still want me to take a concubine? Aren't you afraid I won't sleep with you if I have a concubine? If you have a concubine, don't we all sleep together? Jiang Yurong was very confused, her expression serious. Is it because the bed isn't big enough? We can make a big bed and a big quilt together. That would work, right? Sleep together, sleep together. Let's sleep, wife. Yi Kun held Jiang Yurong and stroked her long hair, feeling that life was already perfect. Taking a concubine, a big bed and quilt. His wife was truly considerate of herself. The next day, Yi Kun slept in, got up to wash up, stretched his muscles, and chatted with his mother. Then he went to see Dai Shi making clothes. Dai Shi put down her needle and thread and said with a smile, Dallin, thank you. I received 2 pounds of tiger meat these past 2 days. I heard there might be some reward money too. What are you thanking me for? Everyone gets it. Yi Kun waved his hand and calculated simply. We killed 5 tigers in total. You should get about 70 copper coins. Dai Shi was surprised. How does Dallin know there are 70? Is there really that much? I thought there were only 10 or so. Yi Kun smiled. This can be calculated. Dai Shi looked at him with admiration. Slightly starstruck, Dallin is really smart. Last night, I and Kai Dai calculated for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. No worries. I'll teach you how to do accounts in the future. Yi Kun sulked. Unable to resist, patted Dai Shi's head, just like petting a cat. Chapter 21. This little mare is not bad. Daishi trembled all over, but did not avoid it, lowering her head and saying, "It's no use teaching me to do accounts. I don't have any accounts to settle at home. If we really need to settle accounts, I can ask Brother DeLang for help." Yikuin also realized that his actions were inappropriate and smiled awkwardly. "Once we have money, we will have to settle accounts." While they were talking, Qin Erwu came to inquire about today's arrangements. Yikuin took the opportunity to go out and said, "Erwu, you came at the right time. Take a few villagers and help me run to Jiangatu village to deliver 20 pounds of tiger meat to Yu Rong's family." Qin Erwu was surprised. "Brother DeLang, you really are generous, sending 20 pounds of tiger meat all at once. With so much tiger meat, you could exchange it for a concubine. Don't mention concubines." Yikuin rolled his eyes. "Take a few villagers and bring bows and arrows to prevent encountering tigers on the way. Go quickly and come back quickly. We still need to hunt tigers tonight. I can't leave. I still need to make a crossbow. It's broad daylight. There's no problem." Qin Erwu nodded and limped away with the tiger meat. Jiang Yurong was very happy and counted on her fingers. "Brother DeLang, my family eats 3 tails of meat a day. Can this 20 pounds of tiger meat last for a month?" Yikuin smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. We'll hunt more tigers in the future and send them more. Tiger meat is not like dragon meat." Yin Luhai also came to help Yikuin continue making crossbows. At lunchtime, the sound of hooves approached. Qin Shou and others returned, bringing County Lieutenant Shangwan Jifu with them. "Yikuin, I came to see your crossbows." Without waiting for the warhorse to stop, Shangwan Jifu jumped off the horse and ducked into Yikuin's small room. She hurriedly stood up, bent over, and saluted. "Sir, Brother DeLang is in the workshop at the back. I'll go find Brother DeLang." Shangwan Jifu ducked his head again and dashed out the back door. Yikuin had already heard and came out to greet him. Shangwan Jifu laughed heartily. "Yikuin, you have quite the skill, having hunted 3 tigers. It's actually 5 tigers." Yikuin corrected, "I shot 2 more last night and was just waiting for Chincho to come back to send them to you." 2 more. Shangwan Jifu's mouth dropped open. The court's professional tiger hunting team does not have such efficiency. Once the main force enters the mountains, the noise is too great, and the tigers run away. You can't outrun those beasts while chasing them. Yin Luhai beamed with pride and said with a grin, "Is there any doubt? The 2 tigers from last night, the heads, tails, and skins are all at the village chief's house." While speaking, Qin Shou also rushed over, carrying a heavy bag on his shoulder, shouting, "Yikuin, I heard you hunted 2 more tigers last night?" Yikuin shrugged. "What's so surprising about that? Dealing with such beasts is just like shooting targets, isn't it?" Shangwan Jifu pulled Yikuin and entered the carpenter's workshop to see his crossbows. The 3 pairs of crossbows that had already been used were all here. After using the crossbows, Yikuin needed to check and calibrate them to ensure their accuracy for the next use. One crossbow was brought to the front of the house. At a distance of 150 paces, a target made from a broken bedboard was set up, with a circle the size of a sieve drawn on it and a black dot in the center, marking the bullseye. Shangwan Jifu lay on the ground, following Yikuin's instructions, aimed at the bullseye, and personally pulled the bow and shot an arrow. Bang! The double arrows shot out, and the bedboard at a distance of 150 paces fell with a loud crash. Upon inspection, both arrows had penetrated the bedboard. Moreover, both arrows were near the bullseye, only 3 inches apart. Shangwan Jifu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned around. "Brother DeLang, were you in the army before?" Yikuin shook his head. Chincho laughed. "Brother DeLang is just a carpenter. He has never been to the county town." Yikuin shot a glare at Chincho. "You talk too much. If we talk about military experience, Yikuin had some. In his previous life, he participated in regular training for the reserves for 3 consecutive years, training for a month each year, learning both literature and martial arts. Because Yikuin was eager to learn, he was even a model soldier in the reserve training. Without military experience, how would he think of making this?" Shangwan Jifu was puzzled. "You just fiddled around and came up with this." Yikuin smiled and changed the subject. "Brother Chincho, did you bring back the reward money?" "Of course I brought it back." Chincho unloaded the bag and poured out 6 guan of copper coins, 3 tigers, a total of 30 guan in reward money. "You get 20%, which is 6 guan." Yikuin didn't even look and handed it over to Jiang Yurong to collect. Shangguan Jifu was still examining Yi Kuan's double bow and arrow crossbow, turned his head, and said, "Brother Delang, you should come with me in the future. The military workshop needs talents like you." "Thank you, County Lieutenant, but I must decline." Yi Kuan rubbed his nose. "I still have an 80-year-old mother at home." "Your mother is 80 years old?" "Soon. In another 30 years, she will be 80. Yi Kuan sighed. "Moreover, my mother is blind and cannot be without me." Shangguan Jifu smiled wryly. "Well then, the Great Ding Kingdom is also a nation of propriety, with filial piety being paramount. People should honor their mothers, and you cannot disregard feelings and take someone away." Yi Kuan saw that Shangguan Jifu was a bit disappointed and pointed at his warhorse, saying, "However, I can give you some gifts to make your warhorse even better." Shangguan Jifu laughed. "What is so special about a warhorse? As long as it runs fast. That's all that matters." "No, it needs to be both fast and stable." Yi Kuan walked to the warhorse and inspected it. "This one only has a saddle, but no stirrups. It's very easy to fall off during battle. The development of the Great Ding Kingdom is really behind. Warhorses only have saddles and no stirrups. They don't even have horseshoes. Going into battle like this, or galloping on horseback if you don't fall to your death, it would be a miracle." Shangguan Jifu frowned. "What are stirrups? Wait until I make them, and you will know what they are." Yi Kuan nodded and patted the horse's rear. "However, you need to leave one horse for me. I need to get the dimensions." Shangguan Jifu thought for a moment. "Are the things you make as useful as the bows and crossbows you made?" "They're even more useful than bows and crossbows. Everyone can use them." "All right, I'll leave you a tall horse." Shangguan Jifu nodded, called his subordinates, and brought over a horse. Yi Kuan looked at it, but chose a short mare. "This little mare is not bad. It's suitable for me to ride." Having never ridden before, Yi Kuan didn't dare to touch a wild horse. "The mare is small and gentle, suitable for practice." Shangguan Jifu grinned. "All right, I'll leave the mare for you. Ride slowly, don't wear out." "Damn, this county lieutenant is not serious at all. A seasoned driver." Yi Kuan was speechless. Shangguan Jifu was busy with official duties and had to supervise the tiger hunts in various places, so he took his leave immediately. As he mounted the horse, Shangguan Jifu suddenly turned back, pointed at Dai Shi, and said to Yi Kuan, "Brother Delang, your concubine is too thin. Let her eat more tiger meat to gain weight and look better." "Huh?" Yi Kuan's face twitched. Before he could explain, Shangguan Jifu had already galloped away with his subordinates. Dai Shi blushed, biting her lip, looking half-smiling. Qin Cho laughed heartily, patting Yi Kuan on the shoulder. "Brother Delang, if you don't mind that Dai Shi is a widow, just take her as a concubine. Having one more concubine is no problem. After all, you're not paying taxes." Chapter 22. A Life and Death Struggle. Dai Shi, feeling shy and embarrassed, quickly turned and hid inside the house. Yi Kuan glanced sideways at Qin Cho and said, "Brother Qin Cho, I will soon be able to wear silk." That day you said, "I have something to attend to. I'll go greet the villagers and distribute the reward money." Qin Cho dashed away, as he had told Yi Kuan before that if Yi Kuan could wear silk, he would give his daughter Qiao Nu to Yi Kuan as a concubine. However, the village chief's daughter could never be a concubine for Yi Kuan unless he really could wear silk and wear it for a lifetime. Jiang Yurong walked over and smiled. "Delang, why is Daishi's face so red?" Yi Kuan awkwardly chuckled. "The village chief said something inappropriate and asked me to take Daishi as a concubine. She got embarrassed." "What's so embarrassing about that?" "I'll go talk to her," Jiang Yurong said with a smile, turning to find Daishi. Hey. Yi Kuan felt it was inappropriate but didn't know how to express it. Wang Dakue came over and called out, "Delang Gu, the village chief is distributing money. He wants you to go take a look." "All right." Yi Kuan nodded and called into the house. "Daishi, you don't need to go. I'll bring your money back." "Got it. Thank you, Delang Gu." Daishi's shy voice came from inside. At the money distribution site, many people were arguing because they couldn't figure out the accounts and were worried about being shortchanged. Yi Kuan waved his hand and shouted, "It's very simple, folks. Just go home and bring back a big bowl each, then we can take turns, one for you and one for me, and it will all be clear. Delang's method is the best." Everyone laughed and hurried back home to get bowls. Yi Kuan shook his head, thinking that he needed to start a literacy class when he had the time. You won. Qin Cho, along with Zhou Taigong, started distributing the money. This time, They brought back 30 copper coins. After deducting Yi Kuen's 6 coins, the remaining was split with the tiger squad taking half, which amounted to 12 coins. The last 12 coins were divided equally among the other villagers, each receiving over 40 copper coins. The villagers, having received their money, sincerely thanked Yi Kuen, saying, "Delangu, if there's anything at home in the future, just let us know, and we will definitely help." Yi Kuen nodded in gratitude. The widows, elderly, and the sick were especially moved to tears, wanting to bow to Yi Kuen. Without Yi Kuen's care, these old and weak individuals wouldn't have a penny. Now, with over 40 copper coins distributed, they could ensure they wouldn't starve for a month. Yi Kuen waved his hand. "Villagers, as long as we work together, we will hunt more tigers in the future and share more reward money." The villagers shouted in unison, "We will listen to Delangu." Only Zhou Tiehu muttered behind their backs, "Those golden copper coins are given to these old and weak people. It's a sin." In Zhou Tiehu's eyes, the poor and the elderly deserve to starve. Giving them money was a waste, a sin. Yi Kuen pulled Qin Chou aside and whispered, "In the future, half of the reward money should be exchanged for small silver coins. It's easier to carry. A string of copper coins weighs over 10 pounds. I'm worried we'll have too many copper coins at home and won't be able to move them. It would tire Zhang Yurong out, which would be terrible." Back at home, Yi Kuen took out over 40 copper coins and handed them to Daishi. "Daishi, this is yours." "So much." Daishi took out 20 copper coins and handed them back to Yi Kuen. "Delangu, use these 20 copper coins to buy fruit for the old lady." No, I can't spend all the copper coins at home." Yi Kuen quickly declined. In the afternoon, they continued making crossbows. Qin Erwu delivered tiger meat to Zhang Hudo and returned in the afternoon with 2 dried salted fish, saying they were given by Aunt Shui-san. It was said that Aunt Shui-san also brought her son and bowed towards Saomiao village, paying respects to her son-in-law, Yi Kuen. Yi Kuen, along with Qin Erwu and Yen Lu Hai, continued working until dark and finally made the 4th set of double crossbows and double arrows. Thus, there were 4 lookout towers in total, equipped with strong bows and hard crossbows. That night, luck was not on their side, and they only managed to hunt 1 tiger. However, they unexpectedly shot 2 large wild boars. The villagers shared the tiger meat and then the pig meat, all smiling from ear to ear. Village Chief Qin Chou went to the county town every 2 days to collect reward money with the tiger's head, tail, skin, and claws. He also brought back materials for bows and crossbow arrows for Yi Kuen, as well as some sewing supplies and coarse rice and salt for the villagers. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yi Kuen made 2 more double crossbows and 5 lightweight, rapid-fire short crossbows. Although they were lightweight, their power exceeded that of the previous ones, and their range surpassed that of the commonly used bows and arrows in the army. The accuracy was even more impressive. Within 100 steps, one could hit a target without missing. 100 steps in the Dating Kingdom is approximately 160 meters. Being able to shoot a target from 160 meters away and fire double arrows means the power was comparable to a small handgun. In the past 10 days, Saomiao village had hunted 13 tigers, big and small, totaling 19 tigers, including the previous 6. Additionally, they hunted 5 wild boars, 2 mountain cows, and several wild dogs. Yi Kuen received the most reward money, totaling 38 copper coins. The meat at home was more than they could eat, so they made a lot of jerky and even gave some away. After lunch, they held a meeting as usual to arrange for the tiger hunting operation that night. Now, a new lookout tower had been set up at the east end of the village, and Yi Kuen was responsible for scheduling the personnel every day. Yi Kuen and Qin Erwu were in charge of the lookout tower on the west side of the village. It was the end of the month, and there was no moonlight. Considering that shooting a tiger required certain visibility conditions, Yi Kuen set up 2 oil pine torches not far from the bait goat. 1 or 2 points of light were not a concern for the starving tigers. At the hour of the pig, around 9 p.m., a large group suddenly appeared on the road into the village. The group was quiet, holding long spears and carrying large knives, advancing step by step towards the village. In the dim firelight, Yi Kuen could see clearly that the 2 leading figures were a tall, skinny man and Guo Jianglong. Guo Jianglong had his ear cut off last time and still had his head wrapped in cloth. The bandits had entered the village, and by the looks of it, they were here to kill. Yi Kun thought for a moment and decisively aimed at Guo Jianglong, pulling the trigger of the hard crossbow. This was a world where people ate people. If you didn't kill them, they wouldn't spare you. Bang! The double arrows shot out, and both Guo Jianglong and the skinny man let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. The power of the crossbow arrows was immense, piercing through Guo Jianglong and the skinny man, and then knocking down 2 more bandits behind them. These bandits were not wearing armor. Before the hard crossbow, they were as fragile as paper. Yi Kun suddenly stood up on the lookout tower, beating his hands like a drum, and shouted to the village, "I hit them! Villagers, come quickly!" There were many bandits, seemingly more than 100 from Shuanyao Mountain who had come out in full force. At this moment, Yi Kun had no choice but to bluff, pretending to be formidable, hoping to scare off this rabble. On the other lookout tower, Qin Erwu, who had been hesitating, saw Guo Jianglong and the skinny man die from arrows and realized that a life-and-death battle had begun, so he pulled the trigger on his hard crossbow. Bang! The double arrows shot out, and 4 or 5 more men fell to the ground among the bandits with a scream. "Kill, kill, shoot arrows!" Yi Kun stood on the lookout tower and continued to wave his hands, shouting, "Archers, fire! Spear team, follow up! County Lieutenant, you lead the cavalry to cut them off. Don't let any of them escape." Chapter 23. No matter old or young, all are welcome. The deputy archer, unable to control himself, picked up a lightweight repeating crossbow and shot at the dense crowd of robbers. Yi Kun also took up his crossbow and killed 2 strong men among the robbers. Strong men have combat power. Killing one is like killing 2. Killing strong men also intimidates the other robbers. Here we come. At this moment, Chincho had already led the second team of the tiger subduing squad, about 50 people, rushing in with torches. Coincidentally, from the direction of the watchtower south of the village, the sound of drums and shouts also rose. It should be that they hit the tiger over there. The robbers had already been shot dead by about 10, and they were in a state of panic. Seeing Yi Kun shouting and directing the troops, seeing countless torches rushing from the village, and hearing the drums and shouts from the south of the village, they thought there were indeed ambushes and were so scared that they turned and fled. Among the bandits, most were poor people with no food to eat, and there were also the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were just there to make up the numbers and had no combat power at all. Some didn't even have weapons, only wooden sticks. Against such a rabble, as long as they were slightly prepared, Yi Kun could take on 10 of them. The thin, tall man who was just shot dead was the second-in-command of Shuanyao Mountain. Seeing that both the second-in-command and the fourth-in-command were dead, the remaining robbers were naturally terrified and fled in panic. Yi Kun waved his hand and shouted, "Chase them down, don't let these beasts escape." Upon hearing this, the robbers ran even faster, trampling over each other, crying for their mothers. Yi Kun secretly rejoiced that this risky battle had actually succeeded. If these robbers hadn't been scared away, Kaomayakan would have been blood-washed tonight. Qin Cho and the villagers rushed in, and upon seeing the scattered robbers on the ground, they were shocked. "Aren't these the robbers from Shuanyao Mountain? Big brother, did you kill the robbers?" The villagers saw so many corpses for the first time and were frightened to change color. Some had already started to vomit. Old Master Zhou also came over, leaning on his cane. Upon seeing the corpses, he collapsed to the ground and shouted in horror, "You have such great courage to kill the robbers from Shuanyao Mountain. It's over. Our Kaomayakan is finished this time. No one will survive. It was me who killed them." Yi Kun stepped forward. "And me." Qin Erwu followed closely behind Yi Kun, glaring and saying, "The over-the-river dragon was just here a few days ago, and the county lieutenant cut off his ear. They are here tonight for revenge. If we don't kill the robbers, we will be killed by them." The other 2 members of the tiger subduing squad also stood behind Yi Kun. "We also shot and killed people. You have harmed everyone in our village." Old Master Zhou, as if mourning his deceased relatives, pointed at Yi Kun and the others. "The robbers from Shuanyao Mountain usually come to ask for food every year and generally do not kill people. You have killed the second-in-command and the fourth-in-command this time. They will definitely come for revenge. We are unarmed. Won't we be completely wiped out?" The villagers were all frightened, and the timid women had already started to cry. "Everyone, listen to me." Yi Kun suddenly shouted loudly, waving his hand, "Fellow villagers, we have worked hard to subdue tigers, risking our lives for some reward money. And we have just started to live well, right? The villagers nodded in unison. Right. But the robbers are coming to steal our money, our food, and even our daughters-in-law, and sisters, taking them to the mountains to be abused and then sold to brothels. Would you be willing? Not willing. Good. Since you are not willing, we must take up swords, guns, bows, and arrows to kill the robbers who enter the village, to protect our food, our homes, our daughters and sisters. Yikuin took the opportunity to incite everyone, continuing to shout, "From today on, I, Yidala, will not share the same sky with the robbers from Shuangya Mountain. Even if my father becomes a robber, I will still kill him." Qin Erwu and Yin Luhai and others all raised their bows and arrows, shouting behind Yikuin, "We will not share the same sky. We vow to kill the robbers." Qin Shou looked at the situation and had no choice but to stand on Yikuin's side, waving his hand and shouting, "From now on, we will fight robbers just like we fight tigers. We will kill one if we see one. We will listen to Yidala. If we can kill tigers, we can also kill robbers." The villagers all felt it made sense, and were inspired by Yikuin's heroic spirit. They raised their arms and shouted together, "Kill the robbers! Kill the robbers!" Yikuin was very satisfied, and when the shouting subsided, he waved his hand again. I announced that everyone should contribute 10 coins to buy wine and meat. Anyone who is willing to join our tiger-subduing squad, willing to fight tigers and kill robbers, regardless of age or gender, we will accept all, guaranteeing you have wine and meat every day. Additionally, I will reward 1 coin for every robber killed. The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Yikuin could only organize the villagers to save themselves. With a great reward, there must be brave men, as long as there are 70 or 80 people. In a defensive battle, Yikuin still had confidence. The villagers cheered and rushed forward to sign up. "I want to participate. Count me in. Having wine and meat every day, even if I die, it's worth it." Yikuin nodded, pointing to the 3 robbers on the ground who were not dead yet and were screaming, "Anyone willing to fight robbers with me, come forward. Each person give 1 stab to these 3 guys or hit them with a stick." There is something called a token of loyalty. Once the token is given, there is no turning back. Yikuin wanted to fight the robbers, so he had to bind the whole village together. A few villagers, whose relatives had been harmed by robbers, approached with hatred and struck first. Others, seeing this, also rushed forward to deliver the final blows. In an instant, the 3 robbers who were not dead yet were completely killed. Yikuin then said, "From now on, everyone should unite and fight tigers and robbers. If anyone is found colluding with robbers, what should we do? Colluding with robbers will be killed." The villagers shouted. Old Master Zhou, trembling in fear, also shouted, "Colluding with robbers will be killed." Yikuin was very satisfied, arranging for everyone to bury the bodies of the robbers, and immediately discussed defense measures with Qin Shou, Qin Erwu, and others. They increased personnel at the 3 entrances to the village, adding bows and weapons, standing ready to prevent the robbers from coming back. In fact, the remaining robbers had already run far away. How could they dare to come back? In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Yikuin kept his word, took out some coins, and rewarded Qin Erwu and others who had shot the robbers last night. He also took out money and sent Qin Shou to the county town to bring back wine and fruits. They had also killed a tiger last night, and today, Qin Shou just happened to go to collect the reward money and report the matter of the robbers entering the village, requesting the county lieutenant to send troops to exterminate the robbers. Yikuin worried about the safety on the way and assigned 10 members of the tiger-subduing squad to Qin Shou, bringing 3 double-shot crossbows. After Qin Shou left, Yikuin took the villagers to patrol around the village, setting up obstacles and continuing to prepare defenses. Jiang Yurong and Dai Shitsai Dai were cooking meat at home and distributing it to everyone. In the evening, the sound of hooves thundered outside the village, and dust rose. On the watchtower in the west of the village, the members of the tiger-subduing squad beat the drums and shouted, "The robbers are coming, everyone get ready." Yikuin was surprised, riding the little mare left by the county lieutenant. He rushed to the village head with his bow and arrows. It was still not dark, and the robbers dared to come, which was somewhat unexpected. But unexpectedly, on the road into the village, Qin Shou appeared first on horseback, waving his hand and shouting, "Don't shoot, I am Qin Shou. I have brought the county lieutenant." Hearing this, Yi Kun hurriedly ordered the watchtower to lower their bows and arrows. Once the alert was confirmed to be lifted, Shangguan Jifu dared to bring his troops into the village. This time, Shangguan Jifu brought 10 cavalry and 2 horse-drawn carts. The members of the tiger-subduing squad from Kaomayakan were all sitting in the carts. If it weren't for the county lieutenant personally escorting them, Qin Shou and the others wouldn't have been able to return tonight. Seeing Yi Kun, Shangguan Jifu proactively clasped his fists. "Big brother, you killed more than a dozen robbers from Shuangyang Mountain. Very impressive. Come and fight alongside me in the future. If you kill 10 enemies, you could be awarded a title. The Dating Kingdom awards titles based on military merit, with a total of 19 ranks. The lowest rank requires killing 10 enemies." Why bring this up again? Yi Kunchai changed the topic and said with a smile, "Lord County Lieutenant, the stirrups we talked about last time have been made, but you haven't come by. Chapter 24, I'll be the big brother." Shangguan Jifu waved his hand, saying, "The stirrups don't matter. I just want your crossbow, as many as you can make." This morning, Shangguan Jifu had again observed the double-barreled light crossbows used by Qin Shou and others for self-defense, and after testing them, he was envious to death. Just then, Qin Shou requested to send troops to eliminate bandits, so Shangguan Jifu came over. "Only after we deal with the bandits of Shuangyang Mountain can I have time to make you crossbows." Yi Kun sighed. "Those bandits kill without blinking. I don't know how long we can survive." Shangguan Jifu laughed heartily. "Within 7 days, I will definitely wipe out the bandits of Shuangyang Mountain." 7 days? Yi Kun was surprised, but also skeptical of Shangguan Jifu's abilities. Last time they talked, Shangguan Jifu had only 50 soldiers and 20 war horses with ordinary equipment. Shuangyang Mountain had over 100 bandits. Although their individual combat power was not strong, the terrain was advantageous. A single man can hold a pass. 1,000 cannot get through. With such a small force, it would not be easy for Shangguan Jifu to penetrate Shuangyang Mountain and eradicate the bandits. Yes, within 7 days, I will definitely eliminate the bandits of Shuangyang Mountain. Shangguan Jifu nodded, and as he entered the village with Yi Kun, he said, "I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? We have tiger meat." Yi Kun nodded and brought Shangguan Jifu into his home, where he had Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi prepare a meal. Shangguan Jifu also brought dried meat, dried fish, and rice, as well as several jars of wine. They still had to wait a while for the food, so Yi Kun showed Shangguan Jifu the stirrups he had made. The stirrups were equipped on a small mare, and Yi Kun would occasionally jump on to practice riding and archery. He had improved quite a bit these days. Shangguan Jifu mounted the horse, took a lap, and turned back with a smile. "With this thing, it seems riding is a bit more stable. However, it also increases the horse's burden. It doesn't seem to have much effect." "Ignorant." Yi Kun shook his head and said, "The purpose of stirrups is first to stabilize, greatly reducing the chance of falling off. Second, they save effort. During long journeys, they help prevent fatigue. Third, they can increase the speed and accuracy of mounted archery. If all cavalry in the army are equipped with stirrups, their combat effectiveness will greatly increase. Under the same conditions, they can quickly defeat the enemy." "Is it really that powerful?" Shangguan Jifu couldn't believe it. "County officer, let's test it." Yi Kun, feeling a bit annoyed, had Shangguan Jifu switch horses, saying, "If you are retreating and there are enemy soldiers chasing you, can you ride forward while turning back to shoot an arrow?" "I can, but it's unstable and hard to aim accurately." Shangguan Jifu jumped on his war horse, galloped, then turned back to shoot an arrow at a tree behind him. Sure enough, he missed and almost fell off the horse. With stirrups, it would be fine. Yi Kun slowly mounted the horse, also galloping, then turned back to shoot an arrow, hitting the tree accurately. Shangguan Jifu became interested and switched to the small mare for 3 more tests. He felt quite good about it. Shangguan Jifu's subordinates also tried it out and exclaimed, "Sir, this stirrup is indeed useful. It's like wings to a tiger." "Ha ha ha." Shangguan Jifu laughed heartily, patting Yi Kun's shoulder. "Big brother, how are you so clever, able to make these things?" Yi Kun called everyone to eat and said casually, "There are many good things I haven't had time to make, like horseshoes. I don't have time for that now." The soldiers were all eating outside. Yi Kun and Qin Shou accompanied the county officer to eat indoors. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, Qin Shou mentioned how Yi Kun spent his own money to fight the bandits. Shangwan Jifu was moved, stood up, and said, Big Brother Yi is filial to his mother, generous with his wealth, and brave in fighting tigers and bandits to protect peace in the area and serve the court. I admire you greatly and wish to be sworn brothers with you. We may not be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but may we die on the same day of the same month of the same year. What? Sworn brothers? Yi Kun thought for a moment and smiled. Being sworn brothers is fine, but I won't be the elder brother. In the Great Ding Kingdom, there is a concept of hierarchy, ruler and subject, father and son. Being the elder brother means being the ruler, the father, the master, and the younger brother is equivalent to the elder brother's private property, responsible for daily tasks including but not limited to being a bodyguard, doing chores, and even being ready to die for the elder brother at any time. Yi Kun was not foolish. He wouldn't allow himself to become Shangwan Jifu's private property. Shangwan Jifu was taken aback. But I'm older than you. Qin Shou was also shocked, thinking Yi Kun had lost his mind. The county officer was willing to be sworn brothers with you. What a privilege. And you want to be the elder brother? That's not okay. I'm the type who is more compatible with the elder brother. Yi Kun shook his head, jokingly saying, When I was young, several sworn brothers all died because of me. But I am quite lucky with younger brothers. All my younger brothers live long lives and are doing well. Shangwan Jifu smiled bitterly. I see, you don't want to be sworn brothers with me. Forget it. As if I never said anything. Yi Kun laughed. How about this? We swear brotherhood without distinction of age. We are both elder brothers. You call me brother, and I call you brother. Sound good? Let us do it. Shangwan Jifu laughed heartily. After the meal, Shangwan Jifu pulled Yi Kun to the backyard to swear brotherhood. This place is a latrine and smells terrible. Let's find another spot. Yi Kun led Shangwan Jifu to the front door. The two knelt down together and swore to the heavens that from now on, they would be brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune, regardless of age. After the oath, Shangwan Jifu stood up and had his subordinates bring over 2 horses. Big brother, I took your stirrups to the army for large-scale production. I left you 2 horses as a meeting gift. The 2 war horses were not cheap, worth over 20 taels of silver. Yi Kun took out a pair of double bows and arrows, along with a lightweight double-barreled short crossbow, and handed them to Shangwan Jifu. Brother Jifu, this is my return gift. I will make you more when I have time. Shangwan Jifu was overjoyed, patting Yi Kun's shoulder. Tonight, you should sleep well with your wife. I will stand guard at the village head and help you deal with tigers and bandits. Damn, he's on the move again. Yi Kun nodded. Thank you for your hard work. When you have time, teach me that ear-cutting shooting technique of yours. It's a deal. Shangwan Jifu laughed heartily, feeling a bit tipsy, and called his soldiers to go to the lookout tower in Saomiao village to stand guard for the night. Although he said it was for guard duty, Shangwan Jifu also wanted to have some fun, using Yi Kun's crossbow to shoot a couple of tigers or bandits to see the practical effect. Yi Kun was happy to relax, accompanying Jian Yurong to sleep. He had been busy hunting tigers and making crossbows these days and had neglected his beautiful wife. After some intimate moments, Jian Yurong wrapped her arms around Yi Kun's neck and whispered with a smile, Big brother, I asked, and Daishi is willing to be your concubine. But you need to find a matchmaker to speak on your behalf. I think the village chief should do it. During this time, hunting tigers. They couldn't go out to gather wild vegetables, and Daishi had nothing to do, spending almost every day at Yi Kun's house. Every time she saw Yi Kun, her face turned red, full of shyness. Yi Kun could see her intentions and was just waiting for a word. Chapter 25, How to Test in Broad Daylight. Yi Kun thought for a moment and smiled. Actually, I don't want a concubine, but I want another person to serve me. I'm getting old, and my eyesight is failing, so it's always better to have someone to take care of me. Jiang Yurong chuckled. Well, take care of you during the day, and take care of you at night. I really don't have to take care of you. The couple chatted for a long time, and when it was late at night, they had some fun before falling asleep. In the middle of the night, they were woken up by the sound of drums. It was Shangwan Jifu, who had shot a fierce tiger at the watchtower in the southern part of the village. Yi Kun was off duty tonight and didn't go to see it. In the morning, everyone had already divided the tiger meat, leaving Yi Kun with 20 pounds of the best. Shangwan Jifu was in high spirits, patting Yi Kun on the shoulder. They all say that your weapon is effective, and it turns out to be true. There are plenty of effective weapons. It's just that there's no time to tinker with them. However, Shangguan Jifu continued, but your weapon won't be useful for long, because within 7 days, the court will send a large army to thoroughly search the mountains and eliminate the tiger threat. Qin was taken aback. So, does that mean we won't have any tigers to hunt in the future? The villagers were also very disappointed. No tigers to hunt means no income and no tiger meat to eat. During this time of hunting tigers, every household had made some money and eaten meat every day. The villagers were all excited, happier than during the New Year. But the happy days were too short. Yi Kun, however, smiled and said, Brother Jifu, no wonder you said that within 7 days, we need to sweep the bandits off Shuanyang Mountain. It turns out the court's army is coming. Yes, this tiger hunt is also a way to eliminate bandits. Shangguan Jifu nodded. Once the army arrives, those bandits will naturally collapse. If you want to hunt tigers, hurry up. You only have these 3 to 5 days left. If you keep hunting, the money in the county treasury won't be enough for your rewards. Yi Kun found it a bit funny. The tiger hunting team from Saomiao village actually led to the county's financial collapse. Shangguan Jifu left with the tiger head and skin. The villagers looked at Yi Kun and asked, Brother Wang, what will we do in the future if there are no tigers to hunt? What will we eat? Without tigers, we can hunt and dig wild vegetables. Yi Kun smiled. The sorghum will be ripe soon, and the rami will also be harvested. We will have food to eat. Eating is a small problem. Yi Kun was thinking about how to make a fortune and eat mountain delicacies every day to take good care of his mother and wife. When he returned home, his blind mother came to find Yi Kun and whispered, Wang, our family doesn't have to pay taxes now. You should take Dai Shi as a concubine. In the past 2 years, Dai Shi had often taken care of Yi Kun's mother. Therefore, the old lady was very satisfied with Dai Shi. Yi Kun asked, Why do you want me to marry Dai Shi? The old lady said softly, Dai Shi's family has 2 brothers. If you marry Dai Shi, you will have more relatives, and others will not dare to bully you. You are the only son in the family, and our Yi family is just one household. Without relatives, you won't have any help. All right, let my mother talk to Dai Shi. Yi Kun hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. The old lady chuckled, leaning on her cane, and groped to find Dai Shi. Although the old lady was blind, she understood the situation. Having more relatives is beneficial for establishing a foothold in the countryside. After lunch, Dai Shi came over, blushing, and said, Brother Wang, my bed is broken. Can you see? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Just wait, I'll help you fix the bed. Yi Kun smiled and took his carpenter tools to Dai Shi's house. It was very clean inside. They had even lit dried mugwort as incense. Dai Shi's bed was also very clean, although the bedding was made of coarse cloth. Yi Kun checked the wooden bed and reinforced the mortise with wooden wedges. Once done, he smiled at Dai Shi. Dai Shi, try lying down and see if it creaks now. Dai Shi's face turned red. How can I test it in broad daylight? How about you try it for me, Brother Wang? Yi Kun sat down and bounced on the bed a bit, shaking it. Very stable. Sister-in-law Dai Shi, it's very stable now. Even if 2 people sleep on it, it won't creak. I don't have 2 people at home. Dai Shi lowered her head. In the morning, Yi Kun's mother had spoken to Dai Shi, telling her that Yi Kun wanted to take her as a concubine. Dai Shi was overjoyed, but didn't know how to break the ice and finalize the matter with Yi Kun. Yi Kun held Dai Shi's hand and smiled. Dai Shi, if you don't mind, let us live together from now on and help me take care of my mother. My mother likes you. Dai Shi trembled slightly and said softly, Brother Wang, do you want to marry me as a concubine? Not a concubine, but a second wife. Yi Kun was a bit emotional and embraced Dai Shi. My mother and Yurong both agree, and I like you too. Dai Shi softened and fell into Yi Kun's arms. You don't mind that I'm a widow? I don't mind. I like you very much. Yi Kun found it hard to control himself, feeling restless. But Dai Shi chuckled and gently pushed Yi Kun away. Then we need a matchmaker, and can you buy me a red headband, like the one for Yurong? Of course. Yi Kun smiled and squeezed Dai Shi's hand. When the court's army comes and drives away the tigers and bandits, I will marry you. I'll wait for you. Dai Shi ran away, blushing. The court's army arrived quickly, with 2,000 troops reaching within 3 days. The village heads organized tiger hunting teams and laborers to participate in the tiger hunting operation. In just 4 to 5 days, Hundreds of miles of mountains had been thoroughly searched, and over 100 tigers of all sizes were killed. Many wild boars and mountain cattle were also taken down. Many hedgehogs, foxes, and rabbits were also eliminated. When the army arrived, the bandits of Shuangya mountains scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing without a trace. However, Yi Kuan knew that as soon as the court's army left, these bandits would quickly regroup. For the bandits, robbing homes and women was definitely more exciting than farming and foraging. Shangguan Jifu, as a local military officer, naturally had to cooperate with the actions of the court's army. On the day the army withdrew, Shangguan Jifu also bid farewell to Yi Kuan. The southern barbarians have rebelled and invaded our territory. I will join the army to go to war and may not return for a while. Yi Kuan was not surprised and nodded. Take care of yourself. Shangguan Jifu smiled bitterly. I really want to take you with me, but you must take care of your mother. I have already informed the county magistrate and deputy magistrate. If you have any issues, just find Magistrate Liu and Deputy Magistrate Wang. Thank you, Brother Jifu. Yi Kuan then gave him a pair of double bows and arrows and a repeating crossbow. Take these. Let the military craftsmen make more. They might come in handy during the battle. Of course, they will come in handy. Shangguan Jifu smiled. Your bows and crossbows have a long range. If the enemy can't hit me, I can kill them. I have already instructed the military craftsmen to start making copies. When I win the battle, I will come back to thank you. As long as you win, that is all that matters. I don't care. Yi Kuan swayed. The next day, Yi Kuan called Qin Erwu and rode to the county town together. The two warhorses left by Shangguan Jifu made Yi Kuan feel like he had wings. They could leave for the county town in the morning and return by noon. In the county town, Yi Kuan exchanged some silver for jewelry, bought some silk scarves and red headbands, and some miscellaneous daily necessities. When he returned home, Yi Kuan called over Qin Xiao's wife, Huaihua, took out a pair of silver earrings, a silver ring, a silk scarf, and a red headband, and smiled. Sister Huaihua, I want to marry Dai. She is a concubine. Please be the matchmaker. Although it's called a betrothal gift, Dai, she will also bring something back. It's like transferring from one hand to another, gaining a beauty for free. Huaihua's eyes sparkled. Then I'll be the matchmaker. Shouldn't there be a thank you gift? Yi Kuan took out a pair of small earrings. This is your thank you gift, and I also want to invite you to a meal. The locust flower bloomed, and Dai Shi ran off happily. The next day was an auspicious day. At dusk, Dai Shi, wearing a red scarf, was sent to Yi Kuan's house by the locust flowers and several women from the village. Jiang Yurong was beaming with joy, having already decorated the new house and tied red flowers to hang in the wedding room, creating a festive atmosphere. It was common in the Great Ding Kingdom for husbands to take concubines and wives to have face. Many villagers came to give gifts and celebrate the wedding. Each person contributed a copper coin as a big gift, causing Yi Kuan to almost cough up blood from the expenses. After sending off the guests, the newlyweds entered the bridal chamber. Jiang Yurong, accompanied by colorful butterflies, slept in the carpenter's workshop at the back. Dai Shi was very proactive, helping Yi Kuan undress, and softly said, My husband, thank you for not despising me. If you don't want me, I don't know how long I can live. It's just that I'm too poor and have no dowry. In these times, widows without men find it hard to survive. Having survived today, tomorrow is uncertain. I could starve to death at any moment. Dai Shi, you are the best dowry. Yi Kuan blew out the oil lamp. In the darkness, the rickety bed began to sing a joyful song again. Although Dai Shi had been with a man before, she became a widow shortly after marriage, so she could be considered a second-hand big girl. For Yi Kuan, the experience was very good and harmonious. He could ride freely and charge straight in. Chapter 26. This is truly cheating. After finishing his ride, Yi Kuan lit the oil lamp again, admiring the beauty beside him, looking at her inch by inch, savoring the view. Dai Shi, feeling shy, buried her head in Yi Kuan's chest and said, Big brother, why hasn't your bed been fixed yet? Sister Yu Rong and Kai Dai will hear the noise. Now that she is married, we must pay attention to hierarchy. Jiang Yu Rong is the wife, and Dai Shi is the concubine. Therefore, Dai Shi must call Yu Rong's sister, even though Jiang Yu Rong is 3 years younger. I'll fix it tomorrow. Yi Kuan continued to admire every inch of Dai Shi's skin, even the places he usually couldn't see. For the past 20 days of tiger hunting, Dai Shi had mostly stayed at Yi Kuan's house, enjoying meat and white rice. Her body had become much fuller, and her skin was much whiter and smoother, increasingly tempting to look at. As he watched, he felt that familiar urge again. This time, Daishi was no longer shy. She responded to Yi Kuen's advances, cheerfully humming along with the creaking bed. The next day, Daishi got up early, washed up, and paid her respect to her mother-in-law and Jiang Yurong. Yi Kuen slept until sunrise. Suddenly feeling an itch on his face, he opened his eyes to see Jiang Yurong looking at him from the bedside, her hair falling down and brushing against his face. Yurong, big brother, Jiang Yurong smiled, biting her lip, and quietly asked, "Did Daishi settle the account last night? She still owes me a little. She asked you to pay it for her." Yi Kuen lifted the thin blanket and pulled Jiang Yurong in. "No, it's dawn. I'm here to call you for breakfast." Jiang Yurong flustered, but her body softened, making it impossible to struggle. "Let me settle the account first, then we can eat," Yi Kuen shamelessly declared. "What is wrong with announcing it in daylight? I've already eaten," leaning on my cane, taking a stroll around the village. Daishi and Kai Dai waited for Yi Kuen to have breakfast, and after a little over half an hour, Yi Kuen and Jiang Yurong finally came out of the bedroom. Daishi smiled and said, "Big brother, Sister Yurong, you weren't sneaking around in the bedroom, were you? Who was sneaking? If I eat, you eat too?" Jiang Yurong rolled her eyes with authority. Kai Dai, not understanding the innuendo, earnestly said, "Anyway, I don't sneak. Sister Yurong gives me food, so I eat." Yi Kuen coughed twice and patted Kai Dai's little head. "Go ahead, little girl." Jiang Yurong and Daishi both shared a mischievous smile. Yi Kuen changed the subject, saying, "Now that there are no tigers to hunt, we need to find a small business to support the family in the future." Jiang Yurong nodded. "Yes, there are now 5 people in our family. That's quite a lot. If we have more children in the future, there will be even more mouths to feed. Relying on Big Brother alone to be a carpenter, it won't be easy to support the family." Daishi smiled wryly. "But what kind of business can we do in our village?" Kai Dai opened her hands. "I can only dig wild vegetables and spin hemp yarn." Yi Kuen smiled. "I'll look around. I'll surely find something to do." After breakfast, Yi Kuen went to find Qin Shou, and together they rode to the town to see what good business could be done. Qin Shou suggested that Yi Kuen kill pigs, which would mean they could have meat every day, along with pork offal. Yi Kuen rolled his eyes. Wasn't that embarrassing for someone from another world? After looking around in the town, they went to the county city. The best business in the county city was trading hemp threads and yarn, which was also one of the pillar industries of the Great Ding Kingdom. After a tour, Yi Kuen had an idea. Back at home, Yi Kuen tried out the weaving of hemp thread using the spinning wheel, then dove into the carpenter's workshop. 3 days later, Jiang Yurong and the others saw Yi Kuen had built a strange spinning wheel. It was much larger than a regular spinning wheel, about the size of a table. It required 2 people to operate. One person stepped on the pedal to rotate the spindle, while the other managed the thread on the other end. It had 5 spindles that spun very quickly. Yi Kuen called Jiang Yurong and Daishi to help him test the machine. After managing the hemp threads, all 5 spindles spun together, producing fine and tight hemp yarn. When touched, it even felt like fine hemp thread. While experimenting, he adjusted the spinning wheel. After 2 hours, the quality of the produced hemp thread improved even further. Daishi examined the produced yarn and exclaimed, "Big brother, this is almost as good as fine hemp thread. We can sell it at a high price. Moreover, the spinning speed is very fast. In the future, Sister Yurong and I can spin yarn to support the family." Jiang Yurong nodded repeatedly. "Yes, we should spin more yarn in the future." Kai Dai shouted, "I want to spin yarn too." As a woman, if she didn't work, she would have no value. Therefore, women in the Great Ding Kingdom dared not be lazy. Yi Kuen nodded. "I'll buy hemp thread first to try it out. You 3 will take turns operating it. You need to get familiar with it. The jute industry has several processes. Yi Kuen currently lacks capital, so he can only start with spinning yarn. This is simpler and easier to scale up. In the village, every family grows jute, so purchasing hemp threads is very easy." Still in the testing phase, Yi Kuen didn't dare to buy too much. He only bought 300 pounds. However, Daishi, Jiang Yurong, and Kai Dai were all spinning fanatics, working nonstop for 2 days to process all 300 pounds of hemp threads. Yi Kuen called Qin Shou and took their produced hemp threads to the county city for trading. The hemp threads were traded by weight, and with good quality, the price was naturally high. Yi Kun sold the first batch at double the price, making a profit of 90 copper coins. It may not seem like much, but when calculated, it was significant, because the production of this batch of hemp threads only required 3 laborers working for 2 days. In other words, within 2 days, the 3 of them created a pure profit of 90 copper coins. If they had hired workers, the wages for 3 workers for 2 days would only be 12 copper coins. Moreover, the jute industry is very easy to scale up. Yi Kun knew that he was about to become a capitalist. After selling the hemp threads, Yi Kun was in a great mood, pulling Qin Cho to drink at the tavern. The tavern owner's daughter, Jiao Jiao, about 16 or 17 years old, also recognized Yi Kun, serving wine and dishes with great enthusiasm. She smiled, revealing a small dimple, quite adorable. While they were eating, 2 little beggars came over, extending their dirty hands toward Yi Kun for food. The beggars appeared to be a pair of siblings. The brother was around 10 years old, and the sister was 5 or 6, both emaciated. Jiao Jiao, Yi Kun called the tavern owner's daughter, planning to have 2 bowls of rice sent to the beggars. Jiao Jiao thought Yi Kun was annoyed by the beggars and hurriedly ran over to pull the beggars aside. San Air, don't disturb the guests. I'll get you something to eat. Yi Kun smiled. Jiao Jiao, give them 2 bowls of meat porridge on my account. Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Quickly pulling the 2 children, the guest is giving you food. Quickly thank the guest. The 2 beggars were very sensible, bowing down on the ground. Yi Kun helped the 2 children up and asked Jiao Jiao, are these 2 children from the county city? Yes, their parents both fell ill and died, and their house was sold. The brother is called San Air, and the sister is called Ping Air. Jiao Jiao sighed. The 2 siblings can only beg for food. I try to give them a little to eat, but it's not something I can provide every day. It seems they won't survive this winter. Yi Kun thought for a moment, counted out 201, and handed it to Jiao Jiao. Don't let these 2 children starve. Their daily meals will be on my account. Once I get home and build a few more houses, I'll take them back with me. Chapter 27. Sister-in-law, Special Care. Jiao Jiao was very surprised. Guest, you are really a good person. With these 201, Sanner and Pinger might just make it through. They definitely will. Yi Kun picked up the meat in the bowl and handed it to the Sanner siblings. From now on, you will eat here. It's cold, and I will come and pick you up. Sanner and Pinger bowed again and wolfed down the roasted meat. Yi Kun looked at Jiao Jiao and smiled. Jiao Jiao, I will come back later and bring you a kind of bean sauce that tastes great for cooking and mixing with rice. By then, you can help me sell the bean sauce, and we will share the profits. Making soybean sauce doesn't require much technical skill. Yi Kun thought about trying it out. Without bean sauce, eating every day feels bland. That's great, guest. I'll be waiting for you, Jiao Jiao said happily. Yi Kun took his leave and brought back 100 jin of soybeans from the county town. Qin Cho was puzzled, not understanding why Yi Kun bought so many soybeans. I want to make a kind of sauce, a particularly delicious sauce, Yi Kun explained to Qin Cho. This sauce is more fragrant when mixed with rice than eating meat. It's even better for cooking. Qin Cho shook his head repeatedly. No business is better than killing pigs and selling meat. Yi Kun rolled his eyes. This guy was fixated on pig slaughtering. Back at home, Yi Kun made the bean sauce while also working on the second spinning wheel, calling in Qin Erwu and Yin Lu Hai for help. With the experience from making the first spinning wheel, the second one was completed quickly in just a day and a half. He also bought the jars and bamboo baskets needed for the sauce. The house next door belonged to Dai Shi and became Yi Kun's bean sauce workshop. He boiled the soybeans, let them cool, placed them in the bamboo basket, covered them with a layer of grass, and consistently sprinkled water daily to ensure humidity, waiting for the soybeans to mold. During this time, Yi Kun also hired carpenters to build a house in the backyard. He merged Dai Shi's backyard, constructing a total of 8 thatched houses. The villagers all came to help for free, as long as there was food to eat. The thatched houses were not tall, and they were completed in 7 days. The soybeans were also fully molded and began to dry. After the moldy soybeans dried, they were crushed in a stone mortar, mixed with coarse salt, and placed in the backyard to sunbathe and be exposed to dew, waiting for sale. At night, while sleeping, Jiang Yurong approached Yi Kun to discuss. Dalong, the spinning wheel requires 2 people to spin the thread. With 2 spinning wheels at home, we need 4 people. So I was thinking of inviting my second sister yet over. Yi Kun smiled. Now that we have a house to live in, I'll accompany you back home tomorrow to bring both your second and third sisters. Jiang Yurong seemed a bit troubled. The third sister can't work. Dalong, won't you mind her being a freeloader? Your sister is my sister. How could I mind? Yi Kun gave her another head pat. Besides, if your second sister comes to help, I will pay her 5 copper coins a day. So much? Jiang Yurong was surprised. In the past, I only received 1 or 2 copper coins a day when helping others spin thread. During the famine, they didn't even want copper coins, just a meal a day. Since she is my sister-in-law, of course, I should pay a bit more. Dalong, why not just marry you too? Then you wouldn't have to pay her any wages. Jiang Yurong suddenly grinned. Nonsense. Do you think I can marry all the girls in the world as concubines? Yi Kun couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, Yi Kun rode his horse, borrowed Zhou Taigong's ox cart, and took Jiang Yurong back to her family. Now there were no tigers or bandits, so the journey felt safe. Jiang Yurong sat in the back of the cart and said with a smile, Dalong, should we make an ox cart for our family? We have 2 horses but no cart. It's such a waste. Sure, I'll make one when I have time. Yi Kun nodded. An ox cart was indeed needed because the production of hemp thread would become routine, requiring frequent trips to sell it. As Yi Kun and Jiang Yurong entered Jianghudo village, a group of children came running towards them. They were all dressed in rags, each one looking weak and emaciated. The recent tiger disaster had made life miserable for the villagers of Jianghudo, and they dared not go out to forage for wild vegetables, resulting in 2 people starving to death. Jianghudo was a small village and couldn't organize a tiger hunting team. However, Jiang Yurong's family was doing well thanks to Yi Kun's assistance, and the family members had gained a little weight. The village children were so hungry they looked pitifully at Jiang Yurong. Yi Kun jumped off his horse, took out the dried meat and fruits he had brought, and distributed them to the children, giving each one 5 copper coins. The whole village was stirred up, greeting him with smiles. Our son-in-law from Jianghudo has returned. The son-in-law is really generous. Yurong is truly fortunate. Yi Kun just smiled and nodded slightly. Yurong's older brother and sister-in-law came to welcome him, helping to lead the horse. All smiles. They knew that with Yi Kun's arrival, their family would prosper. Jiang Yurong's 2 younger sisters eagerly grabbed their sister's hand. Sister, you've gained weight. Your clothes are beautiful, and you have a headscarf and these earrings. Don't worry, you will all have gifts. Your brother-in-law has brought you presents. Jiang Yurong hugged her younger sister and smiled. Moreover, your brother-in-law said he would take you to Tsaomiao village to play. The third sister, Yukai, cheered and jumped up with excitement. Yud, 14 or 15 years old, was already sensible and shyly glanced at Yi Kun. Upon arriving at her family home, Jiang Yurong took out gifts, including food and clothes. Yi Kun also presented 1,000 coins to his father-in-law and gave his mother-in-law and older sister-in-law each a pair of silver earrings. Jiang Yubao prepared fish and liquor, warmly hosting Yi Kun, and said, Son-in-law, you guys at Tsaomiao village are really good at hunting tigers. Back then, I want to join you in hunting tigers. Aunt Shui-san sighed. Yes. If Yubao had participated in the tiger hunt, he could have shared a lot of money and tiger meat. Yi Kun smiled and said, Brother-in-law, you can help me buy hemp silk around Jianghudo in the future. I need as much as you can find. If you help me, I will pay you. How about 300 copper coins a month? The hemp thread industry requires many people. Buying hemp silk and selling hemp thread both need trusted hands. Yi Kun couldn't handle everything himself and needed a few reliable assistants. Jiang Yubao was so excited he felt tingly all over. Son-in-law, I can work for you even without pay. Aunt Shui-san kicked her husband hard under the table. No pay. Are we going to starve? Jiang Yubao realized and grinned. 300 copper coins is great. I earn less than 100 copper coins a month from fishing. Yi Kun then looked at his mother-in-law. Jiang Li Shi. Mother-in-law, our family is busy spinning thread, so Yurong wants to bring her 2 younger sisters over to help. Yid's pay will be 5 copper coins a day. Jiang Li Shi's old face broke into a smile. If the younger sisters are helping their brother-in-law, what do we need money for? Just feed them. After all, those 2 girls have nothing to do at home. They're my younger sisters, not just idle girls. Yi Kun patted Yotsai's head. Yukai can come over and play without having to work. I'll take care of her. Yukai jumped into Yi Kun's arms. Brother-in-law, you are so nice. Don't dirty your brother-in-law's clothes. Silly girl, Jiang Lishur scolded with a laugh. After lunch, Yi Kun and Jiang Yurong brought Yud and Yukai back with them. This time, the house turned into a kingdom of daughters. Yud and Kai Dai were about the same age and hit it off immediately. Yi Kun arranged a bedroom for both of them and set up a small bed for Yukai next to it. Jiang Yurong and Dai, she each had their own bedroom. Yi Kun was unfortunate, having no fixed bedroom, and had to run between Jiang Yurong's and Dai Shi's rooms. The two spinning wheels at home achieved routine production. Yi Kun made 2 more spinning wheels and set them aside as spares. At this time, the first batch of soybean sauce was also nearly done. After tasting it, it was exceptionally delicious. Yi Kun brought 2 jars of soybean sauce and, along with Chin Cho, set out on the path of sales. They first went to several nearby, small towns, giving away small bowls for free to taverns. After that, they headed to the county town, intending to collaborate with Jiao Jiao. However, upon arriving in the county town, Yi Kun discovered that the tavern owned by Jiao Jiao's family had been sealed by the authorities, with a seal posted on it. Yi Kun was quite surprised and inquired about the situation from the locals. An old man whispered Jiao Jiao's father, Ma Fuge, poisoned and killed his old mother, and was taken away by the county magistrate. The family property was confiscated, and his daughter Jiao Jiao was sold as a slave by the officials. Today, she is in the market selling grass. Chapter 28. Recognizing the true value, the young lady. What the hell? Jiao Jiao's father killed his own mother. Yi Kun was shocked. After thinking for a moment, Yi Kun rode his horse, taking Chin Cho straight to the market. The market is a place for trading livestock and also a place where poor families sell their sons and daughters. Sometimes, the government would also sell the daughters of criminals' families here. In one corner of the market, there was a 2-foot-high earthen platform, measuring about 10 square feet. The area in front of the platform was crowded with people, all pointing and discussing. On the platform stood 3 young girls, with straw stuck in their hair and wooden signs about the size of a palm hanging in front of their chests, indicating their prices. Jiao Jiao, the tavern owner's daughter, stood in the middle with a sign on her chest stating 1 guan. It seemed that Jiao Jiao was beautiful, and her price was quite high. Beautiful girls could be sold to brothels to earn money by entertaining guests. Jiao Jiao's hair was messy, her eyes were dazed, and her lips were dry and peeling as she stared blankly at the crowd below. Reduced to this, even the most charming young lady was no different from livestock, subject to selection and slaughter. The onlookers below were pointing and discussing. Why is Jiao Jiao so expensive? Is it because of her pretty face, or because of her big but to go home and bear sons? An old man chuckled. This kind of merchandise sold to brothels can fetch 15 copper coins in one night. In front of the earthen platform, there were 2 small, frail figures, the little beggar siblings Sanner and Pinger. Sanner was crying, his face covered in snot and tears, looking at Jiao Jiao and crying out, "Sister Jiao Jiao, what happened to you? Why are you being sold?" Jiao Jiao shed tears and shook her head, calling out, "Sanner, you 2 go wait in front of my family's tavern. Maybe a kind guest will come and take you back. Then you won't starve to death." Sanner and Pinger cried together, "Sister, we won't leave. We will stay here with you." Just then, Yi Kun arrived on horseback. Jiao Jiao saw Yi Kun and her eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. 1 guan was too expensive. Ordinary families wouldn't buy it. In this day and age, one could find young ladies fleeing from disasters on the street. Who would still spend money to buy a woman? Jiao Jiao had been brought to the market early in the morning, but there were no buyers at all. A few brothel owners were waiting below, hoping for a price drop. "Jiao Jiao, what's going on?" Yi Kun rode to the front of the platform, dismounted, and jumped onto the earthen platform. Jiao Jiao trembled all over and knelt on the ground. "Guest, save me." "Don't worry, take your time to explain." Yi Kun helped Jiao Jiao up. Jiao Jiao wiped her tears and whispered, "It's my uncle, who plotted against my family's property, framed my father, saying my father poisoned my grandmother. My father has already been locked up in prison, and he might be executed." The crowd below murmured softly, "Indeed, Ma Fugue is loyal and filial. How could he poison his own mother? He must have been framed. It's a pity for this lovely daughter." Yi Kun looked around and said to the official beside him, "Ma Jiao Jiao, I will buy her." Thud! Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao knelt down again. "Big brother, I will repay you. I can brew wine, sell wine, do accounts, spin thread, and do rough work. Being bought by Yi Kun is much better than being sold to a brothel, because the girls in brothels usually have a useful life of only about a year. After a year, they're usually riddled with diseases and die. Even if they don't die, they can no longer entertain guests and can only do miscellaneous work, eventually being kicked out to fend for themselves. The official took the money and grinned. You really know how to pick. This is still a young lady, a pretty face, and a big butt. No problem for her to go home and bear sons. Yi Kun rolled his eyes, pulled the straw from Jiao Jiao's hair, took down the wooden sign, and was about to take Jiao Jiao away. Big brother, please buy us too. The two girls on the platform, one on each side, also knelt down. These two were young concubines from wealthy families, around 18 or 19 years old. Because their wealthy families had committed crimes, they were sold by the officials. Generally, only the young and attractive could be brought to the market for trading. If they were older or ugly, they wouldn't even be sold, let alone anyone paying to take them in. What are your names, and what is your situation? Yi Kun looked at the price tags on the two girls, which were quite cheap, only 400 won each. I am Lu Hongyu. I am Jia Xinghua. The two girls hurriedly introduced themselves, bowing repeatedly. I'll buy them together. Yi Kun took out the money to settle the bill and brought the three girls down from the platform. The onlookers below were cheering. Hey, who is this young master? He bought 3 concubines at once. So extravagant. Qin Cho was also shocked, whispering, Big brother, can you support so many little wives? They won't eat your family's food. What does it matter to you? Yi Kun glared, then looked at the two pitiful beggars. What are your names again? Sanner and Pinger both knelt down. Uncle, you said you would take us home. We have been waiting for you. My name is Sanner, and my sister's name is Ping. Get up. Yi Kun nodded and said to Qin Cho, Brother Qin Cho, take these 2 children with us. I will take them back to raise. Big brother, are you crazy? Qin Cho's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Jiao Jiao was touched and cried, hugging Pinger tightly. Yi Kun took everyone and left the market. At the street corner, Yi Kun jumped off the horse and called to Ma Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, get on my horse. I will take you to the county office to inquire about your father's case. If I can help, I will get your father out. Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao's eyes reddened, and she was about to kneel again. Don't kneel. Let's handle the important matters first. Yi Kun unceremoniously scooped Ma Jiao Jiao into his arms and put her on the horse's back, then mounted himself. He also brought 2 small jars of soy sauce. Qin Cho and the others waited in place. Upon arriving at the county office, Yi Kun bribed the gatekeeper soldier with 20 copper coins. I am a sworn brother of the county magistrate, seeking to meet Lord Liu, the county magistrate, and Lord Wang, the county clerk, to bring them a small gift. Please notify them. The soldier said, The county magistrate is not here. Only the county clerk is present. I will take you to see him. Money can make the devil push the millstone. Yi Kun smoothly entered the county office and met County Clerk Wang. The county clerk is under the county magistrate, equivalent to a deputy county chief or secretary in later times, responsible for all documents in the county office. Yi Kun introduced himself, presented a tale of silver, and offered the soy sauce for the county clerk to taste. County Clerk Wang dipped the dried meat in the soy sauce, took a bite, savored it slowly, and then praised it endlessly, laughing. You are Yi Darlong, sworn brother of the county magistrate, the leader of the tiger-catching team in Samyao village? I have heard much about you. This sauce tastes really good. How did you make it? Yi Kun smiled. It's not easy to make. I used 24 kinds of precious herbs, carefully selected soybeans, broad beans, and green beans, and after 81 days of refinement, I finally made it. If you want the recipe, I can tell you. To protect the patent, Yi Kun deliberately exaggerated, making the process sound very complicated. What 24 kinds of precious herbs? Not a single hair. Chapter 29. Marrying more concubines, making more money. Forget it. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. I'm just speaking casually. County Magistrate Wang smiled and waved his hand. Did Yi Dallern come to find me for something? Don't worry, County Magistrate. Your whole family will eat soy sauce from now on. I'll take care of it. Every time I come to the county town, I'll bring you a jar. Yi Kun continued to be friendly, then said, I came to inquire about the case of Ma Fugue from the South Street Tavern. Ma Fugue is my father-in-law, and his daughter, Ma Jiao Jiao, is my concubine. At this point, Yi Kun glanced at Ma Jiao Jiao. Ma Jiao hurriedly stepped forward and kowtowed to County Magistrate Wang. My lord, my father has been wronged. I beg you to show mercy and discern the truth. County Magistrate Wang furrowed his brows and pondered. The case of Ma Fuge was reported by his own uncle, and after the coroner's examination, the evidence is conclusive. The court has its laws. It's hard for us to be partial and bend the law. Jiao knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing and crying out for injustice. Yi Kun helped Jiao up and cupped his fists at County Magistrate Wang. Can I go see Ma Fugue? Of course, visiting the prison is allowed. County Magistrate Wang stood up and leaned close to Yi Kun's ear, whispering, the case file of Ma Fugue is with me, and it will be sent to the court in 3 days, waiting for a ruling. Once it's sent up, then, I hope you will take care of it. Yi Kun's heart stirred, realizing there was a turning point, and whispered, I didn't bring money today. I will come to visit you again tomorrow. Please, my lord, do what you can to spare Ma Fugue's life. Isn't it just about money? Looking at County Magistrate Wang's demeanor, he is clearly a corrupt official. County Magistrate Wang chuckled. I will report this to the county magistrate and seek to re-examine this case, trying to reduce Ma Fugue's charges and spare his life. Thank you. I'll come again tomorrow. Yi Kun nodded, took Ma Jiao and left to visit the prison. Before the visit, Yi Kun and Ma Jiao bought some food and drinks to take along. After greasing the prison guards, Yi Kun and Ma Jiao smoothly entered the prison. The head of the prison, having received benefits, even opened the cell door and brought Ma Fugue out to speak privately with Yi Kun and Ma Jiao. Ma Fugue had already been tortured and starved for 3 days in prison and was on the verge of death. Father! Ma Jiao cried as she rushed over and grabbed her father's hand. Jiao, why have you come? Ma Fugue hugged his daughter and wept. Jiao pointed at Yi Kun. Father, it was Brother Dallering who bought me and spent money to bring me to see you. Ma Fugue, hearing this, looked at Yi Kun and struggled to kneel. Yi Kun stepped forward to support him and comforted him softly. Uncle Ma, don't be too polite. Let Jiao feed you something first, and Jiao, and I'll find a way to save you. Ma Fugue's old tears flowed as he nodded repeatedly. After eating a jar of meat porridge, Ma Fugue regained some strength and said to Yi Kun, Guest, thank you for buying Jiao. If I die, I can at least close my eyes. She is my only daughter. I hope you don't dislike her and give her something to eat. Since Yi Kun had eaten at Ma's tavern a few times, Ma Fugue recognized him. Yi Kun waved his hand. I will treat Jiao like my own sister. Don't worry. Now let's not talk about trivial matters. Let us discuss this case. It was my uncle who wanted to seize my family property and deliberately harm me. Ma Fugue nodded and explained, my old mother was over 70 years old, had been ill for many years, and passed away a few days ago. My uncle Tian Sanhuai bribed the coroner to say that I poisoned my own mother. Yi Kun listened quietly and asked, how much property does your family have in total? Ma Fugue replied, it's just farmland and property, adding up to more than 20 taels of silver. Yi Kun nodded slightly. It seems that to get Ma Fugue out, it would take at most more than 20 taels of silver. Yi Kun still had that money, but his family also had limited resources. Uncle Ma, I just spoke to County Magistrate Wang. Yi Kun thought for a moment and said softly, your case will be re-examined, and at that time, you must insist that you are wronged. I'll find a way. No, I'm not worth dying for. Ma Fugue pulled Yi Kun. Benefactor, just take Jiao away. Let her live. Don't spend money on me. Yi Kun smiled. Just listen to me. When leaving the prison, Yi Kun gave the head of the prison a few hundred won, entrusting him to take care of Ma Fugue. After exiting the county office, Jiao knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Brother Dallering, you saved me and spent money for my father. I will repay you for the rest of my life. All right, I'll wait for your repayment. Yi Kun helped Jiao up and said, you can brew wine and do business. Help me make money in the future, and that will be your repayment. In the Great Ding Kingdom, among 100 people, you can hardly find one who can read. Yi Kun wanted to do business and needed someone like Jiao. A few dozen taels of silver is nothing. Once the hemp line industry expands, it will be a fortune. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Kun hired a carriage in the county town and immediately took everyone back. When they returned to Kilmayakan in the dark, De Liang and Jiang Yurong were stunned to see Yi Kun bringing back 5 people. De Liang, this is... After a long pause, Jiang Yurong weakly asked, "Oh, I bought them back to help you spin thread. It's cheap." Yi Kun smiled and introduced Jiang Yurong. "This is Ma Jiao Jiao. She runs a tavern in the county town and often takes care of me. This is Lu Hongyu. This is Jia Xinghua. This is San Er. And this is Ping Er." Then Yi Kun introduced Jiang Yurong to Jiao Jiao and the others. "This is my wife. She will be your mistress from now on." Ma Jiao Jiao and the others hurriedly bowed to Jiang Yurong, and then to Yi Kun's mother, bowing again to De Liang. Yi Kun then took his mother aside to explain and do the math for her. Those brought back to work will pay for themselves in 3 months. In fact, using Yi Kun's spinning wheel, one woman can earn him 6 or 7 taels of silver in a year. It is indeed very cost-effective. The hemp line business is being industrialized. Yi Kun needs a lot of workers and also needs trusted people to prevent the spinning wheel technology from leaking. As for concubines, Yi Kun doesn't want too many. After communicating well with his mother, Yi Kun instructed Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu, "From now on, you will listen to Yurong and De Liang in my house. Just help with spinning thread every day and you'll have food." Jia Xinghua said softly, "Thank you, Brother Dowling. I will be content with 1 meal a day. In my family, there are 3 meals a day with white rice and meat soup." Yi Kun smiled and called San Er and Ping Er. Ping Er is young, so she can play with my third sister in the future and doesn't have to work. San Er, just be a little servant, sweeping and doing chores around the house. San Er and Ping Er both cowed out. De Liang then went to prepare dinner, feeding Ma Jiao Jiao and the others. The meat soup rice, along with the soybean sauce, had San Er and Ping Er gobbling it down. Lu Hongyu and Jia Xinghua were also sweating profusely from eating. Ma Jiao Jiao said softly, "Brother Dowling, this soybean sauce is really delicious. It's a pity my tavern is gone and I can't help you sell sauce. Don't worry, we will have an even bigger tavern in the future, 10 times larger than your original tavern." Yi Kun patted Jiao Jiao on the shoulder. "You wash up and go to bed early." Jiao Jiao nodded repeatedly, obediently helping Jiang Yurong with chores, then took a bath and went to sleep. That night, Yi Kun slept on Jiang Yurong's side. After some intimacy, Yi Kun said, "Yurong, I brought back Ma Jiao Jiao and the others to help you spin thread. Once they learn, you won't have to work anymore." Jiang Yurong curiously asked, "Then what will I do?" "You won't have to do anything, just be a lady like the wife of a high official, managing everyone." Yi Kun smiled. "I've calculated it. 1 person helps me work, they can earn our family 5 or 6 taels of silver a year. So, they won't be idle." Jiang Yurong was shocked. "Can it earn that much? Then you could buy more concubines. Wouldn't that make you wealthy?" Chapter 30, Dirty Dealings. I brought Jiao Jiao and the others back to work, not to be concubines. Yi Kun smiled, rubbing Jiang Yurong's head. "Sleep well, Yurong. I have you and Dai Shi. That's enough." But Jiang Yurong considered the long term. "Let Jiao Jiao and the others be concubines. After all, we'll be one family, and they'll work harder to earn money. We've already bought them, right?" "Well," Yi Kun couldn't help but smile. His wife really knows how to persuade. "After all, we've already bought them." The next morning, Yi Kun took the money from home and brought Ma Jiao Jiao to the county town. He brought all the money, leaving only 1 or 2,000 copper coins at home. To arrive at the county town as soon as possible, Yi Kun rode a horse with Ma Jiao Jiao, sharing 1 horse. The war horse had no other burdens, so carrying 2 people was not a problem. Moreover, neither Yi Kun nor Ma Jiao Jiao were heavy. Together they weighed just a little over 200 jin. Although they were a bit cramped on the saddle, it was a bit too close. Ma Jiao Jiao had never ridden a horse and was scared, sitting in front and leaning against Yi Kun's chest, feeling a bit shy with a flushed face. The weather was nice, with the autumn sun shining brightly. Yi Kun urged the horse forward, saying, "Jiao Jiao, yesterday in front of the county magistrate, I said your father is my father-in-law and you are my concubine. For the sake of convenience in handling matters, don't take it to heart." Jiao Jiao whispered, "Brother Delang, I'm already your concubine. You have bought me." It seemed Jiao Jiao and Jiang Yurong had the same thoughts, since they were bought. What else could they be but concubines? "No, you will help me with business in the future, so we can be partners." Yi Kun smiled. I have many businesses to do, just lacking helpers like you. Jiao Jiao turned her head, her pretty face almost touching Yi Kuan's. I will help you work, but I must marry you otherwise. How can I repay you? You spent so much money for my father, buying me and spending money. The breeze brushed her hair, her breath fragrant. Yi Kuan felt a stir in his heart. Let us first solve the matter with your father. Upon arriving at the county town, Yi Kuan dismounted and took Jiao Jiao to visit County Magistrate Wang. However, County Magistrate Wang was not there, reportedly discussing matters with Lord Liu. At that moment, Lord Liu was in the county office's back garden, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. This guy was selling private salt under the guise of the government, smuggling coarse salt for his own gain. Unexpectedly, yesterday at the foot of Sheeping Mountain to the west of the county town, 4 carts of coarse salt, totaling 2,000 jin, were captured by bandits from Sheeping Mountain, and 3 or 4 salt porters were killed. The dating kingdom was underdeveloped, and coarse salt, as a daily necessity, was very expensive. 1 jin of coarse salt could be exchanged for 1 jin of copper coins. Losing 2,000 jin of coarse salt for Lord Liu was equivalent to losing 2,000 jin of copper coins. How could he not feel heartbroken? What's worse, this matter couldn't be reported to the prefect. Selling private salt was a serious crime, and if the court found out, Lord Liu would lose his head. Now, County Constable Shangguan Jifu had gone to battle, and the guards in the county office, along with the remaining soldiers, totaled only 70 to 80, which could not deal with the 200 bandits on Sheeping Mountain. The terrain of Sheeping Mountain was perilous, and 1 man could hold off 10,000. The number of bandits was even greater than that of Shuanya Mountain, and their combat strength was stronger. Last time the Imperial Army came to hunt tigers in the mountains, Sheeping Mountain was not within the range, so it remained safe and sound. Lord Liu was restless, and County Magistrate Wang was also anxious. The two sighed in despair. At a loss, a soldier reported to County Magistrate Wang, "Sir, Yi Kuan from Saomiao village wishes to see you." Before County Magistrate Wang could speak, Lord Liu was furious, waving his hand to scold. "Get him out of here with sticks. These troublesome villagers coming to disturb this magistrate's discussion." Wait a moment. County Magistrate Wang stepped forward and whispered, "Lord Liu, Yi Kuan is the captain of the tiger hunting team from Saomiao village. Here regarding the case of Ma Fugue from the South Street Tavern. He has gifts." The captain of the tiger hunting team from Saomiao village? The Yi Kuan that Shangguan Jifu mentioned? The one who hunts tigers and bandits? Lord Liu seemed to recall something. His eyes brightened. "Quickly invite him in, right? Call him Mr. Yi. Respectfully invite Mr. Yi." Thus, Yi Kuan and Ma Jiao Jiao were invited into Lord Liu's private residence. Lord Liu was very courteous, taking the initiative to clasp his fists. Mr. Yi is filial to his mother, upholding justice for the local area, benefiting the village, and serving the court. I have long heard County Constable Shangguan speak of you. Today, seeing you, you truly are a talented person, a standout among men. Yi Kuan was unaware of the underlying circumstances and thought it was due to Shangguan Jifu's influence. Returning the gesture, Yi Kuan has met with Lord Liu and Lord Wang. "I am just a commoner, a trifling life. It is Lord Shangguan's exaggeration." Lord Liu chuckled, gesturing for his subordinates to show them to their seats. Yi Kuan presented the 2 small jars of yellow soybean paste he brought as an opening remark. Then he spoke about the case of Ma Fugue. Lord Liu nodded. "Mr. Yi came at the right time. The case files for Ma Fugue haven't been sent up yet. I can find a way. Once sent up, it will be a done deal, and he will definitely be sentenced to death." Yi Kuan clasped his fists. "Ma Fugue is my father-in-law. I hope both of you adults will take care, at least spare him a life, and I will be grateful. Handling official matters and uncovering the truth is my duty," Lord Liu said, sending Ma Jiao Jiao away. He lowered his voice and said to Yi Kuan, "However, I need to eradicate the bandits of Sheeping Mountain in these next few days. It is urgent, and I have no time to investigate Ma Fugue's case." Yi Kuan didn't understand Lord Liu's meaning, frowning. "You want to eradicate the bandits?" County Magistrate Wang said, "Mr. Yi, if you can lead the tiger hunting team from Saomiao village to help us eradicate the bandits, the case of Ma Fugue will be easier to handle." "Ah, so that's what it meant." Yi Kuan finally understood. Lord Liu chuckled again. "I believe Ma Fugue was framed. If I had time, I would definitely uncover the truth. By then, I will imprison the accusers, and Ma Fugue will be released without guilt and his property returned. The only fear is if I dispatch troops to eradicate the bandits and die at the foot of Sheeping Mountain, then Ma Fugue's grievance cannot be cleared. Damn, this is pressing my soft spot. A dirty deal. Yi Kun nodded. Serving the court and maintaining the stability of this county is also my duty. But I want to know, how many bandits are there on Sheeping Mountain, and what is their weaponry and armor like? About 100 bandits, apart from a few leaders. The rest are old, weak, sick, and disabled, with no armor. Their bows and weapons are all shabby. Lord Lu deliberately concealed the strength of Sheeping Mountain, fearing Yi Kun would not dare to go. Yi Kun smiled. But I heard there are more than 200 bandits on Sheeping Mountain, with 40 or 50 in armor. Armor refers to those equipped with protective gear. In this era, having a set of armor is like having a cheat device on the battlefield. Taking 3 to 5 hits is nothing. Even if shot by an arrow, if it penetrates the armor, the force is weakened, usually resulting in just superficial wounds. In battles, it is common for someone to be shot multiple times, but after removing the armor, they only have a few small scratches. That's just the bandits boasting, not credible. Lord Lu flattered again. County Constable Shangwan said that Mr. Ye's bows can pierce armor. So what is there to fear? Yi Kun also knew that most of the bandits' armor was made of cowhide and pigskin, and with the power of his double bows and arrows. Piercing leather armor was almost like piercing a paper lantern. But Yi Kun was still hesitating, deliberately asking. The bandits of Sheeping Mountain have been entrenched for many years, often robbing merchants on the trade routes. Surely they have stored a lot of money in their lair. Eradicating bandits is a life and death struggle, with one's head on the line. Without some benefits, Yi Kun was not willing to act. Chapter 31. Your wife and children. I will take care of them. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Lu's eyes lit up again, and he whispered with a smile. Mr. Yi means there is a lot of money in the bandit lair. Are we going to profit from it? To be honest, County Magistrate Lu only wanted to get back his private salt, but he never expected to profit from it. After Yi Kun mentioned it, he was immediately tempted. If they could really eliminate the robbers and raid the bandit lair, they would make a fortune and could also ask for credit and rewards from above. County Deputy Wong said, there must be money. They even dare to rob our official salt. What wouldn't these bandits dare to rob? 2 months ago, 20 merchants from Sichuan, who brought several carts of goods, were robbed clean. It is said that that batch of goods was worth over 1,000 taels. Yi Kun was surprised. So the bandits robbed the official salt? Yes, the official salt. This matter must be kept confidential and not publicized. County Magistrate Lu chuckled and said softly, Mr. Yi, if we take down Sheeping Mountain, the official salt will naturally be brought back, and half of the gold and silver treasures and other silk goods we seize will belong to you, while the other half will be submitted to the county government. What do you think? The submission to the treasury is essentially submitting it to him, Lu Darren. County Deputy Wong chuckled. Who knows, we might find several thousand taels of silver in the bandit lair. In our county, there are over 100 soldiers. Plus your tiger hunting team. We will definitely succeed. Bang! Yi Kun slammed the table. County Magistrate Lu and County Deputy Wong were both startled. Yeah, Siviv. Yi Kun raised his hand to the sky, looking righteous. I will not coexist with the robbers. Even if my father became a bandit, he must die. His father had died several years ago, so it was impossible for him to rise up and become a bandit. Therefore, Yi Kun's oath had no pressure. County Magistrate Lu was inexplicably delighted and repeatedly cupped his fists. Mr. Ye's loyalty and devotion to the court, benefiting the local people, is truly an example for us. Yi Kun smiled, then said seriously, County Magistrate Lu, I will lead the tiger hunting team to eliminate the bandits in Sheeping Mountain, but I have conditions. County Magistrate Lu nodded. Mr. Yi, please speak. First, I want full command authority. All the soldiers under your command must follow my orders. This is not a problem. The superior, Ji Fu, has already said that you are a great general. County Magistrate Lu nodded. Second, I need 10 days to prepare. 10 days is not possible. At most give you 5 to 7 days. County Magistrate Lu sighed. Those private salts. No, the official salt, I am worried that it will be too late, and the robbers will sell my official salt. Then let's go with 5 days, but from now on, I must take on the authority of the county lieutenant to reorganize the military preparations. Yi Kun nodded, then added, also, please release Ma Fuguwei immediately so I can confidently lead the troops against the bandits. County Magistrate Lu grinned. I will immediately take Ma Fuguwei out of the prison and keep him in the post inn, waiting to send him home after you eliminate the bandits. Yi Kun nodded. Good, please gather all the soldiers, open the armory, and I will check in half an hour. Additionally, buy more strong bows and crossbows. County Magistrate Lu nodded and instructed County Deputy Wang to hurry to take care of it. Yi Kun bid farewell and went to see Ma Jiao Jiao. Big brother, how is it? Is my father saved? Jiao Jiao rushed forward. He is saved. Yi Kun sighed. However, County Magistrate Lu wants to make a deal with me. A dirty deal. A dirty deal? Jiao Jiao was startled and whispered, does County Magistrate Lu have a fondness for men and want Big Brother to accompany him? There are indeed quite a few people in the dating kingdom who have a preference for men. Jiao Jiao, who runs a tavern in the county town, naturally knows about such matters. It's not that kind of deal. You think too far. Yi Kun was both amused and helpless. County Magistrate Lu means for me to go to Sheeping Mountain to eliminate the bandits. If I succeed, he will release your father, return the family property, and deal with the accusers. Eliminate the bandits? Jiao Jiao's expression changed. The bandits in Sheeping Mountain kill without blinking. Big brother, you can't go. I have already agreed. Yi Kun smiled. Wait a moment. Your father will be released and temporarily stay at the post inn. You also stay at the post inn to accompany your father until I send news. As they spoke, Ma Fuguei was brought out, already free of shackles. Jiao Jiao stepped forward, and the father and daughter embraced and cried. Yi Kun was in a hurry and, together with the soldiers, first sent the Ma family to the post inn. When he returned to the county office, County Deputy Wang had already gathered all the soldiers. There were more than 60 in total, varying in size and looking dispirited. County Deputy Wang announced, from now on, Mr. Yi Kun will act as the county lieutenant. You will all obey Mr. Yi. Among the soldiers, a few who were originally under Ji Fu's command recognized Yi Kun and cupped their fists with a smile. Lord Yi, we will follow you from now on. Please take care of us. We are all brothers. We will definitely look out for each other. Yi Kun nodded. In the armory, there were 50 bows, 500 arrows, more than 20 sets of armor, and various weapons. Yi Kun inspected everything, created a list, and instructed County Deputy Wang, continue to reorganize the military preparations, add 500 more arrows. Also, find 5 blacksmiths and 5 carpenters to be on standby here. All soldiers will have increased rations from now on, concentrate on training, and must not go out. Actions must be kept strictly confidential. After making preliminary arrangements, Yi Kun immediately rode back to Kaomayakan. Kaomayakan was bustling. At the village head, someone said, I heard that Yi Kun bought 7 or 8 concubines in one go yesterday. He must be rich. At the back of the village, someone said, I heard that Yi Kun bought 17 or 18 concubines yesterday, all of them beautiful as flowers. At the end of the village, someone said, wow, I heard that Yi Kun bought 70 or 80 concubines yesterday, all like celestial beings. When they saw Yi Kun returning, everyone stopped talking and just chuckled, congratulating. Big brother, you bought concubines again? Are you treating us to drinks? After a few days of drinking, I'm very busy these days. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you to drinks. Yi Kun waved his hand grandly and went to find his brothers Qin Shou and Yin Lu Hai. Last time they hunted tigers, Qin Shou and Yin Lu Hai were both key members. When everyone gathered, Yi Kun said, brothers, County Magistrate Lu wants to go to war, and there are not enough people. He hopes our tiger hunting team will participate to boost morale. Qin Shou asked, who are we fighting against? Yin Lu Hai was more concerned about the income. Is there money? I've spent all my money. Qin Er Wu was originally serving in the army, unafraid of battles, and instead felt excited. Damn it, let me kill a few enemies and earn some military merit. I won't have to pay taxes for life. There is money, a lot of money, at least 1 or 2 taels for each person. Yi Kun nodded and said softly, the matter of war. County Magistrate Lu said it must be kept confidential, and we will publicly state that we're going to hunt tigers. Qin Shou hesitated a bit. I'm just afraid that there will be danger in the battle. With me here, there is no danger at all. It's only 7 days. We will be back after 7 days, and then Chingo will have the capital to raise pigs and sell meat. At that time, I will take care of your business. Any unsold meat, I will cover it all. Yi Kun patted Qin Chao's shoulder sincerely. If anything really happens, your wife and children, I will take care of them. Qin Chao was moved to tears, cupping his fists. Big brother, you are the best. We will go contact the tiger hunting team members and follow you. Raising pigs and selling meat was Qin Chao's biggest dream. He was troubled by insufficient capital and was afraid of losing money. Now that Yi Kun was willing to look after his business and promised to cover any losses, Qin Chao was excited. Yi Kun nodded and sent Qin Chao to contact the tiger hunting team members. He then took Qin Er Wu and Yin Lu Hai to gather his heavy and light crossbows at home and rushed to the county town to prepare for battle. That evening, they returned to the county town. In the county armory, there were workshops with resident carpenters, blacksmiths, and leatherworkers, coupled with carpenters and blacksmiths collected from outside. Under the command of Qin Er Wu and Yin Lu Hai, the work progressed quickly. Yi Kun guided everyone in making bows, crossbows, and arrowheads, and had the leatherworkers work overtime to make armor. The bandits of Sheeping Mountain were, after all, a rabble, and cowhide armor was sufficient to deal with them. After dinner, Yi Kun was still working overtime. Mao Jiao Jiao came, holding a lantern. Although she was barefaced, Jiao Jiao looked pure and innocent. Now that her father was rescued, she appeared even healthier and had regained her lively demeanor. Yi Kun was somewhat surprised. Jiao Jiao, what brings you here? Jiao Jiao pulled Yi Kun aside and whispered, my father asked me to invite you to the post station to rest together. Yi Kun was preoccupied with thoughts of battle and momentarily didn't respond. Rest with him? Jiao Jiao lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Of course. It's with me, I'll take care of you. Chapter 32, A Kiss, A Promise of Payment. Yi Kun didn't expect that Jiao Jiao was quite open and actively invited him to sleep together. Jiao Jiao, shy and embarrassed, spoke in a barely audible voice. Big brother, my father said, you saved both of us and spent a lot of money, and now you have to risk your life again. We have no way to repay you, except for my clean body. How about this, Jiao Jiao? I'll go see your father. To be honest, he saved them out of compassion and hadn't thought about Jiao Jiao's clean body. He could understand the Ma family's thoughts. He had spent so much and was going to fight bandits. What else could Jiao Jiao do but repay him with her body? Upon hearing this, Jiao Jiao's expression brightened, and she took Yi Kun's sleeve and walked away. She thought that tonight she would have the chance to repay her benefactor. Din was nearby, and they arrived in 10 minutes. Ma Fugue's health had improved a lot, and his spirits were lifted. As soon as he saw Yi Kun, Ma Fugue knelt down, crying, benefactor, I can do nothing to repay you, even if I work like an ox or horse. A man should help others in need. It's nothing to talk about. Ma Fugue, with tears streaming down his face, pushed Yi Kun to sit on a chair and wiped his tears, saying, benefactor saved Jiao Jiao and spent money for me. And now you're going to risk your life to fight bandits. Even if I die 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough to repay you. Yi Kun simply stopped speaking and let Old Ma continue. Old Ma rambled on for a long time until he finally ran out of words. Only then did Yi Kun say, Uncle Ma, I have confidence in dealing with the bandits, so don't worry. As for Jiao Jiao, we'll discuss it after I finish dealing with the bandits. Ma Fugue bowed again. Benefactor, you have already bought Jiao Jiao. She is yours. Tonight, let Jiao Jiao serve you. This is also her fortune. Sleeping with a man is considered a fortune? Yi Kun smiled. No, I still have to go work in the armory. Let's arrange Jiao Jiao's matters when I come back. At this crucial moment of preparing for the bandit extermination, Yi Kun didn't dare to waste time with Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao tugged at Yi Kun's sleeve and went to the next room. Big brother, my father said that you're going to fight bandits, and life and death are uncertain. You and Sister Yurong have no children. My father wants me to serve you, hoping to have a son and continue the Yi family line. Yi Kun was taken aback and somewhat moved. Jiao Jiao, do you really think so? If I get killed by the bandits and you are pregnant with my child, won't you regret it? I would never regret it, even if I had to die 1,000 times for you. If we have a child, I will definitely raise him. Jiao Jiao, dear sister. Yi Kun, feeling emotional, pulled Jiao Jiao into his arms and kissed her. When I come back, we'll discuss marriage. If I die, you should find a good family to live with and forget about me. Big brother. Jiao Jiao's tears flowed like rain as she tightly hugged Yi Kun. Tonight, let me serve you. No, if I delay the important task of fighting the bandits, County Magistrate Lu won't let your father go. Yi Kun cupped Jiao Jiao's face and smiled. I already said I would marry you. What are you worried about? Do you want me to kiss you again as a promise of payment? Jiao Jiao smiled and pressed her warm lips against his. The tender embrace was like a hero's grave. Yi Kun was overwhelmed and explored Jiao Jiao's body. She was indeed soft. Every inch of her skin was enchanting. Thinking of the important task of fighting the bandits, Yi Kun gently pushed Jiao Jiao away after a few minutes. You take care of your father. I have to go do my work. Kun go, be careful with everything. Jiao Jiao still felt reluctant. After their intimate exchange, Jiao Jiao became even more affectionate, calling him Kun Ge. Although they didn't sleep together, that moment of intimacy reassured Jiao Jiao that she was now Yi Kun's woman. Don't worry, I will come back and marry you and have children. Yi Kun rubbed Jiao Jiao's head, straightened his clothes, and left. In the county's armory, Qin Er and Yin Lu were working overtime with the craftsmen. According to Yi Kun's arrangements, they had added 70 sets of armor, all made from pigskin. The pigs of the Great Ding Kingdom were not like the delicate white breeds of later generations. They were all black, and the pigskin was half a centimeter thick. Double-layered pigskin was very sturdy and offered good defense against bronze weapons. Additionally, Yi Kun had the thatchers weave over 100 hats, similar to modern safety helmets, lined with linen and covered with pigskin. On the afternoon of the fourth day, Qin Shou brought 35 tiger hunting team members from Chao Miao village. The team members didn't know they were going to fight bandits. They thought they were going to hunt tigers and were all smiling. Yi Kun didn't clarify, just told everyone to rest early. All the tiger hunting team members and the county soldiers were locked in the military camp and could not go outside. In the middle of the night, County Magistrate Lu and County Assistant Wang arrived. Yi Kun gathered all the team members and distributed armor and bow and crossbow weapons, officially announcing, we have received news that the bandits from Sheeping Mountain plan to rob our Chao Miao village in 3 days. The bandits know that Chao Miao village has made money from hunting tigers, and every household has money and grain. County Magistrate Lu has decided to protect our Chao Miao village and send troops to exterminate the bandits from Sheeping Mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and began to discuss. Some didn't believe it, while others were afraid to die and didn't dare to go. A thin man shouted at County Magistrate Lu, Brother-in-law, I'm afraid to die. Can I not go? Everyone turned to look at the thin man. Someone who recognized him whispered, That's County Magistrate Lu's brother-in-law, Ho Chi. The thin man shouted again, Brother-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law too, and I'm the only child in my family. If I die, my family will have no descendants. Shut up. Yi Kun shouted loudly, glaring. Ho Chi, as a small team leader, you dare to retreat in the face of battle and disrupt our morale. Come here, drag him out, strip him, and give him 30 lashes. County Magistrate Lu was also furious and stepped forward to kick Ho Chi. Even if it were my father, he couldn't retreat in the face of battle. Add 20 lashes. Then throw him into the dungeon. When everyone returns, I'll have you executed publicly. 2 soldiers stepped forward, stripped Ho Chi, and dragged him away for punishment. Ho Chi screamed in agony. Yi Kun shouted, County Magistrate Lu and County Assistant Wang, take 100 elite soldiers to stand guard. Anyone who dares to step back will be shot on the spot. In fact, Ho Chi's punishment was a ruse, a plan that Yi Kun and County Magistrate Lu had discussed. As for the 100 elite soldiers, it was also a deception by Yi Kun. Only by doing this could they unite the troops and build momentum. County Assistant Wang shouted, In the bandit den of Sheeping Mountain, there are thousands of taels of silver, countless silk and coarse salt. If we take down Sheeping Mountain, all the gold and silver treasures will be shared by everyone. Everyone was somewhat swayed. Yi Kun drew his sword and shouted, Let's go. Chapter 33. Luring the snake out of its hole. In a training ground, more than 20 carts were parked. Each cart had been modified, with bamboo supports holding up tents and grass curtains covering them, disguising them as an ordinary caravan. Everyone brought their weapons, bows and crossbows, and squeezed into the tents on the carts. More than 20 people were in charge of driving the carts. Yi Kun led the team to set off. Sheeping Mountain was only 30 miles from the county town. After half an hour passed on, they had already arrived at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. This was a mountain road right at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. Looking up, the slope was not steep. However, the other side was a cliff. Once blocked from both front and back, there would be no way to retreat. The bandits' lair was still 2 miles away on the mountaintop. The weather was gloomy, seemingly foreshadowing an impending battle. Yi Kun wore a straw hat, leather armor underneath, and a linen long gown on the outside, riding a horse and deliberately cracking the whip, shouting, "Hurry up, caravan! There are bandits on Sheeping Mountain. Don't let them steal your goods. Once we get past this stretch and onto the official road, it will be safe. Drive on, drive on." The soldiers driving the carts shouted together. The more than 20 drivers also wore hidden leather armor, with straw hats on their heads, the tops covered with pigskin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows shot out. Suddenly, more than 10 bandits leaped out on the mountain road ahead, each holding a bow and arrow, shouting in unison, "Drop your goods and money, and we will spare your lives." At the same time, from the rear, there were also shouts, "I'm the bandit of Sheeping Mountain. Everyone get off your horses and kneel." On the southern hillside, more than 100 people surged forward, wielding sticks and knives, all shouting, "Kill, rob." It seemed the bandits were experienced in looting. The mountain roads in front and behind were blocked by archers, and the main force charged down from the mountain. A typical caravan would have surrendered at this sight, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. Unfortunately, these guys encountered Yi Kun. Yi Kun immediately dismounted, using his war horse as cover, and shouted, "Fire!" The grass curtains of the more than 20 carts were all torn down. Fully armed archers, either standing or crouching, aimed at the targets and released their shots. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bowstrings rang out, and arrows flew like locusts towards the bandits. Over the past 5 days, Yi Kun had made more than 70 pairs of double-shot light crossbows, 8 sets of double bows, and double arrows, along with the existing bows and crossbows from the tiger hunting team, totaling over 100. Each cart was equipped with 4 people and 4 light crossbows. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups, shooting alternately. The front and back carts and the 2 carts in the middle were each set up with 2 sets of double bows and double arrows, used for breaking armor and decapitating. A round of double arrows released meant 100 arrows. The bandits were caught off guard and had already been shot down in droves, with cries of agony rising. The double bows and double arrows from the front and back carts also launched attacks simultaneously, targeting the armored archers among the bandits. Special long arrows pierced through the armored bandit archers like javelins. The main fighting force of the bandits was those archers. The other small fry were not worth worrying about. After 2 rounds of alternating fire, about 10 bandit archers were taken down, and many of the small fry on the hillside suffered heavy casualties. Their ambushes retreat. Seeing the situation turn against them, the bandits finally turned tail and fled after Yi Kun's second round of volleys. Pursue. Don't let a single one escape. Yi Kun soteth. The 3rd and 4th rounds of shooting were immediately initiated. Yi Kun's strong crossbows had a range of over 200 steps. The short crossbows also had a range of over 100 steps. The bandits didn't run fast enough and left behind dozens of corpses. Many others who were still alive struggled to crawl up the mountain. Yi Kun ordered, "Cease pursuit. Teams 1 and 2 stay on guard. Teams 3 and 4, first control the injured bandits." Half of the troops were dispatched, holding short crossbows to finish off the injured bandits and take stock of the numbers. Chin Erwil laughed heartily. "Damn bandits, this is all they're worth. Fighting them is much easier than fighting tigers." Yi Kun called out, "First, let us check on our brothers to see if anyone is injured." Among their own side, there were only 2 minor injuries. There were almost no casualties because the bandits initially shot a few arrows to establish dominance and did not truly intend to kill. Later, when the bandits wanted to shoot arrows, it was already too late. After finishing off the wounded on the battlefield, all recoverable bows and arrows were retrieved. The weapons left behind by the bandits were also collected and placed on the carts. Chin Erwu counted and found that they had taken down 73 bandits. Only about 20 had died on the spot. The rest were finished off later. 4 elderly captives were left alive. Among the fleeing bandits, At least 30 others were injured. The first battle was a resounding success, and morale was high. Initially timid soldiers were now boasting and showing off. The 4 team leaders asked Yi Kuan, "Mr. Yi, what should we do now?" Yi Kuan climbed the hillside to observe the terrain, waved his hand, and shouted, "Iron-armored men outside, leather-armored men inside. Load the bows, advance step by step, and trap the bandits in their lair. Then catch them like turtles in a jar." Upon receiving the order, everyone advanced step by step. They had just asked the captives, and there were about 220 bandits in total, with young and middle-aged men making up half and older men the other half. Overall, the bandits' fighting strength had been reduced by at least half. Qin Erwu and Captain Zhu Dachuan from the county office each led a team to flank and support, covering the middle team where Yi Kuan was located. Where did these dog officials come from, daring to invade my sheeping mountain? On the mountain top, there was a commotion as another 100 bandits charged down. The leading group of more than 10 were all in full iron armor, wielding strong bows, their shouts shaking the heavens. Because the bandits had just lost a round, the fierce bandit leader, Xiong, was furious and personally led his men to battle. He hoped to settle it in one strike, defeating the soldiers to avenge his brothers. Yi Kuan remained calm and shouted, "Everyone lie down and wait for the bandits to come forward." The archers obeyed the command, and all lay down. Operating the crossbows was similar to using rifles. Lying down made it more stable to shoot. However, the bandits' ordinary bows required standing up to draw the string. Lying down greatly reduced the chance of being hit. Standing up essentially made them targets. Kill. Avenge our brothers. The fierce bandit leader, Xiong, shot an arrow and called his subordinates to charge. Yi Kuan widened his eyes, continuing to wait, planning to wait for the bandits to all enter range before unleashing another volley. Unfortunately, a few of the soldiers, feeling timid, initiated the attack early. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yi Kuan decisively stood up, waved his hand, and shouted, "Short crossbows fire in unison, and strong crossbows target the fat one in the middle." He must be the fierce bandit leader Xiong. Chapter 34. Dazhong, you are different from others. Not many people know about the ruthless man Xiong. They only know his nickname, that he is as burly as a bear and kills without blinking. Whoosh! The left and right wings and the central army each shot out crossbow bolts. Half of the bandits had already entered Yi Kuan's range, and immediately there were cries of agony. Unfortunately, the distance was still a bit too far, and the bandits in front were fully armored, so their injuries were not severe. Bang! Next to Yi Kuan, Yin Luhai's powerful crossbow shot out, and 2 arrows flew straight at the ruthless man Xiong. Oh no! The ruthless man Xiong let out a loud cry and fell backward. Yi Kuan was overjoyed and shouted, "The ruthless man Xiong is dead. Why don't you surrender? If you don't surrender now, I will kill you without mercy." But unexpectedly, the ruthless man Xiong suddenly got up again, limping as he retreated, shouting, "Retreat, back to the main camp on the mountain." This guy was wearing double-layer armor, with heavy armor on the outside and light leather armor underneath, which surprisingly withstood Yi Kuan's powerful crossbow. Although he was injured, he did not die. However, that arrow had scared the ruthless man Xiong so much that he dared not fight anymore and retreated immediately. Chase them down, leave no one behind. Yi Kuan Soteth, leading the charge forward. The 4 squads maintained their formation and pursued. More than a dozen bandits were shot and fell to the ground. However, the mountain road ahead was steep, and the bandits used bows and stones to firmly block Yi Kuan's way. Yi Kuan ordered, "Fall back. Let's clean up the battlefield first." At this moment, the situation was under control, and there was no need to desperately fight the bandits. Everyone fell back 100 steps to clean up the battlefield and tally the results. This time, they killed 27 enemies, among which 7 were armored. Yi Kuan estimated that there were no more than 60 bandits left who could still fight under the ruthless man Xiong. Meanwhile, his side had basically suffered no casualties and had an absolute advantage in numbers. The 4 squads took turns resting on the spot, drinking some water and eating some dry rations. Yi Kuan was also tired and rested for a while. Qin Erwu, chewing on jerky, suggested, "Big brother, let's rest a bit and then make a strong push to take down the bandit camp." Yi Kuan rolled his eyes. "Can you fly up there?" The bandit camp is on a mountain top with a straight, narrow path in front and a cliff behind. If we attack head-on, we can't arrange our troops on the path, and we'll essentially be targets for the bandits. Chin Er Wu thumped his lame leg. If it weren't for my lame leg, I could climb over the mountain. Using your third leg won't help you get over it. Yi Kun sneered. The bandits are already like fish in a barrel. There's no need to rush. The county squad leader, Zhu Dazhong, said softly, Mr. Yi, can we dig a tunnel and secretly enter the bandit camp? Yi Kun chuckled and patted Zhu Dazhong on the shoulder. Dazhong, you are different from others. Don't waste your energy on this. Once we win and go home, you can think about getting a concubine. There are stones underfoot. Are you a pangolin that can dig a tunnel? After chewing on a piece of jerky and taking a couple of sips of water, Yi Kun called over 2 elderly captives and said, I am the newly appointed county lieutenant of this county, and it is my duty to eliminate bandits. You two go back and tell the ruthless man, Xiong, to send someone to negotiate with me. Sheeping Mountain is easy to defend and hard to attack. I don't want to end up in a situation where both sides suffer. The 2 captives were overjoyed and bowed to Yi Kun on the ground. Yi Kun waved his hand. Hurry back and tell the ruthless man Xiong to send someone to negotiate within half an hour. Otherwise, I will launch a strong attack and besiege you. One day, I will trap the ruthless man Xiong. The captives nodded repeatedly and jogged back, waving their hands towards the mountain. Don't shoot arrows, don't throw stones. We are coming back to see the king. We have something to say. Yi Kun smiled and sent out a 30-man squad to cut down trees for supplies. In less than half an hour, the 2 captives returned, bringing an old man with them, waving from the mountain. It seemed that the ruthless man Xiong had also agreed to negotiate. The old bandit was thin and withered, with triangular eyes and a mustache that looked like a character from a TV show playing a traitor without the need for makeup. When he came before Yi Kun, the old man bowed and said, I am the strategist on the mountain. I have met with the county lieutenant. It turned out to be the doghead strategist. Yi Kun nodded and smiled. Is the ruthless man Xiong okay? Is he seriously injured? The doghead strategist was taken aback, not expecting Yi Kun to be a cultured general, able to chat and laugh on this bloody battlefield filled with corpses. Our king was lightly injured, but it's nothing serious. The doghead strategist sighed and said, Since the county lieutenant wants to negotiate, I would like to talk to you privately. Sure, you can come down the mountain with me. Yi Kun stood up, grabbed a long spear, and walked down the mountain with the doghead strategist. Private negotiations often have their benefits, and Yi Kun was quite willing. Arriving at an open area halfway down the mountain, with no one around, Yi Kun stopped. Let's negotiate here. No one else can hear us. The doghead strategist looked around and asked, Lord Yi, do you like women? Isn't that a stupid question? Who doesn't like women? Yi Kun nodded. Not only do I like women, but I particularly like them. The strategist chuckled. Last night, our king captured 2 beautiful women and hasn't had the chance to enjoy them yet. They are clean, and we can give them to you. 2 women. Trying to bribe me? Yi Kun laughed. If I kill your king, I can enjoy those 2 beautiful women just the same. The doghead strategist sighed. All right, county lieutenant. Let's not talk about women. Your powerful crossbow hit our king in the belly, but he didn't die. Do you know why? Yi Kun was taken aback and frowned. Could it be because the ruthless man Xiong has thick skin, like a bear? There are many reasons for not dying from an arrow. How could Yi Kun guess? It was simply ridiculous. Of course not. The doghead strategist's face twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice, The king didn't die from the arrow because he was wearing a golden armor underneath, weighing 7 pounds. Yi Kun was shocked. Golden armor? Is your king so wealthy? He was still worrying about supporting his wife and concubines, while the bandit leader had already donned golden armor. People really can drive others to envy. The doghead strategist smiled. Our king used to be an apprentice in a gold and silver workshop. Because he was greedy, he killed his master and his family at midnight, took away some gold and silver, and then wandered around before finally becoming a bandit in Sheeping Mountain. Over the years, most of the money the king robbed has been exchanged for gold, and he made himself a piece of golden armor to wear close to his body. This way, he feels the most secure. Chapter 35. Those who have thunder in their hearts but appear as calm as a still lake can be honored as generals. Yi Kun thought for a moment and smiled. So you mean I should act as your internal supporter, kill the ruthless bear, and we split the golden armor? No. The dog-headed strategist shook his head and said quietly, Our king said, let you retreat, and he is willing to quietly send the golden armor to you. All the official salt you seized will also be returned. Once you have the golden armor, you will be rich for a lifetime, as you can imagine. Is that true? Yi Kuan was excited inside, but his face remained calm. It's true, but you must guarantee to retreat, and in the future, you must not attack Sheeping Mountain. Well, let me think. Yi Kuan pondered for a moment, frowning. The golden armor is given to me, and I will be satisfied. But how do I explain it to County Magistrate Liu? And what about my hundreds of brothers? The dog-headed strategist sighed. Your brothers will each receive 1 tael of silver, or 100 coins. As for County Magistrate Liu, we will send him another 100 taels of silver. We can also give some silk. 100 taels of silver. I'm afraid County Magistrate Liu won't agree. Yi Kuan was still hesitating, and after a while his eyes suddenly brightened. How about this, my friend? I want these things, but I have conditions. The dog-headed strategist frowned. But there's only so much on the mountain, and there's no more money. As long as there is business, there will be money to earn, right? Yi Kuan smiled. I want the ruthless bear to agree to honor me and County Magistrate Liu with 20 taels of silver each month. If the honor is cut off, don't blame me for being rude. We officials can't rob, but you can, right? The dog-headed strategist smiled bitterly. 40 taels a month, 500 taels a year. I dare not make the decision. Then you go back and ask the ruthless bear whether he wants money or his life. Yi Kuan snorted and added, also, tell the ruthless bear that you're only allowed to rob in the future, but not allowed to kill. Otherwise, I will still have to come and deal with you. I'll go back and tell the king, waiting for the king's decision. The strategist nodded and suddenly asked, but County Magistrate, how can we trust you? Yi Kuan looked down the mountain and pointed to the distant river. What is the name of this river? The White Water River. I swear by the White Water. Yi Kuan pointed to the White Water River and slowly said, if the ruthless bear acts according to what I say, I will immediately retreat and give him a way out. The river flows endlessly, a clear reflection of my heart. If there is any violation, heaven and earth will not forgive. Lucio swore by the Luo River for the revival of the Han. Sima Yi swore by the Luo River for the unification of the Jin. Therefore, Yi Kuan learned, good people can swear, bad people can also swear. Why can't Yi Kuan swear? Upon hearing this, the dog-headed strategist was overjoyed, clasped his fists, and said, County Magistrate is indeed a man of great sincerity. Good. I will immediately go back to discuss with the king and bring the official salt and golden armor. Yi Kuan nodded. After you come back, we will talk alone again, and you will quietly give me the armor so others can't see it. Of course. The dog-headed strategist left happily. Ancient people valued oaths, respected deities, and believed in retribution. Hence a promise was worth 1,000 gold. Yi Kuan swore by the White Water, and strategist felt at ease. After the robber strategist left, Yi Kuan immediately called for his brothers Qin Erwu and Yin Liuha, giving them instructions. Qin Erwu and the others each took their troops and dispersed, drawing their bows and hiding behind the rocks. After another half an hour, the robber strategist came down from the mountain. Behind him were more than 20 robbers carrying official salt and holding silk and cloth. Strategist, you've worked hard. Yi Kuan nodded and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. My lord. The strategist approached, letting his men put down the coarse salt and silver cloth, and said, here are 350 taels of silver, 1 tael for each brother. The remaining silver and silk cloth will be handled by the county magistrate. I hope the magistrate will retreat and avoid mutual destruction. The county soldiers have already begun to cheer. 1 tael of silver each can allow them to spend half a month in the taverns. Yi Kuan checked the supplies and silver and asked, does your king have any other words? There are 2 more sentences. Please follow me. The strategist nodded and walked down the mountain. Yi Kuan understood and followed slowly. After distancing themselves from the crowd, the strategist turned around, facing Yi Kuan, and unbuttoned his coat. Suddenly, a flash of gold nearly blinded Yi Kuan's titanium alloy eyes. There really is golden armor. The armor consisted of more than a dozen rectangular gold plates, each with holes drilled in the edges, woven together with silver threads. The overall shape resembled a cute little belly band, with silk ropes at the top and both sides, which could be worn as a belly band. A few nights ago, Yi Kuan had admired Jiao's belly band, which which was embroidered with mandarin ducks. The gold armor was not thick, but it felt heavy in his hands. Yi Kun, being a science student, knew that the density of gold is 19 times that of water. Judging by the weight alone, this gold is genuine. From the color, the purity also seemed quite high. Yi Kun put on the golden armor close to his body and chuckled. This belly band is pretty good. My wife will definitely like it. The strategist looked at Yi Kun's excited expression and said with a smile, County Magistrate, you should be content now. I am content. Yi Kun nodded and raised his hand. Strategist, please, I will now withdraw the troops. The dog-headed strategist believed him and clasped his fists to take his leave. The more than 20 robbers who brought the coarse salt and cloth were still waiting for the strategist. When they saw the strategist return, they turned to go back up the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of bowstrings rang out. Arrows flew like locusts, shooting towards the dog-headed strategist and the robbers he brought. This time, the robbers came without armor and in front of the bows and crossbows. They were like delicate young girls. Ah! The strategist was shot in the back and turned around, pointing at Yi Kun. Dog County Magistrate, you little villain will not have it good. Before he could finish his sentence, another arrow struck, hitting him directly in the mouth. The arrowhead emerging from the back of his head. The strategist fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The more than 20 men he brought also fell, crying out and struggling as they were shot with arrows. Yi Kun stepped forward with a spear, coldly sneering, killing and robbing, utterly devoid of conscience. How dare you call me a villain? Chin Cho followed closely beside Yi Kun, terrified, and whispered, Big brother, the robbers have already sought peace. Do you still want to kill them? In Chin Cho's eyes, Yi Kun was now a killing demon, instilling fear. If I don't kill all these robbers, should I wait for them to come and massacre our Keomyo village? They have fast horses. In just over an hour, they can reach Keomyo village. Yi Kun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A true man should not hesitate. To cut the grass and remove the roots is to sleep soundly. Chapter 36. The Woman in the Bandit Denver. The people of the Great Ding Kingdom live a miserable life, strictly adhering to rules, being choked by legalists, pinched by Confucianists, and drained by officials. Yi Kun did not want to live like this, so he had to break the rules. Moreover, facing a group of ruthless bandits who kill without blinking, Yi Kun had no need to uphold his credibility. Letting them go would only lead to more innocent lives being tragically lost at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. Chin Cho was completely afraid of Yi Kun and nodded, saying, I will listen to you, Brother Da. On the mountain top, the ruthless bandit leader Xiong was furious, pointing to the sky and howling. Dog County Lieutenant I, Xiong, will never rest until you are dead, even as a ghost. However, he could only shout in vain. The bandits' bows and arrows lacked the range to reach Yi Kun, and they could only watch helplessly. After Yi Kun had just eliminated more than 20 of them, the bandits no longer had the ability to organize a counterattack. Drumroll. Shield and armored troops, charge. Yi Kun waved his hand behind him. This time, he brought 2 military drums to bolster their morale. As the drums beat loudly, the soldiers began a feigned attack. A real assault would result in casualties. Therefore, Yi Kun only engaged in a probing attack to undermine the enemy's morale and deplete their arrows and stamina. As expected, the bandits, unaware of the scheme, fired arrows in a panic. However, Yi Kun remained unscathed. While on the mountaintop, the bandits exposed themselves and were shot down by Yi Kun's dual bows and crossbows, losing 2 or 3 more men. But for the time being, Yi Kun could not advance. It was still early, just around noon. Yi Kun ordered the 3 small teams take turns, don heavy armor, and advance to feign an attack for the time of a stick of incense, depleting the bandits' arrows and not allowing them to rest. Prepare the crossbows. Target them when the bandits show themselves. It was calculated that there were only about 40 capable bandits left on the mountain. Gradually depleting them a bit more, then a strong attack would be easier. Another small team was sent out to cut down trees. By this time, dozens of trees of varying sizes had already been felled. Yi Kun directed everyone to tie the large trees together with coarse hemp rope to form a tall hollow door frame. In the center of the door frame, a circle of hemp rope was pulled tight, and then thick wooden sticks were used to tighten the hemp rope. One end of the wooden stick was tied with a bamboo hat, resembling a large spoon. Stones were placed in the spoon, and when released, the stones would fly over 100 meters. This was the simplest stone-throwing device, an invention of the ancient Romans, simple in structure, easy to source materials, and equally powerful as contemporary Eastern stone-throwing machines. Yikuan had studied history of war machines and understood at a glance. For stone throwers were successfully made. Everyone was unsure of their power, so they decided to test it first. Due to the hurried construction, the results were not ideal. Larger stones could not reach the bandits' main camp. Switching to egg-sized stones could attack the bandit stronghold, but the power was insufficient. Yikuan was still very satisfied and instructed everyone to continue collecting stones for preparation. Egg-sized stones, when projected from the stone throwers, also posed a threat. Although the bandits had armor, it could not protect their entire bodies. The standoff gradually continued into the afternoon. Yikuan used the crossbows to snipe, killing 2 more bandits. The bandits were demoralized, no longer daring to show themselves, hiding behind the walls of their camp or behind rocks, occasionally shooting a few arrows or throwing down some stones. Qin Erwu said, "Brother Da, we can launch a strong attack now. If we finish, we can return at Saomiao village tonight. You don't have a wife. Why are you in such a hurry to go home?" Yikuan replied irritably. Qin Erwu rolled his eyes. "My legs aren't too good. I can't support a wife and kids. Otherwise, I would have married long ago. Last time we hunted a tiger, I saved up some money and was just planning to find a wife. Listen to me, after this battle, you can marry 3 wives, and you will be able to support them all." Yikuan patted Qin Erwu on the shoulder. Continue the feigned attack, deplete their energy, and launch a full-scale attack at nightfall. Qin Erwu nodded, following Yikuan's strategy to continue consuming the bandits' arrows, creating a show of strength and applying pressure. The stone throwers could launch dozens of egg-sized stones at once. Although their lethality was lacking, their harassment capability was strong. After dark, everyone had eaten and drunk enough. Yikuan summoned 4 squad leaders, stone throwers, fire the rockets. Crossbowmen prepare to shoot the targets. There were no real rockets here, but Yikuan had a plan. The clothes from the bandits' corpses were stripped off and cut into towel-sized pieces. Egg-sized stones were stuffed inside the cloth pieces, which were then ignited and launched, effectively becoming rockets. The stone throwers could launch a dozen egg-sized stones at once. With all 4 stone throwers attacking simultaneously, sparks flew towards the bandit camp. The bandits on the mountain also needed to make fires to cook, so they had accumulated a lot of dry firewood. Before long, the mountaintop was ablaze. With thick smoke billowing, the furious Xiong shouted, "Put out the fire! Put out the fire! Prevent a surprise attack!" On Yikuan's side, the crossbowmen saw targets appear and immediately took aim. After a round, they killed another 2 or 3 bandits. The time had come. Yikuan waved his hand to order. Heavy armored shield soldiers in front quietly approach and launch a strong attack immediately. Qin Erwu, always reckless, personally led the team, slowly moving forward. The others followed, drawing their bows and crossbows. As they approached the bandit camp, Qin Erwu led the strong attack, with the short crossbow team providing cover. About 10 heavy armored soldiers lifted a large tree and violently struck the stone wall surrounding the bandit camp. After 3 to 5 hits, the wall collapsed. Qin Erwu, leading the charge, donned heavy armor and rushed in, wielding a spear and shouting, "Our 1,000-strong army has arrived. Surrender now." The bandits still had 20 or 30 men, brandishing spears and knives to attack. Qin Erwu also stripped a set of armor from a previously slain bandit and put it on, with leather armor underneath. He was nearly invulnerable to blades and spears, sustaining a couple of cuts and stabs without serious injury. Behind him, Yikuan's crossbowmen charged in, shooting in a flurry. The bandits had already lost their fighting spirit. Upon seeing the crossbows, they turned and fled. "Leave no one alive." Yikuan led the charge, brandishing his spear and shouting. At the mountaintop camp, the flames blazed brightly and thick smoke billowed. The bandits fled in disarray, crying out for their fathers and mothers. Strangely, there were many young women in the camp who were also running in panic, crying for mercy. Yikuan realized that these young women had been captured by the ruthless bandit Xiong for his own gratification. "Do not kill these women. Only kill the bandits." Yikuan issued orders while shouting to the women, "Crouch down and do not run. We are soldiers here to rescue you." The women all knelt before Yi Kun, crying out, "Please help us. We are all virtuous women." Chapter 37. The Homeless Ants. Yi Kun nodded. "I know. I will protect you." The women quieted down, huddling together, squatting on the ground, waiting for their fate. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. Almost all the bandits were killed, with a few jumping off cliffs to commit suicide. Only 7 or 8 severely injured elderly bandits were left as captives. However, the ruthless Xiong was nowhere to be seen. Yi Kun interrogated the captive. "Where is Xiong?" "In the cave storeroom." "Lead the way." Yi Kun took a few soldiers, with Qin Shou and Yin Lu Hai supporting the captive, to find Xiong. The others, under the command of Qin Er Wu, continued searching for survivors and valuables, salvaging anything of worth. In the bandit camp, there was a natural cave, uneven and covering over 1,000 square meters. Inside the cave, wooden partitions created individual rooms. The valuable loot was also inside the cave and had not been damaged by the battle. Xiong, severely injured, was hiding deep in the cave, wailing and cursing Yi Kun. "Dog County Lieutenant, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." "All right, then I'll see how you let me go after you become a ghost." Yi Kun raised his crossbow and shot 2 arrows. One hit Xiong in the face, blood streaming down. Qin Shou and Yin Lu Hai drew their guns, stabbing and hammering, killing Xiong. "Seal off the cave. No one is allowed to enter." Yi Kun quickly withdrew from the cave, ordering Qin Shou to eliminate the remaining bandits, leaving none alive. The cave and the entire camp area had settled down. Qin Er Wu stepped forward to report. "All the bandits have been killed, but we haven't found any valuables. Only about 10 war horses in the stable. Additionally, there are over 20 young women." Yi Kun asked, "What about our brothers? How are the casualties?" Qin Er Wu's right hand was still bleeding. He looked back. "Zhou Tiu has a broken leg, and 3 other brothers are injured, 1 on the shoulder, 2 on the backside. Their wounds have been bandaged. They should survive." "Is your hand injured too?" "It's nothing, just a surface wound." "That's good." Yi Kun nodded. Zhu Dachuan stepped forward to report that 2 county soldiers had died, and 5 or 6 were injured. Yi Kun sighed. "First, take care of the wounded. Dachuan, you and Team Leader Wang Bao, come with me to tally the valuables in the bandit storeroom." Zhu Dachuan nodded and followed Team Leader Wang Bao into the storeroom with Yi Kun. Inside the storeroom, there were ink and bamboo slips for account keeping. Yi Kun, with a righteous expression, conducted the inventory formally. The cave storeroom contained countless grains and jerky. There were also many fine linen, hemp cloth, embroidered silk, and ordinary silk. There wasn't much gold, about 20 to 30 taels, over 700 taels of silver, and more than 300 strings of copper coins. There were several pieces of jewelry in jade, and some copper utensils. Zhu Dachuan and Team Leader Wang Bao were red-eyed, whispering, "Mr. Yi, with so many valuables, do you think we could?" Qin Shou and Yin Lu Hai said nothing, but watched Yi Kun. The brothers risked their lives to fight the bandits. With their heads on the line, "I cannot shortchange you." Yi Kun sighed and continued, "But I have been entrusted by County Magistrate Lu, and if I privately divide the valuables, it will be hard to explain to him." Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao said together, "Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. County Magistrate Lu won't find out. We can swear. What good is swearing?" Yi Kun pretended to be troubled, smiling wryly. "How about this, you 5? Each take a little less. Even if County Magistrate Lu finds out, I will take full responsibility." Zhu Dachuan was then happy and asked, "How much can we take?" Yi Kun thought for a moment. "Each person gets 1 tael of gold and 10 taels of silver. That's all I can do." Qin Shou and the others couldn't contain their joy. With this money, they could basically ensure a lifetime of food and shelter. Lending at high interest would provide enough for living expenses. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, however, still felt it was too little and were somewhat unhappy. After the loot was divided, Wang Bao went down the mountain that night with a few brothers to report the good news to County Magistrate Lu. Yi Kun and the others stayed to guard the valuables in the mountain camp, having their meals and resting on the spot. Before eating, Yi Kun called all the young women into the cave. There were a total of 22 women, the oldest not even 30. Most were teenage girls. The 22 women, all trembling, knelt and bowed. "Get up, we are soldiers, not bandits." Yi Kun had everyone stand up and look them over, slowly saying, "If you're local girls, go down the mountain tomorrow morning. I will give each of you 201 as travel expenses. It's not safe for lone women to carry too much money. 201 for travel expenses and to buy some food will be enough." Upon hearing this, the women burst into tears, expressing their gratitude. Yi Kuan continued, "If you are from other places and cannot return home, I can take you in, help you search for your families, or support you in going home. By the way, my name is Yi Kuan, and I live in Saomiao village in the eastern part of the county." Two women knelt down, speaking with a Western Sichuan accent, crying, "Master Yi, we are Ant from Sichuan, moving with our family. Yesterday afternoon, we encountered bandits here, and our whole family was killed. We have nowhere to go and cannot return to Sichuan. Please take us in." Yi Kuan furrowed his brow. "Your aunts? Robbed yesterday afternoon?" The sister-in-law nodded, summoning her courage to say, "Yes, my name is Yulian, and my sister-in-law is Chunhua. The bandits robbed us yesterday and intended to violate us at night, but their leader got drunk last night, and we were not defiled. Especially my sister-in-law, she is pure and clean, if the master doesn't mind." All right. Yi Kuan nodded, saying, "You two aunts, come with me tomorrow. I will arrange for you, and you one tea starve." There were also two women from local families, but their entire families were killed, leaving them with nowhere to go, asking Yi Kuan to take them in. Yi Kuan accepted them all without hesitation. After dinner, Yi Kuan had all the women rest in the cave and distributed money on the spot, giving each 201. After settling these women, Yi Kuan led the tiger hunting team to guard the cave entrance, commanding all soldiers. "These women are our sisters, captured by the ruthless Xiong and subjected to humiliation. They are all pitiful people. We are soldiers, and any harassment of these women is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, military law will be enforced with no mercy." A few soldiers, initially with mischievous thoughts, immediately withdrew them upon hearing Yi Kuan's words. The women in the cave were even more grateful to Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan also said, "Brothers participating in this bandit elimination will each receive 2 taels of silver. I will negotiate with County Magistrate Liu to distribute to everyone. For the brothers who died, 10 taels of silver will be given to their families for funeral expenses. The injured will receive medical expenses and compensation for lost work." Upon hearing this, the soldiers cheered. In fact, some soldiers had secretly hidden valuables from the dead bandits after searching their bodies. Yi Kuan was aware of this, but pretended not to know. Once everything was arranged, Yi Kuan sat by the cave entrance, keeping watch through the night. He had Qin Erwu and Yin Lu Hai bring a few jars of wine from the storeroom, distributing them along with dried meat for the soldiers to eat and drink freely. Wine was a luxury, and soldiers usually couldn't afford it. At this moment, with wine and meat, they ate and drank heartily. Soon, the area in front of the cave was littered with sprawled bodies. Yi Kuan also felt sleepy and closed his eyes for a nap. "Master!" Suddenly, a weak voice called from behind. Yi Kuan opened his eyes and saw the 2 ants from Sichuan kneeling behind him, tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 38. The County Magistrate's Plunder and the Annihilation of the Family. "You 2 sisters-in-law, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Yi Kuan rubbed his eyes and said, "Right? I'm not any lord, just a commoner, a regular citizen. I'm currently just an acting county lieutenant, responsible for serving County Magistrate Liu in fighting bandits. Once the bandits are dealt with, I'll still be a commoner. During the fight against the bandits." Yi Kuan claimed to be the county lieutenant to protect his privacy and prevent any surviving bandits from coming to Saomiao village to seek revenge on him. The 2 sisters-in-law didn't take care and still called him Lord. "My lord, our whole family was killed, and their bodies are thrown at the bottom of the cliff ahead. We plan to leave here tomorrow. Please allow us to go to the cliff to pay our respects to our relatives." So that was the reason. Yi Kuan noted, picked up a torch, and stood up, saying, "Let us go, I'll take you there." Yulian and Chunhua were extremely grateful, bowed again, and then followed Yi Kuan toward the cliff in front of the camp. The cliff was only 50 meters away from the camp. Yi Kuan had previously asked the captives. The cliff was 100 zhang deep, and below was a large ravine that stretched 10 miles from east to west, with a harsh environment, miasma, permeating the air, and venomous snakes and insects everywhere. Moreover, there were countless corpses down there. Over the years, the bandits had captured women and played with them to death, then tossed their bodies over the cliff. Hostages who could not be ransomed were also thrown down the cliff. So, during this campaign against the bandits, they were forced into a corner and dared not venture into the ravine below the cliff because going down meant death. It wasn't a place for humans to stay. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Yulian and Chunhua knelt down together, facing the ravine below, wailing bitterly, their cries heart-wrenching. Yikuan sighed as well. The bandits killed people without mercy, gnashing their teeth and sucking blood. Why did you distant travelers come here? Behind him, footsteps approached. Enchin Erwu came over with a torch, limping, standing silently beside Yikuan. Yikuan nodded slightly. At the top of the cliff, the night wind was chilly. Yulian and Chunhua were still crying, and their sobs grew louder. Yikuan stepped forward, took off his long robe, and draped it over his sister-in-law, Chunhua's shoulders, comforting her. The dead cannot be brought back to life. You must grieve and adapt. Go back and rest. I have already killed the bandits, which can be considered revenge for your family. Chunhua and Yulian turned to thank him, bowing deeply. Qin Erwu, lacking common sense, blurted out, "Big brother, since you're such a good man, why not tie a rope down tomorrow and bring your relatives' bodies back? Then find a place to bury them. That is also a good deed." Upon hearing this, Chunhua and Yulian looked at Yi Kuan with pitiful eyes. Yi Kuan was furious and glared at Qin Erwu. "All right, tomorrow we'll go down together. As long as you dare to go down, I will too." In his previous life, Yi Kuan also liked rock climbing and bungee jumping. Since there were people and ropes here, if they really went down, Yi Kuan wouldn't be afraid. Qin Erwu grinned. "What is there to be afraid of? I'll accompany you tomorrow." Thud! Chunhua and Yulian knelt down again, banging their heads on the ground toward Yi Kuan. "My lord, we'll work like oxen and horses to repay your kindness." This time, Yi Kuan felt completely trapped. "No need to be polite. Let us talk about bringing your family's bodies up tomorrow." Yi Kuan shook his head and returned to the camp with Qin Erwu, casually asking, "Oh, during the fight today, why isn't your other leg limping? This guy probably wouldn't be honest until both legs were limping." Qin Erwu was puzzled. "I wasn't injured. Why should I limp?" "Well, you should be careful." Yi Kuan stared at Qin Erwu's good leg, thinking about finding an excuse to break it someday. Early the next morning, County Magistrate Liu and County Clerk Wang arrived, bringing along a dozen men. Yi Kuan had worked hard all night and was currently leaning against the entrance of the cave, sleeping soundly with his spear in his arms. County Magistrate Liu was moved and said to County Clerk Wang, "Mr. Yi hasn't taken off his armor and hasn't left his spear. He is truly a man of iron." County Clerk Wang chuckled. "What the county magistrate says is true." Yi Kuan was awakened, rubbed his eyes, and stood up, cupping his fists. "County Magistrate, you're here? I have stored all the bandits' loot in the storeroom and registered it for your disposal." "Good, mister. He hasn't disappointed me." County Magistrate Liu laughed heartily and entered the storeroom with Yi Kuan to inventory the goods. Yi Kuan held the register and checked each item against the list. County Magistrate Liu took the register and said to County Clerk Wang, "County Clerk Wang, please register again." "I'll read it." You noted down 2.5 taels of gold, 17 taels of silver, 15 jean of loose copper coins, 1 piece of tattered silk, 3 pieces of fine hemp cloth, several pieces of coarse hemp cloth, various amounts of coarse and brown rice, and other broken items not worth mentioning. Yi Kuan was dumbfounded. This County Magistrate Liu was more capable than he thought. He initially thought County Magistrate Liu would take half, but unexpectedly, he wanted all of it. However, Yi Kuan had already promised to reward the soldiers, so he had to follow through, saying, "County Magistrate, yesterday to encourage the brothers to fight, I promised each brother 2 taels of silver, and for those who died, 10 taels as compensation." County Magistrate Liu frowned. "Isn't that too much? Giving all this silver to the soldiers, is it worth it?" "Not too much," Yi Kuan smiled. "The county magistrate cares for his subordinates. These soldiers will surely pledge their loyalty in the future. Besides, I've already promised, and I cannot go back on my word." "Well, since you promised, let us do it as you said." Yi Kuan nodded, letting Zhu Dachuan and Qin Erwu take the silver according to the number of their men to distribute the spoils. County Magistrate Liu chuckled and said to Yi Kuan, "Mr. Yi, your contributions in fighting bandits are indispensable. This property was originally meant to be split in half with you, but the county treasury is empty and I still owe the court tax silver. So I thought, I'll give you 1/3 first, and the rest will be considered a loan from you. What do you think? This bastard is indeed trying to take advantage of me. Yi Kun laughed heartily. I'm just a commoner with a meager life. It's only due to the county magistrate's command and organization that I managed to achieve a victory against the bandits. How could I dare to take credit? Whatever you give is a reward for me. I want to quibble about the amount. County Magistrate Liu was overjoyed, shaking Yi Kun's hand. I've long heard from Minister Ji that Mr. Yi values righteousness over wealth, and today I see it's true. County Clerk Wang also gave Yi Kun a thumbs up, praising him. The two scoundrels conspired and gave Yi Kun 3 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, 30 coins, some jewelry, and several pieces of silk and cloth, along with 100 jin of coarse salt. Yi Kun didn't mind, accepting the spoils and also asking for 2 copper basins and a copper pot from the bandit den. County Magistrate Liu organized the county soldiers to transport the goods down the mountain and dug 3 feet deep, searching the entire camp. It was a noisy affair that lasted until noon. There were still many scraps left in the camp, but County Magistrate Liu was generous, saying with a smile, Mr. Yi, if you like the remaining items, take them all back. All right, I'll take another look. I'll bring back anything useful to give to the villagers. Yi Kun nodded and then said to County Magistrate Liu, I've recently taken 2 concubines. The family of one concubine was thrown off the cliff by the bandit leader, Xiong, 2 days ago. I plan to go down the cliff to search for her family's remains. Would County Magistrate and County Clerk Wang like to stay and take a look together? Yi Kun wanted County Magistrate Liu to stay to prove his innocence. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if that dog of a magistrate suspected him of secretly keeping the bandits' loot. The magistrate who plunders families and annihilates households. That dog magistrate has too much power. If he ever has doubts about me, he might just eliminate me. Chapter 39 Cousin, Passionate Woman. Liu County Magistrate's eyes turned, asking Wang County Deputy, Wang County Deputy, how about we stay and take a look? Wang County Deputy chuckled, sure, let's watch together. These 2 scoundrels were also worried that Yi Kun was hiding something, so they half-heartedly stayed behind. Yi Kun called for Yu Lian and Chen Hua, and together with Liu County Magistrate and Wang County Deputy, they came to the edge of the cliff. Qin Shou had already brought some members of the tiger hunting team to the cliff's edge, setting up simple equipment, driving stakes, and building 2 wooden frames to create a sturdy well frame and pulley. The long ropes were all ready. Actually, a pulley wasn't necessary. Qin Shou was being overly cautious. Normally, with 10 people in each group pulling on a rope, safety would be assured. Yi Kun checked the equipment, confirmed there were no issues, and set up a main rope and a secondary rope, effectively creating a double safety setup. The main rope was tied around his body, and the others slowly lowered him down. The secondary rope ran parallel to the main rope, which Yi Kun held onto. Before going down, Yi Kun wrapped dry grass and firewood with the robbers' clothes, lit them, and threw them over the cliff. This would drive away any poisonous insects or snakes below. To prevent miasma, Yi Kun also brought fine linen to wrap around his head, soaked it in water. If there was really miasma, covering his mouth and nose with several layers of wet cloth would serve as a makeshift gas mask. After everything was arranged, Yi Kun double-checked and prepared to descend the cliff with Qin Erwu. Yu Yin and Chen Huan knelt down again, tearfully bowing, Thank you, my lord, for your kindness and righteousness. Even if we were to be shattered to pieces, we would find it hard to repay you. Yi Kun shook his head. It's nothing. No need to be polite. Liu County Magistrate observed their expressions and noticed that Yu Yin and Chen Hua were genuinely saddened. So he believed Yi Kun's words and clasped his fists, saying, Mr. Yi, I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. I will have Zhu Dachuan stay with 5 soldiers, ready to follow your orders. Finding the bodies down the cliff wasn't a quick task, and Liu County Magistrate couldn't wait. Leaving Zhu Dachuan behind to monitor Yi Kun was the same. Yi Kun nodded. Take care, County Magistrate. Mr. Yi is young and charming, with discerning eyes. These 2 girls from Sichuan can be considered beauties. Liu County Magistrate glanced at Yu Lian and Chen Hua, chuckled, and left. Dog, County Magistrate. Yi Kun cursed inwardly and began to descend the cliff. The 2 pulleys rotated together, lowering Yi Kun and Qin Erwu down. The 2 were about a meter apart, making it easier to look out for each other. Yi Kun had climbing experience and wasn't worried. Instead, he felt relaxed, laughing. Erwu, are you working so hard because you have your eye on those two girls from Sichuan? Nonsense. Qin Erwu shook his head. I like my aunt's little daughter. Ji Qin knew passionate woman. Yi Kun was taken aback for a moment, then understood, laughing. I know, Ji Qin knew is from Guangzhou village, right? In the Great Ding Kingdom, where men were superior to women, many girls in the countryside had no names, just taking their father's surname combined with their mother's surname as their names. The famous Meng Jiangnu, who wept at the Great Wall, originally had no name, only being called Meng Jiangnu because her father was surnamed Meng and her mother was surnamed Jiang. If Yi Kun and Jiang Yurong had a daughter in the future, they could name her Yi Jiang Nu. Qin Erwu smiled with happiness. Now that I have money, when I go back this time, I will propose to my aunt's family. Yi Kun awkwardly laughed. Congratulations, congratulations. Marrying close relatives will lead to giving birth to idiots. But Yi Kun couldn't say that. If he did, no one would believe him and they would scold him for meddling and having a crow's mouth. As they chatted, they were almost at the bottom of the cliff. Looking down, they were only 5 or 6 zhang from the ground. Suddenly, there was a problem with the rope on Qin Erwu's side. It couldn't be lowered. Qin Erwu shouted, "What's going on up there? Is the rope stuck?" Qin Shou above was also dumbfounded, shouting down the cliff. "Erwu, did you fall? Why is the rope above so light?" Yi Kun looked and called up, "It should be your rope, stuck in a crack in the rocks. You guys pull up a bit and try again." But it was strange. The rope was stuck tightly in the rock crevice, unable to go up or down. Qin Erwu got anxious, grabbing the secondary rope, shouting, "I'll go down along the secondary rope. You guys pull tight from above." Yi Kun looked and thought that at this height, it should be fine. Qin Erwu had the strength to reach the bottom of the cliff, so he said, "I'll go down first. Erwu, take your time. No need to rush." Qin Erwu nodded, grabbing the secondary rope, trying to unbuckle the main rope on his body. Yi Kun slowly descended, pulling out the oil pine from behind his waist, lighting a fire starter to check the surroundings. The ground was littered with bones, stark white. There were still a dozen corpses lying around, including robbers who jumped off the cliff yesterday and merchants killed by robbers the day before. The merchants' clothes had been stripped off, making them easily distinguishable from the robbers' bodies. After all, clothes were money. Robbers would naturally leave behind clothing, not letting even a piece of fabric go. While Yi Kun was inspecting, he suddenly saw a dazzling golden light 3 steps to his left. Glancing over, he was both surprised and delighted. A thick golden chain, thicker than a dog chain, was lying on the ground. Without thinking much, Yi Kun picked up the chain. Feeling its heavy weight, he knew it was real gold. Estimating, it weighed about 10 jin. Noticing that Qin Erwu hadn't come down yet, Yi Kun quickly wrapped the golden dog chain around his waist and covered it with his clothes. The chain was 7 or 8 feet long, and it wrapped around Yi Kun's waist 3 times. Yi Kun didn't know that this chain had been discarded by the ruthless man Xiong the night before. Originally a gold and silver craftsman, after becoming a robber, he had set up a furnace and hammer to smelt gold, turning stolen goods into gold, making a suit of armor and a gold belt to carry with him. One reason was that Xiong didn't trust his subordinates. The other was to be ready to flee at any time. Last night, when Yi Kun launched a full-scale attack, Xiong knew he was doomed, so he threw down the gold chain he carried, not expecting it to fall into Yi Kun's hands. But by a twist of fate, this 100 taels of gold ended up with Yi Kun. At this moment, with the gold wrapped around his waist, Yi Kun was overjoyed. Originally planning to find a chance to break Qin Erwu's other leg, he now forgave him. Not only forgave him, but Yi Kun also wanted to be sworn brothers with him. Thanks to Brother Erwu's suggestion, he had made an extra 100 taels of gold without anyone knowing. After a while, Qin Erwu came down. It was afternoon, and the light was dim at the cliff's bottom. The fire from the previously discarded clothes and firewood was now small. Yi Kun held up a torch, identifying the corpses on the ground. There were about a dozen fresh corpses. Among them was a young female corpse, looking to be in her 20s, her clothes stripped off, lying on the ground. There were bloodstains beneath her, suggesting she had been violated by the robbers' lackeys before being discarded. Based on the descriptions of age and appearance given by Yu Lian and Chen Hua regarding their relatives, this female corpse was Chen Hua's sister-in-law. Upon seeing this tragic scene, Yi Kun was filled with rage. The robbers of Sheeping Mountain were all guilty. Thankfully, he hadn't gone easy yesterday and had wiped out the robbers completely. Otherwise, he would be failing these victims. Yi Kun stripped the clothes off a robber's corpse and covered the female corpse with them, tying it tight with fine linen and then binding it around the waist with coarse hemp rope so that the people above could pull the rope. Here, Yi Kun had no choice but to simply cover the female corpse, trying to maintain the deceased's last dignity. Qin Erwu also found the corpse of Chun Hua's father, casually wrapping a piece of clothing around it and tying it to the secondary rope, allowing it to be pulled up by those above. Chapter 40. The Miss of the Tavern. 5 of Chunhua's relatives were killed at home: her father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, and second brother. Yulian, Chunhua's sister-in-law, was spared for the time being because she was beautiful like Chunhua. With many people working together, the task was quickly completed, and the remains of Chunhua's relatives were all hung up. Yi Kun looked at the scattered corpses and did not dare to linger, immediately going up with Qin Erwu. At the cliff top, Chunhua and Yulian had already cried to the point of collapse, almost fainting. Yi Kun stepped forward and sighed. "Stop crying. I will take my brothers to find a place to bury your relatives. It's getting late. We should go home." Having not returned home for several days, Yi Kun also missed Jiang Yurong and Daishi. Of course, he also thought of Jiao Jiao, who was waiting at the county inn. On this trip back, he also needed to handle Jiao Jiao's father Ma Fugui's case to bring it to a proper conclusion. Yulian and Chunhua dared not cry anymore and knelt to thank him. The two women, who had fallen into the bandit den, originally thought they would suffer humiliation and die, but being saved by Yi Kun was already a great joy. Now, Yi Kun also risked danger to delve deep into the canyon to help them retrieve their relatives' bodies and conduct the burial and memorial service. This was something Yulian and Chunhua felt they could never repay, even if they shattered their bones. Yi Kun led the team back to the county. All the valuable items in the bandit den were taken away by Yi Kun. At this time, County Magistrate Liu was taking a share of the loot home and was plotting with County Clerk Wang over tea. County Magistrate Liu stroked his beard and said, "County Clerk Wang, Yi Kun has only been here a few days and has taken so much property. Isn't that too much? Should we find some excuse to frame Yi Kun for a crime to take our things back?" He thought of confiscating Yi Kun's home and exterminating his family. For someone like Yi Kun, who had no background, it would be easy for County Magistrate Liu to scheme against him. "Your Honor, absolutely not." County Clerk Wang, clearly shrewd, chuckled. "Yi Kun is a sworn brother of Shangwan Jifu, vowing to die on the same day, month, and year. If we kill Yi Kun when Shangwan Jifu returns, will he let this go?" County Magistrate Liu fell silent in thought. County Clerk Wang continued to smile. "Your Honor, we not only cannot touch Yi Kun, but we must also make good use of him, because Yi Kun is merely lustful, not greedy for wealth. He is also very loyal to you and obedient. This time in the bandit extermination, he took a little, but you took much more." County Magistrate Liu nodded with a smile. "That makes sense." County Clerk Wang went on. "We should report military achievements for Yi Kun. Let him continue to act as the county lieutenant, and in the future, he can earn money for you and serve you. You can just stay at home, drink tea, and accompany your wife. How nice is that?" "All right, I will listen to County Clerk Wang. If Yi Kun doesn't listen, it's not too late to deal with him later." County Magistrate Liu chuckled. "Send the word down. Tonight we will hold a banquet to celebrate Yi Kun's achievements." As night fell, Yi Kun led his team back to the county. He first arranged for his belongings and the tiger team members at the inn. When Jiao Jiao saw Yi Kun return, her face turned red with excitement, and disregarding the crowd, she rushed into Yi Kun's arms. "Kun Gu, you're finally back. You weren't hurt, were you?" Yin Lu Hai joked. "Kun Gu wasn't hurt. Tonight's wedding chamber is no problem. Lu Hai, you all rest and wait for arrangements." Yi Kun glared at Yin Lu Hai, then took Yulian and Chunhua into the inn, saying to Jiao Jiao, "I will take you and your father to see County Magistrate Liu now to settle your father's case." Jiao Jiao nodded, then looked at Yulian and Chunhua, asking Kun Gu, "Who are they?" "This is Yulian and Chunhua, my sister-in-law and sister-in-law from Sichuan, whom I rescued from Sheeping Mountain. I will leave them in your care for now and find a way to arrange things later." Yulian and Chunhua thought Jiao Jiao was Yi Kuen's main wife and hurriedly knelt to bow. Yulian Chunhua, greetings to the mistress. I'm not. Jiao Jiao's face flushed. We are the same, both Kuen Ji's concubines. All right, now that you know each other, you will be sisters from now on. Yi Kuen smiled and went to find Ma Fugui. Ma Fugui had already learned of Yi Kuen's great victory and was even more excited and delighted, wanting to bow again. Yi Kuen supported Ma Fugui. Uncle Ma, I will take you to see County Magistrate Liu to settle your case. Ma Fugui nodded repeatedly, taking Jiao Jiao with him to meet County Magistrate Liu. Just as they walked out of the inn, County Clerk Wang came up to them, clasping his fists and smiling. Mr. Yi, County Magistrate Liu has already set up a banquet to welcome you and celebrate your achievements. Both of you are too kind. Yi Kuen can never repay this. Yi Kuen clasped his fists with a smile and went with County Clerk Wang to the county office. County Magistrate Liu indeed arranged a banquet, complete with singers and dancers. Yi Kuen, however, had no intention of drinking and clasped his fists, saying, Your Honor, regarding my father-in-law Ma Fugui's case. Mr. Yi, please drink first. Once you've had something to drink, we can discuss business. County Magistrate Liu chuckled. The scoundrel who falsely accused Ma Fugui is staying in the county. He won't escape. Yi Kuen had no choice but to sit down with Jiao Jiao. At the banquet of the Great Ding Kingdom, they sat separately, with a low table in front of each person holding simple food and wine. Jiao Jiao, being Yi Kuen's, could sit at the same table with him, while Ma Fugui was invited outside. Such a high-class banquet was not for someone like him, who was just a small businessman. After a few rounds of drinks, County Magistrate Liu said, Mr. Yi, I want to report military achievements for you this time in the bandit extermination. Barring any accidents, you should receive a title. Yi Kuen was delighted to hear this. Having a title was not bad. He would be a person of status in the future. Of course, Yi Kuen also knew that this military achievement would only lead to a lowly title, not something grand like becoming a minister or receiving a noble title. County Magistrate Liu added, Furthermore, the position of County Lieutenant is vacant. I would like to ask Mr. Yi to continue acting as County Lieutenant to capture thieves and bandits. In a little over 2 months, when Shangguan Jifu is still not back, you will be the official County Lieutenant and receive a salary from the court. If Shangguan returns, you can also serve as Deputy County Lieutenant. According to the system of the Great Ding Kingdom, if the County Lieutenant position was vacant for more than 3 months, the County Magistrate could appoint someone else. In large counties with a high population, 2 County Lieutenants could be set up. Currently, Shangguan Jifu was nominally the County Lieutenant, but was leading troops outside. The position of County Lieutenant was practically vacant. Yi Kuen thought for a moment. I'm afraid I have no talent or virtue and might not be able to fulfill the role, disappointing your kind intentions. Moreover, I still have my elderly mother at home who needs my filial piety. Yi Kuen was not interested in this temporary County Lieutenant position. Now that he had money, he wanted to go home and accompany Jiang Yurong and Daishi and tease his 2 sisters-in-law. That would be great. County Clerk Wang kept nodding at Yi Kuen, signaling him to agree, and said with a smile, Mr. Yi leads troops well. Being County Lieutenant is not a waste of talent. County Magistrate Liu also smiled. Having an elderly mother can also allow you to run between both sides. Being County Lieutenant is not busy. Yi Kuen had no choice but to agree, clasping his fists and saying, All right, thank you for your kind favor. I will give it a try. Only then was County Magistrate Liu satisfied and smiled. Now, Mr. Yi can lead Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan to investigate and confiscate Tian Sanhuai's property. This person disregards familial relationships and falsely accuses his relatives. He should be sentenced to death. First, imprison him in the dungeon, report to the prefect, and carry out the execution immediately. His property will be confiscated and turned into public funds. Yi Kuen nodded and asked, What about my father-in-law's confiscated property? All returned. County Magistrate Liu smiled. Since he is your father-in-law, I will certainly take care of it. Thank you, Your Honor. I will take my leave now. Yi Kuen cupped his fists, stood up, and immediately called for Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, taking 20 soldiers to South Street. Ma Fugui and Jiao Jiao got into the carriage and accompanied them. South Street was the most prosperous place in the county town. The main street was a mile long, with businesses on both sides, including restaurants, inns, and brothels. Ma Fugue's uncle, Tian Sanhui, also ran a tavern and competed with the Ma family's tavern. Tian Sanhui framed Ma Fugue, partly to take down a competitor and partly because, according to the laws of the dating kingdom, reporting a criminal relative allowed one to claim half of the criminal's assets. Since Ma Fugue's case was still unresolved, Tian Sanhui's reward had not yet materialized. He only received a promise of an empty check. When Yi Kuan and his soldiers arrived at South Street, it was bustling with activity. "Military officer, come play." The young ladies at the brothel called out warmly from the doorway. They were charming and elegantly dressed. One of the ladies teased Yi Kuan, waving and saying, "This military officer on horseback looks so formidable. Come down for a cup of tea." Chapter 41. Key areas must be cleaned. These young ladies are quite bold, even daring to tease the county magistrate. In the future, Yi Kuan's position would be equivalent to that of a county-level armed forces minister, also holding some powers of the county police chief. The fallen women in the future wouldn't be this bold. As a new official, Yi Kuan was mindful of his identity and image, riding on horseback with a straight gaze. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were regulars here, familiar with these young ladies, jokingly saying, "Wait until I finish my case. I'll come and play with you tomorrow." They continued forward. Yi Kuan caught a glimpse of Wang Dakawei from the tiger-busting team of Tsaomiao village, who was negotiating with someone at the entrance of the brothel while carrying the injured Zhou Tiehu, who had lost a leg. Zhou Tiehu, despite losing a leg, still wanted to visit a brothel. Where was that fierceness during battle? Qin Erwu was still pure-hearted, only thinking about his cousin Ji Qinu. Wang Dakawei didn't see Yi Kuan and continued flirting with the young ladies at the entrance. Yi Kuan rode up and shouted, "Wang Dakawei, Zhou Tiehu." Wang Dakawei was startled and turned around to see Yi Kuan, then grinned. "Big brother, come have some fun. Tonight we're treating." Following Yi Kuan into battle, Wang Dakawei felt like he was rich after earning 2 taels of silver. "Forget it, I'll deal with you two at home." Yi Kuan replied angrily and rode away. The tavern run by Tian Sanhui was still open. Seeing Yi Kuan dismount, Tian Sanhui thought he was there to check on business and hurried over. "Sir, are you here to eat?" Tian Sanhui was in his 50s, plump and fair. At this time, there weren't many fat people in the Great Ding Kingdom, indicating that he was living well. Yi Kuan ignored Tian Sanhui and strode into the tavern. There were a few customers still drinking inside. Yi Kuan looked around and shouted, "The government is investigating a case. All irrelevant people, leave immediately." Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao led the troops in. The customers fled in panic. Soon after, Ma Jiao entered, supporting her father Ma Fugue. "Fugue, how come you're out?" Tian Sanhui was shocked to see his nephew. "Third uncle, didn't expect this, did you?" Ma Fugue gritted his teeth and sneered. "You falsely accused me of poisoning my own mother." Luckily, County Magistrate Yi Kuan uncovered the truth and delivered justice. "Now it's your turn." Tian Sanhui was drenched in sweat, looking at Yi Kuan. "Who is?" "County Magistrate." "I am," Yi Kuan said sternly, ordering, "Zhu Dachuan, Wang Bao, take this old bastard away first, then gather his family, seal off all rooms, and check them one by one." Zhu Dachuan stepped forward and kicked Tian Sanhui over. Others began searching for valuables. Raiding homes was something soldiers loved to do. The Tian family had many members, with 2 sons and daughters-in-law, as well as grandchildren. Both sons had concubines, serving as free maids and helpers. The room was filled with terrified screams and cries. Yi Kuan could only harden his heart and perform his duties, registering the confiscated items. Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan secretly hid some things, but Yi Kuan pretended not to see. Aside from the tavern's cooking utensils and liquor, there weren't many valuables, some broken silver, loose coins, and a few pieces of fabric and clothing. There were also some land and tenancy contracts. Yi Kuan didn't care for these items, making a show of being impartial and returning everything to the public. Tian Sanhui knelt and cried out, "County Magistrate, you can kill me, but spare my sons and grandsons." "Old ghost, did you spare Jiao a few days ago?" Yi Kuan shook his head, sighing, "Don't blame me for being businesslike. Blame yourself for being heartless. Retribution comes swiftly." Jiao Jiao tugged at Yi Kuan's sleeve and asked softly, Brother Kuan, will my uncle's family be executed? I only arrest people. How to deal with them depends on the county magistrate's decision, Yi Kuan replied, patting Jiao Jiao's shoulder. Let us go, Jiao Jiao. I've been tired these past few days and need to go back for a bath and some sleep. Jiao Jiao nodded and led Yi Kuan out. Ma Fugui still harbored hatred for Tian Sanhuai, deliberately leaning close to the old man's ear and whispering, Third uncle, I forgot to tell you. The new county magistrate Yi Kuan is my son-in-law, Jiao Jiao's husband. Huh? Only then did Tian Sanhuai understand why everything had gone wrong, kneeling and crying out, Jiao Jiao, please plead with the county magistrate to spare my grandson and give him a way out. At this time, Jiao Jiao had already boarded the carriage. Yi Kuan rode alongside the carriage back to the inn. Just then, he ran into Wang Dakue and Zhou Tiehu returning from the brothel. Yi Kuan rolled his eyes and said, Dakue, Tiehu, I brought you out to make money to honor your mothers, but you two went to the brothel instead. Zhou Tiehu grinned. Big brother, I just consider myself dead while fighting bandits, so I'm enjoying myself a bit. Shut up. Turning Torstaikin Ervu. Inform all tiger-busting team members from Cao Miao village that they are strictly prohibited from going to brothels. Otherwise, they will be expelled. If you want women, go properly find a wife or take a concubine. Qin Erwin nodded repeatedly. Big brother is right. I only want my cousin, and I will never go to a brothel. Yi Kuan was very satisfied. At this point, it was already midnight. Yi Kuan took a hot bath in his room, then placed his golden armor and gold chain under his pillow, sleeping soundly. Jiao Jiao was also bathing in her room, cleaning every nook and cranny, especially the key areas, preparing to serve Yi Kuan. However, after Jiao Jiao finished washing, she turned around and saw that Yi Kuan's door was locked, and she could hear him snoring inside. Jiao Jiao raised her hand to knock on the door, but ultimately gave up, smiled slightly, and returned to her own room. Yi Kuan had been busy organizing military supplies, training troops, and fighting bandits these past few days, and he was indeed exhausted. The next day, he slept until the sun was high in the sky before getting up to wash. Jiao Jiao, beaming with joy, attended to him. After breakfast, Yi Kuan called over his two aunts from Sichuan, Yulian and Chunhua. Both had changed into clean clothes and looked presentable. They were smaller in stature, but curvy, making Yi Kuan's eyes light up. Yulian, Chunhua, what did you do at home before? Yi Kuan asked after a moment of pause. Sir, our family used to brew wine. Springhua and I helped at home with brewing, not learning needlework, Yulian replied. That is good. Yi Kuan smiled and said to Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, I'll leave Yulian and Chunhua to you. You can brew wine and do business together. The brewing methods in Sichuan may differ from ours. You can exchange ideas and learn from each other. Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile. Yulian and Chunhua were also very happy. Yi Kuan stood up and led everyone to Jiao Jiao's former tavern. The tavern was still sealed, with two wooden planks nailed across the door. Yi Kuan pried off the planks and pushed the door open. Inside, everything, including tables and stools, had been cleared out, leaving nothing behind. Although all property was to be returned, Yi Kuan only helped Jiao Jiao retrieve the land deed. As for the furniture, cooking utensils, and food and liquor stock, they had all been divided among the soldiers, making it hard to reclaim. Yi Kuan didn't want to strictly pursue this, fearing the soldiers would resent him. If the water is too clear, there are no fish. If a person is too pure, there are no followers. Some things are best overlooked. Ma Fugui looked at the empty house and lamented. There's nothing left at home. What are we going to do? Chapter 42, The Shyness of My Second Cousin. Having nothing and starting from scratch is not easy in this era. Therefore, Ma Fugui is now living in a bare house, feeling somewhat despondent. How much money do we need to buy back all the original furniture and cooking utensils and reopen the tavern? Jiao Jiao, who is good at calculations and has already figured it out, whispered about 7 to 8 taels of silver. That's easy to handle. Took out 20 taels of silver and handed it to Jiao Jiao. You take this money to run the tavern and make it a little bigger. Let Yulian and Chunhua help here. Kuan-ge, this is too much. Jiao Jiao was surprised. Not too much. Let's consider a partnership. Yi Kuan smiled and also gave Yulian and Chunhua each a tael of silver. Take this tael of silver to buy some clothes. In the future, While helping Jiao Jiao run the tavern, I will pay you wages. Yu Lian and Chun Hua hesitated to take the money, saying together, Sir, our lives are yours. What wages do we need? No wages, but you still need pocket money. Yi Kuan stuffed the silver into Chun Hua's hand. Take it to buy 2 sets of clothes first and settle down comfortably. Chun Hua couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Yi Kuan then called Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan, and with a stern face asked, You two, how much did you gain from the last raid here? Speak up. Zhu Dachuan chuckled. Hao Qi, the little brother of County Magistrate Liu, took the most. We only took a jar of wine, a few copper coins, and some pots and pans. Since you asked, we'll return it. Forget it. Yi Kuan waved his hand. From now on, you two take good care of the Ma family's tavern business, but no drunken troublemaking here. You must respect Jiao Jiao, and also Yu Lian and Chun Hua. If anyone comes to the tavern to eat for free or cause trouble, you have my permission to beat them up. Wang Bao grinned widely. Rest assured, County Lieutenant, we will definitely respect the 3 little sisters-in-law. Taking care of the business goes without saying. Jiao Jiao's face turned red, but her heart was sweet as she stole a glance at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan nodded. All right, next time I come, I'll bring a jar of bean paste for both of you team leaders. During this anti-bandit operation, Yi Kuan contributed a few small jars of bean paste for everyone to eat with their meals. The soldiers, having tasted the bean paste, praised it endlessly. After arranging everything, Yi Kuan called Jiao Jiao to speak privately in the room. Jiao Jiao was very happy, leaning into Yi Kuan's arms and whispered, Kuan Ge, I took a bath last night and came to find you, but you were already asleep. What do you want to find me for? My dad asked me to serve you. Jiao Jiao's face turned even redder. Yi Kuan felt a little restless, but looking at the empty room with not even a broken bedboard, he lifted Jiao Jiao's chin and smiled. Jiao Jiao, first tidy up the tavern and make it look like a home. Next time I come, I'll serve you. Since it had already come to this, Yi Kuan didn't want to put on a false front. Let it be. He would let Jiao Jiao stay in the county town to help him with business. Jiao Jiao giggled and quietly asked, Kuan Ge, are you going back to see Sister Yurong? When will you come again? I am now the county lieutenant, and I will definitely spend a lot of time here in the future. Then I'll wait for you, Kuan Ge. Jiao Jiao nodded. Yi Kuan also nodded, shared a kiss with Jiao Jiao, explored each other a bit, straightened their clothes, and took his leave. The Tiger team members borrowed a carriage from the county office and returned to Chow Miao village in the evening with dozens of carts of shabby items. Although they were rags from a bandit den, they were treasures for poor families. The village suddenly became lively. The villagers surrounded Yi Kuan's convoy, asking one after another, Big brother, have you finished hunting tigers? Where did you go this time, and how many did you catch? Chincho laughed. We didn't hunt tigers. We want to fight a battle and return victorious. The stuff in the carts is our spoils. The villagers rejoiced. So you want to fight? You've robbed so many things. Yi Kuan smiled without saying anything. Chin Erwu stood on the cart, waving his hand and shouting, Villagers, our big brother is now the county lieutenant. From now on, you must call him county lieutenant, no longer big brother. Big brother has become a county lieutenant? A big official. The villagers were even happier, one by one coming forward to bow. County Lieutenant Big Brother, you've become an official. You must take care of us. Some even knelt down to kowtow. County Lieutenant, we bow to you. The villagers need not be overly courteous. Yi Kuan waved his hand to quiet them down and said, This time I also received some reward money from the battle. I've decided to take out 20 strings of coins to share with everyone. Wow, 20 strings. County Lieutenant Big Brother, you're really generous. A good person. The villagers cheered. A good person? Yi Kuan already had too many good person cards and didn't need any more. He smiled and said, All villagers. Each will get 51. Children under 7, seniors over 60, widowed, lonely, disabled people, and pregnant women will count double. If it's not enough, I'll add more. The villagers all bowed in unison to thank him. Thank you, County Lieutenant Big Brother. 50 when each can support a family for a month or two. Some families with many members could receive several hundred won at once, which could help them do a small business. Zhang Yurong, Dai Undicesimo, and second cousin Yude stood outside the crowd, gazing at Yi Kuan with affectionate eyes. At this moment, Yi Kuan looked too handsome and captivating. Yi Kuan dropped the 20 strings of coins for Qin Cho to distribute to the villagers, then walked towards Jiang Yurong. Yurong, Daishi, second cousin. I'm back. Jiang Yurong and Dai-shi both put their hands on their hips and greeted him. Husband is back. Yikuan was taken aback and laughed. Why are you being so polite after just a few days? Husband isn't official now. It's different from before. Jiang Yurong smiled, biting her lip. What is different? Yikuan led everyone home, whispering, if you don't believe me, check me tonight. I guarantee I'm still the same all over. Jiang Yurong and Dai-shi both blushed. Behind them, second cousin Yuta giggled, but quickly covered her mouth to stifle it. It seems this girl understood Yikuan's words. Yikuan turned around and smiled. Second cousin, I brought you a gift. Guess what it is? This time, Yuta blushed and lowered her head. Brother-in-law, how would I know? Jiang Yurong laughed softly. Big brother. I guess you brought the second cousin a silk belly band, right? With a whoosh, second cousin ran away. Recently, Yikuan bought silk belly bands for Jiang Yurong and Dai-shi. It is said that second cousin was very envious after seeing them. Not a belly band. I'll bring it to you later. Yikuan smiled and went to greet his mother. For his mother, Yikuan only briefly mentioned his achievements and didn't dare to speak of the dangers of fighting bandits. His mother, who couldn't see, didn't want to ask too much. Upon learning that her son had become a county lieutenant, she was overjoyed, clasped her hands, and smiled. Blessings from our ancestors. My son has become successful. Yikuan chatted with his mother for a while, then went to talk to Jiang Yurong and Dai-shi. This time, Yikuan brought back 2 carts of items, all in the courtyard. Yurong, Dai-shi, come here. Yikuan, showing off. Open the spoils. 1 roll of embroidered silk and 1 roll of white silk. 3 rolls of hemcloth and 5 rolls of fine linen, for you to make clothes. And there are some jewelry. You can pick what you like. Dai-shi smiled. I'm a concubine and will listen to Sister Yurong. Jiang Yurong was also generous, smiling. Anyway, what I have, Dai-shi also has. I won't bully her. Yikuan then took out a few copper mirrors, leaving the big ones for Jiang Yurong and Dai-shi, and took the 2 smaller ones to find second cousin. These copper mirrors were bought by Yikuan in the county town. The newly polished copper mirror is very bright, and, at a close distance, it can reflect every detail of a person. My cousin, who is virtuous, is secretly watching Yikuan from the backyard. When she sees Yikuan approaching, her face turns red, and she retreats to her small room. Chapter 43. Break your legs. Yikuan walked over and held up a small bronze mirror. Second sister, I brought you a bronze mirror. You're so beautiful. Make sure to look in the mirror more often and dress up. The 14 or 15-year-old girl was at that age when she loved to show off her beauty. Brother-in-law, is this mirror for me? The second sister's eyes brightened. In the Great Ding Kingdom, the poor had no mirrors. To fix their makeup, they would fill a basin with water. The old saying, look at yourself in a puddle, has been passed down from ancient times. Even the daughters of wealthy families, when they got married, would be envied if they had a palm-sized bronze mirror as part of their dowry. Of course it's for you. Yikuan nodded and smiled. The second sister jumped with joy and rushed to Yikuan. Yikuan thought she would reward him, but unexpectedly, to grab the bronze mirror and ran toward her sister Yurong's bedroom, shouting, Sister, I have a bronze mirror now. Yikuan shook his head and smiled. Your sister's bronze mirror is bigger than yours. But at that moment, a crying sound came from the spinning workshop next door. Yikuan walked over and asked, What's wrong? Kai-di, did someone bully you? Kai-di wiped her tears and said pitifully, Brother Delang, Yurong and the others all have bronze mirrors, but I don't. Who said you don't have one? Yikuan laughed and took out another small bronze mirror from his pocket. Isn't this for you? Baza Dalang. I really have one too. Kai-di's tears turned into laughter as she jumped into Yikuan's arms. I thought you didn't want me anymore. As she spoke, tears came down again. Silly girl. I treat you like my sister. How can I not want you? Yikuan patted Kai-di's little head and said, I also brought you fruits and preserves. I'll give them to you to eat later. Yikuan then took out 2 more small bronze mirrors and gave them to Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu. These 2 concubines from wealthy families were actually girls from poor families who had been sold by their parents due to hunger. The third sister, Yukai, had already found the preserves and was eagerly eating from a jar without any hesitation. The third child, only about 10 years old, understood her identity as a beggar and was cautious, not daring to come forward. Yikuan also gave the third child some fruits, saying, Third child bottle. Your sister Jiao has opened a tavern again. In a few days, I'll take you back to the county town to have fun. Jiao misses you. The third child lowered her head, saying, Uncle, I won't go. I'll stay home and work. Yikuan nodded. All right, just take good care of your sister. After a while, I'll teach you both to read, together with Yukai. Yukai shouted, I have fruits to eat. I won't study. Yikuan laughed. If you study, you'll have better fruits to eat. Daishi and Jiang Yurong were very happy, cleaned up after dinner, and even prepared some wine for Yikuan. Yikuan accompanied his mother, having dinner together with everyone, and asked about the family situation. Daishi said, everything is good, but the spinning wheel isn't working as well as before. The spun thread isn't as even and neat. Yikuan nodded, and after dinner, he went to check the spinning wheel. Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu began operating it while Yikuan watched. Soon, he noticed the problem. The issue lay in the wooden axle and the axle sleeve. Due to serious wear, the gap had widened, affecting the accuracy of the spinning wheel and its speed. These were specially selected jujube, elm, and locust trees considered sturdy, but they couldn't withstand continuous use. No worries, we'll just use it like this for now. If it runs slower, then so be it. Yikuan nodded and said, Tomorrow I'll go to the county town and modify the wooden axle and axle sleeve, adding brass sleeves, and it will be fine. Bronze parts, while not very wear-resistant, were still much better than wood. As long as brass sleeves were added to the wooden axle and the axle sleeve, this problem could be solved. With proper lubrication and maintenance, it would last a year without issues. Daishi said, Brother Delang, many women in the village have been coming to see our spinning wheel, asking you to help make one. Not making any. Yikuan shook his head and smiled. Our spinning wheel won't be shown to outsiders in the future. If villagers come asking, just tell them that we will soon set up a big workshop, letting everyone come to work with 3 copper coins a day and 2 meals. Since it wasn't profitable yet, Yikuan wanted to protect his patent. Jiang Yurong was very happy. Are we going to open a big workshop? But the house isn't big enough. Yikuan nodded. I will build houses. In the future, there will be dedicated spinning workshops and also workshops for making sauces and my carpentry workshop. The small space isn't enough for development. We must build houses. Yikuan had money now, and it was the right time to expand. After dinner, Yikuan went to Jiang Yurong's room and gently hugged her waist from behind. Jiang Yurong smiled. Brother Delang, I'm not feeling well these days. You should go find Aishi or Sanyang, and Hongyu will do. Jia Xinghua was nicknamed Sanyang. Don't talk nonsense. Sanyang and Hongyu are here to work. They're not concubines. Yikuan and Jiang Yurong teased each other for a while before going to Daishi's room. Daishi was very happy, flattering him in every way. Afterward, Daishi curled up in Yikuan's arms and asked, Brother Delang, why didn't you bring Jiao back? Jiao was still in the county town, running the tavern with her father. Yikuan pinched Daishi's nose. In the future, when I have time, I'll take you and Yurong to the county town to have fun. The next morning, Yikuan went to find the village chief Qin Shou, asking him to find someone to help him build houses. Kaidai's family had 4 plots of land, with an area of over 1,000 square meters. They would start building first. Kaidai's house was separated from Yikuan's by 3 other families. Yikuan found these 3 families' villagers and arranged for them to have new houses built elsewhere, swapping out their plots of land. This way, Yikuan would have over 20 connected plots of land, including a yard, covering about 5,000 square meters, which would be enough. Qin Shou, along with Yen Lu, Hai Wang, and Kuei, immediately went to handle this matter. Yikuan dismantled a spinning wheel, took all the parts with him, and prepared to go to the county town to find carpenters for mass production. These parts were divided into 3 portions. Each carpenter would only process a part of the components, and then Yikuan would assemble them himself. This way, there would be no concern about leaking the spinning wheel technology. Just as he was about to set off for the county town, Jiang Yurong's sister-in-law, Shui Sangu, came crying. Jiang Yurong was surprised, caught Shui Sangu, and asked sister-in-law, something happened at home? Something happened, son-in-law. Shui Sangu cried while holding Yikuan's leg. Son-in-law, Yurong's father and elder brother have both been beaten. You need to bring the tiger team to support us. Yikuan frowned. Who did it? Are they seriously injured? It was the brothers of Jiang Lao Wu from the village. Shui Sangu, with tears and snot, recounted the reason. Jiang Lao Wu was also Jiang Yurong's cousin, part of the same family of 5 blessings. Their uncles and brothers were numerous and powerful, making them the bullies of Jianghedo village, and they usually bought hemp silk for the hemp line business. Jiang Yurong's elder brother, Jiang Yubao, was commissioned by Yi Kuan to buy hemp silk near Jianghedo, which affected Jiang Laowu's brothers, slightly raising the price and increasing their labor costs for buying hemp silk. Therefore, the Jiang Laowu brothers beat up Jiang Yubao and his son, threatening them not to buy hemp silk anymore. Wiping her tears, Shui Sengu said, "Son-in-law, Jiang Laowu also said that you should never go to our Jianghedo in the future, otherwise he will break your legs." Chapter 44. Damn in-law. Jiang Yurong and her second and third sisters, upon learning that their father and elder brother were beaten, began to cry. "Yurong, don't cry." Yi Kuan comforted Jiang Yurong with a smile. "Get ready, we're going to Jiangatu village to see that Jiang Laowu and how he broke my leg. After all, I'm now the acting county lieutenant. Is it that easy to break a leg?" Jiang Yurong wiped her tears and took her second sister to pack their things, preparing to return to their mother's house. Yi Kuan then called Qin Erwu over and whispered some instructions. Qin Erwu nodded and immediately went to prepare. Aunt Shui shouted, "In-law, take the tiger team and beat Jiang Laowu hard to avenge my husband." Yi Kuan nodded and smiled. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I know what to do." Soon, Jiang Yurong and her second sister were ready and took their third sister, Yukai, onto the carriage in front of the house. Aunt Shui also got on. Yi Kuan rode his horse, with Qin Erwu driving the carriage. Before lunch, everyone arrived at Jiangatu village. As soon as they entered the village, they were spotted by Jiang Laowu and his gang, who knew that Aunt Shui had gone to Caomiao village to seek help. Yi Kuan first checked on his father-in-law Jiang Guozhu and elder brother-in-law Jiang Yubao. Jiang Guozhu was fine, just had a black eye for being beaten. Jiang Yubao was in worse shape, with a head injury wrapped in cloth and limping due to a leg injury. Seeing Yi Kuan, Jiang Guozhu cried, "In-law, we've been bullied, but please don't seek revenge. We can't afford to offend them in Jiangatu." The old father-in-law was still honest and didn't want to stir trouble or drag Yi Kuan into it. Of course, Jiang Guozhu didn't know that his son-in-law had already become the acting county lieutenant. No one in Jiangatu village knew about Yi Kuan's current position. Jiang Yubao shouted, "In-law, you brought the tiger team from Caomiao village. Kill them for me." Yi Kuan nodded and asked, "Who is the clan leader of Jiangatu village?" "The clan leader is Jiang Laowu's father. His son hit me, and he was directing from behind," Jiang Yubao said. Yi Kuan nodded and went out to take a look. Jiang Laowu's family lived in the front row of the village. At this moment, Jiang Laowu and his brothers, along with a few uncles and cousins, came over with spears and wooden sticks, cursing and looking fierce. Qin Erwu, worried about Yi Kuan getting hurt, stood behind him with a short crossbow. "Hey, Yidalang, you brought a cripple to fight us?" Jiang Laowu laughed arrogantly, walking over and glaring. "Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Yubao, I beat them, what you want?" To Jiang Laowu, Yi Kuan and Qin Erwu looked insignificant. A pale young man and a cripple had no deterrent effect. Qin Erwu angrily yelled, "Even with a lame leg, I can beat you. Do you believe I'll shoot you dead with an arrow?" Qin Erwu was a tough guy, and if pushed too hard, he would actually dare to shoot. "Erwu, don't be rude." Yi Kuan, however, was polite, cupping his fists at Jiang Laowu and others, smiling. "I am Yi Dalong, although I'm the son-in-law of Jiangatu. I have been poor and have not had the chance to meet all of you relatives and uncles. I apologize for any offense. After all, it's better to be polite first to avoid being accused of bullying." Jiang Laowu thought Yi Kuan was scared and laughed. "Yi Dalong, it's good that you're scared. I warn you, stop buying hemp silk near Jiangatu village immediately. In the future, you will still be our son-in-law, and we will treat you with courtesy. If you continue to buy hemp silk and oppose me, don't blame me for being rude." Behind him, Jiang Laowu's brother shouted, "If you dare to buy hemp silk again, we'll break your legs." "What damn son-in-law?" Jiang Yurong was so anxious she almost cried. "Brothers and uncles, we won't buy hemp silk anymore. Please don't be angry. Let's talk it out. We're all family." The second sister, Yid, was trembling while holding the third sister. Jiang Laowu pointed at Jiang Yurong, glaring and cursing. "Who are you calling family? Once you marry out, you're a member of the Yi family." Yi Kuan nodded and gave Qin Erwu a look. "Today's matter cannot be blamed on me." Qin Erwu understood and shot an arrow into the sky. Bang! Whoosh! The arrow shot into the sky, making a sharp whistle. A piercing arrow. Heroes from all over come to meet. Kill. More than 20 members of the Tiger team from Saomiao village split into two groups. Wearing light armor, armed with bows and crossbows, and carrying long knives and spears on their backs, led by Yin Liuha and Wang Dakuai, charging from both ends of the village. Jiang Laowu and his gang were dumbfounded. Before they could react, the Tiger team had already surrounded Jiang Laowu and his gang. Jiang Yubao and Aunt Shui were overjoyed, shouting together, "In-law, break Jiang Laowu's legs for me." "All right, I know what to do." Yi Kun glared at Jiang Yubao and smiled at Jiang Laowu. "Jiang Laowu, you just said you wanted to break my leg. Do you want my left leg, right leg, or both legs together?" Jiang Laowu looked at the menacing Tiger team, sweating profusely, stammering, "Aye. Qin Erwa kicked him, damn it. Still dare to call me a cripple?" Jiang Laowu's uncles and brothers turned ashen and didn't dare to say a word. Wait. Suddenly, a loud shout came from an old man who walked over quickly. Jiang Yubao quietly told Yi Kun, "In-law, this old man is Jiang Laowu's father, the clan leader of Jiangatu, Jiang Guoxiong." As he spoke, Jiang Guoxiong approached. Yi Kun sized up Jiang Guoxiong, but said nothing. Jiang Guoxiong looked at the situation and cupped his fists toward Yi Kun, saying, "So this is Yi Dalong, your own son-in-law, our son-in-law of Jiangatu, right?" Yi Kun nodded, pointing at Jiang Laowu and others, and smiled. "They just call me a damn son-in-law and wanted to break my leg. That's their lack of manners. Please forgive me." Jiang Guoxiong straightened his clothes and bowed to Yi Kun. "I am Jiang Guoxiong, the clan leader of Jiangatu. Here, I apologize to you, son-in-law. I hope you won't hold their rudeness against them and will forgive them this time." The old man was cunning, knowing not to pick a fight. Yi Kun nodded. "Since the clan leader has said so, I will forgive them. But they did beat my father-in-law and elder brother-in-law. What should we do about that?" "Yes, they also beat my father and me," Jiang Yubao shouted. "Yubao, shut up." Jiang Guoxiong glared at Jiang Yubao and said to Yi Kun proudly, "I'm the clan leader, and I will naturally handle the matter of the fight, so you don't need to worry about it. Although you are our son-in-law of Jiangatu, you are still an outsider and have no right to interfere in these matters. Since ancient times, imperial power does not extend to the countryside. Disputes in the village are usually settled by the clan leader." Jiang Laowu and others finally reacted, shouting, "Yes, this is our Jiang family's business. What does it have to do with you?" Jiang Guoxiong waved his hand, stopping Jiang Laowu, looking at Yi Kun with a forced smile. "Son-in-law, although you have a bit of money now, like me, you're just a commoner. You brought the Tiger team from Saomiao village to Jiangatu, brandishing knives and guns. What do you want? Do you believe I will report you to the county and let the county officials judge us?" Yi Kun looked at Jiang Guoxiong with great interest. "Clan leader, are you done talking?" Chapter 45. The Sister-in-Law's Whisper. Jiang Guoxiong snorted and said with a stern face, "That's all I've got to say. Yi Kun, I warn you, you have no official position and cannot meddle in the affairs of our Jiangatu village. The Tiger team from Saomiao village is not an official army. I don't believe they dare to arrest or kill anyone." Jiang Laowu chuckled. "Yi Dalong, unless you're an official, I won't take you seriously. Sorry, but I really am an official. I am the newly appointed county lieutenant, Yi Kun, and here is my official seal." Yi Kun sneezed, taking out the county lieutenant's seal from his pocket and holding it up. Since county lieutenants rarely preside over court sessions and often go out to recruit soldiers, train troops, eliminate bandits, and patrol borders, they carry their official seals with them. "You are the county lieutenant?" Jiang Guoxiong and the others were taken aback. Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Yubao were also dumbfounded. How could their own son-in-law be the county lieutenant? Is he pretending? Qin Er was shouted with wide eyes. "Yi Kun is the new county lieutenant. You bunch of unruly villagers, kneel and greet him." Yin Liuhe shouted, "Jiang Guoxiong, we are not the Tiger team from Saomiao village now, but the officers under the county lieutenant. We are here on official business. Anyone who dares to resist arrest will be killed without mercy." Jiang Guoxiong was stunned, knowing that Yi Kun wouldn't dare to impersonate a county lieutenant, and finally knelt down, knocking his head and crying out, "I've been blind. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare me, county lieutenant." Jiang Laowu and the others also knelt down. knocking their heads like pounding garlic, crying for mercy. Yi Kuen's face was as cold as frost, and he shouted, "As the county lieutenant, I maintain public order and am responsible for eliminating bandits and capturing thieves. The other day, our army wiped out over 200 bandits at Sheeping Mountain. According to the confession of the ruthless bandit leader Xiong, he has informants in Jiangatu village who relay messages and scout locations. I see that Jiang Laowu and his brothers are arrogant and tyrannical, and I suspect they have Xiong's backing. Come here, arrest all of Jiang Laowu's brothers, and take them back for severe punishment and thorough questioning. Being an official is really good. The word official has two mouths. You can say whatever you want." Jiang Yubao was so excited he was about to go crazy, jumping up and shouting, "Yes, yes. Jiang Laowu is in collusion with the bandits from Sheeping Mountain. Son-in-law, hurry and arrest them, chop off their heads." "Shut up, the county lieutenant knows what to do." Yi Kuen glared at his brother-in-law. "Do I need you to instruct me?" Qin Erwu and the others stepped forward, kicking Jiang Laowu to the ground and tying him up with hemp rope. Jiang Laowu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "I was wrong. County lieutenant, please spare me. I did not collude with the bandits. I am wrong, my lord." Jiang Guoxiong kept knocking his head. "County lieutenant, please spare us. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again." Yi Kuen saw a chance and gestured to Jiang Yurong, indicating her to be a good person. Jiang Laowu and the others were just ordinary people, and Yi Kuen couldn't truly wrong them by claiming they colluded with bandits, causing them to lose everything. However, Jiang Yurong, being simple and straightforward, completely failed to understand Yi Kuen's intentions and hesitantly asked, "Husband, what are you?" There was no tacit understanding at all. Yi Kuen suppressed his laughter and winked at his father-in-law, Jiang Guozhu. Jiang Guozhu finally understood and stepped forward with cupped fists. "Xian, son-in-law. Clan leader Jiang Guoxiong is my cousin. Jiang Laowu is also my own nephew. I think in this matter, you should." "All right, since father-in-law has spoken, I will investigate this matter again." Yi Kuen went with the flow and shouted, "For now, keep Jiang Laowu and the others detained at the front door, and watch them closely. Clan leader Jiang Guoxiong, you come talk to me in my room. The rest of you, stay outside." Jiang Guoxiong knew the situation had turned for the better and knocked his head in thanks. "Thank you, County Lieutenant, for sparing my life." Jiang Guoxiong also knew that it would be very easy for the County Lieutenant to get rid of Jiang Laowu. Just pin a charge of colluding with bandits on him. Take him back for some torture, and he would either die or be half dead. Yi Kuen winked at his old father-in-law again, inviting him to enter the room together. Jiang Yubao wanted to follow, but was stopped by Qin Erwu. Inside the room, there were only Yi Kuen and his wife, along with Jiang Guozhu and Jiang Guoxiong. "County Lieutenant, I have failed in teaching my son, and I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Jiang Guoxiong knelt down again. "Clan leader, no need for formalities." Yi Kuen helped Jiang Guoxiong up and said, "You and my father-in-law are brothers by blood, and you shouldn't resort to violence against each other. Moreover, your son Jiang Laowu is also my father-in-law's junior." Yes, I have failed in teaching my son. I am guilty." Jiang Guoxiong slapped himself repeatedly. "All right, clan leader." Yi Kuen stopped Jiang Guoxiong. "My father-in-law pleaded for mercy on your behalf, so I won't pursue this matter any further. I can let Jiang Laowu and the others go, but they must kneel and apologize to my father-in-law." Yes, I will make them all kneel." Jiang Guoxiong repeatedly nodded. Only then was Yi Kuen satisfied and said to the door, "Let Jiang Laowu and his brothers in." Jiang Laowu and his brothers walked in with their heads lowered. Jiang Guoxiong rushed over to hit them, scolding, "Why aren't you kneeling to thank the county lieutenant for saving your lives?" They all knelt down together, knocking their heads in gratitude. Then they also bowed to Yi Kuen's father-in-law to apologize. Yi Kuen nodded and pulled Jiang Laowu up, smiling, "Brother Wu, no need for excessive courtesy. Although I'm just a worthless son-in-law, we are still relatives. In the future, let us make money together. I will help you all prosper." Jiang Laowu didn't know if Yi Kuen was being sincere or sarcastic, and was frightened into wanting to kneel again. Yi Kuen waved his hand. "Brother Wu, go gather all the widows, orphans, the disabled, pregnant women, children under 7, and elderly over 60 in the village. I have something to say." Jiang Laowu nodded and ran off like the wind. Yi Kuen then called Jiang Yurong over to speak quietly. Jiang Yurong listened with a flushed face, nodding slightly. Before long, 30 to 40 villagers arrived at the door, all widows, orphans, and elderly children, along with a few pregnant women. Jiang Yurong, accompanied by Yi Kun, stepped outside and said, "Dear villagers, I came home today to visit my parents and didn't bring any gifts for you all. Here are some copper coins. I invited everyone here to share 100 won each." After saying 2 sentences, Jiang Yurong broke into a sweat. Speaking in front of a crowd is more exhausting than performing the rites of Zhougong. Yi Kun estimated the crowd in front of the house to be about 50 people. So he took out 5 guan of money and asked clan leader Jiang Wuxiong to distribute it. The villagers, one by one, were beaming with joy, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly knocking their heads. "Thank you, County Lieutenant. Thank you, County Lieutenant's wife. Thank you, son-in-law. Thank you, Aunt Yurong. 101 can ensure a person lives for 3 more months in the countryside." Jiang Yurong also experienced the joy of distributing money, smiling happily. "Aunt Yurong, it's time to eat. I'm hungry." Yi Kun smiled and patted Jiang Yurong's shoulder. Jiang Yurong's face turned red, and she lowered her head. "Sister-in-law is cooking. It should be ready soon." In front of the crowd, Yi Kun's affectionate gesture made Jiang Yurong feel shy yet sweet. Aunt Shuai-san had already prepared the meal and set the drinks. Yi Kun also invited clan leader Jiang Wuxiong to stay and eat together. Jiang Wuxiong was overwhelmed with gratitude and stood up to say, "County Lieutenant, son-in-law repays kindness with kindness. You are truly a magnanimous gentleman. From now on, I will listen to everything you say, even if it costs me my life." Yi Kun laughed. "I'm just a county lieutenant for a day. But as the son-in-law of Jiangatu, I will be one for a lifetime. So, we are relatives for life." "Yes, yes, relatives for life," the clan leader nodded repeatedly. "Clan leader, I see that there's a lot of clay by the river in your village, which is suitable for making bricks. I want to set up a brick kiln here." Yi Kun changed the subject and said, "I will leave this matter to the clan leader and my brother-in-law. I will give you 10 taels of silver up front. You can start working immediately. Whatever you produce, I will take." In the countryside, there are only earthen houses, without brick and tile houses. Yi Kun, for long-term planning, needs a large amount of bricks and tiles to improve his construction. The clan leader was overjoyed and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, son-in-law. We have people in the village who can make bricks and tiles. I and Yu Bao will definitely get this done well." Jiang Yu Bao was also happy and chuckled, saying, "Son-in-law, do we still need to buy hemp?" "Yes. We need as much as we can get." Yi Kun nodded and added, "Brother-in-law, you and the clan leader should discuss things more, and let Jiang Laowu and his brothers help out. Everyone should be paid." After dinner, the clan leader Jiang Wuxiong and Jiang Yu Bao took 10 taels of silver and hurried off to get things done. Aunt Shuai-san hugged her son and smiled, saying, "Son-in-law, come over here. I have something to tell you." Yi Kun was taken aback. What secret could this sister-in-law have to tell him? Chapter 46, Brother-in-law long, brother-in-law short. Yi Kun felt suspicious but still walked over. Aunt Shuai held her son and entered the bedroom, lifting her clothes to breastfeed him without any hesitation. She smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, I heard that you brought many gifts for Aunt Yurong and for the second and third sisters when you came back this time." Yi Kun understood that she was asking for money and gifts. He smiled and replied, "Yes, sister-in-law, I brought some small trinkets for Yurong and the others." Aunt Shuai glanced at Yi Kun and said with a smile, "The copper mirror for the second sister is so beautiful. I asked her for it, but she said it was a gift from brother-in-law and wouldn't give it to me." "That's right, it's something I gave to the second sister. She can't give it away." Yi Kun nodded and searched in his pocket, as if performing a magic trick, pulling out another copper mirror. "This mirror is a gift for you, sister-in-law. You also can't give it away. It's my intention. You should keep it for a lifetime." This statement was somewhat ambiguous and was also Yi Kun's playful joke. Although he wasn't picky, he hadn't considered Aunt Shuai in that way. "Brother-in-law, you're really thoughtful. You even brought me a copper mirror." Aunt Shuai trembled with excitement as she took the mirror, laughing. "Don't worry, brother-in-law. The things you give me, I will wear for a lifetime, close to me." Yi Kun smiled and chatted idly. "How's life at home these days? Have you finished eating all that tiger meat? Life has been good these days. We have tiger meat every day." Aunt Shuai patted her son's bottom and laughed. "I eat well, and the milk is good. My son has gained 2 pounds. Yi Kun felt a bit awkward and smiled. "Yes, the milk is good. It's obvious. One squeeze could produce a bowl of milk. How could not be good? Aunt Shwe changed her arm, holding her son, and continued, I also heard that brother-in-law has married 70 or 80 concubines. Is that true? 70 or 80? Yikun couldn't help but laugh. Not just 70 or 80. There are 7 or 800. 7 or 800, that would exhaust you. Aunt Shwe's eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, you need to take care of your health. Don't let yourself be drained. In a year or two, the second sister will grow up. Let her be a maid for you. Try to buy fewer women from outside. I got it, sister-in-law. I have some things to do. Yikun hurriedly escaped. He didn't know what would happen if they continued talking. This sister-in-law, even breastfeeding her child, didn't avoid people, sigh. However, it seemed that people in the past were mostly like this, without any shame in breastfeeding. In the kitchen, Yu Rong was chatting with the second sister, Yuda. Yikun walked over and just happened to bump into the second cousin who ran out. Coincidentally, she crashed into Yikuin's arms. Yikun quickly supported Yuda and asked, What's wrong, second sister, in such a hurry? Brother-in-law, I'm fine. The second cousin blushed and shyly ran away. Yikun shook his head and entered the kitchen, laughing. What happened to the second cousin? Why is her face so red? Jiang Yurong smiled. I'll tell you when we get home. Yikun didn't ask further, left 2 taels of silver for his in-laws, and took Jiang Yurong and the second and third sisters home. Qin Erwu and the others left Jianghuto village before lunch, eating dry rations in the woods outside the village while waiting for Yikun. The group met up and returned to the village together. Yukai was very mischievous, shouting, Brother-in-law, I sat in the cart and bounced but it got bounced into 4 pieces. Can you take me horseback riding? Usually, Yikun spoiled the third cousin and would comply with any requests. Thus, the third cousin was also pampered and loved to act cute and clingy to Yikun. Sure, I'll take you horseback riding. Yikun jumped off the horse, lifted Yukai onto the horse's back, and mounted up himself. The second cousin Yuda laughed, Brother-in-law. You've spoiled this little girl. She won't be able to find a husband when she grows up. It seemed the second cousin was a bit jealous. Yukai made a face and stuck out her tongue. I don't want to find a husband anyway. Brother-in-law has money to support me. Yikun laughed, little girl. Do you know what a husband is? Yukai huffed, of course I know. Finding a husband means being a maid for someone, sweeping and working. Brother-in-law cares for me. So he wouldn't let me find a husband. Everyone laughed. When they returned to Saomiao village, Yikun went to the old house of Kai Dai to see everyone building a house. Thanks to Yikun's generosity, many people came to help. In half a day's time, they had torn down the old house, established the boundaries, and dug the foundation. They were still building a thatched house, using the original stones for the foundation and using earth bricks for the lower part of the walls. For the upper part, where there weren't enough earth bricks, they made a frame with wood and bamboo, filled it with yellow mud, and after it dried, they could put on the beams and roof. This kind of house could only last for 3 to 5 years and would need repairs every year. Yikun was pressed for time, so he temporarily used this type of house to start his spinning business. Once he had money, he could build a brick and tile house later. Chinsho reported to Yikun, smiling, Don't worry, big brother, in 5 days we can finish building the 4 rooms at Kai Dai's house. Yikun nodded after that. Keep building, the more the better. Chinsho chuckled, but what about my pig slaughtering? Yikun thought for a moment. After 7 days, you can slaughter the pigs. I'll buy all the pork that can't be sold. After 7 days, Yikuin's spinning factory would be up and running, needing many workers who would eat meat every day, which would help Qin Chao's business. All right, I'll start building the house for you. Qin Chao laughed heartily. Before dark, Yikuin returned home for dinner. The workers and villagers who helped build the house were eating at Qin Chao's house, which Yikuin paid for. Qin Chao's wife Huaihua, along with their daughter Xiaonu, cooked, allowing them to eat for free and make some profit. After dinner, Yikuin went to the carpenter's workshop to study his spinning wheel, hoping to improve the details. The second cousin peeked in and asked brother-in-law, Why do you keep looking at the spinning wheel? What's so interesting about it? Yeah, the spinning wheel isn't as pretty as the second sister. Yikuin beckoned to the second cousin, smiling. Second sister, was it really bumpy sitting in the cart today? Yuda nodded, pursing her lips and smiling. The cart was very bumpy. The third sister Yukai was right. The cart used wooden wheels and didn't have any shock-absorbing devices, and the mountain road was uneven, so it was naturally very bumpy. The third sister was right. Did your butt get bounced into 4 pieces too? Let me see. Yi Kun grabbed Yuta's hand. Her small hand was delicate and smooth, almost boneless. I won't show you. Yuta blushed, pulled her hand away, and ran off. Yi Kun laughed and searched for materials in the workshop, thinking about how to add a shock absorber to the cart. Bouncing Yuta's but into 4 pieces made Yi Kun feel pain too. Footsteps sounded, and Jiang Yurong walked in. Big brother, you're not sleeping yet? You want to let me touch you, so I don't want to sleep. Yi Kun pretended to be aggrieved and pulled his wife into his arms. It's inconvenient for me. Jiang Yurong acted coy and squirmed a bit, suddenly whispering, Guess why the second sister was blushing at my mom's house today? Yi Kun shrugged. How would I know? Jiang Yurong laughed. My mom said that the second sister should also be a concubine for you in the future, so the little girl got shy. Yi Kun playfully scratched his wife's nose. Don't tease, it would make things hard for the second sister. How would it make it hard for her? I see that little girl calling brother-in-law all day long. She probably won't want to leave you in the future. The little girl doesn't understand. What does she know? Yi Kun pushed Jiang Yurong. Go to sleep. Tonight, I want to be with you. Don't think about chasing me away. Jiang Yurong chuckled softly. All right then, I'll call Daishi over too. The bed isn't big enough, so we'll just squeeze a bit. Chapter 47. The brand takes shape. Yurong, you've changed for the worse. Yi Kun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he also liked this mischievous side of Yurong. Early the next morning, Yi Kun took Qin Erwu and a few trusted aides to the county town. First, he attended to personal matters by disassembling the spinning wheel and sending the parts to the largest carpentry workshops in the county to have them crafted to exact dimensions without any deviation. He also strictly specified the wood to be used. If sandalwood was available, it should be used. If not, jujube and locust wood would do, with elm being the least preferred. Then, he took a wooden axle and axle sleeve to a blacksmith shop to customize the axle sleeve. Although it was called a blacksmith shop, there were very few iron tools. Most of the items were made of copper. After handling his personal affairs, he made a round at the county government office, delivering 7 or 8 jars of soybean paste to build good relations with everyone there. He still had plenty of soybean paste at home since the second and third batches were already in production and would soon be ready for sale. In the evening, Yi Kun finally arrived at Jiao's Tavern on South Street. In just 2 days, the tavern had been mostly set up and was ready to open. The furniture and cooking utensils were all bought ready-made. Unfortunately, they hadn't had time to brew their own alcohol and had to purchase it from a distillery. Kun Gi, you're back. Jiao was busy cleaning the room and arranging the furniture, sweating profusely. Yulian and Chun Hua, the sisters-in-law, were also helping out. The 2 local women Yi Kun had taken in from the bandit camp were naturally helping as well, not daring to be lazy. You've worked hard, Jiao. Yi Kun walked into the tavern and wiped the sweat off Jiao's forehead. Ma Fugui happened to peek in and saw this scene, smiling knowingly before retreating. Kun Gi, you're so nice. Jiao felt very happy, pulling Yi Kun to sit down and pouring him a cup of tea. This is the tea I just bought. You should have a cup. The past tea leaves were crushed into fine powder, mixed with water, and consumed along with the powder. Hence the term eating tea. Yi Kun was not accustomed to this way of drinking tea, but had no choice. It was autumn, and they couldn't pick tea leaves. Otherwise, they could have roasted their own tea. After finishing a cup of tea, Yi Kun called Ma Fugui over and asked Uncle Ma, how is your third uncle's tavern doing now? It has already been confiscated and is now being sold by the government, with a price tag of 11 taels of silver. All right, I'll buy tea on Sanwai's tavern, and we can run 2 shops together. Yi Kun took out the silver and instructed Qin Erwu to handle it. Then said to Ma Fugui, we also need to find a carpenter to make a signboard and give the tavern a name. Taverns in the Great Ding Kingdom didn't have names. They just had a flagpole in front with a piece of cloth hanging from it, marked with the character for wine. Yi Kun, with his knowledge from his past life, understood the importance of branding. Jiao laughed and asked Kun Ge, what do you think we should call it? Yi Kun glanced at Yulian and Chun Hua, and an idea struck him. Let's use the names Yulian and Chun Hua. We can call it the Lotus Flower Grand Tavern. Adding the word grand gives it some grandeur. Chun Hua smiled and said, that's a good name. Yi Kun chuckled, once we buy Tian Sanwai's tavern, we can renovate it into a 2-story building, and it will truly be a grand tavern. Yi Kun had checked out Tian Sanwai's tavern when it was confiscated the day before. It had a large space, suitable for expansion. There were 5 rooms in front and a large courtyard in the back, along with guest rooms and small houses. The only downside was that the building was low and lacked grandeur, which didn't match the name of a grand tavern. Jiao Jiao asked, "Building a house will cost quite a bit, right?" "Don't worry, we have money." Yi Kuan smiled. "Once we build the tavern over there, we can also tear down this tavern and build another one. That way, we will basically be the only tavern business on South Street." The 7 or 8 taverns on South Street were all quite old and low. Once the new Grand Tavern opened, the others would be out of business. Of course, building a house would take some time and wouldn't be quick. In the evening, Jiao Jiao, along with Yu Lian and Chen Hua, cooked a few dishes for Yi Kuan and Ma Fugue to enjoy some drinks. Yi Kuan didn't stand on ceremony and invited Jiao Jiao, Chen Hua, and Yu Lian to join him at the table. Yu Lian and Chen Hua hesitated, quickly declining. Yi Kuan frowned and said, "If you don't listen, I won't take care of you in the future." Yu Lian and Chen Hua were frightened and quickly sat down. Yi Kuan realized that women in the Great Ding Kingdom were very compliant. Speaking firmly could save a lot of communication time. Yi Kuan looked at Yu Lian and Chen Hua, saying, "From now on, you and Jiao Jiao are sisters. Uncle Ma is like your own father. You're here, just like at home, so don't hold back." Jiao Jiao nodded. "We're all saved by Kuan Gu. We're all family." Yu Lian and Chen Hua were delighted and thanked him together. "In the future, I'll teach you how to brew wine." Yi Kuan took a sip of the wine in his cup. "This wine is too weak. It's like water." The traditional wine of the Great Ding Kingdom was yellow wine with a very low alcohol content, about 10 degrees. Jiao Jiao was surprised. "Kuan Gu, you can brew wine?" Ma Fugue and Yu Lian Chen Hua also looked astonished. Brewing wine isn't difficult, but it requires some technique. Poor technique can result in very sour wine. Yi Kuan smiled. "My method of brewing is different from yours. You'll see when the time comes." In his past life, Yi Kuan was also from a rural area. And every autumn and winter, his grandfather would brew wine and have Yi Kuan help out. Yi Kuan intended to make distilled liquor, high-proof alcohol. The Great Ding Kingdom had a monopoly on salt and iron, but they didn't prohibit private brewing and selling of wine, so Yi Kuan could brew wine to make money. Most importantly, he wanted to extract alcohol. This was incredibly useful. After dinner, Jiao Jiao took Yi Kuan's hand and whispered, "Kuan Gu, tonight, you're not leaving, right? I'll help you bathe and then." It seemed Jiao Jiao was very particular about hygiene and knew the importance of washing up at night. Yi Kuan led Jiao Jiao into the bedroom, gently ruffling her hair. "Jiao Jiao, what I mean is in a few days, once the house here is ready, we can officially consummate our marriage, and I can give you a status. A concubine also has a status. We need a matchmaker. Otherwise, it would just be cohabitation. Kuan Gu, if you're sincere, we can also invite a matchmaker in a few days." "All right, I'll go look for a matchmaker tomorrow." Yi Kuan no longer hesitated and laughed. "I'll go fetch water. Let us wash together." Jiao Jiao ran out to fetch hot water and placed it in a wooden basin, then shyly helped Yi Kuan undress. For Jiao Jiao, it was also her first time. She felt embarrassed. Yi Kuan felt shy as well, chuckling, "Jiao Jiao, why don't you wait outside for me to finish washing before you come in?" "No, my father said that a concubine should serve her husband during bath time." Jiao Jiao's face turned as red as fire. "Then let us wash together," Yi Kuan decided boldly, pulling Jiao Jiao into the wooden basin. The basin wasn't very large, so it was a bit cramped for the two of them. Jiao Jiao shyly closed her eyes. Her snow-white neck resembled a swan. Her entire body glowed with a layer of white radiance, akin to mutton fat jade, enchanting Yi Kuan. There was also that unique fragrance of a young girl, faint yet refreshing. "Jiao Jiao, turn around and sit in front of me." Chapter 48. The Blooming Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao nodded and obediently turned around, sitting in Yi Kuan's embrace with her back to him. Yi Kuan gently rubbed every inch of Jiao Jiao's skin, as if he were facing a delicate work of art, reluctant to be even slightly rough. The sound of water splashed like a cheerful mountain spring. "Kuan Gu, are you tired? I can hear you're breathing heavily." "Jiao Jiao, you're also breathing heavily and your heart is racing." "I'm not tired. I'm happy." "I'm very happy. Even if in the future Sister Rong scolds or hits me, I'm still happy. Sister Rong is very nice. She won't hit or scold you. Don't worry. It wasn't until the water in the basin was almost cold that Yi Kun and Jiao Jiao finished washing, dried each other off, and walked towards the big bed. Jiao Jiao looked like a flower bud about to bloom, soft pink and dewy, delicately presented before Yi Kun. That night, Yi Kun was unable to extricate himself. That night, Jiao Jiao completely blossomed. Fortunately, the newly bought big bed was very sturdy, without any creaking accompaniment. The oil lamp had burned out, yet Yi Kun and Jiao Jiao were still awake, whispering softly. Jiao Jiao, does it hurt? Kun Ge, if you feel pain for me, I'm very happy. It doesn't hurt. Good sister, I will always feel pain for you. Yi Kun felt warm inside and held Jiao Jiao tighter. It seemed like they hadn't slept long before the sky brightened. Jiao Jiao quietly got up to prepare for work. Unexpectedly, Yi Kun also woke up and caught Jiao Jiao's arm. Jiao Jiao, let's sleep a little longer. Jiao Jiao kissed Yi Kun. Kun Ge, I'm married to you now. I become someone's wife. I can't sleep in. I have to work. Nonsense. Yi Kun smiled and pulled Jiao Jiao back into his arms. It's not you marrying me. It's me coming to your family as a son-in-law, so you can sleep in peace. I don't have such good luck to have the county lieutenant come as a son-in-law. Jiao Jiao clung to him again. However, Yi Kun still stopped at the right time, worried that Jiao Jiao's body couldn't handle it. The delicate flower needed love and care. After washing up and having a meal, Yi Kun went to the county office to work. Since he had become the acting county lieutenant, he had to put on a show. When County Clerk Wang saw Yi Kun, he smiled and said, Master Yi, you came at the right time. Master Liu is looking for us for a meeting. Yi Kun nodded and went with County Clerk Wang to meet County Magistrate Liu. County Magistrate Liu ordered tea and chuckled. Master Yi, the bean sauce from your home is really delicious. My family enjoys it so much that they eat an extra bowl of rice each meal. Yi Kun clasped his hands and said, I sell bean sauce through Ma Fugue at the South Street Tavern. If you like it, you can send someone to get it. I also hope you can help promote it so that everyone buys my bean sauce. I can earn some small change to support my old mother. The common people are very poor. Bean sauce is also a luxury item that most people can't afford. To open the market, it needs to start from the high-end crowd. Master Yi, I've been having a headache about the tax revenue these past few days, and I haven't even had the heart to eat. County Magistrate Liu sighed again. The common people below are defaulting on their taxes. Even after repeated collection efforts, the results are minimal. Master Yi, do you have any good ideas? County Clerk Wang also said, Master Yi, we are here today to discuss the tax collection. Yi Kun frowned. Isn't the county lieutenant only responsible for training troops and leading them, suppressing bandits and robbers? I can't help with tax collection, can I? County Magistrate Liu was dissatisfied. How can you not help? You go down with the troops along with the tax officials. For anyone who owes taxes and refuses to pay, arrest them or directly seize their valuables. Take whatever you can. What? Just rob them directly? Why don't you go become a bandit on Sheeping Mountain? Master, please let me speak. Yi Kun thought for a moment and clasped his hands. If we go down to rob things, it might provoke a civil uprising, which would be counterproductive. Besides, the rural folks are very poor. They don't have anything valuable for us to rob. Even if we seize things, the money from selling them would only be enough to feed the soldiers. The common people are all poor, and Yi Kun couldn't bear to collect taxes. The county lieutenant would not do this, nor is tax collection part of the county lieutenant's duties. County Magistrate Liu was frustrated. Then what do you suggest we do? Where can we get money? Yi Kun smiled slightly. If you are not in a hurry, there are many ways to make money. Moreover, the common people will respect and admire you greatly. County Magistrate Liu was taken aback, turning his anger into joy. I knew Master Yi would have a way. How do we make money? Hurry up and tell me. Yi Kun wasn't in a hurry and deliberately kept him in suspense. If you follow my advice, the county's tax revenue can double or even quintuple in a year. County Magistrate Liu was so anxious that he stood up and bowed to Yi Kun. How do we do it? Master Yi, please tell me. Making money has many avenues. I can't explain them all at once. Yi Kun sat down and smiled. Sheeping Mountain has a treacherous terrain located at the junction of two counties, often in a state of neglect. Although the notorious bandit Xiong has been eradicated, new bandits and refugees will soon gather there to form a gang. County Magistrate Liu frowned. What does this have to do with making money? Are we going to wait another 2 years for bandits to appear on a mountain and then go suppress them to make money? It does relate, but I haven't finished yet. Yi Kuan nodded and said, the 10-mile road at the foot of Sheeping Mountain is an important passage for our county, one of its economic lifelines. County Clerk Wang asked, what do you mean by economic lifeline? An economic lifeline is a road to making money. With roads, we can earn money. I suggest establishing an official merchant protection team at Sheeping Mountain, stationed there to protect traveling merchants and ensure their safe passage through the Sheeping Mountain Road. Yi Kuan smiled. In this way, we can collect some protection fees and also prevent banditry from occurring again at Sheeping Mountain. With soldiers protecting them, those merchants will be willing to use the Sheeping Mountain Road. Then, our county's trade will develop even more. With more merchants, won't our county's tax revenue increase? To the west of Sheeping Mountain is Sichuan, the land of abundance. Ensuring the smoothness of this vital area is crucial for a region's economic development. This is a small strategy of attracting investments and drawing in business. The cost is nearly zero. County Magistrate Liu thought for a moment, his eyes shining. Master Yi indeed has a good plan. I entrust you to immediately establish the merchant protection team. Don't be anxious. My earlier suggestion about the merchant protection team at Sheeping Mountain can make money, but initially the income will be slow and it won't solve immediate needs. Moreover, the profits will be small. Yi Kuan took a sip of tea and said slowly, I have another way to make big money, guaranteed to yield immediate results. Master Yi, I didn't misjudge you. County Magistrate Liu was so excited that he took a couple of steps forward and grasped Yi Kuan's hand. As long as we can make big money, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I'll give you 30% of 10. Yi Kuan laughed heartily. Master, I still say the same thing. No matter how much you give me, it will be your reward. Money is a good thing, but when the strength is not enough, too much wealth can be fatal. It's like a 3-year-old child flaunting a gold ingot in front of a robber. That is equivalent to sending themselves to death. Yi Kuan wasn't in a hurry to make money. He first needed to cultivate his own strength. Developing cautiously is the true path. County Clerk Wang was also anxious and couldn't sit still, repeatedly asking, Master Yi, what exactly is the method? Hurry up and tell us. Chapter 49. Let's go, Rob. Yi Kuan took another sip of tea and finally said, Sell salt. Sell salt? County Magistrate Liu frowned. Selling private salt by officials can lead to execution and confiscation of property. County Clerk Wang also shook his head repeatedly. Lord Yi, our County Magistrate Liu upholds the law and serves the public and would never dare to sell official salt, let alone get involved with private salt. The salt taken by the bandits from Sheeping Mountain last time was also official salt, and it has already been stored in the warehouse. Really upholding the law. Who said we were selling private salt? Yi Kuan smiled faintly. We only sell official salt. Absolutely no law-breaking. County Magistrate Liu laughed heartily. How much can you earn selling official salt? It's just collecting a little tax. The Great Ding Kingdom has a monopoly on salt and iron, which doesn't prevent private participation in trading, but the government has a monopoly on salt, becoming the only source of supply. This is similar to gas stations in later times, set up by the state with fixed prices. You can buy as much gasoline as you want and sell it without issue. However, you cannot source goods from outside official channels. Each state and county has official warehouses that store large amounts of salt. If you want to do business, you can wholesale from the official warehouses and then receive a voucher to sell everywhere. States can also trade and sell to each other. However, with fixed prices, profit margins are limited. You can't set the price too high or at one sell. States can only earn some tax revenue from salt traders. In other words, the more salt you sell, the more tax you collect. County Magistrate Liu is greedy and often takes risks, secretly bringing in private salt and mixing it with official salt for profit, but he also bears the risk of execution and confiscation of property. Yi Kuan waved his hand and smiled. Lord Liu, I can refine coarse salt into fine salt. We report to the court to sell fine salt, and the profits will definitely double, and the demand will exceed supply. Yi Kuan wouldn't dare to sell salt privately. It must be reported to the court, or he would lose his head. There are many ways to make money. Why go against one's own head? County Magistrate Liu frowned. Isn't fine salt just coarse salt? Of course, there is a difference, and it's a vast one. Yi Kuan nodded. The current coarse salt is very bitter and has a slight toxicity. If we refine it into fine salt, The food will become delicious, and the taste will be completely different. The coarse salt in the Great Ding Kingdom is truly disappointing. It's dark and bitter. It can be used for grilling and steaming fatty meat, but when used for cooking fish, it enhances the fishy smell, making it taste like raw fish. In ancient times, with abundant water resources, vast land, and numerous fish and shrimp, the common people didn't like to eat them. This is the consequence of coarse salt. County Magistrate Liu still didn't believe it, chuckling. How about this? Lord Yi, you try it out first. I want to see what your fine salt is like. County Clerk Wang also asked, Lord Yi, how long will it take to refine coarse salt? It can be done in a month? Yi Kun smiled. If their essay place, it can be done in 2 days, or even 1 day. I can produce a sample. After 2 days, once you've tasted my fine salt, you'll never want to eat coarse salt again because you won't be able to stomach it. Refining coarse salt is simple. The technology is too easy. Just dissolve the coarse salt in water, filter out the impurities, and re-steam it. County Magistrate Liu was tempted, laughing heartily. I have plenty of houses at home. In the third courtyard at the back, there are 5 large rooms and some side rooms. Can I use them for Lord Yi to conduct experiments? Yi Kun smiled. Lord Liu, your family has women, so it might not be convenient. Because refining fine salt, I will need to find 2 people to help. County Magistrate Liu laughed. Lord Yi is one of us. It's no problem. I'll assign you 3 maidservants to help, and they can also serve you at night. How about that? Among them, there are 2 maidservants I just bought back. Clean and tidy. If you like, you can take them back as concubines later. So generous? Yi Kun didn't dare to take the maidservants from County Magistrate Liu. How could I dare to covet the maidservants of the Lord? How about this? I'll go get some tools now, and I'll refine the coarse salt for the Lord tonight. A man should not be so fussy, right? County Magistrate Liu laughed heartily, called over 3 maidservants, and instructed, This is Lord Yi. From now on, you will serve him carefully, just as you would serve me. If Lord Yi is not satisfied with you, I'll chop off your hands and feet and feed you to the dogs. The 3 young maidservants, all around 16 or 17 years old, turned pale with fear and bowed their heads together. Yi Kun frowned slightly, pointing to the middle maidservant, and asked, This girl is Tian Sanhuai's granddaughter, right? A few days ago, when they confiscated Tian Sanhuai's property, Yi Kun had seen this girl. She looked good, a trendy face, but not quite in line with the aesthetic of the Great Ding Kingdom. In the Great Ding Kingdom, such a face shape is referred to as a fox spirit face. County Magistrate Liu nodded. Yes, this is Tian Sanhuai's granddaughter, Tian Xiao Yi. I just brought her back yesterday. I haven't touched her yet, so I'll give her to Lord Yi, haha. Yi Kun no longer discussed the maidservants, wrote a list, and asked County Magistrate Liu to arrange for someone to prepare some materials. Of course, there were also some materials that Yi Kun needed to prepare himself. This way, he could ensure that the technology wouldn't leak for the time being and prevent County Magistrate Liu from abandoning him after he had served his purpose. County Magistrate Liu stood up to see him off, saying, County, you also need to handle the matter of the merchant convoy protected by Sheeping Mountain. Rest assured, my lord, I'll take care of it right away. Yi Kun clasped his fists in farewell and went to his office. The county lieutenant also had an office, next to the county government courtyard with a small training ground. To the north of the training ground, there was a row of soldiers' dormitories. The low houses resembled shanties. It seems that the soldiers also live a hard life. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were gambling with the soldiers. After the last bandit suppression, everyone had made a fortune, so they were drinking and gambling. Zhu Dachuan had bad luck and had lost several taels of silver in the past few days, so he was shouting to start a gambling game right after breakfast. Yi Kun walked over, glaring, Dachuan, stop gambling. Everyone assemble. County Lieutenant, you're here? Zhu Dachuan reluctantly put away the gambling tools and gathered his brothers in the training ground. One by one, they looked nonchalant. Yi Kun shouted, from now on, gambling is prohibited in the camp. Violators will be dealt with according to military law. Zhu Dachuan sighed. County Lieutenant, the bandits from Sheeping Mountain have already been eliminated. If we don't gamble, we have nothing to do. Who said there's nothing to do? Yi Kun glared. I've thought a good way for my brothers to make money. Brothers, do you want to get rich? Zhu Dachuan's eyes lit up. My lord, is there another place with bandits that we need to fight? The soldiers also shouted excitedly. We are willing to follow Lord Yi to fight the bandits, no matter the cost. Last time we attacked Sheeping Mountain, everyone made money. On the surface, each person got 2 taels of silver. In reality, many soldiers found some loose silver on the dead bandits. Some lucky ones found several taels and kept it all for themselves. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, as squad leaders, got even more and shared a lot. If there were bandits like those in Sheeping Mountain, they could fight once a month, and by the end of the year, everyone would be a rich man. Yi Kuan waved his hand for everyone to be quiet, then smiled. The major bandits in this county are just the ruthless Xiong gang from Sheeping Mountain. There are also a few minor bandit groups that don't amount to much and have no money. So, I'm not talking about fighting bandits. There are still a few minor bandit groups that Yi Kuan hasn't had time to deal with. However, they will be dealt with sooner or later. Zhu Dachun lost interest and sighed. If we're not fighting bandits, where are we going to get money? Yi Kuan smiled. If we're not fighting bandits, we can go to Sheeping Mountain and become bandits ourselves. Ah, Lord Yi, you want to take us to Sheeping Mountain to become bandits? Everyone was taken aback. Lord Yi, don't say that. If we become bandits, we'll be much better than that ruthless Xiong gang. Zhu Dachun laughed heartily. Chapter Pinjishunt, Danger, Dalang Mitswangpo. Nonsense. Our county S constable is here to suppress bandits and catch thieves, protecting the territory and ensuring the safety of the people. How can we become bandits? Yi Kuan chuckled. Besides, being a bandit might allow us to rob money and women, but does that really bring glory to our ancestors? Zhu Dachun scoffed. Then why did you say to take us to Sheeping Mountain to be bandits? It was just a joke earlier. Yi Kuan clasped his hand behind his back and said seriously, we need to make money, and we want the passing merchants and all the elders in the county to respect us. This is called having principles even in thievery. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Everyone became interested and asked, My lord, how do we make money? The county constable decided to establish a merchant protection team at Sheeping Mountain to protect the merchants passing through the 10-mile road of Sheeping Mountain safely. Yi Kuan said slowly, emphasizing each word. However, our protection team will charge merchants a certain protection fee. In that case, we can make money every day continuously. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao were overjoyed, laughing. My lord, that is a great idea. If we set up a checkpoint at Sheeping Mountain, we can make money every day. The soldiers also became excited, as if they could see the shining silver coins. Setting up a checkpoint and requiring passing merchants to pay a protection fee. Isn't that just being bandits? And it's all above board. Asking everyone to be quiet and continued. Everything is difficult at the beginning. To make this happen, we need everyone to work together. Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao, along with the soldiers, expressed their agreement. We will follow Lord Yi's lead. Yi Kuan nodded and began assigning tasks. Clerk, immediately write a notice. Post it at the 4 gates, announcing the establishment of the official merchant protection team at Sheeping Mountain to ensure the safety of passing merchants. Wang Bao, take 5 brothers, bring provisions, beat drums, and publicize the Sheeping Mountain merchant protection team along the official road for over 100 miles. Yin Lu Hai, Zhu Dachuan, take 15 strong brothers. Head to Sheeping Mountain immediately, organize the main camp at the mountain's peak, and prepare for long-term stationing. Additionally, set up watchtowers and signs at both ends of the road. For the first half-month, no fees will be charged, not a single penny, and provide services to passing merchants, including repair tools and drinking water. After half a month, we will start charging. How to charge will be decided later. Qin Er Wu, you stay behind with the other old and weak soldiers, organize military supplies, repair the barracks, and improve the soldiers' living conditions. Wang Dakwai, take 4 brothers, follow me, and be ready to deliver orders at any time. Those who perform well will be rewarded. Those who disobey military orders or do not work effectively will be dealt with according to military law. Dismissed. After lunch, go about your business. With a flurry of operations. Everything was clear, and everyone was convinced. At noon, Yi Kuan had a hasty bite in the barracks before going to procure equipment for refining coarse salt. There was a filtering device that needed to be specially made. At the bamboo workshop, Yi Kuan had the craftsman make several bamboo tubes that could be used temporarily for a few days. Then, Yi Kuan bought some charcoal, personally selected fine and coarse sand, and brought them back to the South Street Tavern. Filtration is the core technology, and Yi Kun wanted to keep it under wraps for now. The South Street Tavern was still busy. Jiao Jiao, along with Yulian Chunhua, and 2 local women Yi Kun had brought back from the bandit den, were tidying up tables and kitchenware in preparation for opening tomorrow. On the street, there were breweries supplying liquor directly. Kun-ge, you're back? Seeing Yi Kun return, Jiao Jiao hurriedly came forward to greet him. I saved you some food. It's still warm. You sit, and I'll bring it over. I've eaten. Jiao Jiao. Come with me to the bedroom. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Kun took Jiao Jiao's hand and entered the bedroom. Jiao Jiao nestled in Yi Kun's arms and laughed softly. Kun-ge, it's broad daylight. You're not asking me to serve you in bed, are you? Yulian Chunhua is outside, and there's Xiaogu and Yueme. They LL laugh at us. Yi Kun hadn't planned anything, but upon Jiao Jiao's words, he became restless and checked her body while asking, Xiaogu and Yueme, who are they? Oh, they're the concubines you brought back from the bandit den. How come you don't know their names? Oh, I see. You mean the 2 local women I brought back from the bandit den. They're not concubines. I haven't even touched them. Yi Kun smiled and kissed Jiao Jiao. They wouldn't dare laugh at you outside, would they? If you don't believe me, let us test it. It's still broad daylight. Let us skip that Kun-ge. Jiao Jiao had already softened. All right, you had a hard time last night, so I want to pester you. Yi Kun smiled, sat down on the edge of the bed with Jiao Jiao, and asked, Tian Xiao, you know her, right? Xiao, she is the eldest granddaughter of my uncle's family. Of course I know her. What is wrong? Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Xiao is the same age as me. She used to be my best friend, but her grandfather harmed my father. Actually, it's not Xiao's fault. It's my uncle who is not human. She was taken by County Magistrate Liu. Yi Kun did not hide anything and recounted what happened today. He mentioned County Magistrate Liu's exact words, asking Tian Xiao to be his concubine. Jiao Jiao held Yi Kun's hand. Kun-ge, since that is the case, you should take Xiao in. Bring her back later to help me run the tavern. Yi Kun shook his head. I raided her home. She would hate me. Bringing her back, I wouldn't feel at ease. Keeping an enemy close is like sleeping with a tiger. What if she remembers her hatred in the middle of the night and stabs herself? Wouldn't that be unfair? What you said makes sense. Jiao Jiao sighed, thought for a moment, and said, Kun-ge, if you can help Xiao a little, please do. Actually, Xiao is also a pitiful person. Yi Kun nodded. I will stay at County Magistrate Liu's house tonight to refine the salt. I'll find a chance to talk to Xiao. If I can help, I will. After the last raid, Yi Kun felt a bit guilty. Tian Sanhuai certainly deserved what he got, but Tian Xiao and the other children should be innocent. Now they're affected, homeless, begging outside, or becoming slaves and servants. Jiao Jiao nodded and then asked about the salt refining. Why come back tomorrow? I'll bring you 2 pounds of refined salt. Then you'll know. Yi Kun stood up, took Jiao Jiao's little hand. Let us go see the Lianhua Grand Tavern. Jiao Jiao shyly said, Kun-ge, holding hands while walking on the street. Won't the others laugh at you? You're now the county constable. What is there to fear? It's just holding hands. It's not like we're kissing on the street. Yi Kun smiled, holding Jiao Jiao's hand, and walked openly down the street. Many establishments on this street had young women at the doors, attracting customers, hugging and kissing with guests, and occasionally exchanging playful banter. Yi Kun and Jiao Jiao were just holding hands, so why be afraid? The Lianhua Grand Tavern was originally Tian Sanhuai's tavern, which Yi Kun had also bought. At this time, Ma Fuge was discussing with the craftsmen how to rebuild, negotiating specific costs and wages. The 2 taverns were only 100 meters apart. Uncle Ma, you've worked hard. Yi Kun nodded in greeting, looked around again, and listened to Ma Fugue's report. Then, Yi Kun offered some suggestions to the craftsmen. You decide the wages. I want to haggle. But it needs to be fast. The quicker, the better. If you can finish the building in half a month, I'll give you an extra won of silver. The 2 craftsmen calculated and clasped their fists, saying, County Constable, if you are truly willing to pay more, we'll work overtime tonight. We'll definitely finish it in half a month. Yi Kun nodded and directly gave 3 taels of silver as a deposit. Start work immediately. The craftsmen happily took the money and went to find workers. Yi Kun held Jiao Jiao's hand and said to Ma Fugue, Uncle Ma, I like your daughter Jiao Jiao and want to marry her, giving her a name. I hope Uncle Ma will support us. In the future, Jiao Jiao and I will take care of you in your old age. Jiao Jiao's face was filled with happiness. Yet shy. Son-in-law, this is Jiao Jiao's blessing, something earned over several lifetimes. Ma Fugui was overjoyed and said, I don't want anything. Just help you watch the tavern. As long as there's food to eat. As for Jiao Jiao, she will be yours from now on. If you have the heart, treat her well. That's a given. Yi Kuan looked at Jiao Jiao and continued, Uncle Ma, find a matchmaker. Jiao Jiao and I will pick a date to consummate our marriage. Ma Fugui thought for a moment. There's Wang Pe, who lives next door and makes clothes. Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, Aunt Wang is very nice. Why does it have to be Aunt Wang? Yi Kuan thought of the face of Rong Mama and felt a bit uneasy. The plot was not going the right way for Delang to meet Wang Pe. Yi Kuan suppressed his laughter and nodded, saying, Then let's do as Uncle says. I'll buy some things and go with Jiao Jiao to find Aunt Wang. Chapter 51. Godmother, still charming Jiao Jiao, was very happy and whispered, Kunkin, you can go alone. I don't want to go, right? Why not go together? What are you afraid of? Yi Kuan smiled, took Jiao Jiao's hand, and went to buy gifts for Wang Pe. A pair of silver earrings, weighing half a coin. A small bronze mirror, weighing 3 taels. They also bought some fruits, which was enough. After buying the gifts, Yi Kuan took Jiao Jiao to Wang Pe's house. Upon seeing Wang Pe, Yi Kuan was slightly surprised. It wasn't because Wang Pe looked like a character from a story, but because she was very young, looking not even 40, and her face was like a lotus flower, with a graceful figure, still charming. With such a figure and looks, she could be called a young lady with a bit of dressing up in later generations. Wearing a tank top and jeans, showing off her slim waist and long legs. She would be a heartthrob. But in the Great Ding Kingdom, she was called an old lady. In fact, this situation was quite normal in the Great Ding Kingdom. With an average lifespan just over 40, men could grow beards and call themselves old men after 36. Godmother, Jiao Jiao started to call out, but blushed. Having been neighbors since childhood, she had always called her godmother. Yi Kuan also pulled back his chaotic thoughts and cupped his hands in greeting. Yi Kuan pays his respects to you, godmother. Marrying a concubine wasn't easy. Without even having a sip of milk, one had to call her godmother. Wang Pe recognized Yi Kuan and became flustered, hurriedly returning the gesture. County Lieutenant, you flatter me. Jiao Jiao, quickly help your godmother. Yi Kuan saw that Wang Pe was pleasant to look at and amiable, and he felt a connection immediately, smiling. Godmother, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Wang Pe had to sit down with Jiao Jiao's support. What instructions do you have, County Lieutenant? I will comply. Yi Kuan opened the gifts and placed them in front of Wang Pe, taking Jiao Jiao's hand. Jiao Jiao and I have a mutual affection and wish to form a bond for 100 years. I specifically came to ask Godmother to be the matchmaker. I brought some small gifts as a token of respect. Oh, this is a great occasion. Congratulations, County Lieutenant. Congratulations to Jiao Jiao. Rest assured, I will gladly be the matchmaker and enjoy a cup of wedding wine. Wang Pe was all smiles, pulling Jiao Jiao's other hand. Jiao Jiao, you've finally come to enjoy the sweetness after the bitterness. Although marrying the county lieutenant makes you a concubine, that's something other girls can't even hope for. Jiao Jiao lowered her head and murmured in agreement. But Yi Kuan smiled. Jiao Jiao is the main wife, not a concubine. Wang Pe was taken aback. County Lieutenant, I heard you already have a wife in Saomiao Village. Yes, I have a wife in Saomiao Village, but not in the county town. Yi Kuan looked at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao will live in the county town in the future, not go to Saomiao Village. Here, she will be the main wife. Wang Pe nodded and smiled at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao just smiled. Look how considerate the county lieutenant is towards you. Wang Pe understood. A situation like Jiao Jiao's was called an outside room. A woman kept outside by a man does not meet the main wife and is not subject to her constraints. Jiao Jiao looked at Yi Kuan and mustered her courage to say, Kunkin, no matter where, Sister Rong is still my real sister. In the future, if Sister Rong comes to the county town, I should serve her. Even if she scolds or hits me, I won't complain. Don't worry, it won't happen. Yi Kuan smiled and then discussed an auspicious date with Wang Pe. Wang Pe surprisingly knew how to read, took out some counting sticks, calculated the date, and smiled. In 5 days, it will be an auspicious date. In the Great Ding Kingdom, common people did not have a lunar calendar, but had a monthly calendar. It was a self-made document that indicated which months had 30 or 31 days, but specific dates had to be calculated by oneself. Then let's set it for 5 days later. I will consummate the marriage with Jiao and invite godmother to drink. Yi Kun thanked her with a fist salute and bid farewell with Jiao. Wang godmother was delighted with the gifts and eager to please the county lieutenant, naturally happy. And she went out to spread the news about Jiao and Yi Kun's engagement. Yi Kun then arranged some matters at the tavern, chatting with everyone to get familiar. Meanwhile, he completed the filtering device for refining fine salt. After that, Yi Kun prepared to go to Lu County Magistrate's home. Jiao was reluctant and held Yi Kun's hand. "Kunkin, will you come back tomorrow night?" Yi Kun leaned close to Jiao's ear and whispered with a smile, "I'm afraid that if I come back, it will make you walk awkwardly again. It's better for you to rest tonight." Last night was a bit overwhelming for Jiao, and she hadn't fully recovered. After all, Jiao had just reached the marriageable age. "I want to All right, I'll come back tomorrow night." Yi Kun hugged Jiao and reluctantly left. Sigh, once you become a county lieutenant, you neglect the beauties. Upon arriving at Lu County Magistrate's grand residence, Yi Kun immediately started working. The third courtyard was exclusively designated for Yi Kun. 3 young maidservants, all dressed in bright colors, stood by to serve. Upon seeing Yi Kun, the 3 hurriedly bowed. "No need to be polite. What are your names?" Yi Kun asked. "Tian Xiaowei, Xiao Yun, Xiadagu." The 3 maidservants answered honestly. Yi Kun nodded and said, "Change into short shirts. We will be working soon." The 3 maidservants nodded and went to change their clothes. Yi Kun prepared all the materials he needed: 100 pounds of coarse salt, 2 large vats for charcoal burning stoves, as well as copper pots, copper basins, jars, and barrels of various sizes. Yi Kun dissolved 100 pounds of coarse salt in warm water. Then, using a 3-layer filtering device, he began filtering. The first layer was coarse sand, the second layer was fine sand, and the third layer was charcoal powder. The coarse sand and fine sand filtered out most solid particles. The charcoal could be used as activated charcoal to absorb invisible impurities. After filtering some, he immediately used a clay pot to boil it. After reducing the moisture, he used a copper pot to boil it, waiting for crystallization. Yi Kun was also impatient and produced a batch of test products before dark, managing to obtain 2 to 3 pounds of fine white salt. He dipped his finger in the fine salt to taste, and it was quite good, with no bitterness. Yi Kun called Qin Erwu, asking him to watch the 3 maidservants operate while he took the first batch of samples to find Lu County Magistrate. At that time, Lu County Magistrate was about to have dinner. Upon learning that Yi Kun had produced samples, he hurriedly invited him in. "Sir, this is fine salt." Yi Kun placed the fine salt down and said, "Have the cooks at home redo 2 dishes using the freshly refined fine salt to test the taste." "Such fine salt powder? Good, I'll give it a try." Lu County Magistrate nodded and called for the cook. "Use this salt to make me a chicken and a fish." "Hurry up," Yi Kun added. "Also, make a cold dish of cucumber peel and a plate of scrambled eggs." The county magistrate's family had copper pots, which could be used for stir-frying. The cook nodded and immediately went to prepare. Yi Kun sat down, accompanied Lu County Magistrate for tea, and asked him to send someone to call over County Vice Magistrate Wang. The cook was quite efficient, and about half an hour later, the maidservants began to bring in the dishes one after another. Yi Kun raised his hand. "Gentlemen, try it." "Then, try it?" Lu County Magistrate chuckled and lifted his chopsticks. County Vice Magistrate Wang also picked up a piece of cucumber peel and slowly tasted it. At first, both frowned slightly, but then their expressions brightened, too busy to speak, eyes wide like hungry wolves, and they began to taste the other dishes. Chapter 52, Dog County Magistrate. "I want your daughter." Yi Kun also had a couple of bites of food, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, he had a taste of refined salt, which was not easy to come by. The cook stood aside and said in a low voice, "My lord, I just tasted the saltiness and found that this refined salt makes the dishes taste really great. This fine salt, when put in water, makes it delicious. The coarse salt from the Great Ding Kingdom, when used to make soup, tastes just like seawater, overly salty and bitter, hard to swallow." "Oh, this is incredible, truly incredible." Magistrate Lu tasted all the dishes, slapped his chopsticks on the table, and held Yi Kun's hand. "Yi Darren, Well, ye Darren, it's the same dishes, the same cook. Why is it that with a change of salt, it can create such a delicious flavor? You must be a celestial being descended from heaven. County Clerk Wong laughed heartily. With ye Darren here, we are all blessed. Ye Darren is well-versed in the way of understanding things, truly a genius of the ages. Yi Kuan smiled slightly, clasped his fists, and said, You two gentlemen flatter me. This is merely a small skill, hardly worth mentioning. Oh, yeah, am not talented and still have many things yet to accomplish. In the future, when I have the time, I will slowly produce more to serve the court and also to serve Liu Darren. To be honest, Yi Kuan was also afraid that this dog county magistrate would turn against him after mastering the salt refining technique and eliminate him. So, Yi Kuan boasted to keep Liu County Magistrate's appetite piqued. After a while, when he had his own armed forces, he wouldn't care about this dog county magistrate anymore. Magistrate Liu was even more delighted, patting Yi Kuan on the shoulder. Yi Darren, you and I are brothers, serving in the same court, all for the court's sake. From now on, we shall be as close as brothers, sharing wealth and prosperity. With just a bit of fine salt, Yi Kuan and the dog county magistrate became brothers. Yi Kuan also played along, clasping his fists and saying, This official will surely be loyal to the king and serve the country, only following your lead, my lord. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Magistrate Liu was very satisfied and instructed the cook and maid, Cook, go make a few more dishes, and maid. Invite the madam and young masters and misses out, so we can all eat together. Young servant, bring out the fine wine. Yi Kuan said, Liu Darren's family banquet. With so many female relatives, I should take my leave. Oh, we're all family. It's no trouble. Magistrate Liu pulled Yi Kuan back, laughing. The madam and young miss heard that Brother Yi has greatly defeated Sheeping Mountain and also want to meet this great hero. Yi Kuan had no choice but to sit down. Then he privately cursed the dog county magistrate's wife and daughter, wondering what kind of people they were. The sound of jingling jewelry and a faint fragrance wafted in. A woman in splendid clothing and a young girl in red were invited out. The woman was in her 30s, also had a snake-like face, exuding shrewdness and snobbery. The girl was about 15 or 16, not tall, but well-proportioned and beautiful. There were also two dim-witted little boys, one around 7 or 8 years old, and the other about 10, trailing behind, both with crooked eyes and mouths. Yi Kuan understood that the county magistrate's wife, Lady Ho, was related to Magistrate Liu, hence the birth of these two idiots. However, the county magistrate's daughter seemed to be normal. Yi Kuan stood up, clasped his fists, and paid his respects. Magistrate Liu introduced Yi Kuan. This is my wife, Lady Ho, and this is my youngest daughter, Yuan. Yi Darren, please don't stand on ceremony. Then, Magistrate Liu introduced to his wife and daughter, Madam. This is Yi Kuan, the county lieutenant, who has greatly defeated Sheeping Mountain and ensured the safety of the people. Furthermore, Yi Darren has also produced refined salt, especially inviting you and the children to taste it. The lady scrutinized Yi Kuan and bowed in return. I heard that Yi Darren is a carpenter. Why does he look like a scholar? MMP, is she looking down on carpenters? Yi Kuan cursed inwardly and replied, This official studied for a few years when I was young. As a carpenter, one must calculate dimensions. So I indeed studied for 3 years. No wonder. Please take a seat, Yi Darren. The lady sat down, pulling her daughter, Liu Yuan, to sit beside her. Liu Yuan glanced at Yi Kuan, then quickly lowered her head, not saying a word. It seems this young lady is still quite decent, shy in front of strangers. Yi Kuan also sat down, raised his hand, and said, This official has refined a batch of fine salt for cooking. I invite the madam and the young miss to taste it. Today is a family banquet, and we should all sit together. Everyone gathered around the table, and Yi Kuan happened to be sitting opposite Liu Yuan. The lady nodded and picked up her chopsticks. Then, her expression was much like Magistrate Liu's. She tasted each dish and praised them endlessly, encouraging her daughter and sons to try as well. Young Lady Liu Yuan covered her mouth with her sleeve, took a bite of the dish, and her eyes lit up, slightly nodding. Delicious, delicious. The county magistrate's two dim-witted sons ate even more enthusiastically, drooling everywhere. The county magistrate's wife's face beamed with joy. I didn't expect Yi Darren to be so knowledgeable and talented, able to do everything. That bean paste of yours is also very delicious, truly wonderful. Yi Kun smiled. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. But this official has no great ambitions and usually just enjoys cooking. Ha! My younger brother is too humble. Magistrate Lu laughed heartily. The cook kept making dishes, and the maids kept bringing them out. Yi Kun shared a few cups of wine, intentionally teasing the dog, county magistrate's daughter, raising his cup and standing up. Miss Yuewan has the beauty that can close the moon and shy the flowers, the grace of sinking fish and falling geese. Standing tall and proud, unmatched in the world, captivating the city and country. Meeting you today, I am struck by your heavenly presence. I apologize for intruding on your family banquet today, so I respectfully offer this cup of wine to the young miss, and I hope you will forgive me. Flirting with girls, Yi Kun had done it in his past life, though he wasn't particularly outstanding. Always worried that the dog county magistrate might target him, Yi Kun decided to test Lu Yuewan. Iposin, Hiv. Dog county magistrate, I'll call you father-in-law, sleep with your daughter, and take your family fortune. Young lady Lu Yuewan was stunned by Yi Kun's series of idioms. Her face flushed as she stood up and said, Yi Darren, I can't drink. The dog county magistrate's eyes twinkled, laughing. Yuewan, Yi Darren has a kind intention. How can you not drink? Just have a little. The county magistrate's wife raised her own wine cup and handed it to her daughter's hand. My dear, since Yi Darren is so kind to toast you, you should return the gesture and take a sip, just as a courtesy, right? Yi Kun wanted to laugh. The county magistrate's wife's tone sounded like a madam from a brothel. Lu Yuewan had no choice but to take a small sip, her face blooming with red clouds. Bowing, I can't drink, I cannot accompany you, so I must take my leave. Please forgive me, Yi Darren. Yi Kun stepped back 2 steps, adjusted his clothes, and bowed. I respectfully send off Miss Yuewan. Yuewan, flustered, forced a smile, and hurriedly left with small steps. The 16-year-old young lady, raised in seclusion, had never been teased by a man like this. Moreover, Yi Kun was tall and handsome, courteous, making Miss Yuejuan's heart flutter like a startled deer. The county magistrate's wife glanced at Yi Kun, smiled knowingly, and also stood up to leave, chasing after her daughter. The 2 dim-witted young masters, chattering, were also taken away by the servants. Magistrate Lu wanted to discuss important matters, dismissing all the servants, forbidding them from approaching. Yi Kun knew what Magistrate Lu wanted to say and proactively said, Lu Darren, once our refined salt is launched, it will surely cause a market upheaval, even nationwide astonishment. Therefore, we need to plan ahead to maximize sales. By then, this white fine salt will turn into white silver, flowing into our county like water. Exactly. That's what I want to discuss. Magistrate Lu was so excited he rubbed his hands. Brother Yi, Wang Darren, what do you think we should do to plan? County Clerk Wang chuckled. Lu Darren, let us first hear Yi Darren's opinion. Chapter 53, Trial Marriage Made? Yi Kun was confident and nodded, saying, First, this is a major issue that must be reported to the county magistrate and the court, explaining the benefits of refined salt and sending many samples. Only then will the county magistrate and the court support us. Second, we need to apply for the exclusive sale of refined salt, at least for a year, to ensure the county's financial income. County Magistrate Lu frowned. What if the court wants our refining method? What should we do? I'm worried about this too. So we must think of a good explanation, Yi Kun replied. With a smile, he continued, you can say that we are still exploring and experimenting, that the technology is not mature enough, and the equipment cannot be mass-produced, resulting in high losses. It will take about a year to overcome the equipment and technical challenges. County Deputy Wang nodded. That's a good plan. Yi Kun whispered again. For my experiments, we can obtain 90 fine salt from coarse salt. We can report 70 to the upper authorities and make a profit of 20, which is a huge fortune. County Magistrate Lu chuckled. Let's report 50 instead. We could take 40. No, absolutely not. Yi Kun shook his head. Once fine salt is launched, we will attract merchants from half of Jiangnan and the merchant from Bashu. Even taking 10 would be a significant amount. Moreover, the court will eventually learn of our refining technology. If they find out we've taken half, they won't let us off easily. Taking 20 will give us room to argue that the technology was lacking at the start. Taking 40 all at once is too harsh. and the court's profits 1T increase significantly, which would attract opposition. County Deputy Wang agreed with Yi Kuen's opinion, nodding. In that case, the court increases tax revenue, and we benefit as well. It's a win-win situation. County Magistrate Liu had no choice but to nod and continue discussing the details. Yi Kuen provided more suggestions, such as speeding up the construction of a dedicated factory, opening trade routes early, and striving for the exclusive selling rights. Late at night, Yi Kuen finally took his leave and went to the back courtyard to oversee the salt refining. Qin Erwu was busy with 3 maids, working diligently. Yi Kuen observed that everything was operating smoothly and prepared to rest. There was a large room and a big bed prepared for him. However, unexpectedly, Tian Shaoyi brought hot water to help Yi Kuen undress and bathe. Yi Kuen sighed and looked at Tian Shaoyi. Tian Shaoyi, did you know me before? No. Xiao, I didn't know the Lord before. Tian Shaoyi trembled in fear. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Yi Kuen held Tian Xia's hand and smiled bitterly. I'm the one who led the troops to raid your home a few days ago and captured your grandfather and father. Yi Kuen. Tian Shaoyi shivered and stammered. My lord, Shaoyi is here to serve you. The past, Shaoyi can't control or remember. I know you hate me, but all of this was caused by your grandfather. He sought wealth and caused death, wrongfully accusing his own nephew. He deserves it. Yi Kuen lifted Shaoyi's chin and looked at her face. Jiao Jiao is your cousin or younger sister. She is my cousin. She is a month older than me. Jiao Jiao is now my woman, and in a few days, we will consummate our marriage. Yi Kuen felt a bit conflicted. Jiao Jiao still wants me to take care of you and bring you back. Thud. Shaoyi knelt down, tears streaming down her face. My lord, please take me back. I would work like a donkey or a horse. I am willing. Really, I can't stay here. Yi will die. Yi Kuen didn't understand. Why would you die? Tian Shaoyi sobbed. My lord, I heard Xiao Yun and Aunt Xia say that County Magistrate Liu buys several girls every month. After he has his way with them, they are sent to the brothel by the county magistrate's wife. Being sent to the brothel is just like dying, isn't it? The tavern across from my house is a brothel. I often see them throwing the dead girls out to feed the dogs at midnight. County Magistrate Liu and his wife are such beasts? Yi Kuen was shocked. Tian Shaoyi gritted her teeth and whispered, I heard that the lady has 2 sons, both of whom are fools. The lady is afraid that the county magistrate would have sons with other women, taking away the inheritance of her foolish sons. So she only lets the county magistrate play with women and forbids him from raising children. Each girl chosen lasts less than a month before being sent away, and some even get beaten to death. This dog county magistrate, this dog lady. Yi Kuen almost cursed it out loud, but thought for a moment and suddenly pulled Tian Shaoyi up, smiling. Don't be afraid, Shaoyi. I have a way to keep you safe. Shaoyi wiped her tears. What method does the Lord have? Yi Kuen nodded. I'll say that you, Xiao Yun, and Aunt Xia are all my assistants responsible for refining salt. In this way, County Magistrate Liu will definitely not kill you or sell you to the brothel, because he needs your help for long-term salt refining. Tian Shaoyi was taken aback, but then nodded. Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. Yi Kuen was also tired, waving his hand. You go do your work. I can bathe and sleep by myself. You don't need to serve me. No. Shaoyi panicked again and said, the lady just called for me, insisting that I must serve you tonight. Otherwise, I will be killed by tomorrow morning. Yi Kuen was stunned. The lady said that? What a bizarre arrangement. Why must Shaoyi serve him? Shaoyi nodded, saying, the lady also instructed me to do the deed with the Lord and report to her tomorrow. She said she would check on me tomorrow, and if I haven't done that, she would have me killed. Yi Kuen couldn't decipher the county magistrate's wife's thoughts. Did she really say that? Absolutely. The lady also told me to remember every word you say. Is that so? Yi Kuen pondered deeply and suddenly recalled. Could it be that the county magistrate's wife arranged for Shaoyi to be a trial marriage maid? It is said that in ancient times, before a princess married a prince, she would send a maid to accompany the prince for a couple of nights to check on his physical condition to see if he was a real man. If the prince was lacking, the princess would not marry him. If the county magistrate's wife had this intention, then she plans to betroth her daughter, Liu Yuan, to me? So she sends Shaoyi to test me, to see if I am capable? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Apart from this guess, nothing else made sense. Thus, Yi Kun suddenly smiled, caressing Tian Shi's face. All right then, serve me while I bathe. And you can wash up too. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Tian Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief and helped Yi Kun undress. The county magistrate's large house had excellent conditions. Outside the bedroom, there was a living room providing high privacy. There was also a dark room at the back with a toilet. Moreover, there was a large wooden bathtub. Yi Kun slowly undressed, entered the bathtub, and bathed under Xiaoyi's service. Xiaoyi was very careful, her movements gentle, fearing to make a mistake. However, Yi Kun was losing control, gradually becoming flustered. He hurriedly finished washing. Yi Kun put on a bathrobe and pulled Xiaoyi into the bathtub. Returning the favor, he created an intimate atmosphere. Xiaoyi was both scared and shy, but dared not act, only obediently following. Xiaoyi, don't be afraid. I want to be abrupt with you. Yi Kun was earnest and gentle. Gradually, Xiaoyi relaxed, becoming like a warm lump of clay, sticking close to Yi Kun. Xiaoyi, since we have shared a physical bond, you will be my woman from now on. Yi Kun embraced Xiaoyi tenderly, saying, be obedient, and I will take you away. You are my woman. I cannot leave you here. Chapter 54. Miss Liu is lovesick. Responsibility is Yi Kun's principle. There can be many women, but not every woman can be let down. Xiaoyi shed tears and nodded repeatedly. Sir, take me back and let me be a maid. I could do anything, really. My woman will not be a maid. She will all be a lady in the future. Yi Kun leaned close to Xiaoyi's ear. I will say a few words now, and you must remember them. When the county magistrate's wife asks tomorrow, act particularly shy and answer like this. Xiaoyi's eyes widened as she nodded repeatedly. Yi Kun repeated it several times and asked, remember, Xiaoyi? I remember. Sir, Xiaoyi nodded. Also, I will ask about your grandfather's case tomorrow. If I can help, I will ask the county magistrate to release your grandfather, father, and uncle together. Then, I will let them stay in the countryside, and I will arrange things later. Yi Kun currently lacks people, especially loyal ones. Releasing the entire Tian Xiaoyi's family now could earn their gratitude and loyalty. Sir, are you serious? Xiaoyi was both surprised and delighted, unable to believe it. Really? Yi Kun felt a bit tired and whispered, Xiaoyi, go to bed early. You can report to the county magistrate's wife tomorrow. Okay. Xiaoyi wrapped her arms around Yi Kun's neck. Qin Erwu was still working outside, accompanied by two maids who had boiled hundreds of pounds of brine dry overnight. They obtained about 80 to 90 pounds of fine salt. Yi Kun was very satisfied and instructed everyone to package the fine salt into jars. At that moment, the county magistrate's wife arrived, smiling faintly at Yi Kun. Lord Yi, you must have had a hard night. Thank you for your concern, madam. It's all good. Yi Kun glanced at Xiaoyi beside him and smiled slightly. The county magistrate's wife chatted for a while and then called Xiaoyi away. Clearly, she wanted to inquire about Yi Kun's performance last night to see if it met the standards. Yi Kun also packaged the salt and handed it to County Magistrate Liu. However, he asked Liu for 10 pounds of fine salt to take to the tavern on South Street, giving it to Jiao Jiao. Today was also the day the Ma Fugue Tavern reopened. Kungu, is this fine salt? Does it really taste different? Jiao Jiao was very curious. Of course it tastes different. You'll know soon. Yi Kun nodded and called over Yu Lian, Chun Hua, and two other women. Today is the tavern's opening. We're doing a promotion, giving away free bone soup. You all immediately start a fire to boil water and cook 2 pots of meat and bone soup. There were several pork sellers on the street. Yi Kun personally went over to select fresh, small female pig ribs and large bones to make the soup. The pig farming industry in dating country was just starting, and people still didn't understand the techniques of castrating pigs. Therefore, the meat from male pigs was extremely gamey and tasted strange, which Yi Kun really couldn't eat. However, the meat from just matured female pigs was delicious and had no strange taste. Of course, life in dating country was tough, and everyone had developed a heavy taste. As long as there was meat to eat, they were used to it. Before lunch, the bone soup was ready, with a few slices of ginger and a sprinkle of chopped green onions, and it smelled delicious. Ma Fugue shouted in front of the tavern, "The old store is newly opened, and the sign is rehung. The South Street Lotus Grand Tavern is open for business, giving away free bone soup, 1 bowl per person, until it's gone. The neighbors were shocked. Is there such a way to do business? Isn't this giving away money? However, who wouldn't want to take advantage? The neighbors didn't care whether Yi Kun was losing money. One by one, they came over with bowls, grinning. Even Aunt Wang next door came with a big bowl. Yu Yin took the ladle and served soup to everyone, giving each a large scoop, speaking with a Sichuan accent, smilingly saying, "Everyone, see if the taste is good. If you think it's good, please take care of us in the future." The neighbors were tasting fine salt for the first time, and the deliciousness spread from their tongues, hitting every nerve in their bodies, and they immediately praised it, exclaiming, "Good, good. What kind of soup is this? Why is it so delicious?" Some burned their mouths and, shivering, extended their bowls. "Sister, give me another bowl." Yi Kun watched on the side, unable to help but smile. 1 bowl per person. If everyone wants more, you have to pay for it tomorrow. Jiao covered her mouth, her face flushed with laughter. Yi Kun turned and pulled Jiao back into the room. Jiao, last night, I told Xiao Yi that I would bring her back in a few days. Jiao's eyes brightened. "Kuan-ge, you are such a good person. Bringing Xiao Yi back can help me with work, and now that we have fine salt, our business will definitely improve. I am a good person. Won't you reward me?" How to reward? Jiao also learned the Sichuan dialect from Yu Lian and Chunhua. "Okish, come here." Jiao giggled and pulled Yi Kun into the bedroom. Just as they were having fun, someone outside requested to see him. It was sent by County Magistrate Liu to find Yi Kun for a meeting. Yi Kun reluctantly kissed Jiao. "I need to go to the meeting. You focus on running the business." "Kuan-ge, bring Xiao Yi back soon," Jiao reminded. "Got it." Yi Kun nodded, mounted his horse, and headed straight for County Magistrate Liu's residence. County Magistrate Liu and County Clerk Wang actually came out of the gate, grabbing Yi Kun's hand and laughing heartily. "Today we have delicious venison. The banquet is ready, just waiting for Brother Yi to take a seat." "You honor me, sir. I am overwhelmed." Yi Kun smiled and entered the gate, going to the inner hall to drink. It was still a family banquet, but they prepared more than a dozen dishes. Yi Kun smiled. "Sir, why didn't you invite the madam and the young lady to eat together?" "Ha! My daughter Yuan is shy and doesn't want to come out for a meal." County Magistrate Liu personally poured wine for Yi Kun and called out the singing girls raised in the household to perform songs and dances. There were a total of 12 singing girls, all dressed in fine silk and satin, adorned with gold and jade, extravagantly beautiful. Dog Magistrate, sucking the marrow and spoiling the people's fat. Yi Kun thought, "Brother Yi, what do you think of my singing girls?" County Magistrate Liu asked proudly. "Your vision is naturally top-notch." Yi Kun chuckled, "But their songs are all from the Book of Songs, unchanged for thousands of years, slightly dull. I just heard them. The singing girls performed songs that were all based on the Book of Songs. So old-fashioned." County Magistrate Liu was taken aback and laughed. "Has Brother Yi heard any fresh songs? I am overwhelmed with many matters and rarely listen to music." Yi Kun smiled and began to show off. "However, I can compose a poem on the spot and give it to the singing girls to set to new tunes, to enhance the county magistrate's wine enjoyment." He had all 300 Tang poems in his stomach, along with many famous poems for various dynasties, ready to use today. Brother Yi can also compose poetry? County Clerk Wang was greatly surprised and clasped his fists. In this county, there aren't many literati who can write poetry. The literacy rate in dating country was 1%. Those who could write poetry or articles were 1 in 10,000. In a small county with a population of 20 to 30,000, it was indeed hard to find a few who could write poetry. Yi Kun clasped his fists. "I will make a fool of myself. Please prepare the writing tools." County Magistrate Liu was delighted and instructed the maid to fetch writing tools, as well as white bamboo slips. Yi Kun wrote in one go. At first hearing, the migrating geese are no longer cicadas, 100-foot tower high. The water meets the sky. The green girl and the white lady both endure the cold, competing for beauty in the moon and frost. County Clerk Wang watched from the side, nodding repeatedly. Good poem, good poem." County Magistrate Liu was a rough man, following the crowd, and instructed the head of the singing girls to immediately set the song to music and choreograph a dance. 10 minutes later, the song and dance reappeared. In the back courtyard, Miss Lu Yuan frowned slightly, calling over a maid in front and asking, "What was the song and dance just now?" The maid replied, "Miss, that was the lyrics just written by County Yi." "County Yi wrote them?" Miss Yuan murmured softly. "In the moonlight and frost, I compete with the beauty of the moon." Yuan, thinking of this, her face suddenly flushed, and her heart began to race again. Chapter 55. This is not the time. Yi Kun and the others were still drinking. Seeing that it was about time, County Magistrate Liu ordered the singer to leave and began to discuss matters. Yi Kun said, "We need a large house now to serve as a temporary factory. The official factory must start construction immediately." County Magistrate Liu said, "There's a large courtyard just a wall away, which is the residence of County Deputy Wang. Lord Wang has said that he will move out this afternoon, freeing up the house for salt production." "That's good." Yi Kun nodded and whispered, "Lord Wang's house will be used specifically for boiling salt. The filtration of salt water should still be done in Liu's backyard to prevent our technology from leaking out." County Magistrate Liu nodded repeatedly. Lord Ye's arrangement is very appropriate. County Deputy Wang added, "I suggest that tomorrow, County Magistrate Liu personally take over 100 pounds of fine salt, accompanied by military guards, to visit the prefect and establish connections. Then, we can make a big splash and work hard." County Magistrate Liu thought for a moment and accepted the suggestion. "I may need 7 or 8 days to return. Family matters will be left to Lord Wang and Lord Yi." Yi Kun clasped his fists. "I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities and do my part." County Magistrate Liu continued, "By the way, the prefect has sent a messenger to inform us to recruit 500 soldiers for training and preparation for war. As for military pay, I have arranged for County Deputy Wang to allocate it." "Recruiting soldiers?" Yi Kun frowned slightly. "It is the order of the prefect and must be executed," sighed County Magistrate Liu. "Fine, I will arrange it." Yi Kun nodded and then asked about the case of Tian Sanhuai. County Deputy Wang said, "Tian Sanhuai and his 2 sons are in prison, and the case files have not been sent up yet. Give them to me. I will assign them to my military just in time for the difficulty in recruiting soldiers." Yi Kun said lightly, "Indeed, that's a good method." County Magistrate Liu chuckled. "There are still 70 to 80 prisoners in the jail. Lord Yi, take a look, and if any can be used, it will reduce the difficulty of recruitment. Recruiting soldiers is very difficult these days. Not long ago, Officer G led troops into battle and managed to recruit 500 soldiers, all of whom have been taken away, now needing to recruit another 500. County Magistrate Liu felt it would be hard to accomplish. Throughout history, there has been a practice of using prisoners to serve in the military. Using young prisoners to strengthen armed forces is not considered a violation. If there is a violation, it is that they cannot serve in their local area. Now, with chaos and disorder, and the collapse of law and order, the court cannot manage much, turning a blind eye. Yi Kun's scheme succeeded, and he nodded repeatedly. After dinner, Yi Kun went to the backyard to take a look and called for Xiao Yi to talk in the bedroom. Xiao Yi lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Kun. Yi Kun reached out and pulled Xiao Yi onto his lap, softly asking, "What did my wife ask you this morning?" "My wife asked me about last night." "How many times?" And I said 3 times. "She asked how long each time lasted, and I said a little over half an hour. My wife also asked if you kissed me where you kissed me, and also, right?" My wife looked closely at the sheets. Xiao Yi's face turned red, stammering. Yi Kun laughed. "What else did she ask? Don't be shy. Just say it all." Xiao Yi bit her lip and whispered, "My wife also asked me if I was comfortable. I said no, and my wife scolded me for being a cheap person and said I was pretending to be serious. So, were you comfortable or not?" Yi Kun became restless again, reaching his hand inside Xiao Yi's clothes, climbing the snow-capped mountain, lingering. "My lord, Xiao Yi became even more shy, her breathing gradually becoming heavy. "All right, Xiao Yi, I will take you away. Also, your grandfather and father and uncle, I will take them out too. Tonight, let your whole family be reunited." Yi Kun let go of Xiao Yi, stood up, and said, "You all keep working. I will go arrange things." "My lord, thank you so much. Xiao Yi will repay you by working hard." "I understand, get up." Yi Kun rubbed Xiao Yi's head and went out to handle matters. First, he added salt refining filtration equipment, and then Yi Kun took a dozen soldiers, along with the case files from the county office, to the prison. In the prison, there was a musty, rotten smell. The jailer brought Yi Kun to see Tian Sanhuai and his sons first. When Tian Sanhuai and his 2 sons saw Yi Kun, they were terrified and kept bowing. "Lord Yi, please spare us. I am willing to give you all my family assets." "Get up. Your assets have already been confiscated by the government." Yi Kun waved his hand and said softly, "Don't shout. I'm here to save you. It's Jiao Jiao who asked me to let you off the hook." "Ah, Jiao Jiao?" Tian Sanhuai was taken aback and bowed with his 2 sons again. Yi Kun waved his hand again. "Your case has been changed. It is now classified as a brawl. The death penalty can be avoided, but you will be assigned to the military." Upon hearing this, Tian Sanhuai cried, "Thank you, County Lieutenant, but being assigned to the military, I'm afraid I still want to escape death. At my age, I am full of illnesses. Being assigned to the military means either doing hard labor or being cannon fodder. The chances of surviving are very slim. Why cry?" I haven't finished speaking. Yi Kun rolled his eyes and continued, "You will be assigned to the military under my command. I will arrange some light duties for you." "Oh, my lord, you are truly our family's savior." Tian Sanhuai and his 2 sons bowed like pounding garlic. "I am also doing this for Xiao Yi's sake because Xiao Yi is now my woman." Yi Kun stopped talking and instructed the soldiers behind him. "Remove the shackles from the Tian family and incorporate them into the military camp." Then, Yi Kun selected some young prisoners and conducted a simple interrogation. Some were wrongfully accused, innocent. Some committed minor offenses and were continuously detained due to lack of money to bribe connections. Yi Kun selected about 10 people to bring back to the military camp. The Tian family, having escaped death, were all trembling as if walking on thin ice. Yi Kun took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Tian Sanhuai. "You go rent a place, bring back your female relatives and children, and settle them down. Then, you will stay in the barracks as a handyman to take care of the horses." Tian Sanhuai knelt down to express his gratitude. Feeding horses in the military camp is considered the easiest job. Moreover, there were only 30 horses and 3 or 4 old soldiers to take care of in Yi Kun's military camp. Yi Kun then looked at Xiao Yi's father and uncle. "You two, take care of your health for now, treat your injuries, and wait for further arrangements." As for the other selected prisoners, Yi Kun comforted them with kind words and had the military doctor treat their injuries. After everything was arranged, Yi Kun went to County Magistrate Lu's residence. Using the excuse of manufacturing salt refining equipment to bring Xiao Yi out and arrange for her to meet her father and uncle in the military camp. The family reunited, crying and thanking Yi Kun for his kindness. Having had their home confiscated by Yi Kun and having their daughter taken away, they still needed to thank Yi Kun. This is Tian Sanhuai's retribution, and perhaps the tragedy of the lower class. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Kun pulled Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, Jiao Jiao misses you. I will take you to see Jiao Jiao." Xiao Yi nodded, bidding farewell to her father and uncle, and climbed onto Yi Kun's carriage. The Lianhua restaurant on South Street was booming with business. There weren't enough seats, and many diners were queuing outside. They offered free large-bone soup at noon, serving over 100 bowls, instantly creating a buzz. Diners from the county flocked in. Jiao Jiao, along with Yu Yin, Chun Hua, and Shogu, was busy working nonstop, drenched in sweat. Next door, Wang Ganma also came to help, attending to the guests. Ma Fugue counted money and tallied accounts, his face beaming with joy. Yi Kun squeezed into the tavern with Xiao Yi and smiled bitterly. "It seems we came at the wrong time." Ma Fugue saw Yi Kun and hurried over. "Son-in-law, you're back. Business is booming. Jiao Jiao is still in the kitchen at the back, cooking and making soup. Uncle, don't take any more customers. Wait until this batch has finished eating, then close for the day." Yi Kun nodded and took Xiao Yi to the kitchen. Seeing Jiao Jiao, Xiao Yi rushed over and hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Jiao Jiao, thank you for speaking up for me. Lord Yi saved me and my whole family." Chapter 56. County Magistrate's Wife. "Do you take me for a donkey?" Xiao Yi. Jiao Jiao was also surprised. Hugging Xiao Yi and wiping her tears. "It's all your grandfather's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this." The bond between the two girls was evident. They were good friends. Yi Kun said, "Jiao Jiao, I have brought out Xiao Yi's grandfather and father, and they are temporarily in my military camp. If they behave in the future, I will arrange for their next place. If they don't, I will deal with them. Yi Kun had not seen Xiao Yi's father as his father-in-law. If they need to be dealt with, they will be. Xiao Yi turned pale with fright. Sir, my grandfather and father will definitely behave. They won't dare to do bad things again. Yi Kun nodded and asked Xiao Yi to help with the cooking. Then said to Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, when the dishes in the pot are done, we will close for the night. Don't tire yourselves too much. Making money takes time. Why rush? Then Yi Kun went to the front hall door and cupped his fists toward the waiting crowd, saying, I apologize, esteemed guests. Our restaurant is short on dishes and drinks, so we will close for the night. Guests who have yet to be served, please forgive us. The neighbors waiting in line all knew Yi Kun was the county lieutenant and didn't dare to complain, leaving one by one. The tavern finally quieted down. Yi Kun had a couple of drinks with Ma Fugui, and when the tavern closed, he took Xiao Yi back to the residence of County Magistrate Liu. The house next door, belonging to County Clerk Wang, had already been emptied, with about 10 stoves set up to boil salt overnight. Moreover, a passage had been opened on both sides, with a door made in the wall. Coarse salt was melted in the backyard of County Magistrate Liu, and the brine was sent to County Clerk Wang's courtyard for evaporation. The county magistrate and the county clerk had gathered around 10 rough servant girls to be responsible for boiling salt. The melting and filtering of the coarse salt were entrusted to Xiao Yi, Xiao Yun, and Aunt Xia. The melting and filtering process was quick, so the three of them had it much easier. Qin Er was supervised the 2 courtyards, so Yi Kun didn't have to worry. Yi Kun wanted to sleep and called for Xiao Yi to wait on him. Now Yi Kun knew how to enjoy himself. Having a young girl to serve him was comfortable, no need to be shy. The men of the Great Ding Kingdom were all like this. Who were they pretending to be innocent for? However, Xiao Yi didn't come, and another servant girl, Xiao Yun, did. Xiao Yun was probably around 16 or 17, just at the age of adulthood, with a decent build and appearance. She was slightly plump, with 2 small freckles on her nose. Yi Kun asked, I was looking for Xiao Yi, why are you here? Xiao Yun knelt down, tears streaming down her face. The lady instructed me to serve you tonight, and if I don't do well, I'll be beaten to death tomorrow. Please have mercy on me, save my life. What the hell? What does the county magistrate's wife mean? She changed to another servant girl and took me for a donkey? Yi Kun was somewhat annoyed and a bit tipsy. All right, thank the county magistrate's wife for her good intentions. Xiao Yun, just listen to her. Xiao Yun's expression brightened, and she cautiously stepped forward. She was also taken by County Magistrate Liu, but the dog of a magistrate hadn't touched her yet. Yi Kun sighed inwardly. Not only Xiao Yun, but he himself was also caught up in the currents of fate, unable to act freely. That night, he slept quite well. He woke up at dawn to find the space beside him empty. Xiao Yun was actually gone. Xiao Yun? Yi Kun sat up and fumbled for a fire stick. Sir, I'm here. Xiao Yun came in from the outer room, holding an oil lamp, set it down, and took out a small teapot from her bosom. Presenting it with both hands, Sir, I saw you drank alcohol last night, so I worried you might wake up thirsty, and I poured you some tea. I was afraid the tea would get cold, so I kept it in my bosom. Please have a sip. Yi Kun was taken aback, took the teapot, and drank a sip, then patted Xiao Yun's head. It's not yet dawn. You should drink some tea too. Come up and sleep a bit longer. Xiao Yun nodded, extinguished the oil lamp, loosened her clothes, and climbed into bed. Gradually, the sky brightened. Yi Kun got up and put on his clothes. Xiao Yun first helped him dress, then came to tidy the bed. Xiao Yun. Yi Kun suddenly felt a pang of compassion and held Xiao Yun's face. You've always been a girl. County Magistrate Liu hasn't touched you? Sir, County Magistrate Liu hasn't touched me because I've only been here for 3 or 4 days and am still learning the rules. Xiao Yun lowered her head. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous last night. Yi Kun apologized and embraced Xiao Yun. I will be responsible for you and take you away. If you can take me away, Xiao Yun will work like a cow or horse. Enough. I want to make you work like a cow or horse. Yi Kun smiled and went to check on the progress in the next courtyard. After a day and night, they produced several 100 pounds of table salt. The output was quite good, but it required a lot of firewood. County Magistrate Liu came over and greeted Yi Kun. Sir Yi, I'm setting off now to report to the prefect. Please, can you escort me over Sheeping Mountain? The bandits on Sheeping Mountain are gone. But County Magistrate Liu was still afraid. Yi Kun nodded, gathered 30 brothers, fully armed, took bows and crossbows, and escorted County Magistrate Liu on his way. County Magistrate Liu also brought 20 soldiers with him, carrying 200 pounds of fine salt, packed in small jars, preparing to present gifts to the prefect. The prefect's residence was over 150 miles away, considering the round trip and business. It was estimated that County Magistrate Liu would take 7 or 8 days to return. At the foot of Sheeping Mountain, there was a 10-mile road. However, there was a section about 100 meters long that was clearly blocked. On one side was a sheer cliff, and on the other was a steep wall. The mountain road below the cliff barely allowed a cart to pass, just managing to squeeze through. The distance between the wheels of a cart in the Great Ding Kingdom was about 1 meter and 40 centimeters. The width of this section of the mountain road was also only 1 meter and 40 centimeters. Merchants passing through this area walked with trepidation. A careless move could lead to a cart overturning, and even the cart and horses could plummet off the cliff. Many people had died on this stretch of road. After sending off the county magistrate, Yi Kun looked back. The stones of the cliff were high-quality limestone. He was just thinking of making lime to build houses. And now he had the materials. Yi Kun had a look of dedication to the country and its people as he said to County Clerk Wang, who was accompanying him, "Sir Wang, I plan to widen this section of the mountain road to make the trade routes of our county more accessible." County Clerk Wang was startled. "Sir Yi, don't be fooled by this distance of only about 70 steps. It's very difficult to widen it even by an inch. We are still recruiting soldiers. Where will we find the manpower for this? Digging the mountain road requires a lot of laborers and tools. Of course, throughout the ages, any such project has required laborers to bring their own tools and provisions, and the government doesn't give a penny." Yi Kun smiled. "Sir Wang, there are many people in this county who haven't paid their taxes, right? Bring all of them here to work off their debts. In that case, the laborers won't be a problem." County Clerk Wang frowned. "Now we need to recruit soldiers. If you call for laborers, won't it make recruiting soldiers even harder? Even if they work off their debts, the county office's deficit won't be able to be compensated." Chapter 57. The Golden House Hiding the Beauty. "It's all right. I have a way." Yi Kun gritted his teeth. "Last time I conquered Sheeping Mountain, I still had some money left. I will invest this money, and I don't believe we can't get this done. As for the debt repayment, I will handle it later." Wang County Magistrate was astonished. "You're using your own money? Sir Yi, you really are generous." Yi Kun chuckled. "Once I return, I will take care of this matter." Back in the county, Yi Kun asked Wang County Magistrate for the tax collection ledgers and selected several villages with high tax debts. He dispatched tax officials and soldiers, sending messages to the heads of various pavilions and villages, requesting them to send laborers to repay the owed tax silver. The laborers only needed to bring their bedding and tools for mountain work at Sheeping Mountain. Yi Kun provided 3 meals a day, with coarse rice and meat soup, enough to fill them up. A total of 200 laborers were to work on the mountain while transporting the mined limestone to the hillside. Then, Yi Kun planned to set up a kiln on-site to produce quicklime. Additionally, he personally funded the county's blacksmith shops to expedite the production of tools for mountain work. Wang County Magistrate thought Yi Kun was crazy, shaking his head repeatedly. Just the food for these 200 laborers, with enough coarse rice and meat soup, would cost a significant amount each day. Wang County Magistrate calculated that Yi Kun's earnings from Sheeping Mountain last time could only last for a little over 2 months. However, Yi Kun was not worried because in a few days, the salt business would be up and running, and he wasn't afraid of running out of money. That evening, Yi Kun handed over the salt refining task to Qin Erwu and Aunt Xia, while he took Tian Xiao and Xiaoyan with him, only needing to provide the filtration equipment. The filtration equipment also needed to have the filter cartridges replaced regularly because the activity of the activated carbon would decrease. Yi Kun kept the filter cartridge technology in his hands and entrusted it to Xiao and Xiaoyan to manage. With the county magistrate absent, the county magistrate's wife, Madame Ho, took charge. She thought the filter cartridges were difficult to make and needed Xiao and Xiaoyan's help, so she happily gave them to Yi Kun permanently. Aunt Xia also benefited from Yi Kun's influence, becoming the grand supervisor of salt refining, not doing any work herself, but directing the rough maidservants. In the southern street of the county town, Yi Kun rented a set of civilian houses, a very large courtyard. This was to hide his beauties, arranging for Tian Xiao and Xiaoyan to live here. After work, Jiao Jiao also brought Yu Lian and Chun Hua to stay here. At the tavern, he left Ma Fugui and 2 other women to guard the place and take night shifts. The order to work in lieu of tax debts was issued. The next morning, the heads of various pavilions and villages sent over 70 or 80 people to gather at Yi Kun's military camp. Providing meals daily was a huge temptation for the poor, and they could also offset their tax debts. Everyone brought simple tools, mainly carrying poles, hemp ropes, and willow baskets. As for the mountain tools like chisels and hammers, there were hardly any, only a few wooden mallets. Copper and iron tools were expensive, and the villagers couldn't afford them. Those who could afford copper and iron tools could pay their taxes. Yi Kun sighed and personally led the team, taking some tools to Sheeping Mountain. Since cutting the mountain and opening the road was a long-term task, plus the need for long-term residents to produce quicklime, Yi Kun first led everyone to repair the bandit camp on Sheeping Mountain. In the afternoon, more laborers arrived. Yi Kun instructed everyone to gather firewood, the more the better. Additionally, he appointed Tian Xiao's father, Tian Delong, and uncle, Tian Eru, as supervisors responsible for distributing and safeguarding the tools. Among the laborers, there were some who had previously participated in mountain labor, considered skilled workers. Yi Kun selected a few skilled workers and some literate individuals to be team leaders to discuss the mountain opening plan. In ancient times, mountain opening did not use explosives or crushers. It could only be done through fire and water, utilizing the principles of thermal expansion and contraction. This meant stacking firewood at the base of the mountain wall to burn it with fierce flames, heating the mountaintop until it was scorching hot. Then pouring cold water on it would cause the surface of the stones to crack. As the mountain opening also needed to ensure the road was clear, they had to dig tunnels first. This way, if a cart came through, the mountain workers could hide in the tunnel to give way. Yi Kun instructed, set the mountain wall on fire at night and carve it during the day. For an hour after sunrise until before sunset, everyone should avoid operations as much as possible. If operations are necessary, ensure it does not affect the traffic of merchants. If daytime working hours are insufficient, overtime will be added at night. To experience the difficulty of mountain opening, Yi Kun stayed overnight there. That night, he collected a lot of dry firewood and stacked it under a cliff to burn. Then he conducted a water test. The effect was good. The stones on the cliff cracked in many places, with some cracks reaching 3 to 4 inches deep. Yi Kun then chose a location for the laborers to send the fallen stones to the hillside for concentrated piling. Thus, the mountain opening project began. After leaving Sheeping Mountain, Yi Kun went to deal with the recruitment of soldiers. In the dating kingdom, the recruitment system was 1 out of 2. In a family with 2 male members aged between 15 and 50, one must serve in the military. The population in the small county was originally not large, and with annual conscription, the military resources were truly depleted. Yi Kun spent an entire day riding around half the county, checking with the heads of various pavilions, village leaders, and elders about the situation. All those who met the criteria were registered for forced conscription. Yi Kun also discovered an interesting phenomenon. There were indeed men in the villages below, mostly single men, like Yao Hifu from Xiaomiao village. These strong and idle men were not within the conscription scope. Additionally, some families had many concubines and could give birth to many children. If they had 10 sons, 5 would be recruited, leaving another 5 at home. Thus, Yi Kun issued a notice stating that those not within the conscription range who voluntarily wished to join the army would be rewarded with 201 of copper coins each. 201 of copper coins was a significant amount for the poor who had no food to eat. Moreover, Yi Kun guaranteed that as long as they served under him, the military rations would be sufficient, providing a chicken egg a day and a meal of white rice and meat soup. The meat soup was actually a ruse. It depended on whether Yi Kun had money. A large pig bone boiled with a bucket of water could also be called meat soup. Busy and bustling, he returned to the southern street in the evening. Yi Kun suddenly remembered that the day after tomorrow night was the day he would consummate his marriage with Jiao Jiao. After having dinner at the Lianhua Grand Restaurant, Yi Kun took Jiao Jiao and Xiao back to their rented large house to rest. He had been too busy these days to pay attention to Jiao Jiao. Tonight was just right to make up for it. After some tender moments, Yi Kun held Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, tomorrow I need to go back to Samyao village. And the day after tomorrow morning, I will bring my mother and Yu Rong over. We will consummate our marriage. They should be there. I can take in women, but I can't hide it from Yu Rong. Besides, Jian Yu Rong hasn't opposed it anyway. This is only right. You can rest assured, Kun Ge. I will definitely respect Sister Yu Rong. Jiao Jiao nodded and then softly asked, Kun Ge, Xiao said you have already taken her. Is that true? Did Xiao tell you? Yes, she said that on the first day you were refining salt at Lu County Magistrate's house. She was the one serving you. Would you be unhappy? I wouldn't be. Xiao is my cousin, and I'm the closest to her. I wish Kun Ge would take her, so we can be together for a lifetime, never to be apart. Jiao Jiao laughed. Never to be apart? What about sleeping at night? That is not a problem. I can call Xiao over right now. Jiao Jiao smiled, got out of bed, put on her clothes, and went to call Xiao. Chapter 58. The Lovable Second Cousin. Wow, are you serious? Yi Kun pulled the quilt over himself and started to play dead. Jiao Jiao had already pulled Xiao Yi in, grinning mischievously, and pushed Xiao Yi onto the big bed. Xiao Yi was a bit shy. Cousin, don't. I'm just a maid. You're the young lady. Jiao Jiao laughed, saying, if you behave. The night after tomorrow, I will marry Kun Ge, and I'll take you along. Yi Kun was at a loss for words. Is this how things are done in the Great Ding Kingdom? Another night passed in the endless scenery. Yi Kun snuggled with Xiao Yi, enjoying a lazy sleep. Jiao Jiao was already up, making breakfast and serving Yi Kun. After washing up and having breakfast, Yi Kun took a few guards and a cart to move all the custom-made spinning wheel parts he had brought back. He also bought many gifts for Jian Yurong and Dai Shi, as well as lots of delicious food for his mother, along with 100 pounds of fine salt. Heading straight to Kaomayakan. With the cart, it took just an hour and a half to return home at a leisurely pace. This time, he hadn't been home for 6 or 7 days, and hadn't seen Yurong and Dai Shi. Husband is back, Jian Yurong exclaimed joyfully, standing with Dai Shi. Hands on her hips, greeting, I've seen the husband. Madam, who did you learn these manners from? Yi Kun jumped off the horse, smiling. I've been busy with official duties these past few days. Thank you for your hard work. Dai Shi stepped forward to take the reins. Husband has become a high official, busier than us. Yes, it's a bit tiring. Yi Kun nodded. These past few days, he had been busy with official work during the day and personal matters at night, indeed feeling a bit exhausted. He was already overwhelmed and had neglected Xiao Yan while attending to Jiao Jiao and Xiao Yi last night. Sigh, it's hard to be in 2 places at once. Dai Shi called for Jia Xinghua and Lu Hongyu to hurry up and cook. Yi Kun chatted with his mother for a while, and then went with Jiang Yurong to see the house at Yao Kai Dai's. The house was completely built, inside and out, the floor polished to a mirror-like smoothness. This was thanks to Qin Cho's efforts. Yi Kun estimated that about 40 spinning wheels could be used here. The parts he brought back this time could assemble 15 wheels, but there was still time. After lunch, Yi Kun couldn't rest and had his soldiers move all the parts into the newly built house, then brought in some junior soldiers to assemble the framework. Second cousin, come here. Yi Kun called his second cousin Yuda into the house in the backyard. Yuda smiled. What does brother-in-law want me for? Do you have gifts for me? Yi Kun held Yuda's hand. Brother-in-law is giving himself to you, to accompany you every day. How about that? I don't want that. You want to accompany me every day anyway. Yuda blushed. There will definitely be gifts. I'll bring them to you later. Yi Kun squeezed Yuda's little hand, smiling. I called you here to make you an official. Yuda didn't shy away, letting Yi Kun hold her hand, her eyes wide. Brother-in-law, are you taking me to the county to be an official? I'm a girl. How can I be an official? Yuda had never heard of girls being officials. Going to the county could only mean being an official's wife. Yi Kun found his second cousin even cuter. Lifting her chin, we're going to start mass production of hemp thread. I'll make you the factory director, overseeing everyone's work, and also a technician. If the spinning wheel has minor issues, you can adjust it. Yuda thought for a moment. Brother-in-law, can I really do it? I'm only 15. If brother-in-law says you can, then you definitely can. Yi Kun pulled Yuda, and they assembled one on the spot, then carefully explained the functions of each component, possible issues that might arise, how to adjust them, and daily maintenance. Yuta was smart and had been interning for many days, understanding quickly and nodding repeatedly. Yikun was very satisfied. Now, I'll give you the gift. Guess what it is? Yuta pouted and smiled. How can I guess? Then close your eyes. I'll bring it to you. Brother-in-law, you can't lie. Yuta really closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head back. Her snow-white neck was like a swan S. Yikun admired it for a long time before taking out an embroidered silk belly band from his pocket, semi-transparent, and gently placed it on Yuta's face. Okay, take a look. Yuta opened her eyes, took off the belly band, and immediately blushed, whispering, Brother-in-law, why did you buy this for me? Isn't it nice? Yikun said seriously. Last time your sister said you really like silk belly bands. So I bought you one. Look, it even has mandarin ducks playing in the water. But what? Try it on first. Let me see if it fits. No, I want to let you see. Yuta wasn't fooled, pushed Yikun away, and turned to run. Don't run. Yikun grabbed Yuta's arm. Unexpectedly, Yuta stumbled and fell into Yikun's embrace. Brother-in-law, stop it. Two small pink fists hit him. I'm not messing around. Yikun smiled and said softly, I'll turn around and not look at you. You can change. And I'll look again, okay? Really not looking at me? You can't lie. I promise I won't lie. Don't believe me? Let us make a pinky swear. Okay, I'll trust you this once. Yuta smiled, hiding behind Yikun. Brother-in-law, you can't turn around, or I'll tell sister. Yikun stood straight. I promise not to turn around. Behind him, there was a rustling sound. A minute later, Yuta's cheerful voice came. I'm ready, brother-in-law. Yikun turned around, but didn't notice any change, because the belly band was worn underneath, and there was still a layer of clothing on the outside. Were you wearing it? I didn't see it. You can't see it from the outside. Yuta smiled and quickly lowered her head. Then if you don't let me see, how'd I know if it fits? If it doesn't fit, it might make you sick. It's not good for your health. Then, wait a minute. Yuta blushed, glanced out the window, and pulled Yikun into a corner. Then she unbuttoned her outer garments. The bright little belly band jumped into view. Second sister, this really looks good. Let me see the size. Yikun transformed into a fashion master, commenting on the belly band in front of him. It looks like the size is okay now, but I'm afraid that after a while, it won't be big enough. Second sister, such a beautiful girl like you should wear silk. This feels smooth. It won't hurt your skin. Yuta wouldn't let him see anymore. Quickly put on her clothes and pushed Yikun. Let us go, brother-in-law. Don't tell my sister about this. Why are you in such a hurry? Yikun didn't leave, blocking Yuta in the corner, smiling. Brother-in-law, gave you a belly band? Shouldn't you thank me? Brother-in-law, I already thank you. What you said with your mouth doesn't count. Then how should I thank you? Yuta lowered her head, playing with the braid. Yikun thought for a moment. Act like a puppy, lie on the ground and wag your tail. How about that? You're the puppy. Yuta wasn't fooled, squeezed past Yikun, turned back and smiled. You take me to the county to play one day, and I'll thank you. Chapter 59. Little girl growing up fast. This girl is eating well now and developing quickly. Yikun rubbed his chest, which had been squeezed. Don't worry, second sister. I will definitely take you to the county town to play. At that time, I won't do anything but accompany you to have fun, as much as you want. If I really have time, spending a few days with my lovely second cousin is also a kind of happiness. In the afternoon, all the spinning wheels were debugged, and the stock of hemp thread at home was also moved over. Yikun called everyone for a meeting and said, Tonight, I will recruit workers in the village, calling all the young wives and girls to help. Dai Shi, second cousin, Kai Dai, and Jia Xinghua Lu Hongyu, you are all skilled workers now. And tomorrow you will train the workers. We will officially start production. Everyone looked at the newly built house and the brand new spinning wheels, all very happy. Nodding to each other, Yikun continued. From now on, the spinning workshop will be managed by my second cousin. Since there aren't many spinning wheels and the workshop isn't large, we will definitely need to have night shifts, with 2 shifts of workers alternating between day and night. Second cousin and Jia Xinghua will be in charge during the day. Kai Dai and Lu Hongyu will be responsible for the night. Daishi laughed. What about me? Yikun replied. Daishi, these days, help teach the spinning workers. In the future, you will be responsible for making bean paste. Jiang Yurong tugged at Yikun. Husband, have you forgotten about me? You, Yurong, will come with me to the county town for a drink tomorrow. After we come back, you could just be the big housekeeper. Drink? Jiang Yurong was taken aback. Right, for a wedding feast. Yi Kuan smiled. I will first go find Qin Shou to discuss the recruitment of workers. And I'll talk to you again when I come back tonight. Qin Shou had already bought 3 pigs, preparing to slaughter them tomorrow for the opening. He was worried about not having business and was nervously at home. When he saw Yi Kuan, Qin Shou was overjoyed and exclaimed, County Magistrate, you are back. If you didn't come back, I would have gone to the county to find you. Huihua quickly brewed tea and had her daughter, Xiao Nu, bring it over. Uncle Dala. Oh no, now it's County Magistrate, Uncle. Please have some tea. Xiao Nu mischievously smiled and half-squatted in greeting. Yi Kuan took the teacup and gently rubbed Xiao Nu's nose. Xiao Nu, you're growing up more and more beautifully. Your little face is so chubby. After your father slaughters the pigs, you will definitely become a big fat girl. Be careful not to get married. Xiao Nu was already 16 and had not been promised to anyone. If I can't get married, I'll just stay in Kaomayakan for my whole life. Xiao Nu wasn't worried. Smiling. Our Kaomayakan is the richest now, even wealthier than the county town. Haha, well said. Such a childish remark. If you saw the big house and daily life of Magistrate Liu, you would know what real wealth is. Qin Shou spoke straightforwardly. County Magistrate, I will start slaughtering pigs tomorrow. The unsold pork I will really give to you. I came to talk about this matter. Yi Kuan nodded and said, My spinning workshop is officially opening. Brother Qin, please help me recruit workers in the village. First, find 50 people, including big sisters, young wives, and young girls. Each person will earn 3 copper coins a day, with wages settled every 10 days. There will be 2 meals a day, with meat soup and rice to fill them up. Qin Shou was overjoyed. 50 people? That means I can really sell my pork with 50 people eating every day. 50 people is just temporary. After 10 days, we will add another 50. Yi Kuan nodded and urged Qin Shou to hurry up and finish building the remaining houses. Huihua nudged Qin Shou. Let's not slaughter pigs. Let's help Brother Dala instead. Yi Kuan laughed. No, you can go ahead and slaughter pigs 1 every 2 days. That can be sold. I'm opening a big workshop, and I will need to buy meat and vegetables every day anyway. Qin Shou was excited about slaughtering pigs and went to recruit workers for Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan returned home, washed up, and rested with Yurong. Yurong, are you feeling agile these days? Are you not going to chase me away tonight? After a long separation, Yi Kuan was naturally moved. Tonight, I owe you 7 times. Jiang Yurong smiled and bit her lip, taking on the initiative for the first time. 7 times? Yi Kuan felt a bit flustered. Sigh. I was really foolish back then. How could I deceive this honest person? Now that the honest person is serious, what should I do? Yurong was very gentle, leaning close to Yi Kuan's ear and whispered, Brother Dala, do you know the Duke of Zhou you mentioned? Yi Kuan affectionately paused. Why do you ask this? It's nothing. I just want to make a pair of shoes to give to the Duke of Zhou to thank him. Jiang Yurong hooked her arms around Yi Kuan's neck, exhaling softly. The Duke of Zhou's etiquette is really nice. Yi Kuan almost burst out laughing. After a long time, the couple finished their loving moments, and Yi Kuan thoughtfully wiped Yurong. Then he sat up, lit the oil lamp again, and talked about his matters with Jiao Jiao. Yurong's fingers gently traced circles on Yi Kuan's chest, nodding. Husband, you become an official, of course. You need a few women to attend to you in the county town. Otherwise, who will cook for you and do your laundry? With more women to serve you, I can feel at ease at home. Yurong, you are really good. Yi Kuan was very touched and kissed his wife's forehead. Don't worry, no matter how many women I have. You will always be the elder sister and the biggest one at home. Even if I become an emperor in the future, you will still be the main consort. Brother Dala, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yurong was startled and covered Yi Kuan's mouth. If someone hears us talking like this, we could be in big trouble. Yi Kuan nodded with a smile. We are speaking quietly. No one else can hear us. That won't do either if we get used to it. It will lead to disaster. I want to say it again. Yi Kuan didn't want Jiang Yurong to worry. Jiang Yurong sighed with relief and added, Also, you brought back 100 pounds of salt today. She said it should be stored in jars and buried in the backyard to hide. Otherwise, if someone sees it and reports it to the authorities, we could end up in jail. In the Great Ding Kingdom, there is a regulation that households can only buy a maximum of 2 pounds of salt at a time. Hoarding more than 2 pounds of food salt is against the law. Yi Kuan smiled. Yurong, don't worry about this. I am now an official, and in our Pinji County, Only the county magistrate outranks me. No one dares to arrest me. This is all legal, so rest assured. The agreement with Magistrate Liu is the paperwork. Yikuan didn't care about this little salt. The law against hoarding more than 2 pounds of food salt was just for show, in the current time of chaos. It was basically not enforced anymore. Jiang Yurong nodded and said, I heard that there are bandits again at Shuangya Mountain. Will they come over to take revenge on the overlord? There are bandits again? In a few days, I will deal with them all at once. Yi Kuan snorted and comforted Jiang Yurong. Tomorrow I will have Qin Shou organize a tiger fighting team to patrol day and night to guard against the bandits. After 3 to 5 days, when I have time, I will go take care of those guys. You have to be careful. Fighting can lead to death at any time. This time, I will recruit 500 men, and with just a spit from each person, we can drown those bandits at Shuangya Mountain. Yi Kuan was not worried. The bandits at Shuangya Mountain had just started to regroup and should not be too many. They could easily be dealt with. If it weren't for the wedding night tomorrow, Yi Kuan would have been able to eliminate those rabble in a day. Early the next morning, Yi Kuan called the tiger fighting team members left in the village and instructed, from today onwards, all tiger fighting team members will return to their posts, divided into 2 shifts, patrolling day and night to prevent the bandits from Shuangya Mountain from attacking. The tiger fighting team members, having experienced the recent battle at Sheeping Mountain, were all full of confidence and enthusiasm, shouting, Brother Dala, why bother with all this? Just take us over now, and we will take care of those robbers. The ruthless bandits of Sheeping Mountain have all been wiped out. So what are the small groups of robbers from Shuangya Mountain? Besides, Shuangya Mountain is only 30 miles away from Kaomayakan. If we have a fast horse, we can set out early in the morning, take out the robbers, and still make it back in time for lunch. Chapter 60. Godmother, there is plenty of time ahead. Yi Kuan shook his head. I'm very busy. I haven't had time to deal with the bandits for the past month, so everyone should wait a bit longer. Yi Kuan still wanted to wait a little longer regarding the bandits of Shuangya Mountain. He planned to recruit a new batch of soldiers, provide them with simple training, and then take them to Shuangya Mountain for a real combat training. Only by experiencing bloodshed and the baptism of fire could the new recruits grow rapidly. Otherwise, they would just be cannon fodder on the battlefield later. However, Yi Kuan wouldn't wait a month. At most, he would take action in 10 days. The reason he said he was busy for a month was to deliberately spread the news, allowing the bandits of Shuangya Mountain to continue their carefree life, to avoid alerting them. The members of the Tiger team were quite disappointed to hear that Yi Kuan wouldn't have time for a month. Yi Kuan waved his hand, dismissing everyone to go and organize their defenses. Qin Shou had been recruiting overnight, going door to door to promote the work. The village was buzzing with excitement. The young ladies and wives were so thrilled that they couldn't sleep all night. They would be provided with meals and earned 3 copper coins a day, which felt like a windfall. Early in the morning, there were about 20 to 30 people in front of the spinning workshop, all young ladies and sisters-in-law from the village, chattering and laughing nonstop. When Yi Kuan arrived, he waved his hand and said, Everyone quiet down. Let us register first so we can pay wages later. Everyone nodded and lined up. Yi Kuan registered everyone's names, giving each person a piece of paper to hang on the wall for accounting purposes. Then, he arranged for the workers to undergo training. Kai Dai, Dai Yimei, Jia Xinghua, and Lu Hongyu all participated, teaching everyone how to operate the machinery step by step. The villagers were initially clumsy and unaccustomed to the operations, causing much confusion. After half an hour, they began to get the hang of it. Yi Kuan instructed Dai Yimei, Today is for training the workers. We won T-Star production. We'll assess them tonight. And those who can spin qualified hemp thread will start working tomorrow. Dai Yimei nodded. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll teach everyone well. Yi Kuan also arranged for 2 older women to cook for everyone. Then, he prepared to take his mother and Jiang Yurong to the county town. However, his mother was unwilling and laughed. I'm blind. I want to see anything in the county town, so I want to go. Yurong is the mistress of the house. Just let her go. Yi Kuan had no choice but to agree. Then I'll take Yurong. When I have time in the future, I'll bring Jiao Jiao back to pay respects to you. The gatekeeper and personal guards had already prepared the carriage. Yi Kuan called for San Er and Ping Er to go to the county town together, as Jiao Jiao wanted to see the 2 beggars. San Er and Ping Er had been in Saomiao village for about 10 days, changed into clean clothes, bathed frequently, and with good meals every day. They were now looking quite spirited. Jiang Yurong held the little girl Ping Er in her arms while San Er followed Yi Kuan escorts. Learning how to drive the carriage. Yi Kuan personally drove the carriage, feeling quite happy. Hubby, I'm not even as good as Ping Er. I've never been to the county town, Jiang Yurong said with some worry. What if I embarrass myself in the county town, since I haven't seen much of the world? Yi Kuan laughed. You're the county lieutenant's wife. How could you embarrass yourself? When we get to the county town, I'll accompany you and give you 2 maidservants to ensure you won't embarrass yourself. Jiang Yurong then felt reassured. The carriage arrived at the county town before lunch. The rented house on South Street was named Songjiao Building by Yi Kuan, as it was for Jiao to live in. At this time, Jiao was still busy at the Lianhua Grand Hotel and was not at Songjiao Building. Upon arriving at Songjiao Building, Yi Kuan took the key to open the door and instructed San Er and Ping Er. San Er, Ping Er, go to Jiao's former tavern and tell her that I brought your sister Yurong here and ask her to come over. The 2 children also missed Jiao and ran off in a flash. Yi Kuan sat Jiang Yurong down in a chair, smiling. Sister, sit here and wait for your sister Jiao to come and pay her respects. However, Jiang Yurong pushed Yi Kuan away and whispered with a smile. We're at the toilet. I need to relieve myself. I haven't gotten off the carriage the whole way, and I can't hold it anymore. Yi Kuan intentionally grinned. We're in the city. Is there a toilet? Everyone holds it in until midnight. When they see no one on the street, they just take care of it there. Hubby, stop joking. Jiang Yurong crossed her legs, playfully punching him. If you keep it up, I'll embarrass myself. Only then did Yi Kuan smile and take Jiang Yurong to the outhouse in the backyard, bringing a chamber pot. Sister Yurong, I'll attend to you. Jiang Yurong really couldn't hold it anymore, took off her clothes, sat down, and covered her face, saying, Hubby, you go out. What kind of situation is this? Yi Kuan deliberately refused to leave. It's strange. You're not shy when sleeping together, but you're embarrassed to relieve yourself? You rogue. Jiang Yurong covered her face and said with her head down, It's all your fault. When I was still a girl, I could hold it in. Am I to blame for last night? Last night, you were the one on top, Yi Kuan teased. You also said if I keep talking about it, I'll go back to Saomiao village and ignore you. Jiang Yurong's face turned red. All right, I won't say anything. Yi Kuan grinned, turned around, and brought a basin of water for Jiang Yurong to wash her hands. After washing her hands, Jiang Yurong whispered with a smile, The city has so many customs. After using the toilet, you have to wash your hands, Yi Kuan replied earnestly. In the city, there are also customs. The husband and wife should have relations 10 times a night. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Yurong rolled her eyes. How is that nonsense? In the countryside, it's 7 times. In the city, it must be 10 times. City people don't farm, so they have more time. Then won't you be exhausted in the city? While the couple was joking, Jiao hurriedly arrived, followed by Qiao Yun and Tian Shaoyi. Last time, Yi Kuan had also brought Jiao back to Saomiao village for a night, so Jiao knew Yurong, and Yurong knew Jiao. Sister Yurong, Jiao pays her respects to you. Upon meeting, Jiao immediately knelt down. Sister, I'll be your maid from now on. You can scold or hit me as you like. Jiao will listen to you. Xiao Yun and Tian Shaoyi also knelt down together. Jiang Yurong panicked and hurriedly said, Get up, everyone get up with you here in the city taking care of my husband. I feel at ease. After some polite exchanges, Jiao and the others finally stood up. Jiang Yurong thought for a moment. Tonight, my husband and Jiao will consummate their marriage. I think this house needs some more decorations, or it will look too plain and not festive enough. Xiao Yun and Shaoyi, can you take me out to see the street? It's my first time in the county town, and I'm not familiar with it. Xiao Yun and Shaoyi eagerly nodded. Yi Kuan said, Yurong, let us eat first. After the meal, let Godmother take us to buy things. Godmother? Who is she? She is an older woman next to our tavern, very kind-hearted. Yi Kuan pulled Jiang Yurong to sit down, letting Xiao Yun and Shaoyi go to the tavern to fetch dishes and wine, and also invite Wang Godmother over. Xiao Yun and Shaoyi took San Er and Ping Er to the tavern to fetch dishes. Jiao stayed here to attend to Jiang Yurong, being very gentle and considerate. In no time, Wang Godmother arrived. After getting acquainted, Wang Godmother took Jiang Yurong's hand. Our county lieutenant really has good taste. How fortunate he is to have such a dignified and virtuous wife. Jiao Jiao can't compare to you. Many noble ladies in the city, I see, are not as impressive as you. Wang godmother was an expert in knitting and often repaired silk and satin for noble ladies. Having seen many grand occasions and knowing how to speak, Jiang Yurong was a simple country girl, not Wang godmother's match. She was flattered and shy, smiling. Godmother, my husband relies on your care in the city. No, it's all thanks to the county lieutenant's care for me. Wang godmother smiled and arranged for everyone to take their seats. Yi Kuan and Jiang Yurong sat first. Qiao Yin took the bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Yi served the dishes. And Jiao personally poured the wine. Jiang Yurong welcomed everyone to sit down, including San Er and Ping Er. Just as they were about to eat, Ma Fugui also arrived, respectfully bowing to Jiang Yurong. Little old man Ma Fugui, greetings to the lady of the family. Yurong knew that this was Jiao's father and hurriedly returned the greeting. After Ma Fugui exchanged pleasantries, he took his leave, going to manage the tavern business. Seeing that everyone respected him, Jiang Yurong felt very happy. The meal was enjoyed in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Qiao Yun and Xiao Yi had never met Jiang Yurong before. Before they met, they thought she would be as fierce as the county magistrate's wife, feeling a bit anxious. Now, seeing Jiang Yurong being amiable and generous, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After the meal, Qiao Yun fetched water to wash Jiang Yurong's face and hands. Jiao poured hot tea and placed it in front of Jiang Yurong. However, Wang Ganma called for Yi Kuan. County Lieutenant, come over here, let's discuss. Yi Kuan nodded and followed Wang Ganma into the bedroom. Song Jiao building was a courtyard with east and west bedrooms, east and west wing rooms, and a kitchen and storage room at the back. Wang Ganma invited Yi Kuan into the west bedroom, smiling. County Lieutenant, how do you plan to arrange it? And how much silver will it cost? Yi Kuan smiled. It's too late to arrange it now, since we are consummating tonight. Ganma, let's just do it casually. Who says it's too late? Wang Ganma laughed. A few days ago, Ma Fugui gave me a tale of silver to buy things, and I've already bought everything and stored at my house. Old Ma wants to make his daughter's wedding a bit more festive. Yi Kuan was taken aback and bowed. Thank you, Ganma. You really have a good heart. Wang Ganma counted on her fingers, telling Yi Kuan what she had bought. Yi Kuan thought for a moment and said with a smile, Ganma, let's arrange the east bedroom as well, so both sides are the same. Wang Ganma was puzzled. Arrange the east side too for whom? For Yurong. Yi Kuan sighed. When I married Yurong, we were very poor, and the wedding room had no decorations. If Jiao's room is decorated too nicely tonight, I fear Yurong will feel sad. Oh, County Lieutenant, truly considerate. Wang Ganma praised. Any woman who can be the county lieutenant's wife is indeed blessed. Yi Kuan smiled. Ganma, you are so beautiful. Your previous husband must have been very considerate toward you too, right? Wang Ganma was a widow, actually only 36 years old. She was indeed beautiful, looking like a virtuous wife and good mother. In later generations, she would be quite a heartthrob. You were joking about me, County Lieutenant. Wang Ganma, who had also drunk wine at noon, blushed. In my youth, my husband and I were indeed affectionate. But he passed away, and I have grown old. So I can only watch you young people and feel happy for you in my heart. Who says you're old? Yi Kuan said with a smile. With your appearance, not a single white hair on your head, and not a wrinkle on your face, you look no more than 20. Wang Ganma felt shy and laughed softly. You flatter me, my lord. I will have to drink 2 more bowls of wine tonight. Don't worry, Ganma. After we consummate the marriage, I will definitely thank you properly. We have plenty of time ahead. Yi Kuan nodded with a smile. Wang Ganma replied. Then I will first accompany the county lieutenant's wife, and then go buy some more things. I will go too. Yi Kuan nodded and called Jiang Yurong to go shopping together. Mainly because it was Yurong's first time in the county town, she was unfamiliar with the place. And Yi Kuan was worried that she would feel uncomfortable. He felt at ease only by personally accompanying her. Chapter 61. The Order of 7 Kills. In the afternoon, there weren't many people on the street. However, the tea houses and inns were still bustling with activity. Jiang Yurong saw the young women soliciting customers in front of the tea houses, and her face flushed as she whispered, How can there be such people? That's just how it is in the city. All kinds of people exist. Yi Kuan said with a wry smile. But don't the officials do something about it? Well, The officials don't interfere, Yi coincide. The Great Ding Kingdom is quite strange. Selling salt is punishable by death, yet opening tea houses and inns on the street is protected. Many of the girls in the tea houses are victims of trafficking, which is truly pitiful. Jiang Yurong lowered her head and hurried past the entrance of the tea house. Ahead were shops selling cloth and various miscellaneous items, which looked much cleaner. Jiang Yurong breathed a sigh of relief and began selecting red silk and red candles with Aunt Wang. The candles in the Great Ding Kingdom are made from beeswax and dyed with safflower juice, giving them a festive appearance. There are also finished wooden boxes, dressing tables, and so on. Half an hour later, the shopping was complete. Yi Kun took the small items with him and had the shopkeeper send the wooden boxes and dressing tables to his room to start decorating. The items Aunt Wang bought were also delivered. Red lanterns were hung at the entrance, and red silk was woven into big red flowers to hang in the room. Aunt Wang was quick and busy, bending and bustling about without a moment's rest. Yi Kun pointed at Aunt Wang and smiled at Jiang Yurong. Yurong, guess how old Aunt Wang is this year? Jiang Yurong thought for a moment. 25, right? Aunt Wang laughed and turned around. Young lady is teasing me. I'm 36 this year. Yi Kun said, Aunt Wang takes good care of herself. You really look only 25. Jiang Yurong also laughed. Yes, Aunt Wang. Since you're in the city, you don't get much sun, so you really look very young, like a young bride. Aunt Wang beamed and pushed Jiang Yurong. Young lady, don't tease me. Come, see a new room. My new room? Jiang Yurong was taken aback. Yi Kun nodded and led Jiang Yurong to the east wing. Yurong, when we got married, we had nothing, and I made you suffer. Now, I prepared a room for you in the city as a way to make it up to you. You can come and stay as long as you like in the future. Aunt Wang smiled. Look, young lady, how thoughtful your husband is. He knows your needs, which is worth more than 1,000 gold taels. Husband, you're so good to me. Thank you, Jiang Yurong said, moved to tears. Yurong, this is what you deserve. Yi Kun, forgetting himself for a moment, pulled her into his arms. Jiang Yurong was startled and pushed Yi Kun away, scolding. Aunt Wang is still here. Young lady, don't be shy. I'm blind with my eyes open. I see nothing. Aunt Wang chuckled and slipped away. Night fell quickly. The lantern tower was brightly lit and festive. In the bedrooms on both sides, red silk cloth was cut into double happiness symbols and pasted above the beds. This double happiness was Yi Kun's handiwork, as decorating wedding rooms in the Great Ding Kingdom didn't yet involve pasting double happiness symbols. At this time, there was also no red paper to cut them out. Only Yi Kun was extravagant enough to cut the red silk cloth, which made Jiang Yurong and Zhao Zhao feel both pained and delighted. After the wedding ceremony, everyone enjoyed the wedding feast and sent the newlyweds into the bridal chamber. However, Yi Kun slipped out again and entered Jiang Yurong's room. Husband, why are you coming in my room when you're supposed to consummate your marriage with Zhao Zhao tonight? You are the young lady. Tonight, I'll accompany you. Yi Kun embraced Jiang Yurong. Forget about Zhao Zhao. Let her stay alone. Actually, Yi Kun felt guilty because now that he had become the county lieutenant, he would certainly spend a lot of time in the county. Jiang Yurong, who would remain in the countryside, could not accompany him for long. After all, she was the one who shared hardships with him. Jiang Yurong pushed Yi Kun playfully. Stop messing around, big brother Kun Gu, county lieutenant. Tonight is Zhao Zhao's night, not mine. You're also a bride, and you'll always be my bride. Yi Kun insisted, shamelessly climbing onto the bed. Jiang Yurong was worn down and finally relented, whispering, all right, stop it, I'll listen to you, but then you must go back. Don't neglect Zhao Zhao. In the middle of the night, Yi Kun was still kicked out and went to Zhao Zhao's room. Zhao Zhao was still awake and had hot tea ready for Yi Kun. Zhao Zhao, you're not angry, right? Yi Kun explained, Yurong will return in a day or two, and I probably won't have much time to accompany her in the future, so I wanted to chat with her a bit. Kun Gu, how could I be angry? You should spend more time with Sister Yurong, Zhao Zhao said. Her soft lips pressed against his, gentle like a warm spring. The next morning, they all got up. Zhao Zhao shyly smiled and greeted Jiang Yurong, presenting her with tea. Jiang Yurong accepted the tea, glancing at Yi Kun and Zhao Zhao, and smiled. Did you sleep well last night? Yi Kun clasped his fist in salute. Not bad. How about you, my lady? Last night, a mouse came in, and I didn't fall asleep until midnight. Jiang Yurong rolled her eyes, prepare the carriage. I'm taking Sanner and Pinger back home this afternoon. Yi Kun chuckled. My lady, don't rush. I have to attend to official business today. You stay another night, and we'll go home together tomorrow. After breakfast, Yi Kun called Jiang Yurong to the carriage, and Xiao Yun and Xiao followed closely as they headed to the military camp. Jiang Yurong also wanted to see where Yi Kun worked as an official. Upon entering the military camp and seeing the parade ground, Jiang Yurong exclaimed, "Husband, this place is so big." The parade ground was only about 4 to 5 acres, which was not very large. Not large, actually. I was planning to expand it a bit, Yi Kun said as he arranged for Jiang Yurong to stay at the cleanest barracks and changed in a military uniform, sword in hand, to begin roll call. In these 2 days, they had recruited 200 new soldiers. Some came for the 200 won copper coins. The governor's order was to recruit 500 new soldiers within a month. It seemed now that this wouldn't be a problem. The new soldiers stood straight as Yi Kun addressed them. He reiterated military discipline and issued the Great Ding Kingdom's order of 7 kills. Anyone who harms their comrades will be executed without mercy. Anyone who retreats in battle will be executed without mercy. Anyone who causes chaos in the camp will be executed without mercy. Anyone who neglects military matters will be executed without mercy. Anyone who disobeys orders will be executed without mercy. Anyone who colludes with the enemy and betrays the country will be executed without mercy. Anyone who disturbs the common people will be executed without mercy. The new soldiers all stood upright and responded in unison, yes. Jiang Yurong watched from a distance, her gaze filled with admiration for Yi Kun. This was the first time she had seen her husband in military uniform commanding the whole place. Yi Kun also selected several squad leaders and instructed the original squad leaders to train them, saying, "Once you enter my camp, you are my brothers. From now on, we will intensify training and prepare for battle. I, the county lieutenant, will find time to train with you all." After the speech, Yi Kun took Jiang Yurong back for lunch. Jiang Yurong smiled. "Husband, so you're so impressive, with so many subordinates. Now, I'm not afraid of the bandits at Shuangyao Mountain anymore. The bandits at Shuangyao Mountain are certainly not worth mentioning." Yi Kun shook his head. "But with this little number, once on a large battlefield, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps. Wait until I become a general with 100,000 men. It will be considered a lot. Husband, you are so capable. You will definitely become a great general in the future," Jiang Yurong said happily. Chapter 62. Flavorful. Old couple. Yi Kun nodded. "Good. I will work hard to make my wife the wife of a general." After lunch, Yi Kun let Jiang Yurong rest at home, while Xiao Yun and Xiao Yi were responsible for attending to her. He went to the military camp to organize the troops. From now on, you must absolutely obey orders. Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. Yi Kun, filled with killing intent, after giving his speech, changed into a set of short clothes and demonstrated enemy capture techniques, military exercises, dagger drills, and bayonet combat skills. He also showcased tactical movements such as forward rolls, backward rolls, side rolls, crawling, and overcoming obstacles. These skills were all genuine techniques Yi Kun had learned during his reserve training. Although there were no bayonets here, using long spears had a similar effect. Wang Bao and Zhu Dachun were both dumbfounded, looking at him with admiration. "Lord Yi, you know so much? That's amazing. We thought you were just a weak scholar." In the last battle at Sheeping Mountain, it was basically just archery. Yi Kun had not shown his combat abilities and individual soldier training, so everyone thought he was only good with bows and arrows. They didn't expect him to be versatile. Yi Kun gathered all the soldiers and shouted, "There is still much for you to learn, and I will teach you slowly. If you learn, you can kill enemies and save your lives on the battlefield. If you don't learn, you'll be sending yourselves to death on the battlefield." In the last anti-bandit operation at Sheeping Mountain, our army lost 2 men and had 5 lightly injured, while eliminating over 200 ruthless bandits. That is combat effectiveness. That is combat experience. Old soldiers and new recruits were all intimidated by Yi Kun and shouted in unison, "We listen to Lord Yi." Yi Kun nodded and asked Zhu Dachun to stay behind to continue training the soldiers. He took Wang Bao into the barracks to start formulating a training plan. The first step was to train formations, organize internal affairs, and hone their willpower. The second step was daily morning and evening runs, push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps to improve their physical strength and fitness. The third step was to learn individual combat tactics, learn to use bows and crossbows, and learn to ride warhorses. Wang Bao was very impressed. Lord Yi, your training methods are different from those of Lord Shangwan before. Lord Shangwan only trained us to use knives, guns, and bows, but never taught us these things. Yi Kuan nodded. The new recruits we have recruited are all our comrades. If they learn a bit more, they will have a better chance of survival on the battlefield. The military recruits of the Dating Kingdom had poor combat effectiveness. If training is scientific, maintaining intensity, and ensuring equipment and logistics, a troop of 500 can be unstoppable in small-scale battles. After formulating the training plan, Yi Kuan returned to the south of the city, accompanied Zhang Yurong to see their 2 large taverns, and then visited other places in the county town to buy some rare items that were not available in the countryside. After all, it was Zhang Yurong's first time in the county town. Jiao Jiao knew that Zhang Yurong would be going back tomorrow and arrange a table full of delicious dishes to send her off. Wang Ganma accompanied them, and everyone chatted and laughed. After dinner, Yi Kuan took Zhang Yurong to send Wang Ganma home. Upon entering the door, Wang Ganma invited Yi Kuan and his wife to sit down and made tea. Yi Kuan smiled. Ganma, your needlework is the best in the county. I would like to ask you to help make a silk lawn dress for Yurong. In our countryside, you can't find such good craftsmanship. Zhang Yurong was startled and waved her hand. Husband, don't spend so much. I'm just a country girl. What do I need a silk lawn dress for? A silk lawn dress costs several taels of silver. In the entire Kaomayakan, only old Master Zhou has a black silk long gown, which he only wears to meet distinguished guests. Yurong, this is my heartfelt wish. It must be made, Yi Kuan insisted. Wang Ganma smiled. Silk is meant to be sold to beautiful ladies like the madam. You are the wife of the county lieutenant. Don't say one set. Even 3 to 5 sets of silk, with servants and a grand carriage. What's the big deal? Yi Kuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Exactly, I'm the county lieutenant. And my wife doesn't even have silk. Wouldn't that make the whole county laugh at me? Zhang Yurong had no choice but to smile wryly well. Okay then. Wang Ganma brought out a measuring tape and measured Zhang Yurong, continuously praising her figure. When they got married, Zhang Yurong was a bit thin. Now, after a month, and under the nourishment of love, she was quite different, with the right places being fuller and the slender parts being slim. Back at Sangjiao Tower, Yi Kuan stayed with Zhang Yurong. Zhang Yurong, worried that Jiao Jiao might feel wronged, smiled. Go accompany Sister Jiao Jiao. We are an old married couple now. Old married couple, that's what makes it flavorful, Yi Kuan said and refused to leave, lying down in bed. Zhang Yurong couldn't drive Yi Kuan away, so she blew out the lamp and lay down, wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering and laughing. After I leave, husband, don't go to the brothels. Why not go? There's everything at home. Why waste money? What you said is right. I will remember it. But tonight, let's change things up a bit. Another night of warmth and sweetness followed. In the morning, Zhang Yurong seemed a bit lazy but very happy and satisfied. Yi Kuan instructed his personal soldiers to move the completed spinning wheel parts onto the cart, then accompanied Zhang Yurong for breakfast, and called Sanner and Ping'er to go home together. In the past 2 days, several carpentry workshops had worked overtime to produce 5 spinning wheels. In Kaomayakan, Yi Kuan's spinning workshop was bustling. The workers had already been trained and were producing hemp thread continuously. Jiang Yubao brought Jiang Laowu and others to deliver hemp silk, and then took the hemp thread to the county town for sale, without needing Yi Kuan to worry. The products were good, and the prices were appropriate, so selling them was not a problem. If sold to other places, the profits would be even greater. But Yi Kuan wasn't interested in making small profits. He just wanted to grow the business. Yi Kuan went to the workshop to check and assemble the new spinning wheels. Brother-in-law, in the past 2 days, we have produced over 5,000 pounds of hemp silk, and the stock at home is almost running out. His second sister-in-law happily reported to Yi Kuan. Second sister is really capable. Yi Kuan patted Yud's head. The big hemp silk bosses in the city have stocked up on 100,000 pounds of hemp silk. I have already contacted them. Your brother will go sell the hemp thread tomorrow and will bring back a large amount of hemp silk. You touched my head again. Yud squinted and smiled. I'm not a little kid anymore. Yeah, second sister has grown up a lot, Yi Kuan said, looking at his second sister-in-law with interest. You are now my big factory manager, and I want to raise your salary. Yid tilted her head. How much salary will you raise? Yikuin thought for a moment. We can calculate 33 copper coins a day. How about that? So much a day? Brother-in-law is lying to me, right? Yid didn't believe it and started counting on her fingers. 33 a day. How much is that in a month? A month has 30 days. That's one tael of silver. Huh. Silly girl. Yikuin pinched Yid's little face. Stop it. Pinching my face. A little fist came at him. Just at that warm moment, a voice scolded the workers from the workshop ahead, sounding fierce. Yikuin frowned slightly and asked Yid, why is Tsaidi so fierce? They are all workers from the village. Isn't that bad? This little brat. I don't know what's wrong with her. Her temper has been really bad these past 2 days, and she speaks to me with a straight face. It stuck out her tongue. Then she must be punished. How dare she give the concubine a straight face? Brother-in-law is talking nonsense. Who is the concubine? Yid's face turned red. You're my second sister-in-law, just like a wife. Yikuin pinched Yid's shoulder. Go check on the workshop and ask Tsaidi to come over. Yid nodded and went to supervise the work in the workshop, sending Tsaidi to the back room. Yao Tsaidi, pouting, entered the room, looking down and not saying a word. Yikuin stopped his work and asked, what's wrong, Tsaidi? Who offended you? No, I'm just not happy. You don't need to worry about me. Suddenly, Kaidai's eyes turned red, and she began to sob. Chapter 63, The Little Girl, is mature. Yikuin looked at Tsaidi's face. What's wrong, Tsaidi? Just tell me if you have something to say. I don't want you to care. After all, I'm an orphan, and no one cares about me. I have no home, no siblings, no parents. I'm just a wild child, and no one likes me. Tsaidi cried even harder, her shoulders shaking. I understand now. Yikuin nodded, squeezing Tsaidi's shoulders. Close your eyes. I'll show you a magic trick, and you'll be happy. I'm not happy. I don't want you to do magic. The little girl still pouted, but she closed her eyes. Yikuin smiled and shook his head, pulling out a silk-embroidered belly band from his pocket and placing it in Tsaidi's hands. It was embroidered with red flowers, a pair of lotus flowers, and 2 colorful butterflies fluttering around. In the county town, there were no finished clothes, but there were finished belly bands, silk headscarves, sweat towels, handkerchiefs, and other small garments. Knowing that Tsaidi was a little jealous when he bought a belly band for his second cousin last time, Yikuin also bought one for Tsaidi, but forgot to give it to her. Big brother, is this for me? Tsaidi opened her eyes and saw the belly band in her hands, immediately breaking into a smile. Big brother, I thought you forgot about me, so you threw a tantrum and took it out on the workers, right? Yikuin pinched Tsaidi's little face. If you want something, just tell me. I'm not going to deny you. If you throw another tantrum next time, I'll spank you. Big brother, if you want to hit me, go ahead. I won't run away. Tsaidi smiled happily, holding the belly band tightly and trying it on in front of her chest. Your name is Tsaidi. So I specially chose this for you, with 2 little butterflies on it. Do you like it? I love it so much, big brother. Tsaidi nodded repeatedly, then suddenly threw herself into Yikuin's arms and whispered, Big brother, you said that when I get plump, you'll take me as a concubine. I've gained weight now. I have flesh on me. See for yourself. Silly girl, that's just nonsense Chincho, and the other said. I never said that. Yikuin couldn't help but laugh, rubbing the back of Tsaidi's head. I see you as my sister. When you grow up, I'll find you a good husband. Actually, this was something Jiang Yurong said, and Tsaidi took it seriously. No, I don't want to be your sister, and I don't want you to find me a husband. Tsaidi's eyes turned red again as she twisted in Yikuin's arms. I want to be your concubine. If you chase me away, I'll die. The little girl wasn't stupid. Where could she find a better husband than in Yikuin's family? Moreover, Cody Trali loikid Yikuin. Handsome, gentle, and doesn't hit his wife. In Tsaidi's heart, she had long considered herself Yikuin's woman, always ready. Look, you're throwing a tantrum again, aren't you? Yikuin had no choice but to pat Tsaidi's back. You're still young. There are some things you don't understand. When I have time, we'll have a good talk. By the way, you'll get a monthly allowance of 1 or 2 silver coins, just like Yid, or else the little girl will start crying again. Big brother cares about me, so I won't cry anymore. Tsaidi chuckled, raising her face and asking, Big brother, will you take me to the county town to play in the future? Yikuin pinched Tsaidi's little nose, of course, but you still need to grow a bit more. I've already grown. I have flesh now. This little bit of flesh isn't enough for me to eat. Yikuin laughed and gave Tsaidi a pat. Go work now. Saidi suddenly stood on her toes and kissed Yi Kun on the cheek before turning and running away. This little girl is a bit too mature. Yi Kun touched his face, smiled wryly, and continued assembling the spinning wheel. After dinner, Yi Kun chatted with his mother for a bit and prepared to sleep. Yi had just gotten off work and seized the opportunity to secretly ask Yi Kun, brother-in-law, what happened at Saidi today? Just a little girl throwing a tantrum, but she has been coaxed. How did you coax her, brother-in-law? His second cousin asked with a sly smile. Do you want to know? Yi Kun held on to Yud's hand and smiled. If the little girl doesn't behave, she gets a spanking. A few more spanks will do the trick. Second sister, if you throw a tantrum in the future, I'll spank you too. And I'll do it hard. Are you scared? I'm not throwing a tantrum. Why would you hit me? The second cousin pushed Yi Kun away, laughing as she ran off. That night, Yi Kun was chased away by Jiang Yurong and went to stay in Daishi's room. Daishi helped Yi Kun wash his feet and said with a smile, Big brother rarely comes back. Why don't you spend time with Sister Yurong? I missed you. Is that not okay? Yi Kun picked Daishi up and kissed her. Why are you still so thin? Daishi, don't tire yourself too much in the future. Eat more and rest more. I've gained some weight since marrying you. Big brother, do you like me a bit plumper? Of course. I like you a bit plumper. The plumper you are, the better for us to have children. If you gain weight, the children will have milk to drink. Yurong is an older sister. She should be having children from Mr. Yurong. It's all the same for any husband. Yi Kun hadn't been close to Daishi for many days, and his affection inevitably overflowed. Tonight, let us work hard. Who knows? You might be pregnant by tomorrow. You work hard. I'll give you twins. Daishi was also tender and sweet, her warm body wrapping around him. The next morning, Yi Kun said goodbye to his family and headed to the county town. There were many matters to attend to in the county. Opening mountains, training troops, recruiting soldiers, all of which needed Yi Kun's attention. First, he went to the military camp to check on the training situation. Then, Yi Kun took his personal guards to inspect the area at the foot of Sheeping Mountain. The mountain opening project had been ongoing for 3 days. On that crucial road, 3 caves had been opened, each large enough to accommodate 10 people. If the caves were expanded a bit more, they could pass carts through. A considerable amount of stone had also been quarried and transported to the hillside. However, everyone was puzzled as to why they were going through the trouble of sending the quarried rubble to the hillside. Wouldn't it be easier to just dump it off the cliff by the roadside? Yi Kun was very satisfied with those limestone. The next step was to open a kiln to burn lime. However, before burning lime, they needed to prepare charcoal, as charcoal was the fuel required to produce quality lime. Back at the military camp in the county town, Yi Kun used his soldiers to offer a substantial reward to find local kiln workers and prepare for the lime-burning talent. Yi Kun was busy all day. In the evening, just as he was about to return to Zhangjiao Tower to relive old memories with Jiao Jiao, he unexpectedly encountered Lu County Magistrate's brother-in-law, Ho Chi, who wanted to invite Yi Kun for a drink. This guy had previously played a trick and was beaten a few times. He was recently recovering from his injuries. Yi Kun couldn't refuse, so he bought a gift and went to Ho Chi's home for drinks. Just as they sat down, a maid came in to report that Lu County Magistrate's wife, Ho Chi's sister, had arrived. Ho Chi stood up and invited his sister, Ms. Ho, into the inner hall. Yi Kun also stood up, clasped his hands in greeting. I didn't know Madam was here. Please forgive my rudeness. Oh, so it's Lord Yi here too? Ms. Ho seemed very happy, her beautiful eyes sparkling. I came to see my brother-in-law, but I didn't expect to meet Lord Yi. What a coincidence. Coincidence? Yi Kun felt that this encounter seemed to be deliberately arranged by Ms. Ho. Could it be that last time? The responses of the 2 trial marriage maidens satisfied Lu Madam, and she wanted to betroth her daughter, Yuan, to him. So, Yi Kun smiled and said, Indeed. Seeing Madam S. Grace again, it truly is a coincidence. I wonder when Lord Lu will return. It had been about 2 or 3 days. The Dog County Magistrate should be back soon. A fast horse carried news that Lord Lu might take a few more days to return. Lu Madam, Ms. Ho, invited Yi Kun to take a seat and said with glimmering eyes, with Lord Lu away, the county's affairs will still require Lord Yi to work hard. Madam, don't worry. It's my duty to help. Yi Kun also sat down. Ho Chi poured wine, and the 3 began to drink lightly. After a few cups, Madame Lu's face blossomed with spring, her smile charming. Yi Kun raised his glass, and casually asked, "Madam, why isn't Miss Yuan accompanying you? Yuan doesn't like to go out." Madame Lu smiled meaningfully and continued, "However, Yuan really liked the poem you wrote last time, and she said you were an interesting person." "Interesting? Indeed interesting," Yikuin said excitedly. "I'm just an amateur with shallow learning. Those few lines I made up are rarely praised by Miss Yuan. Truly a joy." Madame Lu nodded and gave a knowing glance to Ho Chi. Ho Chi immediately stood up and said with a smile, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Please excuse me. Lord Yi, please drink a few more cups with my sister." Chapter 64. What does it mean? Brother Qi, please. Yikuin's heart skipped a beat. What does this brother and sister mean? Ho Chi took his leave and closed the door behind him. Yikuin sat down again and poured wine from Madame Lu. "Madam, last time when we dealt with the bandits at Sheeping Mountain to stabilize the morale of the troops, we staged a feigned injury, and Brother Qi suffered losses. I am terrified, and I ask for your forgiveness. Sir Yi, you may not know." Madame Lu gently pressed Yi Kuin's hand and chuckled softly. "Brother Qi is not a legitimate son. He was born from my father's concubine. He was beaten, so what? Sir Yi need not worry." "What the heck? Is this already getting physical?" Yi Kuin didn't dare to move. "Madam cares so much for me. I will certainly repay you wholeheartedly in the future, no matter the cost." Madame Lu was only in her early 30s, with a charming face, well-maintained. However, she was alluring and perceptive. Madame Lu withdrew her hand, smiling slightly. "Sir Yi, what do you think of my daughter Yuan?" "Yuan?" Yi Kuin said solemnly. "Miss Yuan is like a celestial being from heaven. I, an ordinary man, would consider myself fortunate to even catch a glimpse of her." Madame Lu nodded with a smile. "So Sir Yi has Yuan in his heart as well." "This." Yi Kuin stood up and bowed deeply. "I am just a commoner, and I dare not have delusions or be presumptuous towards the young lady." "Who said you were just a commoner?" "Sir Yi, please sit and talk." Madame Lu also stood up, supporting Yi Kuin's shoulder and gently squeezing it. Yi Kuin sat down obediently. Madame Lu raised her glass and clinked it with Yi Kuin's, smiling. "In the county office, everything is decided by Lord Lu. However, in my house, I make the decisions regarding all matters, big or small, including Yuejuan's marriage. This signal is very clear." Yi Kuin poured wine from Madame Lu. "The county magistrate's wife is beautiful and capable, naturally a virtuous partner for Lord Lu. Lord Lu has great respect for his wife." "What respect?" Madame Lu rolled her eyes at Yi Kuin and said softly, "Lu Zhongyu, that old turtle, is just afraid of me." "This." Yi Kuin didn't know how to respond. Lu Zhongyu is the name of the county magistrate. Madame Lu actually called him an old turtle. It seems their relationship isn't very good. "This venison is quite good. It nourishes the body, so you should eat more." Madame Lu helped Yi Kuin with some food, then sighed. "I know Sir Yi has feelings for Yuan, but Lu Zhongyu will not agree. After all, you already have a wife." Yi Kuin feigned panic. "I only respect Miss Yuan and dare not have any improper thoughts. Just thinking about it is harmless." Madame Lu stared at Yi Kuin, her eyes somewhat hazy. "Sir Yi, I actually think you are quite good and worthy of Yuan. However, I still need to think of a way slowly." "Thank you, madam." Yi Kuin stopped pretending and said softly, "If madam helps, Yi Kuin will forever remember this great kindness. But how do you plan to thank me?" Madame Lu leaned closer. "Whatever madam says about how to thank, that's how it will be." Yi Kuin reached out to support and wrapped his arms around Madame Lu's slim waist. Then, he raised his wine glass and brought it to Madame Lu's lips. "If the county magistrate's wife does not mind, please drink this glass." With the other party's intention so clear, why should Yi Kuin pretend to be confused? As long as he wins over Madame Lu, it would greatly benefit Yi Kuin's future actions. Who knows, he might even be able to seize all of County Magistrate Lu Zhongyu's wealth. That dog magistrate is much wealthier than the ruthless Sheeping Mountain Xiong. Sir Yi is indeed an interesting person. Madame Lu's eyes sparkled, taking a sip of wine, then raised her own glass to Yi Kuin's lips. "Let me return the favor." "Thank you, madam." Yi Kuin drank it all in one go, praising. "The cup used by madam is so fragrant." Madame Lu chuckled, straightened up, and held Yi Kuin's hand. "A few days ago, I had 2 maidservants attend to Sir Yi. Were you satisfied? Those young maids don't know much." "Madam, let me toast you again." Yi Kuin smiled and poured more wine. Madame Lu touched the wine cup, shaking her head and laughing. This wine is cold. I won't drink it. Sir Yi, please warm it up for me, and I'll take a sip. This. Yi Kun looked around. There was no stove here, so he stood up and laughed. I'll go call a maid. It's just a sip of wine, why bother? Madame Lu pulled Yi Kun to sit down, raised her cup, and laughed softly. Sir Yi, take a sip, warm it in your mouth, and then feed it to me. Oh, really playful. Yi Kun finally realized and took a sip of wine, leaning closer. So fragrant. Madame Lu, with hazy eyes, took a sip and then returned the favor, wrapping her arms around Yi Kun's neck. Sir Yi, don't drink anymore. I'm afraid you'll get drunk. No, I'm drunk. You help me to the inner room. I need to lie down for a bit. As you command. Yi Kun wrapped his arms around Madame Lu's waist and carried her into the inner room, laying her on the big bed. Madam, loosening your clothes will make you feel more comfortable. Then you help me. My hands and feet are all weak. Of course, I will help you. Yi Kun is a subordinate. Serving the county magistrate's wife is expected, right? It's a bit cold. The cold wine in my stomach needs to be warmed up. Madam, rest assured, I will arrange it for you. In the bedroom, whispers and soft laughter continued. Ho Chi waited outside, locked the back door, and personally stood guard, prohibiting family members and maidservants from entering the backyard. This guy relies on his sister Ho for a living. He dares not disobey his sister's orders. Inviting Yi Kun for drinks tonight is also his sister's intention. Inside, it gradually returned to calm. Madame Lu looked radiant, seeming years younger, gazing at Yi Kun's face. She smiled. Sir Yi is young, with both literary and military talents. Your future is boundless. I am foolish, and I will need Madame's guidance in the future. I'm just afraid that over time, you'll find me too talkative. Madame Lu giggled. Madame is in her prime. How could she be old? Yi Kun smiled and asked again, by the way, what is Madame's maiden name? When I return, I will set up a longevity tablet for Madame and worship it morning and night. Actually, Madame Lu is really not old, just 32. But in those years, everyone married early. Madame Lu chuckled. Remember, I am called Rushue. Rushue is indeed a fitting name, like white snow. Yi Kun cooperated and asked, I will write a longevity tablet when I return and worship it morning and night. Nonsense. Rushue shook her head and laughed. Lu Zhongyu, that old turtle, will throw you into prison if he sees the longevity tablet. Chapter 65, Priceless. Then I won't write it. I'll keep the Changsheng token in my heart. Others can't see it, Yi Kun said with a smile. Master Yi, you really know how to speak. Rushue smiled and said softly, as for you, go on. I'll let you take your time. One day, you'll be completely satisfied. Thank you, madam. Your great kindness I will never forget. All right, I should go back. Rushue sighed, pulled out 2 gold ingots from one side, then took out a silk handkerchief from her bosom to wrap the gold ingots. I heard you spend money extravagantly. Take this to spend. The handkerchief is a gift from me. You should keep it. You came prepared, bringing money. Is it appropriate to insult me like this? What do you take me for? However, these 2 gold ingots were worth about 30 or 40 taels. Being insulted a bit, I don't lose out. Yi Kun tossed the gold ingots on the ground, admiring the silk handkerchief in his hand. This handkerchief is exquisitely crafted, worth more than 100,000 taels of gold. I want the handkerchief, not the gold ingots. You silly, you don't know the benefits of money. Rushue smiled, bent down to pick up the gold ingots, and stuffed them into Yi Kun's bosom. Spend as you like. Don't feel pain. Lu Zhongyu's money is countless. But don't go to brothels. Be careful not to catch a disease. Rest assured, I will sleep in the barracks from now on to toughen my body. Yi Kun smiled. Who says I don't know the benefits of money? Just pretending. It's up to you anyway. Be closer to Ho Chi in the future. I'll come often. Madame Rushue reluctantly opened the door and left. Ho Chi arranged for his wife, maid, and the young servants at home to send his sister Rushue back. He himself heated up the food and accompanied Yi Kun for drinks. Yi Kun said, "Seventh brother, your sibling bond is truly enviable. With your sister looking out for you, it's no wonder things go smoothly. Yes, my sister treats me very well. She often sends leftover food from home. Your sister's quite good, really quite good." Yi Kun was still reminiscing. When he first met Madame Rushue, he didn't notice anything special. But tonight, late at night, Yi Kun took his leave and went back to the barracks to sleep. It was too late, and he didn't want to disturb Jiao Jiao. Those 2 gold ingots. Yi Kun weighed them. They were worth about 40 taels, equivalent to 400 taels of silver. Madame Rushue really has money. The ruthless person Xiong carefully crafted gold into armor and chains to carry with him. But Madame Rushue casually gives out 40 taels of gold. Throughout the night, Yi Kun slept soundly. As dawn broke, Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan began training soldiers, waking Yi Kun. After freshening up, Yi Kun went to oversee the training, then gathered the new recruits from these 2 days to understand the situation. In the past 2 days, 50 new recruits had been recruited, and their quality was acceptable. The county magistrate had allocated military funds for recruitment, sending a batch of bows and arrows and 20 military horses. Yi Kun looked over. The military funds are distributed according to the establishment of 500 men, equivalent to 240 taels of silver per month, which was quite generous. Half of it was used for the soldiers' food and drink. The other half was for horse feed and other expenses. Having money on hand made things easier. Yi Kun made a big show of it, first purchasing half a month's worth of grain and firewood, then improving the conditions of the kitchen and barracks step by step. Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan came over, smiling. Master Yi, the military funds have arrived, should we? It was a well-known secret in the Great Ding Kingdom that military officers embezzled military funds. Some were ruthless enough to directly withhold half. Yi Kun smiled and asked, "What did the previous county lieutenant give you every time military fund arrived?" Zhu Dachuan grinned. The previous county lieutenant was here for less than a month and left before the military funds were distributed. But in the past, every time military fund arrived, he would give our brothers a tael of broken silver as a reward for drinks. This is for you, if it's not enough. Tell me. Yi Kun gave Zhu Dachuan and Wang Bao each 2 taels of silver. Military funds are for fighting. They're the lifeline of our brothers. Anyone who dares to touch the military funds, embezzle a single penny, will be dealt with by military law. Absolutely no leniency. Master, how can we accept your money? The 2 squad leaders pretended to be modest. Just take it as a reward. Yi Kun glared. Continue training. Do not slack off. After lunch, Yi Kun returned to the Lianhua restaurant on South Street. The restaurant was still bustling with business. Because it had fine salt and bean sauce, it was crowded every day. Slightly wealthier people would invite friends to come here for a taste. Yi Kun called Jiao Jiao, and also Chuan saw Yulian and Chuan made Chanhua to hold a meeting. Jiao Jiao, I've decided to start brewing wine, preparing now to begin at the Sangjiao building. Let Tian Shaoyi take care of the tavern. You all focus on brewing wine. Brewing wine was secondary. Yi Kun mainly wanted to produce alcohol. Whether in life or on the battlefield, alcohol can disinfect and treat wounds. It is a lifesaver. Jiao Jiao said, but if we all leave, the tavern can't handle it. So many customers every day. By the way, Kuingu, our tavern can now earn over a tael of silver every day. My father says it's like robbing money. Making a profit of over a tael of silver a day is nothing. That dog county magistrate is the real robber. If there aren't enough people, then hire a few more. Yi Kun thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. By the way, is there anyone selling people at the market? I'll go buy a few. In these times, hiring people is not as good as buying people. Those bought become lifelong slaves. Treat them a bit better, and they will be loyal and grateful. Tomorrow is the 5th. That's when they sell maids and concubines, Jiao Jiao said. The county's official selling event only happens 3 days a month, the 5th, 15th, and 25th. The market opens on the 5th. There are no transactions on other days. A small county like this can't have dozens of girls for sale every day. The livestock trading at the market also happens on the 5th and 10th, not every day. All right, I'll go to the market tomorrow to take a look. Yi Kun nodded, taking Yulian and Chanhua to select grain and procure a full set of brewing tools. Yi Kun wanted to make distilled liquor, so many tools needed to be custom-made. He also needed to find craftsmen to build a stove. After dinner, Jiao Jiao was busy at the tavern, while Yi Kun was at the Sangjiao building explaining brewing techniques to Yulian and Chanhua. Due to the different processes, Yulian and Chanhua completely couldn't understand. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. When the time comes, I'll show you, and you can learn slowly. Yi Kun wasn't in a hurry and asked, "This time, when I was at Sheeping Mountain building roads, I had the workers repair and reinforce your parents' graves. If you want to go pay respects, I can arrange a carriage to take you. Master, your kindness, we can only repay with our lives. Yulian and Chunhua both knelt down. Yi Kun shook his head and helped Yulian and Chunhua up. It's just a small effort. No need to be polite. If you have any matters in the future, you can tell me directly. Yulian bit her lip and said softly. Yulian has one thing she doesn't dare to tell the master. Yi Kun smiled. No matter what it is, just say it. If it works, we can discuss it. Chunhua said softly, Master, my sister, is pregnant. Ah, Pignon? Yi Kun was taken aback. This wasn't my doing. Yulian knelt down again, tears streaming down her face. Yi Kun thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Yulian must have been pregnant for a while. And it wasn't he, the ruthless person Xiong's child, but her husband's. Now that her husband was dead, and she was carrying a child, she was indeed quite pitiful. Chunhua also knelt down and cried. At that time, we didn't dare to tell the master about this, deceiving the master. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Kun sighed and asked, Yulian, how long have you been pregnant? Looking at your figure, I couldn't tell. It seems not long. Yulian cried. It should be more than 2 months now, sir. You can find a doctor to terminate the pregnancy. I just ask you not to drive me away. Chapter 66. The night talk between aunt and niece. Chunhua was also pleading. Sir, my sister-in-law is a pitiful person. Please don't drive her away. I promise to work harder in the future. Sai, get up. Yi Kun pulled Yulian and Chunhua up again, letting them sit down. Chunhua, your surname is Huang, right? Last time, when they buried Chunhua's whole family, Yi Kun wrote the tombstone and remembered her surname was Huang. Yes, sir, my surname is Huang. My sister-in-law's surname is Li Good. Yi Kun looked at Yulian. Yulian, this child, you should give birth to it. I'll give birth? Yulian was stunned. Yes, give birth. Continue the Huang family line. Yi Kun patted Yulian's shoulder. After the child is born, I will be his godfather and help you raise him. Yulian could hardly believe it. Trembling, Sir, are you serious? A man's word is his bond. Yi Kun stood up and said solemnly, Since I have brought you out, I consider you family. After the child is born, I will treat him like my own son. Not only will I raise him, but I will also teach him to read, ride horses, and shoot arrows, so he becomes a strong man. Raising a child will cost some money. Yi Kun, with a modern mindset and values, certainly wouldn't force Yulian to abort the child. Sir, I would rather die. Hey, don't kneel. Yi Kun supported Yulian, imitating her Sichuan accent, and joked, If you keep kneeling, you'll get a spanking. Chunhua had already knelt down, and upon hearing this, she chuckled. I told you not to kneel, and yet you did. Chunhua should get a spanking. Yi Kun laughed and gently patted Chunhua's bottom. Chunhua laughed again, blushing as she stood up. Yi Kun said, Since Yulian is pregnant, she needs to take care of her health. Don't let her do heavy work, and let her rest more. Chunhua, you take care of your sister-in-law, and if she needs anything, just tell me. Chunhua nodded vigorously. I remember, sir. Yi Kun thought for a moment, then took out 2 or 3 taels of silver, pretending to be an obstetrician. At over 2 months pregnant, there should be pregnancy symptoms. Nausea and loss of appetite. Oh, and craving sour foods. Chunhua, I will give you another 2 taels of silver. Buy some fresh fruits and vegetables for your sister-in-law. Although he was a gynecologist, Yi Kun still knew these basic things. Chunhua was overjoyed, saying, Sir, even if you spank me, I will still bow to you. Thank you for preserving the Huang family line and saving my sister-in-law. Yi Kun felt a headache coming on and held Chunhua's hand. Chunhua, was my earlier spanking too light? Aren't you afraid? Yulian was already in tears. Soon, Jiao Jiao returned from work with Tian Xiaoyi and Xiaoyan. Yi Kun called Jiao Jiao and everyone for a meeting, saying, Yulian is pregnant, over 2 months along. Jiao Jiao, don't let her do heavy work and take care of her. When Yulian's child is born and grows up, he will be grateful to you. Yulian quickly bowed to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao was surprised and then smiled. So Yulian has Kun Ji's child. That's wonderful. Jiao Jiao, that isn't my child. I haven't even touched Yulian. Yi Kun said with a wry smile. The child Yulian is carrying is her husband's, Chunhua's second brother's. Jiao Jiao's mouth dropped open. Yi Kun pulled Jiao Jiao's hand and went into the bedroom. Then he explained the situation. Jiao Jiao was very touched. Kun Ge, you are such a good person, the best person in the world. Don't worry, I will take care of Yulian. Our tavern is making money. So we are not afraid of her and the child eating a little. Then, since Yulian is about to give birth, we should work harder, right? Kungi. I don't know how to give birth. Can you teach me, okay? Jiao wrapped around him like a soft and beautiful snake. I don't understand either. Let us figure out how to get the little baby into your belly. Yikuan also embraced Jiao and responded warmly. In the back room, Yulian and Chunhua, aunt and niece, held hands, crying and laughing, not knowing how to thank Yikuan. Yulian wiped Chunhua's tears and said softly, Chunhua, Sir Yi is truly a good man. One you one team meet in 1,000 years. When Sir Yi comes, you should spend more time with him. If Sir Yi wants you, you will have lifelong support. Once my child is born, Sir Yi will take extra care of you because of me. Chunhua lowered her head, blushing, but if Sir Yi doesn't want me, there's nothing I can do. Take it slow, be a bit more diligent, and Sir Yi will like you. You are so beautiful, but I feel that Sir Yi might dislike me because I've been in a bandit den, so that's not true. Look at Sir Yi. He has never looked down on us. Yulian touched Chunhua's head and whispered, Sir Yi is brewing wine with us. There will be plenty of time in the future. Spend more time with him. There will always be opportunities. Chunhua suddenly smiled and hugged Yulian's neck. Sister-in-law, I see that Sir Yi is very good to you. I think you can also spend more time with Sir Yi. You silly girl, I'm already pregnant. How could Sir Yi take a liking to me? Yulian's face also turned red. The next day, Yikuan slept in. After breakfast, he suddenly remembered the market and called Jiao to go with him to see it. Jiao's eyes turned red, and she said softly, Kuan-ge, can I not go? I never want to go to that place again. For Jiao, the market was her nightmare. Last time, she was sold by the officials and stood there for a whole morning, surrounded by many people like livestock for sale, being pointed at and discussed. Sorry. Jiao, I forgot about last time. Yikuan felt a pain in his heart and hugged Jiao. Don't dwell on the past. We are husband and wife now. I will never let you suffer that kind of grievance again. Kuan-ge, thank you. Jiao buried her head in Yikuan's arms and began to sob. Then you don't go. I'll go take a look by myself. Yikuan wiped Jiao's tears and comforted her a bit before heading out. The market had just opened and was quite lively. Yikuan, dressed in a light robe with a long sword at his waist, wandered around the market, getting to know the local customs and trade. Gradually, at a corner of the market, the earthen platform became lively. Last time, Jiao stood on that platform. Today, 3 women were standing on the platform, being sold by the officials. All were under 20 years old. 2 small bailiffs from the county office, under Ho Chi, shouted, New goods are on the market. 300 coins each. The one in the middle is a girl who has never been touched by a man. The other 2 are concubines from wealthy families. Very good at serving people. You one team need to teach them anything. The crowd below pointed and laughed, discussing among themselves. There were also rascals in the crowd, egging it on, shouting, Bailiff, can I buy her for a night? 300 coins is too expensive. If it were 3 coins, I will buy them all. The bailiff laughed and scolded. Damn it, keep your 3 coins for a funeral hat to bury your dad. The rascal leered. How about I buy on credit? Sell me the girl in the middle, and if I can't pay in 3 years, you can have her back. The bailiff laughed and scolded. Go to hell. Will she still be a girl in 3 years? Why not? I'll make her have a little girl. The rascal grinned lewdly. The 3 women on the platform lowered their heads, tears on their faces. When women reach this point, it truly is worse than death. Yikuan could no longer bear it and grabbed the rascal by the back of the neck. You dog, don't you have any sisters? Chapter 67. Is there anyone selling daughters? The ruffian didn't see Yikuan and started cursing. I have sisters, so what? What is it to you? Go, bring your sisters along. I'll buy them for a night. Yikuan pushed the ruffian away with force. The ruffian stumbled, regained his footing, and turned back to pounce at Yikuan. You old hag. Clang! Yikuan pressed a button on his sword, drawing it out and pointing it at the ruffian's neck. Spare my life. The ruffian shivered, turning pale, and with a thud, knelt on the ground. This kind of ruffian, just like Yao Hifu, would kneel quickly if you really dealt with him. The onlookers gasped in fear when they saw Yikuan draw his sword and quickly step back. The 2 constables on stage recognized Yikuan and hurriedly jumped down from the platform, bowing. Lord Yi, what brings you here? Then, the constables kicked the ruffian twice and scolded. Have you gone blind? This is Lord Yi, the county lieutenant. You dare to oppose him? The ruthless bear of Sheeping Mountain and his hundreds of bandits were all beheaded by Lord Yi. How many heads do you have? Don't you want to kneel and admit your mistake? Ah, it's Lord Yi? The ruffian trembled all over, banging his head on the ground. Lord Yi, spare my life. I was blind and spoke foolishly. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. UNCOVENTIONAL kicked the ruffian again and shouted, Go. Kneel before the 3 ladies on stage and say that what you just said was nonsense, that you were talking about your own sisters. Yes, yes, I'll kneel. The ruffian crawled to the base of the platform and repeatedly knocked his head. 3 ladies, I was wrong. I grew up eating shit and babbling nonsense. It was all nonsense. Please forgive me. Just consider that I was talking about my sisters. The 3 women on stage were all astonished. They looked up at UNCOVENTIONAL, then quickly lowered their heads again. The constables had just mentioned that this county lieutenant had beheaded hundreds of bandits from Sheeping Mountain, which meant he was a killer. So, the 3 women were very scared. UNCOVENTIONAL jumped onto the stage and looked at the 3 women. Don't be afraid. Lift your heads. The 3 women slowly raised their heads, but didn't dare to look at UNCOVENTIONAL. UNCOVENTIONal observed them and turned to the 2 constables, saying, I'll buy these 3 women. The younger constable flattered UNCOVENTIONal and whispered with a smile, My lord, why waste silver on such ordinary goods? Take them back first, play with them for a few days, and then send them back to sell after 5 days. Wouldn't that save you money? Shut your mouth. You dog, who brought your father to listen? UNCOVENTIONal glared at the younger constable. I see them as pitiful and want to take them home to give them a bowl of rice. If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll have Ho Chi break your teeth. The ordinary goods mentioned by the constable actually had a decent appearance. Appearance aside, the key was that the constable's words were too insulting and would damage UNCOVENTIONal's reputation. After being scolded, the younger constable didn't dare retort and smiled apologetically. Lord Yi, I was just trying to save you money. All right, don't be angry. Don't let Lord Ho Chi deal with me. Otherwise, my dog teeth won't be able to stay. UNCOVENTIONal chuckled and took out a few pieces of silver. This money will buy the 3 of them. There should still be some left over. You 2 dogs take it a drink. Thank you, Lord Yi. The constables hurriedly bowed in thanks, then removed the straw from the 3 women's heads and winked. You 3 ladies, you're in luck now. The county lieutenant wants you. Don't you kneel and thank him? The 3 women knelt together. Thank you, county lieutenant. Get up. UNCOVENTIONal nodded and said, You 3 go to the Lotus Blossom Tavern on South Street. Look for Boss Ma Fugue and say I arranged it. You'll work there from now on. The constable beside him laughed. Lord Yi, aren't you worried that these 3 women will run away on the way? Is that so? UNCOVENTIONal looked at the 3 women. If you want to go home, I'll keep you. I can even give you travel expenses. Just go to the Lotus Blossom Tavern first, and when I return, I will talk to you. Thank you, Lord Yi. The 3 women bowed and left hand in hand. UNCOVENTIONal looked at the 2 constables and asked, Is it common for officials to sell women in this county? The constable thought for a moment. Markets are held on the 5th day, selling 3 times a month. By the end of the year, it should be 1 or 200. However, many ugly and old ones can't be sold. UNCOVENTIONal sighed. If there are any more women sold by officials in the future, notify me. I have a hemp thread business at home and need many people. The Lotus Blossom Tavern also needs help. The constable nodded and grinned. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely inform you next time new goods come in. Dog, why are you smiling so cheap? UNCOVENTIONal rolled his eyes. What new goods? I said I'm buying them to work. The constable laughed and suddenly said, My lord, if you really want to buy them home to work, there are also private sales here. Some poor families can't go on, selling sons and daughters. There are also orphans brought over by relatives. UNCOVENTIONal frowned. Where are the private sales? The constable grinned and stood on the platform shouting, County Lieutenant Yi, buying maidservants to work at home. Is there anyone selling daughters? UNCOVENTIONal also scanned the crowd below and indeed saw a few ragged girls with straw in their hair. The crowd stirred, and a few little girls were brought over. 2 of them were older, around 16. 2 were younger, around 12 or 13. There was also a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, her eyes bright and endearing, being led by a middle-aged man. The child knelt down in front of the platform. Sir, please buy me. My mom is sick and dying. We have no money for medicine. The middle-aged man, dressed in coarse clothes and barefoot, had tears streaming down his face but couldn't cry out loud. What a world of suffering. UNCOVENTIONal sighed and asked the man, Is this girl your biological daughter? The man wiped his tears. Yes, my lord. She is my daughter. Yi Kun was at a loss for words. How could someone speak like this? These commoners dared to speak to Lord Yi like that. The constable was furious and raised his whip to strike. Enough. Yi Kun stopped the constable and asked the man, Your wife is sick, so you're selling your daughter? Is that right? The man knelt down. My mother's also sick, my wife is also sick, and there's nothing to eat at home, so. Yi Kun jumped down from the platform and pulled up the little girl. What is your name? Is this your real father? Sir, my name is Jasmine, and this is my real dad. Please buy me. If you buy me, my mom and grandma will have money for medicine and one tea dye. Little Jasmine was quite articulate, counting on her fingers. I can cook, I can pick wild vegetables, I can also. All right, child. Yi Kun couldn't bear to listen anymore. He patted Jasmine's head and took out 3 or 4 taels of silver, handing them to the man. Take this money. Use it for your mother and wife's medical treatment. Bring Jasmine back and take good care of her. If you run out of food in the future, come to the county and find me. But you must not sell Jasmine again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. My lord. The man was stunned for a moment, then knocked his head until it bled. My lord, I, Chao Jiashan, bow to you, I bow to you. I will never sell Jasmine again, never again. Enough. Yi Kun stopped Chao Jiashan, then took Jasmine's hand. Jasmine, go home and take care of your grandma and your mom. When your mom's health improves, let your dad bring you to the county. I'll treat you to good food. Sir, don't call me sir, just call me uncle from now on. Yi Kun held back his tears and instructed Chao Jiashan. Go buy some good food for Jasmine, then take her home. If you have any difficulties in the future, come find me. Chapter 68. Selling daughters is not a crime. Thank you, my lord. Chao Jiashan wiped his tears, holding little Molly's hand, turning back step by step as they left. Uncle, you're a good person. I will bow to you when I get home, little Molly said, looking back. Go on, Molly. Yi Kun nodded, barely able to hold back his tears. He had received many good person cards, but this one from Molly was the most valuable. There were many onlookers, and seeing this scene, they all shouted, Lord Yi is truly a good official. This is the first time I've seen an official like Lord Yi, spending his own money to help the common people. The 2 constables seemed to have their conscience pricked and whispered, Lord Yi. This Chao Jiashan seems to be from Guanjia village. He originally had a son, around 16 or 17, who was in the tiger hunting team in Guanjia village. He died in the summer. Guanjia village? Yi Kun nodded slightly, thinking he should visit little Molly when he had a chance. In front of the earth platform, the several people selling their daughters had already knelt down, calling out, Lord Yi, please buy my daughter, we have no food to eat. Everyone had seen what had just happened. The county magistrate was a good person and generous. Yi Kun waved his hand. Don't rush, one at a time. Tell me about your situation at home and why you are selling your daughter. The sellers stood up, each crying out their grievances. Some said there was a poor harvest at home. Some said someone was sick, and some said they were robbed by bandits. Before they could finish, a few more people selling daughters came forward. There were no sellers of sons, as sons are for continuing the family line. When they grow up, they become laborers. Yi Kun asked the 2 constables, Do you know these people? Is what they say true? One constable pointed at a man. I know this guy. He deceived the Lord. He drinks and gambles, lost money, and had no choice but to sell his daughter. He sold his eldest daughter just last month. Scum! Yi Kun was furious and shouted, Bring this scum up here, strip him of his clothes, and give him a good beating. My lord, please don't hit me. I won't gamble anymore. The gambler cried out in fear, knocking his head on the ground. The 2 constables laughed as they dragged the gambler up, stripped off his coat, and whipped him harshly more than 10 times. The gambler screamed in pain, his skin split and bleeding. The crowd was shocked. It turned out that Lord Yi could lose his temper and hit people too. However, many people cheered. Lord Yi is right to hit him. This kind of scum deserves to be beaten to death. The gambler, unable to withstand the beating, shouted, Lord Yi, gambling is not a crime. Selling my daughter is not a crime. Keep hitting me. Yi Kun was enraged. You scum, selling daughters and sons, if I beat you to death. It's not a crime. For such scum, Yi Kun had to act. Otherwise, other gamblers would follow his example and sell their daughters when they ran out of money. After enduring a few more lashes, the gambler finally collapsed to the ground, crying out, I know I was wrong. Lord Yi, I want to sell my daughter. Please don't hit me anymore. Yi Kuan finally ordered the constables to stop and pointed at the sellers of daughters in front of him. Who among you sold your daughter because you were drinking and gambling? The sellers turned pale and shook their heads. One man had already quietly started to back away with his daughter. Lord Yi, this one is also a gambler and even visits brothels. Someone in the crowd shouted, pointing at the man who was sneaking away. Don't leave. Bring him here and hit him. Yi Kuan Sotef. The man was also brought up and received more than 10 lashes. After the beating, Yi Kuan asked, how much do you sell your daughters for? The sellers were frightened and said softly, Lord Yi, you can decide. With Lord Yi being so fierce, even if he didn't give them a penny, they wouldn't dare to complain about losing their daughters. Yi Kuan asked the constables beside him, generally, what is the price? About 100 or 200 coins, sometimes they don't even sell. The constable laughed. Shut up. Yi Kuan glared at the constable, took out silver to exchange for copper coins, and gave each of the 2 gamblers 100. You 2 cannot redeem your daughters. Their future I will arrange. I guarantee they will have food and drink for a lifetime. The 2 gamblers, having been beaten, took the 100 coins and left their daughters behind, leaving in a sorry state. This amount of money probably only covered the cost of medicine. For the other poor sellers, Yi Kuan gave each 500 coins. Take your daughters to the Lianhua restaurant on South Street and find Boss Ma Fuguei. I will arrange for you later. The sellers thanked him profusely, with tears in their eyes, instructing their daughters to be obedient and to do whatever Lord Yi asked. Then they each left. With nothing more to do, Yi Kuan turned to the 2 constables and asked, brothers, what are your names? The younger constable, who was more lively, smiled and said, we're cousins. This is my 4th brother, Tan Sikho, the 4th born ugly. I am the 8th, born at the hour of the rabbit. My name is Tan Bameo. Bameo, fortunately you don't have the surname G. Yi Kuan couldn't help but laugh, tossing down 5 taels of silver, Sikho, and Bameo. In the future, if you encounter any girls sold by officials or privately, if I can't come, please buy them for me. By the way, if they're selling daughters, make sure to ask if they're gamblers or drinkers. If they are, give them 20 lashes first. Rest assured, my lord, we will remember. Sikho and Bameo were overjoyed. Yi Kuan thought for a moment and added, if there are sellers of sons, those over 10 years old, they should be included as well. Now that he had money, Yi Kuan wanted to raise a group of death warriors. If there were young orphans, it would be perfect. They could grow up in a year or 2. Tan Bameo chuckled. My lord, I am also my father's son. How about selling myself to you? This guy was almost 30 years old, but still had a cheeky smile, looking unserious. Yi Kuan couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll buy you for a penny and take you as my godson. Thank you, godfather. Tan Bameo took the opportunity and actually knelt down to Yi Kuan. The crowd erupted in laughter. The 20-year-old lord, Yi, had taken a 30-year-old son. Yi Kuan was both amused and helpless, tossing down a coin and patting Tan Bameo on the head. Get up, good son. Come with me to the Lianhua restaurant on South Street. There are benefits for you. In this day and age, adopting a godson was like taking a sworn brother. It was not a loss. Thank you, godfather. Tan Bameo happily got up and followed Yi Kuan to South Street. The Lianhua restaurant had just opened and had no customers yet. The girls Yi Kuan bought were all waiting there for arrangements. There were a total of 9 girls, 3 sold by officials and 6 sold privately. The few sellers of daughters did not leave either. Jiao Jiao and Tian Shaoyi were somewhat surprised, not expecting Yi Kuan to buy so many, including 2 who were 11 or 12 years old. Yi Kuan entered the restaurant and said to Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, choose a few girls to help with the work at the restaurant. The rest, I will take to Caomiao village to participate in spinning. Jiao Jiao thought for a moment, picked 3 pretty and clean ones to leave for Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan told the sellers, if you miss your children, you can visit them every 5 or 10 days. If there are family matters, such as weddings or funerals, you can send a letter and let the children come home. The sellers expressed their endless gratitude, tears streaming down their faces, instructing their daughters to be obedient and to do whatever Lord Yi asked, and then they each left. Yi Kuan had nothing else to do, pointed at Jiao Jiao, and said to Tan Bameo, bow to your godmother. Godmother, your son bows to you. Tan Bameo knelt down on the ground and knocked his head 3 times. Jiao Jiao was startled and hid behind Yi Kuan, saying, my lord, please get up. I can't accept that. Chapter 69. A few generations of good fortune. The official in charge of the tooth market is Tambameo. Last time, Jiao Jiao was also sold by him. Therefore, Jiao Jiao is afraid of this guy. This is my newly adopted son. What kind of big shot is he? Yi Kuan pulled Jiao Jiao's hand and said to Tambameo, "You must respect your godmother just like you respect me, or I will skin you alive. Rest assured, godfather. I treat my godmother like my biological mother." Tambameo got up and bowed to Jiao Jiao again. Jiao Jiao finally understood what was going on, felt relieved, but also found it awkward. She was only in her teens. How could she have such a big son? Jiao Jiao, go get a jar of soybean paste and a pound of fine salt. Let's prepare a meeting gift for my son, Yi Kuan said with a smile. Jiao Jiao nodded and asked Xiao Yi to fetch it. Tambameo was overjoyed to receive the soybean paste and fine salt. Yi Kuan calculated the time. His brother-in-law Jiang Yubao should be delivering hemp thread to the county by now, so he headed to North Street to check. The hemp thread and hemp cloth business in Pinji County is concentrated on North Street, where the grain business is also located. There are several shops here, and the hemp thread business is the largest. The owners of the major shops had long visited Yi Kuan, hoping to become exclusive agents for his business, providing hemp thread sources and purchasing Yi Kuan's fine-spun hemp thread. However, Yi Kuan did not agree. When he arrived at North Street, Jiang Yubao had not yet arrived. Yi Kuan called the owners of a few shops together for a meeting. The big bosses nodded and bowed, eagerly looking at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan said, "Gentlemen, use all your skills to purchase hemp thread for me. I want as much as you can get. The hemp thread I produce will be shared among you." The shopkeepers were overjoyed and asked, "Sir Yi, can we source goods from outside for you?" Yi Kuan replied, "If you don't source from outside, do you plan to go home and grow hemp for me?" Yi Kuan smiled sideways. "I said, I want as much as you can get." In Pinji County, hemp farming accounts for 1/3 of the industry. The estimated annual hemp thread output in the county is over 1 million pounds. Yi Kuan's maximum designed output is 100 spinning wheels working in 2 shifts, producing conservatively 20,000 pounds of hemp thread daily. The county's output is simply not enough. The shopkeepers were all smiles, eagerly rolling up their sleeves to show they were ready to follow Sir Yi and work hard. Just then, Jiang Yubao arrived with 7 or 8 carts of finely spun hemp thread. Yi Kuan was surprised to see that his sister-in-law Shui Sangu also came along, holding her son. Jiang Yubao, having met Yi Kuan before, directed everyone to unload the goods. Shui Sangu walked over, swaying her hips, and said with a smile, "Son-in-law, I didn't know you were here. I was just saying to you, Bao, that we should come to see you after delivering the goods." "Thank you, sister-in-law." "So, you came to the city to see the excitement?" "Yes, the county town is lively. I came to take a look." Shui Sangu flattered with a smile. "Just a look? We don't have money to buy anything. Want something?" Yi Kuan took the child from Shui Sangu's arms and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, pick whatever you like, I'll pay." "Thank you, son-in-law, you are so generous." Shui Sangu was so excited her face turned red. Yi Kuan then asked about the family situation and instructed Jiang Yubao, brother-in-law, after unloading the goods, "Come with your sister-in-law to eat at Lianhua Restaurant on South Street. I also bought a few girls after dinner. You can take them back and give them to your aunt to arrange for them to spin thread." Jiang Yubao laughed and said, "Son-in-law, are you buying concubines again? You really have money." "Buying what? I'm bringing them back to work." "Hey, son-in-law, you misspoke. My sister Yurong is not someone you buy, but someone you marry properly." Jiang Yubao chuckled. All right, I was wrong." Yi Kuan handed the child back to Shui Sangu. "I have to go do some business first. I'll drink a couple of cups with sister-in-law at noon." "Son-in-law, you have a lot of important matters. Go ahead and be busy." Shui Sangu nodded and bowed. Yi Kuan took Tambameo and went to the military camp to arrange some affairs. At the entrance of the county office, he ran into Ho Chi. Ho Chi clasped his fists and smiled. "Sir Yi, I was just about to find you. I bought a few wild chickens and rabbits, and some fresh fish. Tonight, please come to my humble abode for a drink." "Thank you for the invitation, Brother Chi. I will definitely go." Yi Kuan also missed Madame Lu Rushue and readily agreed. In a couple of days, when the Dog County magistrate returns, he won T have the opportunity to whisper to Madame Rushue. Ho Chi then looked at Tambameo and scolded, "You scoundrel! How come you were following Sir Yi?" Yi Kuan laughed and said, "Brother Chi, I was just about to tell you Tambameo is now my godson. Do me a favor and send him to me. Let him follow me from now on. Tambameo also clasped his fists and joked, Master Chi, I will follow my godfather in the future, serving both sides. If there is something to do in the office, I will also go to work. You scoundrel, you've got a few generations of good fortune, becoming Sir Ye's godson. Ho Chi laughed heartily and clasped his fists to bid farewell to Yi Kuan. At noon, Lianhua restaurant was packed with people, all there to eat. Jiang Yu Bao had long brought Shui Sangu and pretentiously occupied a table, waiting for Yi Kuan. The coachmen who came along, like Jiang Laowu and others, were squatting in the backyard eating. Yi Kuan looked at the environment, took Jiang Yu Bao and his wife to Tsangjiao Building for a meal, and had Tian Shaoyi deliver the dishes. Tsangjiao Building and the tavern were only a little over 100 meters apart, very close. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. Tambameo poured the wine. Yi Kuan and Jiang Youbao's couple drank and chatted, instructing on some business matters. Shui Sangu flattered Yi Kuan, constantly serving him dishes. Yi Kuan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you are too good to me. Be careful. Your brother-in-law might get unhappy and spank you when you get home. Shui Sangu laughed. In our family, you are the only son-in-law. If you don't treat me well, who will? That guy Yu Bao is like a donkey. You can't treat him well. If you do, he won't work. Jiang Yu Bao chuckled. You crazy woman, once I buy a concubine, I won't need you anymore. Shui Sangu glared. Do you think you can support a bunch of concubines like the son-in-law? I'll help brother-in-law support them. Yi Kuan laughed. Once I have 100 spinning wheels, I'll buy brother-in-law 2 concubines. Sister-in-law, if you have concubines serving you in the future, you'll be someone important. Shui Sangu clapped her hands and laughed. Then I can't wait for that. Having 2 more people to work at home. I'll be the old lady. After the meal, Jiang Yu Bao went to North Street to discuss business with a few shopkeepers. Shui Sangu stayed behind, planning to go shopping. Yi Kuan said, Sister-in-law, I don't have time to accompany you to buy things. Let Tian Shaoyi and Xiao Yun go with you. Buy whatever you like. And let Tian Shaoyi pay. Son-in-law, you are so good to me. Shui Sangu smiled, lifted her clothes to nurse her son. I'll feed my son first, then go shopping. Yi Kuan shook his head. Sister-in-law, the child is over a week old. It could be weaned now. Why wean? So much milk. Who else will drink it? Shui Sangu didn't understand. In dating country, children are breastfed until they are 5 or 6 years old. Give it to brother-in-law to drink. It will save some food. Go. How can an adult drink milk? Shui Sangu gently slapped Yi Kuan on the arm. Chapter 70. A Person of Status. Yi Kuan also shook his head with a smile and took his leave. Shui Sangu still felt a bit reluctant, hugging her son and chasing him to the door. When will you and Aunt Yuron come back to Jiangatu to have dinner? In a few days. In a few days, Yi Kuan nodded with a smile. In just a couple of days. Yi Kuan was about to start taking action to eliminate the bandits of Shuangya Mountain. Only after eradicating the bandits could he accompany Yurong home for a meal. Within the county, besides Shuangya Mountain, there were a few small groups of roaming bandits. Only by getting rid of these guys could the county be safe and lay the foundation for future commercial prosperity. In the afternoon, he continued training the troops, instilling a sense of obedience to orders in the new recruits. At dusk, Yi Kuan took a bath in the barracks, spent 5 taels of silver, and brought generous gifts to dinner at Ho Chi's house. Although spending money so freely, Yi Kuan felt no pain. After all, it was all Madame Ru Shui's money. When Ho Chi and his wife Song saw so many gifts, they smiled brightly and warmly invited Master Yi into the inner hall for tea. Yi Kuan was good at chatting and flirting, his witty words making the couple laugh heartily. As night fell, Madame Lu Ru Shui arrived with 2 maidservants. Everyone tacitly expressed surprise at the unexpected encounter and then sat down to drink. Ho Chi and his wife accompanied them for a few drinks before Madame Lu shot them a glance, signaling them to leave. In the room, only Yi Kuan and Madame Lu remained. Madame Lu, let me toast you another cup. Tonight, Yi Kuan was very proactive. My lord, let the little lady serve you with the wine. It is the little lady's lifelong blessing to serve you. Madame Lu Ru Shui could play various roles and switch freely. A pot of wine was quickly finished. With a slight blush on her face, she pulled Yi Kuan towards the inner room. My lord, I have some matters to discuss with you. Please help me. Madame Lu, no need to be polite. I shall serve, Yi Kun said, helping Madame Lu sit by the bed. Then, he listened to her whisper. Madame Lu was very talkative, chattering for nearly half an hour. However, Yi Kun hardly absorbed it, his mind not on the conversation. After a long time, Madame Lu finally finished her confession. Yi Kun asked, by the way, how is Miss Yuan? Yuan is doing well. When County Magistrate Lu returns, he will definitely invite you for dinner. I will call Yuan then. Ru Shui adjusted her clothes and pulled Yi Kun. Master Yi, let me drink a couple more cups with you before I go home. Don't worry. Even if old Wang Ba comes back, we will still have a chance to meet. Yi Kun nodded, helping Madame Lu back to the outer room, where they resumed drinking. Ru Shui picked up a piece of food for Yi Kun. Yuan likes the poems you write. When you have time, write a little more. Madame Lu, let me write one for you now. Yi Kun smiled and softly recited, I dwell at the head of the Yangtze, you dwell at the tail. Daily I think of you, yet cannot see you. We drink the Yangtze's water together. When will this hate cease? When will this love end? I only hope your heart is like mine, not to betray this longing. Yi Kun remembered many famous ancient poems and just made slight modifications. Master Yi, so you are so talented, I like it. Ru Shui blushed even more and softly said, when old Wang Ba comes back to invite you for dinner, teach this poem to the singer at home. In the future, when I hear this poem, I will think of you. Thank you for the compliment, madam. This is not a compliment. It is the truth. Ru Shui smiled, opened the food box she brought, and took out 2 gold cakes. I won't write poems for you. Only these trivial things as a return gift. Trivial? I like it. Yi Kun was happy in his heart, but pretended to regard money as dung. Taking so much. Aren't you afraid County Magistrate Lu will find out? All the money at home is managed by me. Besides, do you know how much money old Wang Ba has after being a county magistrate for 10 years? His money. Ru Shui smiled and hesitated to continue. Forget it. In short, there's a lot of money. Then I will accept your gift. Respect is better than refusal. Yi Kun accepted the gold cakes. If you don't take it for free, giving it to help the poor counts as doing a good deed for that Wang Ba. The night was deep, and Yi Kun returned to the barracks to rest. Lying in bed, Yi Kun was still surprised by County Magistrate Lu's wealth. Ru Shui gave gold cakes twice without any reluctance. It seemed just a drop in the bucket. Could it be that County Magistrate Lu had 10,000 taels of gold? It was all the people's hard-earned money. If he could get hold of all that old Wang Ba's money, he could truly make a name for himself. The next morning, Yi Kun had a whim, taking Qin Erwu, Tambameo, and several personal guards to ride to Guanjia village to see little Jasmine's mother and grandmother. Qin Erwu was very happy because his beloved cousin Ji Qin was in Guanjia village. Therefore, Qin Erwu dressed flamboyantly today with new clothes and shoes, and a jade pendant hanging from his belt, feeling very pleased. Entering the village, Qin Erwu brought gifts to his aunt's house. Yi Kun called over old Zhao, the leader of the tiger hunting team from Guanjia village, to go see little Jasmine together. Old Zhao, whose full name was Zhao Biao, had argued and boasted with Yi Kun at Zhao Jiao's tavern more than a month ago. Later, after Yi Kun became the county lieutenant, he had seen this guy a few times, so they became familiar. Yi Kun dismounted and looked around while walking. Brother Zhao Biao, your Guanjia village is quite large, surrounded by fertile fields and making money from tiger hunting. But why is it still so poor? Guanjia village was directly north of Saomiao village, about 10 miles away in a straight line. However, there was no shortcut, and taking the main road involved a detour of 20 miles. From Yi Kun's perspective, Guanjia village had very good natural conditions, but economically, it was about the same as the old Saomiao village. Zhao Biao smiled bitterly. Master Yi, you make money hunting tigers, and every household shares the earnings. You also do thread work in Saomiao village, so everyone has work to do. Therefore, Saomiao village is certainly richer than us now. You are the county lieutenant. Even pulling a hair from your leg is thicker than my waist. Last time they hunted tigers, Saomiao village had gained all the glory, which made Zhao Biao feel sour. Yi Kun, once an ordinary commoner, had now become a county lieutenant with a high position and power, which made Zhao Biao even more envious. Brother Zhao Biao, don't tease me, Yi Kun rolled his eyes. In a few days, I will increase the number of spinning wheels. You can arrange for the village girls and daughters-in-law to come work for me. Not too many for now, about 20. Each will receive 80 copper coins a month, 3 meals a day, and accommodation. This was to take care of Zhao Biao and do him a favor. Master Yi, you are really generous. Zhao Biao was delighted, grinning. Do you prefer girls or young wives? I'll find them for you. Yi Kun patted Zhao Biao's shoulder. I like your wife, thick legs, big but strong. Master Yi, you are not serious. Zhao Biao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. While speaking, they arrived at the front of Chao Jiashan. 3 dilapidated thatched houses stood crookedly. A scene of decay. Chao Jiashan, aren't you coming out? Master Yi has come to see you. Zhao Biao shouted at the top of his lungs. In fact, Chao Jiashan was older than Zhao Biao, but Zhao Biao had this personality, loud and rough. Moreover, as the leader of the tiger hunting team in Guanjia village, he considered himself a person of status and looked down on poor men like Chao Jiashan, hence always calling him by name. Chapter 71. Kill the heart and eat the big house. Chao Jinshan bent down and crawled out of the low grass house. After a moment of surprise, he quickly knelt down. Lord Yi, I bow to you. Get up. Yi Kun waved his hand. We're all fellow villagers. No need for formality. How are your mother and wife? My wife is a bit better, but my mother, I'm afraid she won't make it. Chao Jinshan's tears flowed. Yi Kun sighed and took a gift from his horse. Take me to see your mother and your wife. Chao Jinshan nodded and led Yi Kun into the house. Chao's mother, in her 60s, lay in the west bedroom, already unconscious, refusing medicine and unresponsive to calls. Breathing heavily, she took in little air. Zhao Biao glanced at her and shook his head. Lord Yi, Jinshan's old mother, I fear she won't survive. If Chao's mother passes away, Brother Zhao, please help with the arrangements. Yi Kun nodded. He put down the gift and went to the east bedroom to visit Chao Jinshan's wife, who was the mother of Xiao Meili. The woman, not yet 40, was reasonably good-looking but had a face full of bitterness. Half her hair turned white. She struggled to get out of bed to bow to Yi Kun. Brother Chao, quickly help your wife. No need for excessive courtesy. Yi Kun waved his hand. Zhao Biao also glared. You're about to die, so don't get up. Lord, you won't mind. Meili's mother then relented, tears streaming down her face. Lord Yi, thanks to you for saving my life and saving little Meili. After I die, I'll be a cow or a horse in my next life. That's enough, big sister. Yi Kun smiled. You focus on recovering. Once you're better, take Meili to Xiaomiao village to help me work. Brother Chao can follow me and find a job in the county, and in a year or so, you'll be prosperous. Thank you, my lord. The couple from the Chao family nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with hope once again. Is there anyone else at home? Yi Kun asked again. There's Meili and her sister. The woman took a breath. Meili's sister is called Duo, 13 years old, working at the landlord Guan Leoi's house to pay off debts. Paying off debts? What's going on? Yi Kun frowned. He knew of this Guan Leoi, living in the neighboring Xiaoguan village. Zhao Biao's village was actually called Shangwan village, and the two villages together were called Guanjia village. Shangwan village was mixed with various surnames, while Xiaoguan village was mostly surnamed Guan. Among them, Guan Leoi held the most power and had the most money, with 300 acres of rice fields and even more dry land, herds of cattle and horses. Of course, he had many concubines as well. Moreover, the youngest daughter of Zhou Taigong from Xiaomiao village, Zhou Tailan, who was 16 this year, was promised to one of Guan Leoi's sons, reportedly to be married by the end of the year. Chao Jinshan sighed. My family is poor. A few years ago, we borrowed a string of coins from Guan Leoi at an interest of 5%. We haven't been able to pay it back, and the interest has accumulated, growing larger and larger. So, we had no choice but to send Duo to work at Guan Leoi's house. Kun Furonet. Isn't the money I gave you yesterday enough to pay it back? The 5% interest refers to a monthly interest of 5%. Annually, that amounts to 60%. Yesterday, 2 taels were paid back, and the rest was used to buy medicine. There is still over a string owed. Chao Jinshan wiped his tears. Over the years, we've paid back more than 3 taels of silver, but we still can't finish paying. Can you stop crying? You're a grown man. It would be good to have some prospects. Besides crying, what else can you do? Yi Kun was both angry and exasperated. Pulling out 5 taels of silver and throwing it on the bed, go pay back the money this afternoon and bring Duo back. My lord, The couple from the Chow family cried even harder. Yi Kun felt a headache, frustrated by their inability to improve. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." A shout came from outside, and Xiao Meili, carrying half a basket of wild vegetables, crawled into the room. Her face was covered in dirt, but her eyes were bright. Seeing Yi Kun, Xiao Meili froze. Yi Kun finally smiled. "Meili, do you still recognize me?" "Uncle, you are the uncle from yesterday?" Little Meili finally confirmed and put down the basket to bow. "Uncle, I bowed to you yesterday, bowing many times. You are a good person. You will bless my grandma and mom to get better." "Meili, don't bow anymore." Yi Kun stepped forward and picked up Meili, spinning her around gently before putting her down. "Uncle came to see you today and brought lots of delicious food. It's all in Grandma's room. Go and get it." "Uncle, then I'll go get it for you to eat." Little Meili nodded and ran toward Grandma's room. This child is so understanding it makes one's heartache. Yi Kun pulled Zhao Biao aside, went out of the small room, and whispered, "Guan Leoi from Guanjia village is very wealthy, right?" Zhao Biao gritted his teeth. "People say Guan Leoi is richer than the county magistrate." Yi Kun smiled. "What is Guan Leoi's character like?" "Absolute garbage," Zhao Biao replied. "Everyone in Xiaoguan village has the surname Guan. His relatives even call him Guan Juehu. This kind of person bullies both men and women, and sooner or later, he'll have no descendants." "Then does Guan Leoi have any backing?" Yi Kun casually asked. Tambameo, who came along, chuckled softly. "Godfather, Guan Leoi's backing is Lu County Magistrate. This old dog pays tribute to Lu County Magistrate every year. Sometimes, Lu County Magistrate comes to his house for meals and sleeps with his concubines." The years of being a yamen runner and constable made them very familiar with the situation in the county, especially regarding the wealthy households. Zhao Biao nodded yes. "Guan Juehu's support is Lu County Magistrate." "I see." Yi Kun nodded slightly, formulating a plan in his heart. "You be Guan Juehu, and I'll eat the big house." As for Lu County Magistrate, Yi Kun wasn't too worried. This old bastard wanted to eat the big house even more than he did. At noon, Zhao Biao arranged for food and drink, slaughtering 2 laying hens from the house, calling a few key members of the village's tiger hunting team to accompany Yi Kun for drinks. Yi Kun was generous, directly giving Zhao's sister-in-law 5 taels of silver, laughing sister-in-law, since Brother Zhao is so hospitable. "Here's 5 taels for you to let Brother Zhao buy a few concubines." Sister-in-law Zhao laughed so hard her jaw almost dropped. "Lord Yi, rest assured. 5 taels can buy over 10 concubines. I'll work this bastard to death." Zhao Biao slapped her, laughing and scolding, "If you don't buy them for me, your father is the bastard." Country couples don't have such formalities. They're used to this kind of playful banter. After lunch, Yi Kun casually returned to Caomiao village to see his mother, as well as Yurong and Dai Shi. And of course, the lovely second younger sister. Just as he arrived at the door and hadn't dismounted yet, he saw San Air with a cloth wrapped around his head, blood-stained. "And Ping Air's left, I was swollen, bruised." "San Air, Ping Air, what happened to you?" Yi Kun dismounted, crouching down and hugging Ping Air. "Brother, I'm fine." Ping Air was scared and didn't dare to speak. San Air also didn't dare to speak, wiping his tears. "Is your husband back?" Jiang Yurong came out, pulling Yi Kun. "Quickly come inside and talk." Yi Kun nodded, carrying Ping Air back into the house, smiling. "Yurong, who beat San Air and Ping Air like this?" Logically, Jiang Yurong had a good temper and Shun Ti have beaten these poor children. Even if the kids were mischievous, a light punishment would be enough. There was no need to break their heads. Chapter 72. The brother-in-law is not a good man, sigh. Jiang Yurong sighed and patted the bottle's head. San Mei is talented and was playing with the bottle in the village when they were chased by the vicious dog from Zhou Taigong's house. Saner took a stick to hit the dog, but unexpectedly, Zhou Taigong's little daughter, Tailon, snatched the stick from Saner and broke Saner's head. The bottle also got hit, and San Mei, being talented, was scared and cried. Yi Kun was furious. That girl Zhou Tailon, how ruthless. Who gave her the courage? Zhou Tailon is also the fiancée of the elder Guanjia village's master, and she is getting married at the end of the year. This girl has always been arrogant, acting like a princess in the village, but when she curses, she is like a shrew. However, hitting dogs still depends on the owner. Does she dare to hit even the children of the county lieutenant's family? Daishi came from a spinning workshop and sighed. Zhou Qianlong's mouth is still merciless, cursing Sanner and the bottle as wild children, uncultured. Daishi stopped talking. Jiang Yurong didn't want to cause trouble and signaled Daishi with her eyes. I told San Mei and the bottle to play in front of the house in the future, and there won't be any problems. Yi Kuan suppressed his anger and checked Sanner's injury. The wound was on the scalp, about 2 centimeters long. It seemed to be quite serious. Yi Kuan cut Sanner's hair, boiled a towel with hot water, dipped it in light salt water, and further treated Sanner's wound. At this moment, Zhou Taigong came leisurely with 5 eggs. Lord Yi, the children are ignorant and have hurt your little servant. I came to apologize and brought a few eggs for the little servant to eat. We are all villagers, so please don't take offense. Zhou Taigong chuckled and put down the eggs. 5 eggs, and he thinks that can settle the matter? Yi Kuan was filled with killing intent, but didn't show it on his face and smiled. Zhou Taigong, you are being too polite. It's just a minor injury. It doesn't matter. Zhou Taigong nodded and said, by the way, Lord Yi, the county magistrate of Changsha, Liu Biao, is my cousin, the son of my uncle's family. If your business reaches the Changsha area in the future, I will write you a letter to take along. My cousin will definitely take care of you. You think you can scare me with a big official? Unfortunately, the county official is not as good as the current one. And Pinji County is not under the jurisdiction of Changsha. Yi Kuan clasped his fist. Thank you for your concern, old lady. I will surely trouble you when I go to Changsha. Zhou Taigong exchanged a few more pleasantries and swaggered away. Jiang Yurong and Daishi shook their heads and sighed. They are fearless. Yi Kuan didn't say much and told Daishi and Jiang Yurong to take care of Sanner and the bottle before going to see San Mei. Today, San Mei was quite frightened, crying in Yi Kuan's arms. Brother-in-law, can you kill that vicious dog for Zhou Taigong's house? I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Brother-in-law will help you kill that vicious dog. Yi Kuan held Yu Kai, comforting her for a long time. After dinner, Yi Kuan went to check the spinning workshop. The houses that were ordered were all completed, including the workshop and worker dormitories. Since Saomiao village doesn't have that many women, workers had to be recruited from nearby. Workers from farther away, like those from Guanjia village, could only stay here. Second sister-in-law Yud walked over, glanced at Yi Kuan, wanted to smile, but suddenly lowered her eyelids. Yi Kuan greeted Yud, entered an empty room, and patted her head. What's wrong, second sister? Are you unhappy? Yud thought for a moment and asked in a low voice. Brother-in-law, how big of an official is the county lieutenant? Why isn't Zhou Taigong afraid of you? Is Zhou Taigong's official position bigger than yours? So she is unhappy about this. Yi Kuan held Yud's hand. I'll tell you quietly, but you must not tell anyone, okay? Yud nodded. Yi Kuan leaned close to Yud's ear and whispered, in at most 2 days, I will make Zhou Taigong afraid of me. Really? Yud's eyes brightened, and she smiled again. This is our secret. No one can tell. Yi Kuan squeezed Yud's hand. I got it, brother-in-law. Yud nodded repeatedly. Yi Kuan then took Yud to check the completed dormitories and the arrangement of the beds. 2 dormitories had already set up simple bunk beds as model dormitories, and the others would follow suit. Yud tried the bed and said with a smile, Brother-in-law, if there are more workers in the future, this bed can sleep 2 people. Want to be cramped? It shouldn't be cramped. Is that so? Let's lie down and try. Yi Kuan sat down next to Yud. I don't want to. Yud wanted to run away. Yi Kuan caught Yud's hand and smiled. Yud, I bought you a gift. Why did you give me a gift? I don't have a gift. How can I give you one? I see. You must be hiding something good to eat in your arms. Let me have a look. Brother-in-law, don't make trouble. Yud's voice was as low as a mosquito's, leaning closer to Yi Kuan. If you can't find anything, I won't spare you. Okay. You sit on my lap, and I'll search slowly. If I can't find anything, I'll bow to you and call you second sister. Outside the window, it was already dark. The room was even darker, and there was no oil lamp. Husband, it's time to eat. Jiang Yurong's voice came from outside. Yud jumped in fright, not daring to speak, struggling to escape. I'm here. I'm behind you. Yi Kuan, however, was very calm, leaning close to Yud's ear and whispering with a smile. Don't be afraid. Sister is still in front. Still not letting go. Sister is coming. All right, since I didn't find anything just now, I'll search for you again tomorrow. Yi Kuan stood up, took Yud's hand, and walked out of the dark room. Yud pushed Yi Kuan away and fled toward the toilet. Jiang Yurong happened to pass by the workshop and smiled. It's time to eat. Husband, Is the second sister with you? Isn't she in front? Then she must be slacking off in the toilet. Yi Kun smiled and called toward the toilet. Second sister, are you in the toilet? Did you fall into the pit? Jian Yurong laughed. Then let's wait a moment. After a while, Yi came out of the toilet and punched Yi Kun. Brother-in-law is not a good person. You fell into the pit. Ouch! Yi Kun clutched his chest, pretending to be in pain. Little girl, so rude. You won't be able to get married in the future. You will be an old maid. I don't need you to worry. Yi hugged her sister's arm, looking proud. If I can't get married, so be it. Sister has private money to support me. Jian Yurong smiled. Let's go home and eat. First, let's fatten up the little girl before talking about marriage. Dinner was very sumptuous, and the atmosphere was very warm. After receiving comfort from Yi Kun and Jian Yurong, San'er and the bottle were doing much better. After dinner, Yi Kun took out a brush and wooden board to teach everyone, teaching them to count coins and recognize numbers. There were many people in the family, but not a single scholar. You were wrong, and you couldn't read. Daishi was a bit better. She could recognize simple numbers like 1, 2, and 3. In contrast, Lu Hongyu, the little concubine from the big family that Yi Kun bought early on, could recognize hundreds of characters and could write a few. Yi Kun had no choice but to entrust the heavy responsibility to Lu Hongyu. Hongyu, when you have time, teach Yud and Kai Dai to recognize characters. I will also teach them when I have free time. Yud had a mournful face. Brother-in-law, writing is so hard. Can I not learn? Chapter 73. The chrysanthemum, so beautiful. No, you all have to learn to read and write. Yi Kun looked at everyone, including you Rong. You all need to learn. Learn 3 characters a day. In a year, you will have learned 1,000 characters, and in 2 years, you will be able to read and write and do calculations. Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi exchanged wry smiles and sighed. They couldn't ignore their husband's orders. Otherwise, they'd get spanked. Yi Kun towered slowly, using the characters and numbers of the Great Ding Kingdom to help everyone recognize Arabic numerals. Arabic numerals are the simplest, straightforward, and clear, and by the end of the night, everyone had learned quite a bit. Yi Kun wrote a comparison chart and left it for Lu Hongyu before taking a bath and resting. Jian Yurong blew out the oil lamp and wrapped her arms around Yi Kun's neck. Darling, I'm really dumb. What if I can't learn what you're teaching? If you can learn the rights of Duke Zhou, you can surely learn to read and write. Yi Kun embraced Jian Yurong and opened the curtain. Once you can read, if I miss you in the county town, I can write a letter and have someone deliver it back. If you miss me, you can also write a letter to send to my brother-in-law. All right, I'll start counting to 100 and then count another 100 to see how many I can get in a night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yurong learned from him too. But as she counted, she got mixed up, and in the end, it turned into a jumbled mess. In the morning, Yi Kun prepared to return to the county town and asked Tan Ba Miao to call Qin Er Wu. After a while, Qin Er Wu came over with red-rimmed eyes, looking very sad. Yi Kun was puzzled. What's wrong, Er Wu? Why the long face? Don't mention it, brother. Qin Er Wu sat down on a stone stump in front of the door and sighed. My uncle doesn't agree to let my cousin marry me. Yi Kun was surprised and laughed. What? Does he think you're a cripple? Or does he think you're poor and too old? Speaking of age, Qin Er Wu was 7 or 8 years older than his cousin. In terms of family situation, Ji Qinu was from a moderately well-off family, with 20 acres of rice fields and quite a few mulberry and hemp fields, making them somewhat richer than Qin Er Wu's family. However, Qin Er Wu had been with Yi Kun and had earned 20 taels of silver from fighting tigers and robbers, so he had some savings, though his house was dilapidated. There are reasons. Qin Er Wu shook his head. Yesterday I was at my cousin S house, got a bit too happy, drank too much, and vomited all over the bed. My uncle said I was a drunkard and had no future. Tan Ba Miao laughed. What is the big deal? I've drunk too much and wet the bed at my father-in-law's house without any issue. Yi Kun chuckled and waved his hand. Er Wu, don't worry. In a couple of days, I'll go propose to her. If your uncle dares to disagree again, we can pretend to be bandits at night and snatch your cousin away. Snatching her was just a joke. But Yi Kun thought it wouldn't be too hard to bring Ji Qinu over. Er Wu was his capable assistant, and Yi Kun wanted to help him. Tan Ba Miao grinned. This idea of yours isn't bad, godfather. No. This one work, let us forget it, Sai. Qin Er Wu shook his head, helping to harness the cart, and returned to the county town with Yi Kun. Not long after leaving the village, They caught up with a horse-drawn cart ahead, the kind without a canopy. The driver was a silly old buddy from the Zhou family. Zhou Taihu's wife, Wei, was sitting on it with her sister-in-law, Zhou Tailan. Zhou Tailan was dressed in new clothes, her hair slicked back, and a blooming chrysanthemum tucked behind her ear, looking very proud. At just 16 years old, she carried an air of a queen. Yi Kuan let Qin Er Wu and Tanba Miao follow from a distance and rode ahead, smiling. Sister-in-law of Tai Hu, are you and Tai Lan going to the market? Counter-lieutenant. Wei smiled and nodded. Next month, Tai Lan will marry into Guan family village to become the daughter-in-law of the Guan family. Today, I'm accompanying Tai Lan to buy some things in the county town. Zhou Tailan also looked at Yi Kuan and smiled. Lord Yi, you've become an official. How imposing. Those two wild kids you picked up are also quite imposing. They even dared to scold me yesterday. The wild kids refer to her the siblings San Air and Ping Air. I dealt with those two wild kids when I got home last night. Those little wildlings without food. I brought them back to guard the door. Can't spoil them. Yi Kuan laughed. Tai Lan, don't call me Lord Yi. Just call me Ida Lang like before. We grew up together, and you calling me Lord makes me feel shy. Zhou Tailan giggled. Only your family is poor and ran around naked when we were kids. I never did that. Although Zhou Tailan was the daughter of a landlord family, she was still a country girl, illiterate, just had better food and drink. When she was little, she also played naked in the mud. Plus, Zhou Tailan had an outspoken personality, often joking and cursing in colloquial language, even more daring than most girls. You've worn split pants too, don't deny it. Yi Kuan assessed Zhou Tailan and sighed. I never expected in the blink of an eye. You've grown up and are so beautiful. But such a beautiful girl is going to marry into another village. It's such a pity. Zhou Tailan giggled. What nonsense is that? Just because I'm pretty doesn't mean I can't get married. I'm just sorry that once you marry out, it'll be hard for me to see you. Nonsense. Why would you want to see me? Zhou Tailan laughed again. Having played together as kids, there were feelings there. She didn't want him to marry away. Yi Kuan rolled his eyes. Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to propose to your family back then. But I really was very poor then, didn't even have pants to wear, and was too scared to propose, afraid you'd hit me with a stick. Brother, you're just talking nonsense. Zhou Tailan unusually called him brother. Glancing sideways. If you chase away Jiang Yurong, that widow, I'll marry you. There were no outsiders here, and the bold girl spoke more freely. The old driver was a half-wit and would never stir up trouble. Zhou Taihu's wife, Wei, was also gentle, always cautious at home, fearing her sister-in-law. Widow. Dead widow. Yi Kuan suppressed his anger and smiled. Tailan, you said it, don't backtrack. Tomorrow night, I'll marry you as my bride. If you're willing to chase away Jiang Yurong and that widow, I'll be your bride. Otherwise, you could just call me mother. Call you mother? I'm afraid you won't be able to feed me. Yi Kuan was genuinely amused and pointed at the chrysanthemum by Zhou Tailan's ear. Tailan. Your chrysanthemum is beautiful. Still a daisy. Not fully open yet, but it smells so good. Smelly man. You know about flowers and smell? Zhou Tailan turned her head to look at Qin Er Wu and the others following in the distance, and then whispered with a smile. Brother, why aren't you following your cart, but tagging along with me? There are robbers on the way. I'm protecting you. Yi Kuan continued to smile mischievously. Tomorrow night. I'm marrying you. I can't let robbers snatch you away. Nonsense. Who will want to marry you? You should stick with your own cart. I'm going to the county town too. Isn't that on the way? Yi Kuan continued to ride alongside, looking sincere. By the way, sister-in-law of Tai Hu, Tailan, since we're going to county town today, let me treat you to a meal. We're from the same village, and I have a good relationship with Tai Hu, like brothers. My aunt lives in the county town. I'm going to eat at my aunt's house. Zhou Tailan pouted. Brother, are you being so polite because you heard my dad say the governor of Changsha is my cousin? Yi Kuan was taken aback and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Tailan, if I marry you, I can connect with the governor of Changsha, Liu Biao, as relatives. Who knows? Maybe I can even become an official in Changsha in the future. Why say this now? It's of no use. Next month, I'm marrying into Guan family village. Break off the engagement with Guan family and marry me. I will take you to Changsha to seek refuge with your uncle. I will become a high-ranking official, and you'll be the official's wife. In the future, when we have a son, he will also be a high-ranking official. Stop, the more we talk, the less it makes sense. Zhou Tailon also felt shy and threw the chrysanthemum from her hair at Yi Kuan. If you keep talking nonsense, I will have Lord Guan from Guanjikan report you to the county magistrate, and you won't be able to become the county lieutenant. You don't know. Lord Guan and the county magistrate have a very good relationship. Chapter 74. Chrysanthemum Commitment? Yi Kuan caught the chrysanthemum and sniffed it under his nose. Tianlon. This chrysanthemum counts as your token of affection for me. I'll accept it. Tomorrow night, I will marry you. The county magistrate has a good relationship with me. I will invite him to our wedding banquet. Then Yi Kuan really wrapped the chrysanthemum in a silk scarf and tucked it into his bosom. It was a snow-white scarf from Madame Lu, with a fragrance as pure as snow. A big man using a silk scarf. How shameless. Zhou Tianlon chuckled and instructed her old partner, hurry up and drive the horse. I don't want to be on the road with Yi Dalao. This guy is not a good person. The old partner complied and cracked the whip. The carriage sped away. Whether I am a good person or not, you will know in the future. Qin Erwu and others also urged their carriage to catch up. Yi Kuan said, let us hurry up too. We need to handle business in the county. After teasing Zhou Tianlon, Yi Kuan was in a good mood. Tomorrow night, you should be able to marry this servant girl. By then, she will know the severity of family rules. Everyone spurred their horses forward and soon caught up with Zhou Tianlan's carriage. Qin Erwu and Tambameo led the way ahead. Yi Kuan slowly rode alongside Zhou Tianlan's carriage and smiled. Sister Taihu, Tianlan, I sincerely invite you to dinner. Please give me face. No need. Dalao Gu, thank you. Zhou Tianlan smiled gently. You are now an official with many matters to attend to. Just busy yourself. Zhou Taihu's wife also nodded in thanks. All right. If you need anything in the county, remember to find me. Yi Kuan spurred his horse ahead and turned back to smile. Tianlan, you really become more beautiful. There is no one in the county as pretty as you. You're talking nonsense. There are so many young ladies in the county. Are they all not as good as me? They each have their own charm. Yi Kuan smiled and rode away. The brewing equipment he ordered a few days ago was ready and delivered to the Zhongjiao building. Yu Yin and Chen Hua were studying it. When Yi Kuan arrived, he checked the equipment and the wine yeast that had been made a few days ago, preparing for an experiment, explaining each step to Yu Yin and Chen Hua. The yeast was made from millet and spicy vine, called Xiao Chu, something that had never existed in the history of dating country. This was something Yi Kuan learned from his grandfather in the countryside before he traveled here. Yu Yin and Chen Hua were very attentive, carefully asking about each step and confirming repeatedly. After dinner, they started steaming the sorghum. Yu Yin seemed to have a purpose. Smiling, Sir, the brewing matter will need Chen Hua to take care of it in the future. When you have time, teach her more. Once Chen Hua learns, let her teach me. Yi Kuan, busy, casually replied, Sure, I'll teach Chen Hua first. As long as they're essay master, everything else will be easy. Yu Yin paused and then whispered, Sir, Chen Hua is very clean. She hasn't been violated by the bandits. Why bring this up? I know. Yu Kuan sweated. Sir, Yu Yin gathered her courage. If you don't mind, you can. Take Chen Hua. We have no family left. You are our only support. Chen Hua was stoking the fire under the stove, her face turning red. I understand. Yu Yin, you go mix the yeast again. Yi Kuan nodded and smiled. Yu Yin nodded and turned to leave. Chen Hua stood up, lowering her head. Sir, don't blame my sister-in-law. We really have no home left, so. Yi Kuan took Chen Hua's hand. Chen Hua, I don't dislike you. It's just that I already have several women by my side, and I'm afraid I would neglect you and make you feel wronged. Sir, I'm not afraid of feeling wronged. Chen Hua leaned into Yi Kuan's embrace. Yi Kuan laughed. Don't worry, once I teach you how to brew, I won't let you go. If you don't mind that I have many women, then wait for the future. We can also consummate our marriage. Sir. Don't call me sir, call me Kuan Ge. Yi Kuan embraced Chen Hua's waist, gently squeezing it. A slightly plump girl, quite nice. Kuan Ge. Chen Hua finally smiled, tiptoeing up, tilting her head, and closing her eyes, waiting for the wonderful moment. Good sister, I will cherish you. Yi Kuan gave a long kiss, exploring Chen Hua's body with both hands, and, after a long time, he let go, gently stroking her hair. Once we make the first batch of wine, I will take you both to Sheeping Mountain to pay respects to your parents and family. Then, we'll find a good day to consummate our marriage. At this moment, Yi Kun could have taken Chunhua, but it would be unfair to her. So, Yi Kun had to wait a bit longer, adding some sense of ceremony to let Chunhua feel respected. Kun go, I will listen to you. I will wait for you. Chunhua buried her head in Yi Kun's chest, feeling both bittersweet and happy. Outside, Tambameo suddenly shouted, Godfather, County Magistrate Liu is back. Please go meet him immediately. That dog of a county magistrate really came back. Yi Kun patted Chunhua's shoulder. Don't tire yourself too much. Take your time. Take good care of your sister-in-law. I'll go to the county office. Chunhua nodded repeatedly. Kun go, don't tire yourself too much. It's fine. If I get tired when I come back at night, you can massage my shoulders and legs. Yi Kun smiled and waved as he left. Just as he exited South Street, he encountered Zhou Tianlan's carriage. Da Lu Yi. Zhou Tianlan was very happy and waved to greet him. Tianlan. Yi Kun rode up and smiled. Have you eaten lunch? If not, I'll take you to eat. I've eaten in my aunt's house, Da Lao Ge. Zhou Tianlan smiled, pursing her lips. My sister-in-law and I are heading home now. By the way, Da Lao Ge, are you going home? I'll go home with you. And you'll say again that I'm not a good person and want to chase me away. Yi Kun jumped off his horse, bought a few pounds of dates and pears from the roadside, and placed them on Zhou Tianlan's and her sister-in-law's carriage. Take these to eat on the way. Consider it a way to please Miss Tianlan. So you want to scold me in the future. Da Lao Ge is really thoughtful. Zhou Tianlan covered her mouth and laughed. It's because I'm heartbroken for you. Little girl. Yi Kun smiled back, shouting to Tambameo, Bameo, ride your horse and escort Miss Zhou and her sister-in-law out of the county. Prevent those guarding the city gate from being blind and bumping into Miss Tianlan. The city gate guards, by rule, check the people and merchants coming in and out of the city. Sometimes, beautiful young ladies and brides entering the city may face intentional harassment, crazy questioning, or even inspection of their personal belongings. The county's defense duties belong to the county lieutenant, and these gate guards are naturally Yi Kun's subordinates. However, Yi Kun was busy and hadn't time to deal with these dogs. Tambameo replied loudly, Understood, sir. Zhou Tianlan's vanity was greatly satisfied as she waved and smiled. Da Lao Ge, you are really a good person. When I get home, I will have my father invite you for a meal. Whether I am a good person, you will know tomorrow night. Yi Kun considered inwardly, but smiled affectionately on the surface. Go ahead, Tianlan, and sister-in-law, Taihu, take your time on the road. At County Magistrate Liu's residence, it was a joyful atmosphere. Yi Kun arrived and clasped his fists, saying, Luda, for the country and the people, you have worked tirelessly, traveling 1,000 miles, enduring the fatigue of travel. This official did not come to welcome you. I deserve death 1,000 times. Idioms are really useful. They can be used to flatter without needing to draft. Chapter 75. Miss Yuezhuan's Panic. County Magistrate Liu jogged down the steps, shaking Yi Kun's hand, laughing heartily. Brother Yi, you have only done great deeds. What crime is there? Hurry, hurry, come inside. I've been waiting for you for half a day. It seems that this old turtle, having met with the prefect, has accomplished what he set out to do and is in high spirits. County Clerk Wang also nodded and bowed. Master Yi, your contributions this time are tremendous. Magistrate Liu, you look radiant. Everything went smoothly this time, right? After entering the room, Yi Kun took a seat. Guess what I discussed with the prefect? Magistrate Liu chuckled, leaning close to Yi Kun's ear. We agreed that the prefect will raise the price of coarse salt by 30% for us to make refined salt. As for the price we sell it for, the prefect doesn't care. The more coarse salt we refine, the better. The prefect guarantees the supply. A 30% increase? So originally it was 101. Now it's 130? Yi Kun calculated. 101 of coarse salt after refinement. We can sell for 181. With the prefect as 30% increase, we still earn 51. The profit is substantial. Clerk Wang laughed. Exactly. That's how it's calculated. Right now, in this chaotic time with bandits rampant, the court is in urgent need of funds and has completely delegated the coarse salt trade to various states and counties. As long as we raise the price to acquire it, we can play however we want. Magistrate Liu patet ye kunschulder. Buroturie. We can have a big haul and earn money while lying down. This time, I brought back 10,000 gene of coarse salt. That should last a month, right? 10,000 gene? Yi Kuan was dumbfounded. This old turtle is really something. Magistrate Liu frowned. Is it too much? Too little, Magistrate Liu. Yi Kuan, this 10,000 gene, I estimate, will only last 3 to 5 days. Magistrate Liu, hurry and send people to transport more salt. 3 to 5 days. Is it really that serious? Of course it is. Yi Kuan stood up and said, immediately arrange for the Yamen servants to take refined salt and distribute it for free to the major taverns in the county town. Half a gene for each tavern. For the shops doing business along the street, 2 taels for each. In front of the county office. Distribute it for free to 500 people, 1 tael each. At the same time, promote that our county is wholesaling refined salt in large quantities. Magistrate Liu almost jumped up. Refined salt, and I'm giving it away for free? Giving away salt is like giving money to the poor. That's like digging out Magistrate Liu's heart. Magistrate, the technology for refining coarse salt will leak within a year. Yi Kuan began to analyze. We need to act quickly, rapidly expand a market, and get our first batch of wealth. Therefore, we must widely publicize and expand our influence. I've calculated, giving away salt for free is only a matter of 1 or 200 gene, like a grain in Taisang, a hair among 9 oxen. With such a grand display, in just 3 to 5 days, our refined salt will be promoted, moving east of Wu and Yu, west of Ba and Shu, earning money like flowing water. Clerk Wang immediately nodded. What Master Yi said is very true. We need to act quickly to prevent changes in court policy and the withdrawal of our rights. Agreed. Magistrate Liu gritted his teeth and instructed Ho Chi, do as Master Yi says, execute it immediately. Ho Chi nodded and took people away. Magistrate Liu looked on and smiled. Master Yi, you also have good news. I have good news. Did that old turtle agree to marry Miss Yue to me? Yi Kuan clasped his fists and smiled. I am foolish. Please enlighten me, my lord. Your military merit and title have been conferred. Magistrate Liu chuckled and took out the document. Master Yi has made contributions by killing bandits, recognized as a 4th-level noble title Bugong. Granted 4 hectares of land and a residence of 4 mu. Bugong is the name of a 4th-level lord. The 4th from the bottom among the 20 levels of nobility in the dating kingdom. 4 hectares of land is about 200 mu of arable land. For mu of residence is a residential plot of 4 mu for you to build your own house. Only 4th level? I thought it would be a marquee. Yi Kuan laughed and asked again, where are the land and residence located? The land and residence we will arrange slowly. There will be. Magistrate Liu laughed heartily. Let me find a wealthy household, frame them for some crime, seize their property and residence, and then give it to Master Yi. Every county has some official lands that can be conferred to those who have made contributions. These official lands are reserved, newly cultivated, or confiscated from households. However, the official lands in Pinji County have all been rented out by Magistrate Liu for personal gain, turning them into his private property. Yi Kuan smiled and waved his hand. I have a place to live. There's no hurry. Magistrate Liu, what we need to do now is to immediately eliminate the bandits and robbers within our county. Ensure the trade routes are open and get the refined salt out. Making money is the priority. Speaking of making money, Magistrate Liu's eyes lit up again. I support all of Master Ye's actions. Rest assured, my lord, I will take action tomorrow. Consider a welcome for you. Yi Kuan clasped his fists and said, that is Shuangyang Mountain? Clerk Wang laughed. This matter must be kept confidential for the time being. Yi Kuan held Clerk Wang's hand. Lord Wang, tomorrow morning. You accompany me to supervise the battle and see how effective my training has been these days. Clerk Wang was startled and waved his hand. I only know how to calculate accounts, not how to fight. Rest assured, Lord Wang. My 300 soldiers will deal with the dozens of bandits on Shuangyang Mountain. Do I still need you to charge? Yi Kuan laughed. Tomorrow I will personally protect you. If the bandits dare to touch a hair on Lord Wang, they will have to step over my dead body. Magistrate Liu stared wide-eyed. Since Master Yi said so, Lord Wang, you should go and take a look. Clerk Wang had no choice but to nod. Yi Kuan then accompanied Magistrate Liu and Clerk Wang to inspect the construction of the salt refining factory. This place has several large sheds, surrounded by a wall, covering an area of about 3 mu. The sheds have been completed, and according to Yi Kuen's design, they are in the process of making a long earthen stove. A long earthen stove looks like a long earthen ridge with a row of stove pits dug out on top, maximizing fuel usage and saving firewood. 100 workers are working overtime, and it is estimated that it can be put into use in 2 or 3 days. In the evening, Magistrate Liu hosted a family banquet and invited Yi Kuen for drinks. Madame Liu, as beautiful as snow, indeed brought Miss Yuan with her. Miss Yuan still had that gentle demeanor, with a skin like ice and bones like jade, not troubling the mundane world. I have met the madam, and I have met Miss Yuan. Yi Kuen was refined and polite. Master Yi doesn't need to be so polite. Madame Liu, as beautiful as snow, returned the courtesy and smiled. 1 day is a stranger, 2 days is familiar. Master Yi doesn't need to be so formal. You and Magistrate Liu work together to make money. We are all one family now. 1 day a stranger, 2 days familiar, one family? Yi Kuen felt delighted and grateful. Madame's kindness, I will never forget. Miss Yuan also bowed slightly to Yi Kuen, smiling faintly. Madam, Miss Yuan, please sit. Yi Kuen was very graceful. Yes, we are all one family. No need to be so formal. Magistrate Liu laughed heartily, pulling Yi Kuen to sit down, and called for a singing girl to entertain. Yi Kuen took the opportunity to show off, writing a poem for the singing girl's lead. It's rare for Magistrate Liu to be happy with the madam and the young lady present. I search my heart and compose a poem, set to a new tune, to enhance the drinking mood. The singing girl's lead took the poem and immediately gathered everyone to rehearse, singing and dancing. I live at the head of the Yangtze River. You live at the tail of the Yangtze River. I think of you every day, but cannot see you. Let us drink the Yangtze River water together. Madame Liu, as beautiful as snow, listened with affectionate eyes. Miss Yuan listened, her face slightly reddened, lowering her head, yet occasionally lifting her eyelids to steal glances at Yi Kuen. Yi Kuen continued to tease Miss Yuan, standing up to toast. Miss Yuan, with a heart like an orchid and a quality like a hibiscus, with a mind as clear as ice and snow, possessing both talent and beauty, understanding the elegant rhythm from a sound of the zither, well read in poetry and books in the boudoir. I, with my shallow knowledge, humbly asked for Miss Yuan's guidance on my clumsy poems. A string of idioms poured out like a continuous stream of water, unstoppable like the overflowing yellow river. Miss Yuan's heart was in turmoil, and she hurriedly stood up to pay her respects. Yuan, although I have studied, I only know a few characters, and being in a secluded chamber, I have no experience. How could I dare to instruct Lord Yi? Chapter 76. This is the young lady. Madame Liu, standing beside, suddenly chuckled. Lord Yi, Miss Yuan, you two have met before. There's no need for so many formalities. Please sit down, enjoy a drink, and have a chat. Yi Kuen nodded and raised his hand, saying, Miss Yuan, please take a seat. Miss Yuan took a sip of wine, then bowed to show her respect before sitting down. This is how a true young lady should be. Unlike that Zhou Tailon, County Magistrate Liu was happy, and County Vice Magistrate Wang was also pleased. They drank a few more cups and chatted about trivial matters. Yi Kuen glanced at the hourglass, stood up to take his leave. Lord Liu, Lord Wang, and Madam and Miss Yuan, I have matters to attend to and must return to the barracks to make arrangements. So I must take my leave. Although the wine is good, I dare not indulge and delay Lord Liu's important business. County Magistrate Liu clasped his hands and smiled. Lord Yi, thank you for sharing my worries. I'm deeply grateful. Yi Kuen bowed again and took his leave. Madame Liu and Miss Yuan returned the gesture. Once outside, Yi Kuen mounted his horse and galloped straight to the barracks, immediately calling for Wang Bao, Zhu Dachuan, and Tamba Meo, Qin Erwu, and others to convene a meeting. From now on, the barracks will be under martial law. No one is allowed to enter or exit without permission. Yi Kuen's face was filled with killing intent. Order the kitchen to prepare meals and rations for 200 people immediately. Zhu Dachuan and Yin Luhai gathered 200 elite soldiers, each equipped with bows and crossbows, for assembly in the training ground. Qin Erwu and Wang Bao prepare all the carts and war horses. Stand by in the training ground. Wang Bao was taken aback and asked, Lord Yi, is there some action planned? The county's constable has decided to eliminate the bandits at Shuangyang Mountain. Ah, to exterminate the bandits? Everyone was overjoyed. This day had been long awaited. Keep it confidential for now. Just tell the soldiers it's a training exercise. Yi Kun waved his hand. You each go about your tasks, have a good meal, and set off immediately. Qin Erwu and the others perked up and quickly assembled the troops and prepared the horses. Soon, the troops were gathered, and the training ground was brightly lit. The kitchen also prepared supper. Everyone ate and waited in place. Yi Kun left a few personal soldiers and instructed, at dawn, you will take the carts to pick up County Vice Magistrate Wang and head to Shuangyang Mountain. There must be no mistakes. Then, Yi Kun quietly instructed Qin Erwu, Yin Luhai, and Wang Bao, Zhu Dachuan, and others. In the middle of the night, at Yi Kun's command, more than 20 carts set off towards Shuangyang Mountain. Each cart carried 4 people, with 4 following behind. Additionally, there were over a dozen fully armed cavalrymen riding alongside Yi Kun. The army left the city at midnight. The sound of cart wheels and horses echoing, with bows and arrows at the ready. The small county was filled with fear. After leaving the county, Yi Kun shouted, brothers on the carts, change every 3 miles, get off and run forward. Those who were originally running, get on the carts to rest. This time it was to exterminate bandits, but also to train the troops. Yi Kun didn't want the soldiers to be too comfortable, so he made them run and practice. The distance from the county to Shuangyang Mountain was 70 miles. With carts to rotate and rest, they only needed to run 35 miles, which shouldn't be too tiring. At this moment, there were still more than 3 hours until dawn, and Yi Kun felt they could reach Shuangyang Mountain before sunrise. As for the bandit stronghold at Shuangyang Mountain, Yi Kun had also figured it out and had a simple map. However, Yi Kun overestimated the physical condition of these soldiers. An hour later, after leaving the city for less than 20 miles, more than 10 soldiers could no longer run and were gasping for breath. Yi Kun was furious, jumped off his warhorse, and shouted, cavalry, dismount and run forward. All those who can't keep up get on the horses. No one is allowed to fall behind today. Even if you have to crawl, you must crawl to the destination. Even if you die, you must be carried there. The most important thing in battle is morale and discipline. Once someone falls behind, more will start to slack off. The cavalry grumbled as they dismounted, replacing those who couldn't keep up with the horses. Yi Kun drew his sword and ran forward. After running 10 miles, he was also drenched in sweat. The soldiers admired Yi Kun even more and called out, Lord Yi, you should get on a horse. You are the commander. You can't tire yourself out. Only then did Yi Kun mount his horse and continue to lead the way forward. Along the way, Yi Kun sent 2 swift horses to the villages of Kaomayakan and Guanjia village to notify the tiger hunting teams from both villages to come to Shuangyang Mountain for support. While battle does not rely on the tiger hunting teams, Yi Kun had other plans. After advancing more than 50 miles, it was almost dawn. There were still 15 miles to Shuangyang Mountain. Fortunately, no one fell behind. Everyone held on. Rest in place. Yi Kun sutet, vong dao. You take those who truly cannot run to rest here and come slowly. The rest, all get on the carts and move at full speed towards Shuangyang Mountain. The soldiers finally realized and asked, Lord Yi, this isn't just a training exercise. It's to exterminate bandits? Yi Kun drew his sword. That's right. This is a fight to the death. Anyone who dares to be lazy will be dealt with according to military law. After a brief rest, Yi Kun took a dozen cavalry and 80-foot soldiers, driving the carts at full speed. The 15 miles passed in the blink of an eye. However, the carts and warhorses could not go up the mountain. Yi Kun left the carts behind, assigning 10 soldiers to guard them, while the others armed with bows and crossbows spread out, moving closer to the bandit stronghold. It was just getting light. On the mountainside, the bandit sentinels spotted the official troops and immediately stood up, waving flags and shouting, Not good. Yi Kun is coming. Since the extermination of the bandits at Sheeping Mountain, Yi Kun's name had become well known among other bandits. Upon seeing the official troops, they knew it was Yi Kun's men. Bang! Qin Erwu's bow and crossbow fired, hitting the sentinels dead on. Yi Kun drew his sword and shouted, Surround from both flanks, charge the center. Qin Erwu, Yin Luhai, and Wang Dakwai each led their teams into action. Tamba Mayo and Zhu Dachuan also led small teams, following Yi Kun to attack from the front. The bandits at Shuangya Mountain originally had over 100 men, which was quite a force. Last time, they were scattered by the Imperial Army's tiger hunt, and their leader, Shen Dalong, had disbanded his men to flee. Now, they had regrouped with only 50 to 60 people. They hadn't expected Yi Kun to arrive so quickly. At this moment, it was just dawn, and most bandits were probably still asleep. Upon hearing that Yi Kun had arrived, the bandits had no time to don their gear and rushed out in short clothing, wielding knives, guns, and bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kunish Arovs Ulev, killing more than 10 bandits on the spot. The remaining bandits were terrified, retreated to the mountain top, and shouted, "Hold the fort, do not engage in battle." Yi Kun chuckled and ordered his men to advance slowly, surrounding the bandit stronghold. This was too easy, almost a one-sided massacre, not a battle at all. Surrounding the mountain top were Yi Kun's soldiers. With bows and crossbows set up, they shot down anyone they saw. Qin Erwa shouted, "Brother Dalong, why haven't we charged in yet? There are not many bandits. We can finish this in one battle. No rush. We wait for the tiger hunting teams and Lord Wang." Yi Kun said with confidence, allowing everyone to stand by and rest. An hour later, Wang Bao arrived with 100 stragglers. Then, the tiger hunting teams from Kaomaikan and Guanjia village each sent over a dozen people, all armed with bows and arrows. County Vice Magistrate Wang also arrived in a cart and complained upon meeting, "Lord Yi, I got up in the middle of the night, and this 70 miles has nearly worn my old bones out. Thank you for your hard work. Just wait for you to take command, and I can launch a full-scale attack." Yi Kun laughed heartily, sword in hand. "Sound the drums, charge, and capture the bandit leader Shen Dalong alive." Chapter 77, Zhou Tailon cried. Bang, bang, bang. The war drums sounded, shaking the mountains. Everyone held bows and crossbows, raised knives and guns, and shouted to advance. There were more than 200 people now, which was quite a powerful momentum. Unexpectedly, the bandit leader Shen Dalong was very timid. Hearing the drums and shouts, he immediately hid behind the rocks and yelled, "Lord Yi, my brothers are willing to surrender and come down the mountain to serve the people. Or we can follow you, Lord Yi, and be your foot soldiers. I beg you to spare us." In the Battle of Sheeping Mountain, Yi Kun had killed over 200 bandits, leaving none alive. And Shen Dalong naturally knew this. He also knew that with his small number of men, they were not enough to fill Yi Kun's teeth. Resistance would mean certain death. Surrender might allow them to survive. Yi Kun ordered to stop the attack and shouted, "Shen Dalong, since you are willing to surrender, why don't you come out and kneel?" "I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Lord Yi, please don't shoot." Moments later, Shen Dalong, bare-chested, raised both hands and rolled out with more than 30 subordinates in a line. Qin Erwu and others, armed with bows, crossbows, knives, and guns, surrounded the bandits and shouted in unison, "Get on the ground, hands on your head, don't move. Don't look around, otherwise you'll be killed without mercy." This was a method Yi Kun taught everyone to control prisoners. The prisoners lay on the ground with their heads held, losing their right to observe, and without understanding the situation, they would become fearful and dare not act rashly or retaliate. "We won't move, we won't move." Shen Dalong was very honest, the first to lie down, hands on his head, mouth in the dirt, motionless. Qin Erwu kicked Shen Dalong and gritted his teeth, cursing, "You dog, over the years, how much grain have you robbed from our Kaomiazwang? This is your retribution." Yin Luhai also hit Shen Dalong on the shoulder with the back of his knife, shouting, "Beast. The people who starved to death in Kaomiazwang these years were all caused by you. And those 2 widows you abducted and ruined. How do you account for that?" Shen Dalong had occupied Shuangya Mountain for 6 or 7 years. The villagers within a radius of 30 to 50 miles had suffered greatly. Guanjia village was also extorted every year, so Zhao Biao and others stepped forward to curse and beat the bandits. "All right, enough." Once everyone had vented their anger, Yi Kun waved his hand to stop them. "Take Shen Dalong away and search the bandit den." Everyone rushed up, binding the bandits' hands behind their backs, and escorted them to the bandit den. Yi Kun led Shen Dalong at the forefront and smiled. "Shen Dalong, if you want to survive, you have to listen to me. Tell me honestly who among the nearby villages colluded with you. I've already figured out your spies and traitors in each village. If you dare to hide anything, I will carve you up piece by piece." "Lord Yi, I'll tell you. Shen Dalong was very cooperative. Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiehu from Komiazwang are both our informants. Guanjia Village's Lord Guan is too. Every time we go down to demand food and money, Zhou Taigong and Lord Guan lead the way to give it, and privately, I return the money to them, sharing the spoils with them. Damn, the gentry's money is returned in full. The poor's money is split 70-30. This gang of bandits and gentry has a well-rehearsed trick. Yi Kuan was greatly surprised, but also inexplicably delighted, shouting, "Shun Dalong, do you have evidence?" Originally, Yi Kuan wanted to frame Lord Guan and Zhou Taigong to then target the wealthy. Unexpectedly, didn't need to frame them. These two were genuine criminals. Yes. They have correspondence with me, and I've kept it all. Shun Dalong, eager to save his life, shouted, "My lord, I'll take you to get the evidence. It's in my main military tent." You still have a main military tent? No, it's my bandit den. Lead the way. Yi Kuan laughed heartily and then instructed Qin Erwu, "Guard the road down the mountain. No one is allowed to leave." Soon they could deal with Zhou Taigong and Lord Guan. At this moment, news must be tightly sealed. Yi Kuan escorted Shen Dalong to the bandit den. The den was also a cave, which had been deepened and expanded, capable of accommodating dozens of people to stay. In front of the bandit den, 7 or 8 women knelt. All were women seized by Shun Dalong in recent days, bowing together. "My lord, we are good women. Get up, wait here. We are the officials coming to rescue you." Yi Kuan sighed and let everyone get up. Inside the bandit den, there were some grains and jerky, along with a bit of silver and copper money, but not much. Deep in Shun Dalong's den, there were a few boxes. Opening the boxes revealed many wooden slips and bamboo strips, which were letters of collusion between Zhou Taigong and Lord Guan with the bandits. Some were warnings, revealing information about the bandit suppression. Some were colluding with bandits, saying which family had money and beautiful daughters. There was even a handwritten letter from Zhou Tiehu from over a month ago, notifying the bandits that Yi Kuan had received a reward of 10 taels for killing a tiger and had taken Yao Kai Dai, urging the bandits to extort. Yi Kuan suddenly understood. No wonder after he got the reward, the river dragon went to extort. After searching further, there was another letter written by Zhou Taigong, instructing the bandits to rob the widow Dai Shi. Because Dai Shi was a widow, no one was taking care of her. Yi Kuan was so angry he trembled. "Beast, then don't blame me for being ruthless." County Deputy Wang followed along, seeing the evidence and laughing heartily. So the bandits colluded with the gentry. No wonder we always returned empty-handed after suppressing the bandits every year. Yi Kuan pulled County Deputy Wang aside and asked, "What should we do now?" "My lord, we have to take it step by step. The meat is in the pot. It won't run away." County Deputy Wang was an old fox, smiling. "First, since Shun Dalong has been a bandit for many years, he must have hidden gold and silver somewhere. We need to force it out. Second, take this dog thief to confront Zhou Taigong and Lord Guan, detain their whole family, and confiscate their private property. As for other matters, they are all minor issues." Yi Kuan was very satisfied. "County Deputy Wang, you should force out Shun Dalong's hidden gold as soon as possible. Then we will raid their homes to prevent leaks." County Deputy Wang nodded and privately interrogated Shun Dalong with Yi Kuan. Shun Dalong wanted to live. After being whipped a few times by Yi Kuan, he had to honestly confess, "I have 50 taels of gold and 300 taels of silver hidden in the latrine behind." Dig open the latrine, clear out the dung, and dig down to find it. Why the hell hide it there? County Deputy Wang was furious and whipped Shun Dalong 2 more times. "Robbing you for some money, yet I have to dig through dung? Isn't that humiliating for Lord Wang?" Yi Kuan stopped County Deputy Wang and whispered, "County Deputy Wang, let's have someone guard the bandit den here, and don't let anyone move. We need to deal with Zhou Taigong and Lord Guan first. Lord Guan has money. That's the big catch." County Deputy Wang accepted Yi Kuan's suggestion and let him make arrangements. Yi Kuan left 30 soldiers and 2 of County Deputy Wang's personal guards to watch the bandit den. He also arranged for 50 soldiers to escort the other bandits back to the county town. The 6 or 7 women were also taken to the county town to wait for arrangements. Then Yi Kuan took County Deputy Wang, Shun Dalong, 70 soldiers, and a horse-drawn cart straight to Komiazwang. It was 30 miles, less than an hour's journey. At the village entrance, Yi Kun conspired with County Deputy Wang. This was Kaomi Aswang. Yi Kun did not want to offend anyone and wanted to be a good person. County Deputy Wang repeatedly nodded, chuckling, mounted his horse, and rushed to Zhou Taigong's house, shouting, "Surround the house from all sides. Don't let a single person escape. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." 70 soldiers, led by Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan, rushed forward, blocking the front and back doors, brandishing knives and guns, and charging into the house to start capturing people. "Don't move. Squat down, hands on your head." The soldiers were aggressive, shouting like thunder. The Zhou family was terrified, screaming and running around, holding their heads. Soon, the situation was brought under control. Everyone in the Zhou family was dragged out and squatted against the wall in front of the door, including Zhou Tiehu, who has a broken leg and is recuperating at home. Moreover, Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiehu were beaten by Wang Baozhu and Dechun, resulting in broken ribs. Zhou Tailan also lost her usual arrogance, showing a face of fear and tears. The villagers of Kaomiakan were also panicking, watching from a distance. The Qin brothers and Yin Lu Hai comforted the villagers, saying, "Lord Wang is handling the case. It has nothing to do with everyone, so don't be afraid." Only then did the villagers feel reassured and move closer to watch. Old Ghost, colluding with bandits, harming the village, plotting rebellion. Your good days are over. County Deputy Wang kicked Zhou Taigong and ordered the bandit leader Shen Dalong to be brought out. He displayed wooden slips and bamboo strips, shouting to the villagers, "Dear villagers." Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiehu colluded with bandits, provided inside information, and facilitated their activities. The evidence is conclusive. County Magistrate Liu has ordered the arrest of Zhou Taigong's entire family, and their property will be sealed, awaiting further action. Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiehu turned ashen. This was because Shen Dalong was also present, confronting them directly, leaving no room for denial. Yi Kun intentionally delayed for a moment, and upon seeing the situation was under control, he galloped over. "Lord Yi, Brother Dalong, save us." The Zhou family's members cried out upon seeing Yi Kun, as they felt a connection since they were from the same village. Chapter 78, Saving Zhou Tailan. Yi Kun jumped off his horse, pulled out the handwritten letter from Zhou Tiniu, and threw it on the ground. "Tiniu, this is the letter you wrote to the bandits. That's why that day, the Jianglong came to trouble me and wanted to take away Caidi." Zhou Tiniu collapsed to the ground upon seeing it. He knew that Yi Kun would not let him go. County Magistrate Wang shouted, "Bind the entire Zhou family and put them on the cart." The soldiers stepped forward, punching and kicking, binding the men of the Zhou family and tossing them onto the horse-drawn cart. The women and children of the Zhou family cried heart-wrenchingly, each shouting for mercy. "Lord Wang." Yi Kun began to play the good guy, clasping his fists and saying, "Zhou Taigong Zhou Tiniu colluded with bandits. But the women and children are innocent. I beg you to show mercy." Upon hearing this, the Zhou family members all had tears in their eyes. "Lord Yi, thank you for saving our lives. Please help us." Zhou Tailan cried the loudest, "Big brother, you must help us." County Magistrate Wang furrowed his brows. "Lord Yi, as the county lieutenant, do you not know the laws of the court? If one person rebels, the entire family is to be executed. Zhou Taigong and his son conspired with bandits, and the whole family must be imprisoned, awaiting their fate." This sigh. Yi Kun stamped his foot in anxiety, repeatedly clasping his fists. "I am from Caomiao village, and the Zhou family are my fellow villagers. How can I bear it? Lord Wang, you take away the adult males of the Zhou family first. The other women and children can be detained temporarily. What do you think?" "All right, for Lord Ye's sake." The women and children of the Zhou family will be temporarily detained on the spot, their property sealed, and someone will be assigned to guard them closely. Lord Wang finally showed mercy and added, "Lord Yi, please make arrangements. We have other tasks." Yi Kun nodded, calling over Wang Bao and Zhu Dachuan to escort the women of the Zhou family into the house. The Zhou family members were restrained in the main room, sitting on the floor and not allowed to move recklessly. All other rooms were sealed with a notice. "Big brother, please help." Zhou Tailan squatted on the ground, tugging at Yi Kun's pants, tears streaming down her face. "Tailan, you can rest assured." Yi Kun squatted down, stroking Tailan's head, and whispered in her ear, I will come back this afternoon and will definitely find a way to help you. Wait for me, don't worry. Big brother, thank you. Zhou Tailon tightly gripped Yi Kuen's hand. Wait for me to come back. Yi Kuen pulled his hand away, turned, and left the door, leaving 20 soldiers to guard the women of the Zhou family, and asked Qin Shou and the tiger-subduing team for help. Then Yi Kuen took the others, along with the tiger-subduing team from Guanjia village, and headed straight for Guanjia village. Upon arriving at Guanjia village, it was Yi Kuen's turn to be the bad guy. He surrounded Guanjia, not allowing a single person to escape. Anyone who dared to flee or resist arrest would be killed on the spot. Soon, the entire Guanjia family was brought out. Hundreds of villagers from Guanjia gathered to watch. Old Master Guanjia was a big fat man, and he also knew County Magistrate Wang. He shouted, "County Magistrate Wang, what is going on? I want to see County Magistrate Liu." Last month, County Magistrate Liu came to my house for drinks. Yi Kuen kicked him and then slapped him. "Old dog, Lord Wang is here to handle a case, not to make relatives with you. If you dare to prattle on, I will chop off your dog head first." Old Master Guanjia's mouth bled as he looked at Yi Kuen in fear. County Magistrate Wang had Shun Dalong brought out, throwing evidence of wooden tablets and bamboo slips, and smiled bitterly. "Old Master Guanjia, you have committed such a heinous crime, and not to mention the county magistrate. Even the prefect can't save you." Upon seeing Shun Dalong and the correspondence evidence, Old Master Guanjia collapsed to the ground, cursing loudly. "Shun Dalong, you are framing me. This bandit correspondence was not written by me. It's a frame-up." Shun Dalong remained indifferent, rolling his eyes. He intentionally kept these correspondence documents, fearing this day would come, hoping to redeem himself. Yi Kuen grabbed Old Master Guanjia's beard, laughing. "Old dog, so you know Shun Dalong? We haven't introduced ourselves yet. And you confess on your own? You haven't even seen these wooden tablets and bamboo slips, yet you know they are forged bandit correspondence?" Old Master Guanjia couldn't justify himself, and in a fit of anger, he fainted. "Someone, Ye Kun Shou Tudlude, Tam Bumyo, Vank Bo, Vin Edwu. Take 20 soldiers and escort the entire Guanjia family onto the cart to the county town. If anyone tries to escape on the way, kill them without mercy." Zhao Biao, the captain of the tiger-subduing team from Guanjia village, took 5 team members to escort them as well. Zhao Biao hesitated for a moment. Lord Yi, being from the same village, Zhao Biao didn't want to offend anyone. Yi Kuen straightened his face. "This is an order." "Understood." Zhao Biao had no choice but to comply, selecting 5 team members to accompany him. Yi Kuen cupped his hands towards County Magistrate Wang. "Lord Wang, I leave this to you. Work hard. I still need to return to Tsaomiao village. Wang Dakwai, you stay behind to cooperate with Lord Wang's actions." Old Master Guanjia was wealthy, and there was a lot of profit, so this was entrusted to County Magistrate Wang. Yi Kuen kept Wang Dakwai from Tsaomiao village behind, considering him one of his own, hoping that County Magistrate Wang wouldn't greedily take too much. County Magistrate Wang clasped his fists. "Lord Yi, you have worked hard too." Yi Kuen smiled, mounted his horse, and hurried back to Tsaomiao village. Having not slept all night and fought intensely all day without eating, Yi Kuen was nearly exhausted. However, having brought down Zhou Taigong, Yi Kuen was quite excited, and Zhou Tailon, her tearful appearance truly tugged at one's heartstrings. Riding back to Tsaomiao village, it was already evening. Yi Kuen was very hungry. He arrived at home, dismounted, and entered the house, saying with a smile, "Yurong, I'm hungry. Quickly bring me some fruit to fill my stomach." "Husband." Jiang Yurong hurriedly caught up, pouring tea for Yi Kuen and bringing dried fruits. "Husband, eat quickly. Dinner isn't ready yet. I'll go check the workshop. Dinner should be ready over there." "No need." Yi Kuen stopped Jiang Yurong, eating persimmons. "Please prepare a basin of water for me to wash my face. I still need to go to the Zhou family to search their house and inventory their belongings." After a day of running around, he was covered in dust. Daishi had already brought the water over and quietly asked, "Big brother, did the Zhou family really collude with bandits?" "The evidence is conclusive, and moreover, Zhou Taigong, that old beast, even let the bandits come to rob you, saying you are a widow and have no one to care for you." "Huh?" Daishi turned pale with fright. Jiang Yurong was also shocked. "Fortunately, you weren't robbed Otherwise, it would have definitely been a death sentence. Yi Kun washed his face, smiling bitterly. So, don't pity the Zhou family members. They brought this upon themselves. Jiang Yurong sighed, but the children of the Zhou family are pitiful. Indeed. Yi Kun nodded. Seeing his sister-in-law Yukai coming over, he picked her up and laughed. Third sister, your brother-in-law is going over now to kill the vicious dog that chased you the day before yesterday. Tonight we will have dog meat. How about that? Yukai laughed. I don't eat dog meat. Then I will eat it. Yi Kun laughed heartily and patted Yotsai's little bottom. Go play with Pinger. Wait for me to come back. Jiang Yurong took over the third sister and whispered, Husband, this time he led the troops and searched Zhou Taigong's home. I'm afraid that in the future, it will create a generational feud. Although she couldn't read, Jiang Yurong understood that this matter had significant implications. It's fine. Don't worry, I have plans. Yi Kun comforted Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi, taking a few pieces of persimmons, eating as he walked towards the Zhou family. The women and children of the Zhou family were still being detained in the main room, with a depressing sound of crying. Light the lamps. Yi Kun entered the room, waving his hand. Stop crying, I'm back. Big brother, you're back. Zhou Tailon knelt on the ground, grabbing Yi Kun's hand. Big brother, I need to go to the toilet. I need to relieve myself, but those soldiers won't let me. The soldiers rolled their eyes. I'll let you go to relieve yourself. What if you jump into the latrine to commit suicide or hang yourself? All right, Tailon, come with me. Yi Kun waved his hand and led Zhou Tailon into Zhou Taigong's large bedroom. Chapter 79. Pay attention to hygiene. In one corner of the bedroom, there was a toilet. Yi Kun pointed to the toilet. Go ahead, Zhou Tianlon. Zhou Tianlon had no shame left and directly took off her clothes and squatted down. Yi Kun turned his back. After a while, Zhou Tianlon sighed with relief, putting her clothes back on while saying, Big brother, what's the situation now? My father and my second brother. Yi Kun brought a wet towel from the front and tossed it to Zhou Tianlon. After using the toilet, you need to wipe yourself clean. Pay attention to hygiene, or you'll get sick and no one will want you. Aye. Zhou Tianlon was taken aback, then turned around again, took off her clothes, and wiped herself carefully. Yi Kun sat down at the edge of the bed. Tianlon, you heard what Lord Wang said. Your father and your second brother conspired with bandits and will surely die. It's a pity for you. You'll be sold to a brothel. Once you go in, you'll be tormented to death sooner or later. No, big brother, I'm engaged. My in-laws will come to fetch me. Zhou Tianlon shouted. Yi Kun sighed. I forgot to tell you, old Master Guan from Guan family village, like your family, conspired with bandits and has also been raided. Right now, the entire Guan family has been captured and is being sent to the county. Zhou Tianlon was stunned and fell to her knees at Yi Kun's feet. Yi Kun sat on the bed, lifted Zhou Tianlon's chin with his toes, and admired her appearance at that moment. Not bad, a plump little beauty. After looking for a while, Yi Kun nodded. Fortunately, I kept you here. If you were taken to the county, those soldiers would probably take turns torturing you to death on the way. Zhou Tianlon was alarmed. Big brother, please save me. I can't go to prison. I can't be sold to a brothel. Yi Kun nodded. Let me think. Footsteps sounded outside, and a soldier ran in shouting. Lord Yi, Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tihu escaped halfway and have been shot dead. Yi Kun feigned surprise, stood up with a frown. What? Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tihu are dead. Say it again? In fact, this was Yi Kun's arrangement. On the way, Zhu Dachun made Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tihu get out of the car to relieve themselves, then deliberately shouted that the criminals had escaped and shot them with Qin Erwu, ending Zhou Taigong and his son's lives. Such people are a waste of food living in this world. Why keep them for the new year? The soldier repeated, Yes. Lord Yi, Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tihu attempted to escape halfway and were executed on the spot. With a loud cry, Zhou Tianlon started to cry. Outside, the sound of crying was even louder. The soldier shouted again, Lord Yi, the county magistrate sent a message by horse, asking you to immediately escort the Zhou family to the county, without delay. Understood, step back. Yi Kun waved his hand, then sat back on the bed, silent. Outside, Zhou Tihu's wife, Mrs. Wei, came crying, Big brother, please save us. Zhou Tihu colluded with bandits. He is dead, but the children are innocent. Zhou Tianlon was also awakened, hugging Yi Kun's thigh. Big brother, help. Yi Kun comforted Mrs. Wei. Sister-in-law of Tihu, you go back and wait. I will find a way. Mrs. Wei left crying. Yi Kun lifted Zhou Tianlan's chin and asked seriously, Tianlan, the governor of Changsha, Liu Biao, is your uncle. Why don't you go ask him for help? Big brother, Zhou Tianlan seemed to realize something, crying softly. Lord Yi, only you can save me now. Save my sister-in-law and my nephew. Please. You really ask me? Lord Yi, I truly beg you, as long as I can live, I will do anything. All right then. Yi Kun took Tianlan to the mirror by the window, brought a candle, and picked up a comb. Look at you, the prettiest girl in Saomiao village. The esteemed lady of a landlord. Your hair is all messy, like a madwoman. It really pains me, Lord Yi. Come, let me comb your hair. Zhou Tianlan trembled and was at a loss. Sit on my lap, Tianlan. Yi Kun pulled Zhou Tianlan to sit on his lap, facing the mirror, and combed her hair. Look, the girl in the mirror is so beautiful. Lord Yi, I'm willing to serve you. Oh, really? Yi Kun continued to comb Zhou Tianlan's hair, admiring her for a long time, then laughed. Your clothes are dirty too. Let me help you change into a set of clothes. Such a beautiful lady deserves my service. No, my lord, I can do it myself. Zhou Tianlan gently loosened her clothes. My lord, I'm willing to be your servant, to be your maid. I will endure any punishment and will never complain. Good sister, you understand too well. It's not in vain that I like you. Yi Kun felt emotional, pulling Zhou Tianlan towards the big bed. Zhou Tianlan hugged Yi Kun's neck and whispered, My lord, don't feel sorry for me as long as you like it. So obedient. Then I will listen to you. A plump girl is indeed delightful. In the main room, the rest of the Zhou family squatted on the ground, silent as a grave. After a stick of incense, Yi Kun lay on the bed, continuing to admire Zhou Tianlan beside him. If I had known you were this good, I would have climbed over the wall to find you last night. My lord, I will be yours from now on. Do whatever you want. Just please don't sell me to a brothel. Don't worry, I can't bear to. Help me up, dress me. Can't bear to was also Yi Kun's heartfelt words. What a good girl. Isn't it good to keep her as a maid, sweeping the floor, doing laundry, and taking out the toilet every day? Zhou Tianlan, not caring about putting on clothes, knelt on the bed, helping Yi Kun dress. After Yi Kun got dressed, he resumed his lordly demeanor, pinching Zhou Tianlan. I'm tired, I don't want to leave. Call your whole family in. Yes, my lord. Zhou Tianlan hurriedly got dressed and went outside to call people. The Zhou family entered the big bedroom, kneeling in front of Yi Kun. Lord Yi, I'm bowing to you, please. Save us. The old woman of the Zhou family knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing. After the old woman had bowed several times, Yi Kun smiled. Old lady Zhou, don't bow anymore. We are from the same village. Your daughter Tianlan is now my servant and maid. The old woman of the Zhou family was taken aback, then bowed again. Thank you, my lord, that is Tianlan's blessing. Yes, Tianlan, you are truly blessed. Yi Kun pulled Tianlan to sit on his lap, smiling. Tianlan, are you happy now? My lord, I am very happy. As long as you are happy. Yi Kun kissed Zhou Tianlan on the face, then called out to Zhou Tihu's wife, Mrs. Wei. Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tihu colluded with bandits, harming the villagers. Did sister-in-law Tihu know about this before? Mrs. Wei bowed. My lord, I didn't know at all. Now you know, do you think they should die? They should die. Mrs. Wei raised her head and said softly, Zhou Taigong is an old beast. He should die the most. He often bullies me. It seems there is something juicy here. Yi Kun was taken aback. How did he bully you? Mrs. Wei gritted her teeth and said, A few days ago, Zhou Tihu joined the tiger hunting team, patrolling every night. That old beast, Zhou Taigong, sneaked in my room after eating tiger meat and slept with me. The entire Zhou family lay on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Zhou Tianlan's face turned red, tears streaming down. Tianlan, your father is really inhuman. To climb onto your sister-in-law, sigh, what a beast. Yi Kun sighed while holding Tianlan's waist. Mrs. Wei pointed to the two women beside her. Zhou Tihu also had an affair with his father's concubine. Those two are not good people. The two women knelt and bowed, shouting, It was Zhou Tihu who forced us. We had no choice. Chapter 80. The Wealthy Maid Understanding. Yi Kun laughed heartily. My brother Tai who keeps accounts clearly. He won't suffer losses at all. His father slept with his wife. And he also slept with his father's concubine, truly like father, like son. What a waste not to keep the good stuff in the family. The Zhou family really knows how to have fun. Wei continued, Lord Yi, the Zhou father and son deserve their fate. I only ask you to save my 2 children. Yi Kuan nodded. How old are your children, and were their names? Wei brought over 2 children, 1 girl and 1 boy. My daughter Xiang is 10 years old. My son's nickname is Ergo. He is a bit over 4 years old. Kids, quickly bow to Lord Yi. The 2 children knelt together and bowed to Yi Kuan. Poor kids, get up. Yi Kuan pushed away the iron orchid on him and pulled Wei up. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Even if it means taking on great risks, I will save your children. Xiang is so cute. If she gets sold off, wouldn't that break people's hearts? Wei cried out, I beg you, Lord Yi, save us and take us in. Xiang will grow up and can serve you as a maid. No, I can't take you in, lest the villagers say I have ideas about you. Yi Kuan shook his head and said, How about this? I will give you 10 taels of silver. You take the 2 children and return to your family to live and raise them. My lord, even if I work like an ox or horse, I can't repay your kindness. Wei was about to kneel again. Yi Kuan waved his hand, brought Wei to her bedroom, and pried open the seal. Bring your and your children's clothes. Tonight, you will sleep in my spinning workshop. Tomorrow morning, take the children back to your family. If there is money in the room, take it quietly. It's fine. Wei expressed her gratitude profusely and entered the room to pack things up. Yi Kuan also gave her another 10 taels of silver, offered some words of comfort, and assigned others to tasks. Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiehu each had several concubines. Some had children, while others did not. Yi Kuan treated them the same, giving them money and letting them return to their families, taking their clothes with them. In the bedroom, only Zhou Laotai and Zhou Tailon remained. Yi Kuan smiled. Zhou Tailon, Zhou Laotai, I have preserved the bloodline of your Zhou family. The corpses of Zhou Tiehu and Zhou Taigong have also been brought back. I will arrange for their burial tomorrow. I have done a great service. Are you satisfied? Thank you, Lord Yi, thank you. Zhou Tailon and Zhou Laotai bowed together. However, Zhou Laotai, you must be sent to the county town. If you don't go, I will be executed. Yi Kuan looked at the old lady. I will send someone to take you to the jail now. Behave on the way. If you dare to seek death, then I cannot protect your daughter Tailon and your grandchildren in the future. When you get to the county, confess well. Shifting the blame onto Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiehu. They are both dead, so there will be no evidence. The old lady nodded repeatedly. Yes, I remember. Yi Kuan nodded. You can rest assured, Zhou Laotai. Tailon is now my woman. I won't let her starve. 2 soldiers came over, took Zhou Laotai onto a cart, and sent her to the county town overnight. Tailon, I'm not bad, am I? Luckily you are pretty. Otherwise, I wouldn't help you so much. Yi Kuan patted Zhou Tailon on the backside. Let us go, follow me home. Zhou Tailon thanked him, looked around the house, and whispered, My lord, tonight, you should stay in my house. I will serve you again. Silly girl, this is no longer your home. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Kuan pinched Zhou Tailon. Aren't you leaving? Yes, my lord. Zhou Tailon lowered her head and followed Yi Kuan. The Zhou family's property would continue to be sealed and counted tomorrow. Jiang Yurong and Dai, she had already cooked several dishes and warmed some wine, waiting for Yi Kuan. When they saw Yi Kuan bringing Zhou Tailon back, both Jiang Yurong and Dai, she were taken aback. Yurong, Dai Shi, sit down. Yi Kuan chuckled and looked at Zhou Tailon. Tailon, greet them. Yes. Zhou Tailon gritted her teeth and bowed to Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi, Yurong Dai Shi. According to the Yi family's rules, maids had to kneel and bow, calling them the first and second madams. Yes. Zhou Tailon trembled in fear and knelt down. First madam, second madam, Tailon bows to you. Look, this maid is so obedient. Yi Kuan patted Tailon's head and said to Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi, From now on, let this maid serve the first and second madams. If she doesn't obey, use family law. Tailon is so clever. She will take good care of you. Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi exchanged glances, both amused and exasperated. Yi Kuan then called over his 3rd sister-in-law Yu Kai and the 3rd child Pinger. Zhou Tailon was already very understanding, quickly bowing and apologizing, slapping herself. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have hit you. Yukai and Pinger were still young and did not understand what had happened, frightened. They rushed into Jiang Yurong's arms. "Sister, why is this crazy woman in our house?" Jiang Yurong quickly comforted them. "Don't be afraid, it's fine. She won't go crazy again and won't hit you anymore." Yi Kuan patted Zhou Tialan's head. "Go ahead, keep serving. From now on, you will sweep the floors, wash clothes, cook and clean the toilets, while also watching over Miss Yukai and Miss Pinger. Don't let them fall or bump into anything. The Yi family is big and has family laws." "Understood, my lord. I will be careful." Zhou Tialan stood up and stepped aside, waiting to serve. Yi Kuan picked up Yukai on his lap and smiled. "First Madame Yurong, second Madame Dai, she. Let us eat. I'm in a good mood today. Let us have a drink." Yurong had never seen Yi Kuan like this and felt a bit scared but forced a smile. Dai Shi, however, understood Yi Kuan's intentions. He was venting for himself, so she stood up to pour wine, saying, "First Madame Yurong, you and the master should have a drink. I, as a little maid, will serve you." Yi Kuan pinched Dai Shi cheekily, grinning. "Little girl, there are already maids at home. You should also drink with your master. Otherwise, your master won't pamper you anymore." Jiang Yurong chuckled at this. That night, Zhou Tialan carefully served Yi Kuan and Jiang Yurong while they bathed, doing it quite properly. Jiang Yurong was a bit shy, and when she got into bed, she whispered, "My lord, do wealthy families always have maids to serve them like this?" Wealthy families have dozens of maids. When serving the first madam's bath, they clean her all over, including— "You're talking nonsense. That's disgusting." Jiang Yurong couldn't help but laugh, playfully hitting him with her little fists. "Then let me speak seriously. In wealthy families, after the first madam and the master have done the rites of Zhougong, the maid has to fetch water to wash again. They don't do it themselves." "You're talking nonsense again. I don't believe it. That's so embarrassing." "What's embarrassing? The maid wouldn't dare tell outsiders. Otherwise, they would be killed immediately." Yi Kuan laughed. In fact, it was indeed like that in wealthy families. Madame Lu Ruxiue had told Yi Kuan this in person. Tialan stood by serving, trembling in fear. In fact, this girl had seen how her father and second brother, Zhou Tiehu, treated the maids at home, so she believed Yi Kuan's words. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Kuan called from the tent, "Tialan, go fetch water, let us wash up for me and the first madam." Chapter 81. Treating the people like one's own children. "Understood, my lord." Zhou Tialan hurriedly replied and went to the kitchen to fetch hot water, personally attending to him. These past few days had been too exhausting. Yi Kuan slept in late, only getting up when the sun was high in the sky. He took Zhou Tialan with him to inventory the Zhou family's assets. Qin Shou brought the entire village to await orders. Beside a large amount of farmland and real estate, the Zhou family didn't have much silver. Just 3 to 5 taels of gold, over 100 taels of silver, a few dozen copper coins, some jewelry and jade. There were also livestock, chickens, ducks, carts, oxen, clothes, and quilts. However, Yi Kuan found many IOUs. Debtors included people from the village and outsiders. Yi Kuan instructed Qin Shou to notify the debtors from outside the village to gather, then read the IOUs one by one and have everyone step forward. After finishing, Yi Kuan told Qin Shou to start a fire and throw the IOUs into it, laughing, "Dear villagers, the money you owe the Zhou family is hereby cancelled. No need to pay it back." The debtors were all smiling and bowed down, saying, "Thank you, Lord Yi." Yi Kuan waved his hand and added, "The money found in the Zhou family must be turned over. However, as the county magistrate, I will decide that the livestock, chickens, and ducks of the Zhou family will be divided among the villagers after discussion. Distributing land from the rich to the poor is the best way to win people's hearts." With the majority of the villagers united, Yi Kuan was not afraid. The villagers cheered, "Lord Yi, you are the best to us." Yi Kuan smiled, took Qin Shou, Qin Erwu, Wang Dakue, and Yin Liuhe to the backyard. Then he took out over 10 taels of silver. "You all quietly divide this. You, along with the villagers, discuss how to share the Zhou family's livestock and chickens." Qin Shou sighed and smiled bitterly. "Brother Dalong, we have made a deadly enemy of the Zhou family now. Zhou Taigong and his eldest and third sons are working in Changsha County. I'm afraid in the future. Don't forget, Zhou Taigong was shot dead by your brother Erwu." Yi Kuan chuckled. "Qin Shou, it's too late to shrink back now. Yesterday, when we eliminated the bandits, I brought the tiger team to bind them together. We all share the risk. Otherwise, if I wiped out their entire family, the risk would be too great. If I kill, I won't back down. Zhou Taigong and his sons colluded with bandits and caused the death of several people in our village. They deserve to die. Qin Erwu and Yin Liuhe were both very resolute. Erwu and Liuhe are right. Yikun smiled again, leading everyone outside and speaking to the villagers in front. Everyone, the Zhou family's belongings have been distributed. However, Zhou Taigong and Zhou Tiejiao have died. The deceased are to be respected, so please help to bury them. The villagers all nodded in agreement. That's the least we can do. Yi Kuan turned to Zhou Tailon. Tailon, aren't you going to bow to the villagers? Zhou Tailon quickly knelt down. Thank you, villagers. I bow to you all. The villagers laughed. Tailon is Lord Ye's concubine. We can't accept that. Some joked. Lord Yi, Tailon is the daughter of a landowner. Living well, work hard. And next year, you can get Tailon to have a pair of twin sons. Others leered. The daughter of a landlord is spoiled. Lord Yi, be gentle. The villagers, having suffered normally, now joked to vent their frustrations. Yi Kuan smiled. I took pity on Tailon and sheltered her, saving her life. After dealing with the Zhou family's matters, Yi Kuan went to Guan family village to handle the Guan family's assets. To his surprise, County Magistrate Liu was also there. Ward Liu, what brings you here? County Lieutenant Yi, you've worked hard. County Magistrate Liu rolled his eyes, pulled Yi Kuan into the house, and shook his head. Lord Yi, you are ruthless. You wiped out Zhou Taigong and the entire Guan family. Old Guan and his two sons also tried to escape midway yesterday and were killed on the spot. This was all arranged by you, wasn't it? Yi Kuan smiled. Lord Liu, isn't colluding with bandits a capital crime? Forget it. County Magistrate Liu shook his head. The Guan family's money will be handed over to the treasury. I've also taken in those concubines, poor little women. The Guan family's house and land will be considered your military merit, Lord Yi. You had military achievements last time, so I will allocate the Guan family's land and house to you now. The Guan family's house is worth 1,000 taels of silver. You are getting a great deal. Thank you, Lord Liu. Yi Kuan clasped his fists and asked, Lord, the Zhou family's estate has hundreds of acres of land and houses. Let us give it to Qin Shou, Qin Erwu, Yin Liuhe, and Wang Dakue. They also have military achievements and titles from last time, in the Battle of Sheeping Mountain. Besides Yi Kuan, the Qin brothers, Wang Dakue, Yin Liuhe, Wang Bao, and Zhu Dachuan all received second-class titles. Each had 2 acres of land and 2 acres of house, which have yet to be allocated. The Zhou family's land and property would be just right for them. This was also Yi Kuan's plan to shift troubles to Jiangdong and further bind Qin Shou and others. All right, I will allocate it to them. You take care of it. County Magistrate Liu sighed. I'll head back first. Old One's concubines and 2 daughters are all scared silly. I need to go back and comfort them. After all, I was friends with Old Guan. Yes, Lord Liu loves the people like his own children. You must take good care of Old Guan's concubines and daughters. Yi Kuan clasped his fist to send him off. This dog county magistrate. Where is the love for the people like one's own children? Clearly, he loves the daughters of the people like his own children. He must be going home to enjoy himself. Indeed, I have always been sympathetic to the common people. County Magistrate Liu smiled and suddenly said, Lord Yi, you have profited greatly this time. You will receive less profit from selling salt in the future. Is that all right? Old dog. Yi Kuan laughed in anger and clasped his fists. I still say, no matter how much, it is all a reward from you, my lord. Ha, brother Yi, you truly deserve to be my trusted aide. County Magistrate Liu laughed and left. Yi Kuan sent him out, sneering inwardly. One day, I will become your major headache. As for my money, please keep it for me. You, dog county magistrate, will be my next big target. County Clerk Wang was waiting outside, pulling Yi Kuan's hand and laughing. Lord Yi, there are still many IOUs and promissory notes here from Old Guan, all debts from local villagers, adding up to 2,000 taels of silver. This money, Lord Liu said, is a reward for you. Go collect the debts. Thank you, both lords. Yi Kuan couldn't help but curse inwardly again. These debts are long-standing accounts accumulated by the poor. How could I possibly collect them? Then Lord Yi, come with me. I will hand over the paperwork. County Clerk Wang led Yi Kun to a bedroom, opened a chest. The promissory notes are all here. Lord Yi, take your time to count them, ha. As he spoke, County Clerk Wang winked slyly. Yi Kun understood. Both lords, please go back. I will handle the rest. County Clerk Wang nodded and left with County Magistrate Liu. Yi Kun checked the wooden tablets and promissory notes in the chest. Sure enough, buried underneath was a bundle of gold, a full 100 taels, along with some jewelry. This was County Clerk Wang's benefit from the confiscation. I just don't know how much this old dog, Wang, has embezzled. However, Yi Kun was easily satisfied. After collecting the gold and jewelry, he went to the front to call Zhao Biao and others. The villagers of Guan Family Village were all there, watching the excitement and hoping to make a little profit. Yi Kun waved his hand and said, as the county lieutenant, I have no selfish motives in eliminating bandits. Now, the houses and land of Old Guan are my military merit reward, but I do not want them. I will give them all to the villagers of Shangguan and Xiaoguan. The villagers were stunned, then cheered. Lord Yi, you are a good official. Yi Kun nodded and added, also, anyone who owes Old Guan money, come forward and take your own promissory notes. No need to pay it back. From now on, it is all cancelled. The villagers were overjoyed, all kneeling down. Lord Yi, you are our reborn parents. We will never forget your great kindness. About half of the villagers here owed money to Lord Guan, with the debts forgiven and land distributed. The entire Guan family village was lifted out of poverty. Yi Kun called over the village head Guan Yong and the tiger-catching team leader Zhao Biao. How to distribute the land and houses, you discuss with the villagers, ensuring fairness. Leaning slightly towards the poor, Guan Yong, a relative of Lord Guan, usually didn't get along with him, but clasped his fists and smiled. Lord Yi, rest assured, we'll be fair. Yi Kun dropped the IOUs and let Guan Yong and Zhao Biao handle them. He then walked towards the crowd to little Jasmine, smiling. Jasmine, why aren't you calling me uncle today? Uncle, I bow to you. Little Jasmine was very sensible, kneeling to bow and saying, Uncle, you are handling important matters. I didn't dare to disturb you. Good child. Let's go. Take me to see your mother. Yi Kun picked up Jasmine and walked towards the broken house on Caojia Mountain. In front of the door, Caojia Mountain's wife stood up, kneeling and bowing. Lord Yi. After 2 days, Jasmine's mother looked much better, able to get out of bed and move around. It seemed she wouldn't die after all. Sister-in-law, quickly get up. Yi Kun put down Jasmine and helped the woman up. Where's Brother Chow? Why haven't I seen him? My father took my grandmother to the county to get treatment. Jasmine hurriedly said. Just as they were talking, another little girl walked out of the house, about 13 or 14 years old, already grown tall with snow-white skin and big, watery eyes, clearly Jasmine's sister. Is this Duo? Yi Kun was amazed. Yes, uncle, this is my sister. Jasmine was very happy and called to her sister. Sister, quickly bow to uncle. Lord Yi, I bow to you. Duo hurriedly knelt down. Sir, my parents said that you took the silver and saved our whole family, and also redeemed me from Lord Guan's house. You are our family's great benefactor. Get up. Yi Kun pulled Duo up, couldn't help but glance at her again, and nodded. What a beautiful little sister, truly rare. Duo lowered her head, not daring to respond. Yi Kun turned to Jasmine's mother and smiled. Sister Chow, you are so blessed to have raised 2 outstanding girls. Jasmine's mother felt her eyes redden. Thank you, my lord. My son has died, leaving only these 2 little girls. My lord, if you don't mind, you can take Duo to be a servant. Let her serve you. No, Duo and Jasmine cannot be servants. Yi Kun sweated. My lord. Jasmine's mother was slightly taken aback, then smiled. But Duo is still young. It will take a couple of years before she can be a concubine for my lord. Of course, being a concubine for my lord would also be Duo's blessing. If my lord can take a liking to this girl, then that's fine too. The lives of the whole family were saved by Yi Kun. Jasmine's mother thought that was the only way to repay him. Meanwhile, Duo blushed, stealing a glance at Yi Kun while nervously pinching the hem of her clothes. Chapter 82. The Capable Second Sister. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Kun said, feeling both amused and helpless, waving his hand. I mean, Duo and Molly shouldn't be maids. They should be young ladies. In the county town, I have a godmother who excels in knitting and embroidery. I want Duo to learn from her, to become skilled in women's work, so she can earn money and prosper in the future. To be honest, Yi Kun thought Duo was a beautiful little sister, but it was purely admiration. He never intended to cause her any trouble. With so many women in the world, why do such a morally wrong thing? He wanted Duo to retain her beauty, grow up slowly, and enjoy it quietly. Molly's mother was momentarily stunned and then laughed, "Sir, so you're arranging for Duo to learn women's work?" Yi Kun nodded. Duo and Molly, with their clever looks, it's a pity for them to spin yarn. They should learn to make silk clothes instead. Spinning is tiring and dirty. Making silk clothes is much easier. That's great, sir. Are you taking Duo away now? No. We'll wait until Molly's grandmother is better. At that time, I'll take your whole family to the county town, so you can all be together. Yi Kun then took out 5 taels of silver and handed it to Duo. Duo, you are the eldest at home. Take good care of your grandmother, mother, and sister. Okay, in a while, I'll have you all move to the county town to live a good life. Sir, that's too much money. I can't accept it. Duo said, lowering her head. Molly's mother also didn't dare to take it and smiled awkwardly. Sir, how could we accept your money? Take it, or I won't be happy and won't come again. Yi Kun stuffed the silver into Duo's hand and patted her head. The bandits from Shuangya Mountain have all been caught by me. Lord Guan's house has also been raided by me. You can live your life in peace. No one will bully you in the future. If anything happens, let Zhao Biao notify me. Duo accepted the money and was about to bow. Yi Kun stopped her. No more bowing in the future, or I'll hit you on the head. I'm leaving. Saying this, Yi Kun tapped Duo's head. Duo shyly smiled. Thank you, sir. Uncle, will you stay for dinner? I'll cook for you. Molly called out. Next time, come over for dinner and see Molly's cooking. Yi Kun smiled and left. In Kaomayakan, there was a commotion. The villagers were arguing over dividing the livestock, chickens, ducks, and various furniture from Old Man Zhou's house, and it was hard to negotiate. When Yi Kun arrived, everyone immediately quieted down and shouted, "We listen to Lord Yi." Yi Kun nodded and asked what else had not been divided. Qin Cho stepped forward to report. For things that can't be divided, you can take them to the town or county tomorrow, sell them, and then share the money. Yi Kun's method was simple and straightforward, and he publicly announced, Qin Cho, Qin Erwu, Wang Dakuai, Yan Liuha, you all have military merits for bravely fighting bandits and will be rewarded. All the fields, forests, and houses of Old Man Zhou's family will be shared equally among the 4 of you. Wow! The villagers were astonished and envious. Old Man Zhou's family had rice fields, dry land, mulberry fields, hemp fields, and so many houses. It was something everyone had never dared to imagine in their lifetime. Qin Cho and the others were overjoyed and grinned widely. Yi Kun had nothing else to do, so he went home to enjoy life. The number of spinning wheels had steadily increased to 60, and the workforce was fully staffed, maintaining stable production. Second sister Yud, who was capable, patrolled the workshop with her hands behind her back, chest out, supervising the workers, truly resembling a domineering CEO. Brother-in-law, are you done? Seeing Yi Kun, Yud ran over and smiled. How are these hemp threads? Are they okay? Second sister is capable. They must be fine. Let's go. I want to check the accounts from these days. Yi Kun took Yud to the back office to review the accounts. The production accounts were all recorded by Lu Hongyu, detailing material receipts, shipments, and workers' wages, which were quite clear. Brother-in-law, I can recognize some characters now. Sister Hongyu taught me, but I still can't write very well. Second sister Yud said somewhat happily, with a hint of pride. Yi Kun picked up a brush and a blank wooden board. Come, I'll teach you to write a few characters. Yud nodded and stood closer. Yi Kun stood behind Yud, half embracing her, guiding her hand on the wooden board to write. Stroke by stroke, Yud was very focused and serious, writing a few simple characters. Now I'll teach you to write your own name. This is Jiang. Write this first. After practicing for a while, Yud finally learned the character after writing it about 10 times and turned back to smile. Brother-in-law, my hand is sore from writing. When she turned around, their lips almost touched. Then take a break. I'll rub your wrist. Yi Kun, being considerate, held Yud's right hand in his palm and gently massaged it. Yud leaned against Yi Kun's chest, feeling comfortable, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. All right, brother-in-law, teach me to write 2 more characters. You turn back. Second sister, your hair smells so good. Did you wash it today? Yikuin leaned down and sniffed Yud's hair, then laughed. Your ears are so pretty. I really want to bite them. You're so greedy. Do you want to eat my ears? Yud giggled and twisted away. Hurry and teach me to write. With that twist, there was a bit of physical contact. Yikuin felt a bit flustered and leaned in closer, continuing to teach Yud how to write. After about half an hour, Yud finally learned to write her name, but was blushing, softly saying, "Brother-in-law, you're so close." "What are you doing?" "I'm sweating because of you." Being close makes it easier to teach you to write. Yikuin was also sweating and wrote a few more characters, asking, "Do you recognize these characters?" "I don't recognize the top two, but the bottom two are my name, Yud." Right together it reads, "I love Yud." "What does love mean?" "Love means to like. I love you means I like you." "Brother-in-law, you're so bad." Yud turned around, playfully punching him a few times with her small fists, then ran away with her head down. Yikuin smiled and quickly erased the few characters he just wrote. If someone saw it, it wouldn't be good. Just as Yud left, Kai-Dai came again. "Big brother, you'd said you would teach me to write, right?" That girl Yud is also mischievous, pulling Kai-Dai into this. Yikuin could only nod. "Come here. I'll teach you to write your name." "Big brother, you're so nice. I thought Yud was tricking me." Kai-Dai was very happy. Yikuin held Kai-Dai's hand and taught her to write her name. However, Kai-Dai wasn't very bright. After a long time, she only learned to write the characters for Yao and Kai, but couldn't write Dai. Moreover, Kai was also distracted, occasionally chatting with Yikuin and twisting around, not focusing. "I'm tired. You can practice slowly by yourself." Yikuin lightly slapped Kai-Dai's bottom. "You need to learn these 3 characters by tomorrow, or else I'll spank you. Go ahead and hit me. I like it." Kai-Dai unabashedly expressed her happiness. That little girl deserves a spanking. Yikuin shook his head and smiled, giving Kai-Dai another slap. After dinner, Jiang Yurong pushed Yikuin into Dai Shi's room and said with a smile, "Dai Shi, tonight, you serve your master. Your master is going to the county tomorrow. Otherwise, after he leaves, you'll miss him." Dai Shi pretended to be serious and curtsied to Jiang Yurong. "Madam, please spare me, the little maid. You and the master can rest. Let me serve you both." Yurong pinched Dai Shi's face and laughed. "Little wicked maid, tonight you serve the master, and madam will serve you on the side." The two sisters had a good relationship and often joked like this. Sometimes when Yikuin wasn't home, Yurong would sleep with Dai Shi, hugging her neck and chatting until midnight. Chapter 83, Miss Everyone, Anonymous. Grandmother and second grandmother. Yikuin bowed on both sides, pulling Jiang Yurong and Dai Shi to sit side by side on the bed. "Both grandmothers, please have a seat. I will wash your feet." Zhou Tailon had already brought hot water and sent up towels. Yikuin really rolled up his sleeves and personally washed the feet of the two ladies. Dai Shi and Yurong felt a bit shy and couldn't let go. In the boudoir, there were continuous giggles. Although it was nice to enjoy the blessings of the family, Yikuin still had to leave his hometown to handle official business in the county town. Early the next morning, Yikuin bid farewell to Dai Shi and Yurong, preparing to go to the county town. Dai Shi pulled Yikuin into the bedroom, hugged his neck, and whispered with a laugh, "Big brother, Tailon came back with you, did she?" Then you take Tailon away, and when the novelty wears off, bring her back. Second grandmother, you've learned badly. Tailon should stay at home to serve you. The second grandmother. Upon arriving in the county town, he first handled official duties and went to see County Magistrate Liu. County Magistrate Liu took Yikuin's hand and laughed heartily. "Brother Yi, guess how much salt we've sold in the past few days?" Yikuin thought for a moment. 3,000 caddies should be about that. 6,000 caddies. County Magistrate Liu lowered his voice. "Quickly get the salt refinery up and running for mass production. Once this is up and running, we won't have to worry about dealing with bandits anymore. Fighting bandits is very dangerous. It could lead to loss of life." Yikuin smiled and went to the salt refinery to guide production. This way, the filter cores would need to increase production as well. Yikuin took the opportunity to request a house from County Magistrate Liu on North Street. It was a property belonging to County Magistrate Liu, always kept clean and furnished, although it had been empty. This was also a 3-entry courtyard that Yikuin specifically used for making the filter cores for salt refining. In fact, it was more space than needed, and Yikuin used it for living as well. Tian Xiaoa and Xiaoyan were also transferred over to help with the filter corps. After arranging these matters, Yi Kuan went to organize military training. This time, during the bandit suppression at Shuangyao Mountain, Yi Kuan was very frustrated with the combat capability of the new soldiers. Wang Bao even argued with Yi Kuan, saying, "Lord Yi, the normal marching speed is 30 miles a day. We ran 70 miles in the middle of the night, which is already impressive." "Nonsense." Yi Kuan glared. "Normal marching requires carrying grain and tents, setting up camp at night, and breaking camp in the morning, which is very time-consuming. When we attack Shuangya Mountain, we only bring weapons, bows, crossbows, and horse carts for transport, which is far from normal marching." Wang Bao stuck out his tongue. Yi Kuan instructed, "Starting tomorrow, your squad leaders will lead the team, fully armed, and run 10 miles every day." 10 miles? Isn't that a bit light? Should we add more? No. 10 miles is quite enough. Don't add anything." Wang Bao quickly begged for mercy. Yi Kuan laughed again and took Tan Bameo to see the women brought back from Shuangya Mountain the day before yesterday. There were a total of 7 women, 4 of whom returned home on their own. The remaining 3 were homeless and temporarily locked up in the women's prison. After understanding the situation, Yi Kuan said, "You 3, since you're homeless, come help me work. I will provide you with meals and pay you 80 copper coins a month." Tian Xiaoa and Xiaoyan were responsible for making filter cores and needed help. Having these 3 women to assist would make things easier. The 3 women each bowed and followed Yi Kuan to the large house on North Street. Tian Xiaoa was tidying up the room and, upon seeing the 3 women, frowned slightly and glanced at Yi Kuan as if she had something to say. Yi Kuan was taken aback and asked, "What is wrong, Xiaoa?" Xiaoa lowered her head, called Yi Kuan to the side, and whispered, "My lord, are these 3 brought back to serve you? I don't know whose body has a certain odor. I'm afraid they might be ill. My lord, please, be careful." Having run a tavern on South Street, Xiaoa had some experience. She knew that some women had odors when they were ill. Yi Kuan turned around and scrutinized the 3 women. They were all scared and kept their heads down. Come with me, I have something to ask you." Yi Kuan felt a headache and beckoned the 3 women into the side room. Then, Yi Kuan closed the door, lit a lamp, and asked, "Do you have any illnesses? Specifically down there. Is there any redness, swelling, itching, or discomfort?" 2 of the women nodded and whispered, "My lord, I am not clean. It was those bandits who tormented me. You, wash up first, each with a basin of water and a towel. Then I will help you check." Yi Kuan felt helpless. In this year of the Great Ding Kingdom, the so-called miraculous doctors might not know much more about medicine than Yi Kuan himself. So, Yi Kuan decided to act as the doctor. After a stick of incense, Yi Kuan entered the side room again. "Ladies, I'm not being rude. I just need to check you to confirm the situation. If you feel shy, I can call a doctor. However, there are no female doctors in the county town, only male doctors. My lord, we have been violated by bandits for over 10 days, and we have already lost all sense of shame and dignity. We are afraid of tarnishing your eyes." One of the women, who was articulate and quite beautiful, had long, curved eyelashes, deep and large eyes, and a tall, straight nose. "I don't mind it. Let us begin." Yi Kuan let go and began the examination one by one. Fortunately, from the appearance, all 3 only had inflammation and did not have any contagious diseases. "Here is the plan. You will boil towels with boiling water 3 times a day for cleaning." After finishing the examination, Yi Kuan instructed, "After each use, the towels should be boiled with hot water, then dried. Before use, boil them again. In a couple of days, I'll prepare some medicine for you. It should be helpful. In a few days, the alcohol should be ready, which can be combined with garlic, and you can rub the garlic for anti-inflammatory purposes." The woman with long eyelashes knelt down. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. We will remember this. Our lowly bodies have sullied your honor. We truly deserve to die. Miss, what is your name? Have you studied?" Yi Kuan was a bit surprised. This one spoke eloquently and seemed to be from a distinguished family. "My lord, my name is Anonymous, and I have studied for a few days," the woman stammered. "Yi Kuan left, Mies. I brought you out from the bandits' den and took you in. I do not expect your gratitude or repayment. But why do you have to deceive me with the name Anonymous? My lord, forgive me. I truly have difficulties that cannot be spoken of." "Well then, Let us talk privately. Yi Kun nodded and let the other two leave. You can speak, miss. I can keep it confidential. If there is any way I can help, I will do so. Of course, if you really don't want to, I won't force you. The woman finally raised her head. I am surnamed One, and my unworthy name is Wen A Xiao. I have indeed studied. My father is a scholar who attended the Taishui in Tianmen County. I have followed my father since childhood to read and write. You really are educated. I've been looking for someone like you. Yi Kun was very excited and took Wen A Xiao's hand. I need someone literate. I've been searching for a long time. In the Great Ding Kingdom, a scholar refers to someone who has attended the Taishui. Taishui is a prestigious academy in various states and counties, comparable to the top universities in major cities today. Wen A Xiao lowered her head, allowing Yi Kun to hold her hand, and softly said, I can serve you, my lord, and work for you, but I cannot show my face or meet people. That's strange. You are so beautiful. Why can't you meet people? Because I fell into the bandit lair and lost my virtue to the bandits. I have no face to meet anyone and can only live in hiding. When Axiu cried, I am in a den of thieves, and I dare not say my name for fear of tarnishing my father's reputation. If my father knew about this, he would definitely force me to die. Chapter 84, Training the Body. So that's how it is. Yi Kun thought for a moment and comforted her. This matter can be kept from others. No one will know. If you miss home, I can send you back. Tianmen County is the higher level above Pinji County. No, I can't go back. My lord, if you intend to save me, just let me hide in the house and live my life. Wen A Xiao's face was filled with terror. Don't you miss home? Don't you miss your parents? My mother is no longer here. Only my father is at home. I was with a merchant caravan, visiting my uncle's house, and encountered robbers on the way. The caravan ran away, but I couldn't escape. What is your father's position in Tianmen County? He is the chief clerk of the county magistrate's office, belonging to the private staff of the county magistrate, without any official title or rank. That's not bad. The chief clerk of the county magistrate's office. Yi Kun smiled and cupped his fists in salute. Miss One, it is my fault for failing to eliminate the bandits and protect the people, leading to today's events. I'm truly ashamed. The chief clerk is responsible for document organization and also serves as a military strategist and advisor, a third-rank official in front of the prime minister. The chief clerk of the county magistrate's office is also considered a prominent figure in the county. Wen A Xiao hurriedly returned the courtesy. It is my unfortunate fate. It has nothing to do with you, my lord. As for my background, I ask you to keep it confidential, or I would have no choice but to die. Yi Kun looked at Wen A Xiao and suddenly asked, Miss A Xiao, how old are you this year? Are you married or engaged? I am 16 years old and have no marriage arrangements. How about I marry you? Yi Kun suddenly had a wild thought and held Wen A Xiao's hand. Miss A Xiao, if I marry you, your father shouldn't force you to die, right? After all, I am an acting county constable and will soon be formally appointed. However, I already have a wife, so you can only be a secondary wife. If you don't mind, I am willing to bond with you for life. My lord. Wen A Xiao trembled all over and then knelt down. My lord, do you truly not mind me? Yi Kun helped Wen A Xiao up. Miss Wen, I absolutely do not mind you. This is not your fault, and you do not have to dwell on those matters. In my heart, you are a refined young lady, a pure girl. I just feel guilty about making you a secondary wife. Now, we need a private school teacher and an accountant for bookkeeping. Wen A Xiao fits the role perfectly. Besides, since Wen A Xiao's father is the chief clerk of the county magistrate's office, having a relative like that is very beneficial. Of course, Yi Kun also felt pity for Wen A Xiao and wanted to save her life. Otherwise, that girl would eventually die. My lord, I can never repay you. Wen A Xiao was in tears. If Lord Yi truly does not mind and takes me in, my father will surely not hold my past against me anymore. Miss A Xiao, rest assured, I will eliminate all those robbers or send them to the frontier to serve in the army. In that case, no one will recognize you. Yi Kun gently stroked Wen A Xiao's hair. In the future, when I meet your father, I will say that you were chased by robbers and fell into a ravine, and I saved you. Then we became husband and wife. I believe your father will not say anything. My lord, Wen A Xiao fell into Yi Kun's arms. You are my reborn parents. My survival is all thanks to your grace. Don't cry. I will take you to South Street, where we can hide away for a few days. Yi Kun pinched Wen A Xiao's nose. Come with me. There's a carriage outside. And Yi Kun took Wen Xiao to the South Street Hidden Beauty House, where he entrusted her to Yu Lian and Chen Hua. Once Wen Xiao arrived here, she felt much more at ease. Then Jiao Jiao also returned, and everyone got acquainted. Yi Kun led Wen Xiao to the bedroom and explained the situation of Jiao Jiao and Yu Lian Chen Hua. Miss Xiao, there are also unfortunate people like you. But now, they're all happy, so you should be happy too. When the time is right, I will go to meet your father. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I will remember it. Then you should rest early. Take care of your spirit first. Yi Kun left the room and checked the brewing progress with Chen Hua. 2 days later, the first batch of wine was ready, totaling 150 pounds. Due to poor equipment, the taste was not ideal and adjustments were needed. Yi Kun kept 50 pounds of wine and distilled the rest in alcohol. Remember, this stuff is strong liquor. It will catch fire when exposed to flames and is hard to extinguish. Yi Kun educated everyone, took a small cup of wine, splashed it in the backyard, and ignited it with a fire stick. With a bang, a blue flame suddenly exploded, startling Yu Lian Chen Hua, Jiao Jiao, and Wen Xiao. Yi Kun then dipped his finger in some alcohol, lit it, and rubbed it. See, even a little bit on your body will catch fire. Wen Xiao asked, My lord, what is the use of making this thing? Its uses are vast. It could even change the world. Yi Kun nodded. Using alcohol to treat wounds will greatly reduce redness, swelling, and pus, significantly lowering the death rate. In warfare, a can of alcohol can kill several people. It is a weapon for defending and attacking cities. Wen Xiao marveled. Lord Yi is truly knowledgeable and proficient in the principles of understanding things. Just a small trial. Yi Kun smiled. We must keep our alcohol production absolutely confidential and not leak it to outsiders. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Kun continued to produce alcohol, bought large barrels, sealed the alcohol, and buried it underground for future use. That night, Yi Kun went to Wen Xiao's room and quietly asked, Miss Xiao, how is your condition now? If it's still swollen, I can use alcohol to prepare medicine for you. It should be effective. Alcohol can be used for skin disinfection, but cannot be used for gynecological disinfection. Miss Xiao is so delicate. She can't handle alcohol. Miss Xiao blushed. It's still a little swollen, but it's much better now. Then, let me take another look. But I have sullied your honor. It's fine. We will be husband and wife in the future, so there's no need to be shy. Comforted gently. Wen Xiao nodded and loosened her clothing for examination. Yi Kun checked and saw that it was probably nothing serious, pulling Xiao up. Let's prepare some medicine just to be safe. You get dressed, and I will teach you how to prepare the medicine. Penicillin, Yi Kun estimated he would never be able to produce it in this life. However, allicin can also reduce inflammation, so it is worth trying. Use high-proof liquor and garlic. Smash it hard. The finer the better. Theoretically, it can yield a low concentration of allicin for oral anti-inflammation. As Wen Xiao pounded the medicine, she asked, My lord, how do you know so much? Yi Kun smiled. The principles of understanding things are interconnected. The more you study, the more you know. When I have time, I will teach you more. Wen Xiao nodded. My lord, you should focus on your official duties first. When you are free, teach me. I see that you seem very busy. You seem a bit haggard these past few days. Indeed, these past few days have kept Yi Kun quite busy. Distilling salt, brewing wine, practicing the military, checking the road construction progress of Sheeping Mountain, finding kiln masters to research making lime. However, after a few days of training his body and not being with women, Yi Kun felt quite good. Looking at Wen Xiao's appearance, Yi Kun suddenly felt shamefully, wanting to consummate the marriage. Chapter 85. Not taking you to sleep. However, Yi Kun didn't want to make Wen Xiao feel wronged, so he had to endure a bit longer. That night, Yi Kun returned to the mansion on North Street and spent a wonderful evening with Tian Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had regained her usual liveliness and whispered with a smile, Kun Ge, don't forget about Xiao Yun. At that time, both she and I were assigned by Madame Liu to serve you. Yi Kun playfully pinched Xiao Yi's nose. Xiao Yi, if I accompanied Xiao Yun, I'm afraid you won't be happy again. Jiao Jiao said you get angry easily. Not all, Xiao Yi replied obediently. As long as I see Kun Ge every day, I'm very happy. Good, Tomorrow I'll take you to Ping Mountain for an autumn outing to see your father, my father-in-law. Early in the morning, Yi Kun set off from North Street, riding with Tian Xiao Yi towards Ping Mountain. Xiao Yi missed her father and wanted to go visit. Yi Kun also wanted to check on the lime. At the foot of Ping Mountain, there was a bustling scene. The road widening project was already halfway completed and progressing faster. The first batch of qualified lime had also been produced. Yi Kun called for Tian Xiao Yi's father, Tian DeLong, and her uncle, Tian Erhu, and instructed, continue producing lime, seal all the qualified lime in large jars, and keep them in the original cave. No one is allowed to use them. When I have time, I'll transport them back to Chaomiao village. Tian DeLong nodded and flattering added, Master Yi, Xiao Yi is not very sensible. I hope you won't dislike her. If she doesn't do well, feel free to scold or hit her. Your daughter is now my woman. I can't bear to hit or scold her. Besides, Xiao Yi is very sensible and understands many things. Ye kun simulet, Xiao Yi. Go chat with your father and uncle. We'll head back in the afternoon. Tian Xiao Yi thanked him profusely and went to talk to her father. Yi Kun rode around and found that there were more and more carts on the trade road. Many merchants came for the fine salt from Pinji County, as well as Yi Kun's hemp thread and soybean paste. Yi Kun's soybean paste was now sold in small jars weighing 1 pound, with a flashy name printed on it, Yi Kun's Great Sauce. He initially wanted to name it Old Dry Father's Sauce, but feared others would think he was taking advantage, which might affect sales. However, there were also some scattered vagrants on the trade road, dragging their families and coming from the direction of Sichuan. Upon inquiring, Yi Kun heard that there was internal strife in Sichuan and that disaster victims were revolting, making the situation severe. At noon, Yi Kun had lunch with Tian DeLong and Tian Erhu, bringing them wine and meat. Xiao Yi told her father, Dad, our old tavern has been turned into a grand building by Kun Ge, and it's about to open soon. Well, that's really congratulations